They called this era the Age of Mechs. It was not as if the introduction of mechs replaced other weapons of war. In the galactic war against the alien races that sought to wipe out humanity, warships and weapons of mass destruction still played an essential role. Yet a nuclear bomb was too destructive if used against humans. Alien races could easily pick up a bargain if humanity constantly weakened themselves to settle internal grudges. These pointless wars would only end when humanity united all of its separate fiefs. Many visionaries have attempted to do so, and succeeded, up to a point. Peace never lasted. The human race had an inborn tendency to fall apart. The grand enterprise of unity failed time and time again. So people separated, still loosely allied by their common ancestral heritage, but with nothing else in common. Wars continued, but a complex web of treaties limited the destruction of essential war materiel. The human race stood a better chance of resisting alien incursions once it stopped destroying their own settlements and warships. It's all fine and dandy to conquer your neighbor's planet. At the very least, don't bring out the big guns and please leave the expensive stuff in space intact. Not the best solution, but somehow humanity muddled through. With the stagnation of naval battles, ground warfare took on new significance. Infantry, tanks, and artillery enjoyed a resurgence of popularity as the fractious human race fought over their own territory. Naturally, any invaders didn't have it easy. Forced to operate on enemy soil, the conflicts often devolved into wars of attrition. Even if the invaders painstakingly triumphed over their enemies, was it worth the effort? They would find out in dismay that they lost more money from their army than what they gained in territory. Most of the warmongers realized that waging war was a money-losing business. Just as planned. The pacifists thought as they patted their backs. The treaties had been extensively drafted for just such an outcome. Without the tools to threaten a planet into a quick surrender, the warmongers had to rely on old and inefficient technology in order to conquer territories. It turned out the peace lovers celebrated too early. Ever since the legendary Maklu first stepped on the battlefield with a giant humanoid machine called a mech, war had changed forever. It advanced into a whole new paradigm. Able to perform ably in even the most inhospitable planets, the first mechs made a mockery of the slow-paced and static way of war of traditional armies. The human body is the best weapon of humans. One of the lead inventors of the modern war mech remarked after the first models blitzed half a massive nation's territory. Everyone knows that infantry is flexible but fragile while tanks are tough but clumsy. So one day we thought, why not make a new weapon that takes the human form and simply scale it up? It resulted in a revolutionary weapon that charmed humans across the galaxy for its evocative look and inspiring capabilities. Faster than infantry, more flexible than tanks and able to carry a variety of weapons, they nonetheless required much less supplies to keep them running. Their logistical footprint was a fraction of what a conventional army gobbled up. This alone ensured that mechs dethroned all other service branches. The Age of Mechs unfolded into splendor. Broadcasts surrounding mechs earned record views. Online and offline games brought the masses closer the glamorized new machines. Major arms manufacturers invested in the rapidly growing mech industry. Countless startups offering their own unique takes on the mechs popped up like mushrooms. The Age of Mechs seemed to herald humanity into a new golden age. Unfortunately, only a small number of elites could step into the true world of mechs. The most basic mech models involved hundreds of patents and other proprietary knowledge that would cost a fortune to license. Those interested in piloting an authentic war mech also needed the right genes. The highly arcane neural interface that allowed pilots to control their mechs as natural as moving their own bodies could only be piloted by a gifted handful. Those who ignored the warnings fried their brains. It took a long time for researchers to establish a clear view of how many people possessed the right potential. From the latest statistics, only a mere 3.5% of all of humanity possessed the right genetics to successfully connect to a neural interface. These privileged elites, tested for compatibility from their 10th birthday, enjoyed admiration and worship from the 96.5% who were doomed to never step into a cockpit. Not all of the 3.5% would actually go on to pilot a mech, but even the poorest potentate from the most backwater planet had to undergo training. Once they gained a basic proficiency in piloting, they were added to the reserves, just in case. Ves Larkinson was born with the conviction that he belonged in the cockpit. His father was a mech pilot. His grandfather also piloted mechs. He could name at least 9 direct ancestors who all served honorably in the Bright Republic's renowned mech corps. Most of his aunts, uncles, and the rest of the extended Larkinson family had a long history of piloting mechs. Dad, what's it like to be a pilot? It's dangerous, but it's also the only time I feel alive. His 10th birthday changed his life. His entire world crashed down on him once the doctor from the Republic announced the results. His genetics marked him as one of the 96.5%. In other words, he was a plebeian, a norm. No matter which word was in vogue, Ves became a commoner doomed to never to enter a cockpit in his life. There's nothing dishonorable about having different genes. The doctor reassured the young Ves. He had already crushed the dreams of countless kids. One more hardly fazed him at all. No one is good at everything. The rest of the 96.5% get by just fine. Find some passion in your capabilities. Not everyone is destined to follow their father's footsteps. His father, Rincole Larkinson, half-hearted patted the young Ves back as he gave him an ice cream. What else could he do? His frequent tours of duty left Ves to wallow in his depression alone. And so Ves turned from a precocious boy who dreamed about mechs into a sullen teenager drowning himself in games and partying. With a deceased mother and a father absent from frequent tours of service, no one could rein Ves in. He graduated from high school with less than stellar grades. What now? Ves finally pieced himself together once he considered his future. He couldn't waste away his life forever. I'm not a pilot. I'm never going to be a pilot. All I really know is mechs. If I am never fated to pilot a mech, then I can still do something else. I'm still a Larkinson. Mechs are in my blood. Ves narrowed his goals. If he couldn't pilot a mech, then he'd be the one to make them. In the Age of Mechs, a mech designer led the development of mechs. Just as crucial as mech pilots, they came up with innovative designs of mechs and shaped them into reality. Some of these designers were just as famous as the aces who achieved incredible feats with their mechs. Some of the most prestigious designers worked for the major arms manufacturers. They were able to deftly spit out a casual new design that would be sold 1,000,000 times. These were the star designers, the superstars who had CEOs and head of states at their beck and call. Even a casual sneeze could impact the stock prices of the companies they worked at, for they were just too influential. Many of the larger human states relied on their exclusive designs to give them an edge in conflicts involving mechs. Then came the middle class of the mech designers, the entrepreneurs with at least a complete series of mech designs. Adept in all facets of what constituted a mech, these seasoned engineers could take a pile of random parts and come up with unique designs that filled most of the conventional roles any decent client demanded. Some designers focused on churning out loads of mechs at the most affordable cost, while others might spend their whole lives on a single model. What was left was the bottom heap. About 90% of all designers fell into this category. This included the fresh graduates, the failed entrepreneurs and the washed-out old-timers with outdated knowledge. They couldn't design anything other than rip-offs or blatant copies of more successful models. Most of these dregs were doomed to serve as faceless cogs, working behind the scenes to repair or maintain other people's mechs. The lucky ones still get to be involved in mech design by fulfilling a niche in customization. They took existing mechs and changed them in little ways, or licensed an old, existing design and added their own flair to it. The cutthroat competition in the saturated market didn't allow many to stay afloat for long. Only some got by with this business model. Ves hoped to be one of them. With his so-so grades, he could forget about attending a prestigious university. He only managed to scrape enough merits to attend a program offered by the Rittersberg University of Technology, an average institution from the bright republic's capital. All he got 5 years later was a bland degree from a bland institution. In other words, he was worthless in the eyes of employers. That was okay. His father Rinkoll supported him all the way through. He even spent much of his time gathering the capital to kickstart his son's business. They both had a plan. They would start a one-man mech boutique with enough automation to print its own parts and allow Ves to assemble a mech from scratch. Rinkoll would refer him to his buddies in the service for cheap jobs and let Ves dip into the world of customization step by step. Once Ves built up his reputation, he might be able to move on to designing his own variants. All those plans came crashing down when Ves returned to an empty home back in Cloudy Curtain, their home planet. Rinkoll enjoyed a good salary as a mech pilot, so he could afford a grand townhouse in the suburbs. He recently sold it in order to scrape enough cash to acquire a workshop just outside of town. It only offered enough space for a small living area. The workshop could use a makeover. The modular, prefabricated structure looked second-hand, as if it was salvaged off a battlefield or scrapyard. With the amount of rust and scratches its exterior sported, it was a miracle it hadn't fallen apart. When Ves stepped inside, he sighed in relief. The essentials were still in one shape. The insides looked fairly clean. All of the valuable machines needed to run his enterprise were present, if second-hand. His dad might not know his stuff, but he knew plenty of people who did. "Where are you, Dad?" After weeks of silence, Ves had to face the fact that his dad was missing. That shouldn't be a cause for alarm. His dad had been assigned to a regiment stationed at the border between the Bright Republic and the belligerent Vesia Kingdom. Any incidents that might flare up could cause his father to be recalled. When Ves called his father's friends, he found out he never returned to duty. After contacting the police, it seemed that Rinkoll had never shown his face elsewhere. All the galactic calls and electronic messages sent to his father fell off a cliff. No one could find any trace of his presence. The Cloudy Curtain Planetary Bank quickly came knocking. It turned out the workshop components such as the spiffy 3D printer had been bought with a loan. A 3D printer was an essential machine that turned raw materials into factory-quality mech parts. His father had to borrow over 330 million bright credits in order to finance the acquisition of assets. With this much money, anyone could buy half a dozen advanced mechs. Ves could spend his lifetime working for an average mech manufacturer and still not earn enough to pay back the huge debt. He instantly fell into a cycle of distress and panic when he read through the bank's polite but impersonal note. What kind of mess did my father drag me into? The bank took 3 pages to state that all of the debt was in his name. He would have to hand over the workshop and all of its valuable machinery in case he missed a single annual interest payment. In short, Ves had to scrounge up about 5 million credits in the next 3 months in order to meet the next payment. He lifted up his armband-shaped communicator and activated its miniature projector. A screen came into view that displayed a menu. He hopelessly switched to the credit account linked to the device. His account only held a measly 1,200 credits. That was his spending money for the month. VS had little means of earning the required amount of money. With his dad gone missing, it was questionable whether VS was entitled to the life insurance and other benefits his father arranged. VS followed up his father's insurance policy because he needed every penny he could squeeze out of the system. Nothing came out of the meetings. The insurance company was as obstinate as a dog chewing a bone. VS swiped away the latest messages from the bank. I'm broke. I can't even scrounge up the credits to buy the raw materials I need to fabricate new parts. How am I supposed to do business? Within a day, he called the bank, the insurance company and the government. What he got back wasn't good. The bank had already written VS off. They wanted to get their claws on the workshop before VS screwed something up and appreciated its value. The only useful thing he received from the bank was a package that Rincole stashed at the bank in case he got out of touch. The insurance company claimed that Rincole was merely missing in action at worst. As an active serviceman, he might return months or years later, so VS was not entitled to a single penny until the company received solid proof that he had died. If not, the money would only be released after a period of 5 years. The government was its usual bureaucratic self. VS only heard lots of incomprehensible jargon before he plainly hung up. He'd get nothing useful there. VS was alone. His dad had gone off to the deep end, leaving VS to pick up the pieces. His father only left him with a lousy package with a casual note pasted in front. To my son VS, in case I'm not home. Opening it up, VS was mildly surprised to pick up a secure data chip. Most data transfers today occurred entirely wirelessly. People only used data chips when they absolutely had to keep their contents secure. VS turned off his comms connection to the galactic net before accessing the old data chip. It took 3 seconds to load its contents, which was unusually long for a chip this size. An unknown program suddenly took over the holographic projection. Initializing the Mech Designer System. New user detected. Initiating deep scan in 2400 millicycles. Please prepare properly. Wait, what? VS asked the program, just before the comm released a huge shock. VS passed out in an instant. And so began his journey as a mech designer. When VS woke up, he brushed a hand over his brown hair and wondered why he ended up on the floor. It was the data chip. VS tried to find the data chip that dropped him like a log. After a quick search, he only came across a fried piece of metals and other melted bits. The chip self-destructed after following its programming. He bewilderingly turned his gaze to his wrist communicator, which was still in pristine condition. That's strange. Anything that could have fried this chip should have melted my comm in the process. How could the chip have melted itself without transferring all that heat to my comm unit? Cautiously, VS activated his comm, expecting it to malfunction. Instead, it turned online without a problem. After browsing the menu, he found that nothing changed except for the addition of one new program. The Mech Designer System. The name already sounded boastful. The act of designing mechs was an intricate discipline that required years of study in the fields of mechanics, physics, material science, and more. Even after graduating from college, you merely got your foot through the door. It took more than experience and brilliance for a mech designer to achieve true success. Just the thought of having a single app whip up a simple design in a matter of minutes rankled VS. The mere thought of such a software devalued the 5 years he spent on becoming a mech designer. Still, his father left him this system for a reason. VS had no idea where Rincole got his hands on this mysterious app. Since he couldn't get any more answers, VS decided to run the app. Welcome to the Mech Designer System. Please design your new mech. The message ended there, leaving nothing for VS to follow up. That's it. Deep scan complete. Registering new user Ves Larkinson. Welcome package granted. You got anything more than that? Please inspect your status. To display this page, say status, status, status. Name, Ves Larkinson. Profession, novice mech designer. Specializations, none. Design points, 0. Attributes. Strength, 0.6. Dexterity, 0.7. Endurance, 0.6. Intelligence, 1.2. Creativity, 0.3. Concentration, 0.9. Neural aptitude, F. Skills. Assembly, novice. Business, apprentice. Computer science, incompetent. Mathematics, incompetent. Mechanics, apprentice. Metallurgy, apprentice. Physics, novice. Evaluation, good for nothing loser. Hey, who are you calling a loser? User Ves Larkinson is a qualified loser for having spent half of your life wasting away your life. Your frequent diversions have left you ill-prepared for the future. Your inability to pay off your debt is a direct consequence of your ineptitude. VS had to suppress the urge to raise his middle finger. Instead, he challenged this stupid system. I admit, I used to be a stupid kid, but I cleaned up my act. I'm a mech designer now. It is your lucky day. The Mech Designer System is the ultimate tool in this galaxy to design any machine that falls under the category of mechs. Any authorized user is allowed to use this system's many tools to design any mech imaginable with no conceivable limits. Who would believe such shameless boasting? So can I just whip up something that weighs 1,000 tons, runs at Mach 50 and can even travel faster than light? Certainly user, but you must design its components and integrate them into a viable design by yourself. If you then wish to fabricate the design using the system, then you will—
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Be required to exchange a corresponding energy value expressed in design points. It sounded ridiculous that a piece of software can just wish a mech into existence with energy alone. How many design points does it take to fabricate a mech? How easy can I earn these points anyway? An average mech requires 1,445,645,313 design points in order to be fabricated accurately. Calculating your current combination of attributes and skills. After estimating your capabilities, you are able to earn an average of 3.89 design points per day. VS was literally speechless. The system disparaged him again in a roundabout way. You seem pretty useless. How am I supposed to get some use out of you if I can only earn about 4 DP a day? Yeah, I thought so. VS muttered quietly. His finger already hovered over his comm, ready to shut down this useless app. User, please do not exit the program yet. You have yet to explore the menu, nor have you opened up your welcome package. Okay, so give me a menu then. Mech Designer System menu. Status. Designer. Missions. Skill tree. Shop. Lottery. Inventory. User, as a novice mech designer, your privileges are limited. You currently do not have access to the missions, shop, and lottery menu. VS browsed the designer option first. The system unfolded into a vast holographic design interface that seemed to be ripped off from a popular design suite that VS had frequently used in his student days. The system's version came with a lot of additional features, though VS wasn't in the mood to explore them right now. The skill tree unfolded even more elaborately, taking up a panoramic view. The most fundamental skills sat at the top. It started with the most basic fields such as mechanics and mathematics. Beneath them nested an unfolding expanse of subskills that seemingly went on forever. He could upgrade skills as diverse as artistic judgment. This skill tree alone appeared way too fantastical and unreal. How could anyone improve themselves with the press of a button? All it took to upgrade his skills was to spend a couple of so-called design points. It was fairly uncanny that the system managed to map his current skills pretty accurately. VS reserved his judgment for the moment. His father had to have a compelling reason to pass on this absurd piece of software to him. VS refused to consider the system to be a work of fantasy. He opened the inventory last. It appeared to be a typical, game-like interface except he couldn't store or take out real universe items. The inventory mainly dealt with storing designs and other virtual content, though it offered the option of storing real items later on. Naturally, his inventory contained no designs, but he found the vaunted welcome package in the miscellaneous tab. He curiously tapped it with his finger. The holographic box cheerfully opened up, accompanied by the faux celebratory fanfare prevalent in cheap online games. 3 silhouettes floated in front of him, tempting his anticipation a tiny bit even as he remained skeptical of this system. Congratulations, you have received 10 design points. Please spend them well. Just 10 measly design points. VS exasperatingly questioned. From browsing the previous menus, he learned that 10 design points was only worth peanuts to the system. With this amount, he could neither afford to increase his attributes or upgrade any skills. The paltry amount only afforded him enough to purchase a soda. He then clicked the next silhouette, which revealed 3 copper lottery tickets. It allowed him to draw 3 prizes from the system's lowest-ranked lottery draw. When VS activated a ticket, the lottery page projected a prize wheel. After staring at the wheel in doubt, he spun the large object by heaving a lever with his arm. You have failed to draw a prize from your copper lottery ticket. Please draw again. You have failed to draw a prize from your copper lottery ticket. Please draw again. You have failed to draw a prize from your copper lottery ticket. Please draw again. Really, even the lottery tickets from the convenience store aren't so stingy. After using up the lottery tickets, the system's final present unfolded. The silhouette faded away, revealing a small mechanical cat. The pet displayed on the hologram seemed no different from any of the other artificial intelligences available on the galactic net. Popular with little girls around the galaxy, these virtual pets offered companionship and distraction without the hassle of taking care of a real animal. So you got me a virtual cat. Hooped I do. You are mistaken, user. This gold-ranked auxiliary companion is an extremely rare random draw from the welcome package. Congratulations on acquiring your new gem cat. The creature in front of VS shifted. The holographic interface dimmed as the projection of the mechanical cat brightened. The cat thudded on the floor with an audible thump. Just as VS thought the system was tricking him, the cat meowed and physically brushed his leg with its very real body. What? This couldn't be happening. The cat felt real. VS bent down and put his hands around the light metallic shell of the cat and lifted it in front of his face. The cat questioningly purred as it beheld its new owner while VS processed its appearance. His communicator was just a basic model. It didn't possess the fancy micro-fabrication options that came with premium models. Even if his comm turned into premium model overnight, it was impossible to fabricate a mechanical animal larger than a mosquito. His comm simply couldn't store the required materials. Who knew how the cat came into existence? The system's workings already broke the bounds of reality. Do not be surprised, user. As the ultimate design tool for mechs, the Mech Designer System is able to utilize Redacted to instantly fabricate any design or item you have exchanged at the shop at the cost of design points. Only until now did it sink in that Ves' father had left him an impossibly amazing software. Though he understood very little so far, he was fairly certain that whoever created this system was light years ahead of even the most advanced human scientists. He guessed that the system might be hiding some massive secrets, some of which may even involve alien technologies. These questions were so far above Ves' tiny head that he simply set them aside for the moment. He had more immediate concerns. This cat is kind of cute, Ves remarked as he scratched the mechanical creature's head. Is it supposed to do something more than beg for scratches and hugs? Concentrate on the gem cat in order to call up its status. Pet status. Name, none. Owner, Ves Larkinson. Rank, gold exclusive. Level, 1. Skills. Gem excretion I. What kind of a skill is gem excretion? Concentrate on the skill to see further details. Gem excretion. The ability to convert low-value materials into rare gemstones of a higher value through manual absorption, digestion, and excretion. These gemstones provide random benefits helpful to any mech that incorporates them into their design. Certain raw materials have a higher emphasis on the benefits that the resulting gemstones can express. It took half a minute for the description to sink in with Ves. From what he could understand, this cat ate minerals, digested it into gems. These gems ought to be quite valuable depending on their effects. He might be able to earn some quick cash if he sold these shiny gems. Do not overestimate the gem cat. At level 1, the pet can only excrete 1 gem per week. Ves sighed in disappointment. The cat booped his nose with its soft paw. Well, I'm better off now than before, so I've got no grounds to complain. As for you, let me call you Lucky, since I'm counting on you to be my lucky charm. The mech cat adorably meowed in response, indicating that its artificial intelligence possessed at least some form of low sentience. Ves searched the cabinets of his workshop and scrounged up a pile of loose ore. The random materials were likely left by the previous owner that his father didn't bother to tidy up when he bought them second-hand. Ves took a head-sized chunk and the small cat somehow managed to gobble up the entire thing in a clear violation of the laws of physics. There was no way a normal mechanical cat could fit so much material in its cat-sized belly. Okay, this is clearly another freaky thing in a long list of impossibilities. No use cracking my head over these miracles. I've to take care of my money problem first. Ves dropped the cat and left it to explore the workshop alone. He approached his desk and turned on the computer terminal in order to do some research. He briefly went over the manuals of the machines in his workshop. He found that they were basic but reliable models, and didn't differ much from what he used during his studies. He then checked the prices of mechs, parts, and raw materials at the public markets. Cloudy Curtain was just a regular boring residential planet, famed for its colorful clouds rather than any industry, so its mech market was anemic. If Ves wanted to sell his products to a viable market, then he needed access to the bigger trading nodes nestled in the heart of the Bright Republic. Not anyone qualified to do so. Ves lacked both reputation and a track record. Even if he did gain access, he lacked the capital to acquire the raw resources needed to fabricate a mech. It takes money to make money. That was one of the most important lessons he learned in college. Surprisingly, he did quite well in his business classes. Ves owed this achievement due to his aspirations. It also helped that the classes only involved simple math. After half a day of research, Ves gained a clearer idea on the viability of his new enterprise. He gave up on producing a physical product. The areas of mech design, mech customization, or mech fabrication all required substantial capital in order to step foot in them. He needed at least several million credits upfront. The only economically viable market where he could realistically offer his services was in the field of mech repair and maintenance. However, his workshop was limited by its scale, and without a reputation he doubted he could attract any customers. He needed to make a start in a market with a low barrier of entry, one that didn't demand any prior investment. Ves made a resigned look at the section of games on his terminal. Iron Spirit, the most exclusive galactic mech simulator in the galaxy? Iron Spirit was not the most played online game on the market. However, its esports broadcasts attracted a very wide audience, allowing the game to foster a large and diverse creators market. The reason for the game's success could be attributed to its adherence to reality. Iron Spirit emulated reality so well that players had to buy or rent expensive simulation pods to pilot a mech. It turned the player base into an elitist club that served as a decent simulation to actual mech combat. The BSBH Corporation stuck to the creed of realism so much that its virtual mechs had to be fabricated within its simulated ecosystem in a realistic manner. Only the mainstream mech models could be bought off the shelf. The true high-performing mechs in the game were all customized or original designs that could be sold for either gold, the virtual currency, or with real credits. Unlike piloting a virtual mech, Iron Spirit didn't demand its designers to be a potentate, so even an average norm like Ves could engage in its virtual market. As Ves registered a mech designer's account in the game, he came across a few snags. He had to pony up a registration fee of 800 bright credits. This wiped out more than half of his remaining savings. When the game approved his account, he encountered another barrier. Customizing any existing design required the purchase of a so-called virtual license. The licenses for the cheapest parts started at around 10,000 credits, while the licenses for the most outdated one-star mechs were valued at 100,000 credits. I'm such an idiot for forgetting the licensing fees. BSBH apparently didn't want its virtual mech market to be flooded by its tsunami of awful designs. With no other way out, Ves turned on his wrist communicator and started up the Mech Designer System. Hey system, I don't have the money to afford a virtual license. Can you lend me a hand? The system accessed his terminal through a wireless connection. It took only a dozen seconds to scan the entire game and absorb additional information from the galactic net. Tutorial mission received. Please enter the missions page to browse the details. Ves obediently turned to the missions page of the system. Mission, Tutorial Part 1, Your First Design. Difficulty, F rank. Prerequisites, be an idiot who can't solve his own problems. Description. As a mech designer, it is shameful that you have not completed a single design that is ready for sale. Use the Mech Designer System and the provided mech model to design a customized mech that has a minimum deviance of 10% and a performance improvement of 2% of its base model. Reward, a random 1-star virtual mech license. A random 1-star virtual component license. This sounds doable. Can I ask how you're able to reward me with those virtual licenses? Nothing is impossible to the Mech Designer System. With enough design points, the user may even be able to achieve immortality. Please increase your Mech Designer rank for a more detailed answer. Yeah right. Ves guessed the system had some way of hacking into Iron Spirit's servers. In order to preserve his sanity, Ves stopped his inquiry and instead turned his attention to the designer mode. It wasn't until Ves saw what kind of licenses he had to work with that he practically spat out blood. This is impossible. As a reputable mech simulator, Iron Spirit only featured real mechs. The base designs sold in its virtual store could be bought in real life with almost the same performance. With its vast and extensive database, the game worked hard to group them together in a simple manner. The BSBH Corporation eventually decided to adopt a 1-star to 5-star rating. They later added even higher ratings with the introduction of even higher performing models. The game's database included many older designs, but its library of current designs was incomplete. Many top-notch mech designs were highly guarded secrets. These so-called next-generation models represented the cutting edge of mech design. The Age of Mechs spanned 400 years, so the game offered plenty of models even without the latest designs. Iron Spirit's lowest 1-star mech models used to plow the battlefield alongside legends such as Maklu, the mech pioneer. Compared to contemporary models, these ancient relics fell short in many ways. They were slow, clumsy, inefficient, and sometimes looked ridiculous. When Ves took a peek at these clown-like models, he wondered if their designers had a few screws loose. Systems Designer Mode already loaded one such design. The Fantasia 2R incorporated a radical humanoid design scheme, and was the second iteration of a flawed first edition. The Fantasia masked very little due to its slim and narrow design, allowing it to run faster and longer than the stockier models available at the time. These gains were made at the cost of other parameters such as armor and firepower. For whatever reason, the designers shaped the Fantasia 2R in the form of a woman. Its concave torso, sloping breastplate, thin limbs and narrow head evoked the appearance of a supermodel dressed in skimpy armor. The older 1R model already looked like a feminist's worst nightmare. The manufacturers doubled down by attaching hair-like sensor threads on top of the 2R's head. The sensors at least served a practical purpose, since they turned the model into a decent scouting mech. Since the Fantasia was such a light and thin mech, Ves had very little leeway in modifying its parts without destroying its good points. In contrast, Ves could easily tinker with heavier models, shaving 10% of its mass without sacrificing too much of its defense. After applying modern techniques to the ancient design, he could easily raise the performance of his variant by 2 or 3% compared to its base model. This Fantasia the system provided me is really too skinny. Since he couldn't go for the route of subtraction, he needed to find another way to add value. Ves could easily improve the design by adding additional components. Unfortunately, the system only provided the license of a single component, giving him very little options. The virtual component license the system gifted him came with an overly lengthy name. The creators called it the Gemini Twin Rear Ejection Energy Booster. The complicated component did 3 things at once. First, it allowed a cockpit to eject from the rear in case of emergencies. It provided a fairly large amount of energy storage, allowing mechs to last longer without resupply. Lastly, it provided a large amount of straight-line acceleration with its boosters, though such boosts consumed a lot of energy. Normally, such attributes matched perfectly with the Fantasia 2R's focus on speed. There was only one major snag. The Gemini's dimensions were drastically oversized. The Gemini had been designed to accommodate the first heavy mech in existence, the Mega Crab. This mech was a behemoth that required 8 legs and twin cockpits for 2 pilots. Trying to affix the Gemini system to the Fantasia 2R was like trying to put a stuffed backpack onto a clueless toddler. If only I had more assets. I can't do much without more licenses. I'm not good enough to modify the base design extensively. Ves tinkered with the system's designer functionality. Surprisingly, he found it remarkably easy to implement his modifications. The design tools responded to his thoughts alone, cutting back errors resulting from unsteady hands or faulty calculations. The designer's assistance to his work was like adding wings to a tiger. Despite his enjoyment, Ves found it hard to wrap up a finished design in a single day. He reluctantly shut down the Mech Designer System and took care of his needs. He gobbled up a cheap nutrient pack and cuddled his new pet to sleep in an unfamiliar bed. Ves wrestled with the problem for 3 more days. He spent most of the time trying various ways to combine the hefty Gemini add-on to the thin and wispy Fantasia frame. From a total of 17 attempts, he outright failed 15 times, leaving only a couple of barely functional designs. When he projected the design in all of its glory, he felt like finding a hole to burrow into. It looked ridiculous. Ves had attached the Gemini to the rear of the frame. It sounded simple, but the Fantasia's various restrictions made it a tricky problem. The profile of the 2R's lower torso was so thin that the Gemini simply couldn't be attached to that location. He already tried to do so several times. From his many attempts, Ves concluded he could only attach the Gemini onto the upper back or the lower waist. Since placing such a heavy add-on too high would severely unbalance the Fantasia to the point of tipping it over, Ves could only add the Gemini onto the Fantasia's waist. The combination looked obscene. His cheeks turned red as he beheld the model's mock-up. Its only saving grace was that the custom design had improved on some points. Though the mech became heavier and less agile with the addition of such an uneven weight, its straight-line traveling speed rocketed upwards. The pilot also enjoyed a massive increase in safety with the improved cockpit ejection system. It could eject both cockpits at once, one real and one decoy. This provided a marginal benefit in Iron Spirit, as a successful ejection lowered the cost of repairing a defeated mech in the game. Alright system, does my first design make the cut? Scanning design. Simulating performance. Completed. Do you wish to name the design? Let's go with Fantasia 2RE. My variant's rear end is the only thing that's improved. Design evaluation, Fantasia 2RE. Variant name, Fantasia 2RE. Base model, Fantasia 2R. Original manufacturer, Kezia Armaments. Weight classification, medium light. Recommended role, sprinter/harasser. Armor, F. Carrying capacity, F. Aesthetics, A. Endurance, C+. Energy efficiency, C. Flexibility, D. Firepower, D+. Integrity, E. Mobility, B+. Spotting, B. X factor, none. Deviance, 23%. Performance improvement, 4.5%. Overall evaluation, horribly overweight for its intended purpose, the Fantasia 2RE is nevertheless redeemed by its amplified power and forward potential. Its improvement in open terrain and long-distance missions does not outweigh its anemic flexibility and horrible performance in close-quarters combat. The model's unique appearance may appeal to a small subset of pilots. You have received 1 design point for completing an original design. Congratulations on completing the first part of the tutorial. The rewards have been sent to your inventory. You have also received a bonus for exceeding the requirements of the mission. Ves sighed in relief. He had worked hard to merge 2 entirely different things together. While he succeeded on a fluke, he still managed to pull through. Now that he finished this ungodly mission, he could move on and forget this abomination of a mech. He wiped away the projection of the design and opened his inventory. 2 gift-wrapped packages awaited his eager fingers. Ves quickly tapped both icons, letting them unbox together. You have received a virtual license for the following mech, Kezia Armaments Fantasia 2R. You have received a virtual license for the following component, Maxidron Gemini Twin Rear Ejection Energy Booster. Really? You're giving me the same stuff I've been torturing myself for 3 entire days. You have received a new mission. Please read the details in the missions page. Mission. Tutorial Part 2, Your First Sale. Difficulty, F rank. Prerequisites, completed Tutorial Part 1. Description. You cannot call yourself a proper mech designer if your design isn't used. Please endeavor to sell a mech based on your first design. Reward, 1000 design points. You're setting me up, system. Even if I can find someone stupid enough to buy the 2RE, I still don't have the credits to purchase the raw materials. Iron Spirit doesn't let designers fabricate a virtual mech for free even if I possess the necessary licenses. The game taxed mech designers by charging them for the raw materials. You have forgotten your bonus. Please look at the currency tab in your inventory. A red packet awaited Ves when he switched his view. He tapped it, causing the virtual envelope to unfold into imaginary bills. It eventually landed into a neat stack with the total amount displayed on top. Congratulations for receiving 100,000 bright credits. Ves widened his eyes. Exceeding the expectations of the system provided considerable rewards. With the sudden windfall, he had a lot more options to earn money now. While 100,000 credits might not let him purchase a license for another mech, he could still purchase plenty of cheap components such as armor plating, cooling systems, batteries, and even weapons. Before Ves put his newly gained credits to good use, he first made sure to complete the mission. He uploaded the saved design of the 2RE onto Iron Spirit's virtual workshop. He then spent about 10,000 credits collecting the raw materials required to fabricate the design. While he could spend twice as much to let the game fabricate the design automatically, Ves wanted to save every single credit, so he went for manual assembly. Ves spent 2 days fumbling around the virtual workshop's 3D printer to print all the required parts. He then took 3 more days fumbling around the assembler trying to put all the diverse and heavy parts together. Somehow, Ves felt a little closer to his first creation as he finally clicked the final part together. He even took some time and credits to paint the chassis purple and red. You're not the prettiest girl, but you're my first. Ves shook his head. That sounds wrong. While trying to erase the unpleasant image of mech-human romance from his mind, he quickly put the finished model onto the market. He didn't choose to sell the virtual mech for real credits, though the option was available. Practically all low-tier mechs in Iron Spirit were sold in gold, the in-game currency that mech pilots earned when they won matches against their opponents. The market set a minimum price of 1,600 gold, reflecting the cost of raw materials if VS had paid for them in gold. I'm not stupid enough to sell it at cost. Let's add 100 gold. My labors has got to be worth something. Just after he finished with the lot, he also checked his user profile. He chose to hide his real name for now. It wouldn't do for his future career in mech design to be tainted with this awful design. He casually set his nickname as Chasing Clouds, as a reference to his home planet and his aspirations. With that chore done, VS threw the mission to the back of his mind and went to mech section of the market. He browsed all of the available variants of the Fantasia 2R. If he wanted to design a competitive but affordable Fantasia model, he needed to do his research on what market already offered. He could then tailor a list of requirements and scour the market for fitting components. VS sunk into his work. He fell into the enthusiasm starting his career in mech design. Even if designing virtual mechs for a game didn't bestow him with the qualifications of a real mech designer, he could still polish his basic skills. Once he accomplished a handful of sales, he could purchase better licenses and design better variants. Still, I can't play with virtual mechs forever. There's no way I can earn enough credits to meet my next interest payment. He needed to earn enough credits to fund the operations of his real mech business. If the expensive fixed cost of purchasing licenses was left out, then he could easily make the deadline. Reality wasn't so kind. Virtual licenses only apply to in-game designs. There's no way I can afford a legitimate production license with my current assets. Actual production licenses came with prohibitive costs and restrictions. For the privilege of using another company's intellectual property, VS had to pay a high price. He also had to give the original owners a cut of his earnings. Along with the cost of raw materials, profits grew thin. It's impossible to make it without the help of the system. I hope the 2RE is going to sell out quickly, because I have a feeling I'm going to need all the design points I can get. Lucky sauntered over and meowed at VS. What's up, buddy? The cat tugged at VS pants and tried to lead him outside. Curious, VS followed the mischievous cat outside and spotted something sparkling behind the weeds. VS came close and picked it up, revealing a green gemstone. Upon realizing its significance, he hurriedly dropped it down. Even if you're a machine, I'm still not touching your crap, VS told the cunning cat. He scanned the gem according to the system's instructions. Emerald of Minor Armor. Increases the durability of a mech's armor plates by 0.5% when installed. For a gem of its size, its effects were heaven-defying. Despite the paltry boost, the gem cost nothing to make. If he kept feeding Lucky the same cheap ore, he could end up with a pile of emeralds. If they all had the same effect, they might accomplish something great if combined. System, if I have two of the same gems, do their benefits stack? Of course not. A mech can only benefit from a limited amount of gems. Gemstones that provide the same effects do not provide more benefits when put into the same mech. Every time the system hinted at something amazing, it turned out to be limited. I need to feed my cat something better, VS muttered and resolved to order something better and have it delivered to his workshop tomorrow. Unknown to VS, on the other side of Cloudy Curtain, a certain 12-year-old potentate sat down in a fully enclosed simulator. He had just finished school and rented a sim pod from the local gaming center downtown. The boy avidly played Iron Spirit ever since he recently finished his basic lessons on mech piloting. It hardly turned him into a qualified pilot, but it allowed him to pass the minimum requirements to finally play the game. Calling himself Shifter 66 in the game, he enjoyed piloting faster mechs. There was something about running in a multi-ton machine that charmed him. Playing the heavier mechs bored him to tears. He preferred to be quick on his feet, pestering enemies, and dodging shots rather than slugging it out in a head-on collision. As a 12-year-old, he couldn't lay any claim to greatness, but he thought he possessed a solid foundation in piloting the simplest of one-star mechs. He played a couple of hundred matches, and while he lost most of them, he still managed to put together a few thousand gold for a new purchase. When Shifter 66 visited the game's online market, he somehow wavered his attention to a line of feminine models. A young man like him already started to pay some attention to the girls in his school. He channeled that energy to the graceful models on display. He picked a random direction to explore further, coming upon the old but still fairly popular Fantasia series. While the boy only half-heartedly inspected the models, he made an abrupt stop once the random selection displayed a highly unusual variant. The boy held out his palm, freezing the image and allowing him to look at the model in greater detail. Fantasia 2RE. Tier, 1 star. Base model, Fantasia 2R. Purchase price, 1,700 gold. She looks perfect. A more demanding mech pilot might comment that the mech looked horribly out of balance. Any sane pilot might also complain that the added weight of the variant's rear addition served to slow it down to the point of making the mech useless in any short-distance engagements. Shifter 66 on the other hand kept his eyes glued to the rear end. I gotta have it. And so VE's first mech got sold. Engulfed by the satisfaction of a new purchase, Shifter 66 hopped into the 2RE's cockpit. Without even spending time to grow familiar with the modified mech, he entered the arena and initiated a search for an opponent. Shifter 66 wanted to dive right into a battle with his new baby. As a fairly new and unskilled pilot, Shifter 66 naturally got matched against a pool of similarly low-skilled players. Iron Spirit featured a sophisticated matchmaking system, and the lowest segment was the Bronze League. Every potentate who played Iron Spirit started from the Bronze League. Only by winning a sufficient amount of times would one gain the opportunity to promote to the Silver League, which most mech enthusiasts consider it to be the real beginning of the game. That was because the developers enacted a lot of restrictions to the matches taking place in Bronze. Players could only earn a little amount of gold, though they also had few opportunities to lose it due to simplifying repair costs. Matchmaking in the lowest league also didn't cross star systems, which meant that most low-tier players fought against opponents from the same planet. Bronze Leaguers were also limited from purchasing any mechs rated higher than 1 stars, which really frustrated a lot of kids who wanted to dive right into big and modern mechs. As for Shifter 66, he hadn't been exposed to the world of mechs for long. The mechs he already had access to already occupied his full attention. His view changed into a preparatory screen. The game found an opponent for him. After confirming his mech, weapon, and map preferences, he waited for his opponent to do the same. After a short wait, the boy's mech landed upon a grassy hill. The first thing he did was to engage his sensors to see if his opponent was in range. One of the few good things about the Fantasia 2R was its fantastic scanning power, courtesy of its hair-like sensor bundle attached to its head. The mech found an energy signature fairly quickly, which meant his opponent wasn't hiding. The boy eagerly commanded his mech to move forward, only to trip and almost fall backwards. His mech's balance fell apart. Ah, what the? Only until now did it sink into him that having a gigantic rear wasn't all that good. He wrestled with his neural interface for several minutes, trying to find a running posture that wouldn't tip him backwards. He finally managed to accomplish a crude stance by bending his mech's torso forwards, which had the unintentional effect of making his rear more pronounced. Who cares, as long as it works. Let's try the booster. Upon activating the Gemini's powerful thrusters, the Fantasia practically rocketed forwards. Only through some haphazard steps did Shifter 66 manage to keep his mech on his feet and vaguely control his direction forward. Woohoo! As the boa further adapted to the mech's forward momentum, he found himself wild with joy. He could practically feel the wind whipping his mech as he casually broke through his personal speed record. Unfortunately, he neglected one thing. His opponent hadn't been twiddling his thumbs. Shifter 66 too bad you're piloting a light mech. My Grenache Hellman eat light mechs for breakfast. The player known as Triceratops boasted. He had the wins to back it up. KRH Heavy Industries Grenache Hellman models offered a good balance between weight, energy, and armor. They generally suffered against heavier mechs, but anything lighter couldn't go through its armor before the GH pulverized them. The GH's design mimicked a gorilla, so it could bend down on all fours and sprint surprisingly fast in a short duration. Triceratops had already seen the blazing energy signature approaching him on his scanners, so he readied his posture to dodge and chase after the lighter mech. He already licked his lips as he imagined his GH's-powered arms tearing the soft Fantasia's frame apart. "Will you walk into my parlor?" said the spider to the fly. However, the Fantasia 2RE ran forward so uncontrollably that Shifter 66 doubted he could even regain control without crashing into the ground. Only until his forward view revealed his opponent's GH model did he realize he couldn't do anything but crash head-on. Unable to even fire his mech's pistol with all the jostling, the boy plainly threw it to the side, instead choosing to draw the Fantasia's default sword from the embedded scabbard in the back. "I don't believe my baby will lose to you." The GH appeared to be frozen in shock, but as the distance dwindled, it regained its composure and crossed its meaty arms forward. The sword glanced off one of the arms, failing to penetrate its thick armor. The forward momentum nonetheless allowed it to travel forwards and pierce the GH's chest. The armor yielded helplessly, letting the sword cut deep into the mech and slice through important systems and cabling. The GH lost 35% of its energy and all of its weapons on its left side. An even larger collision followed. The rest of the Fantasia's frame slammed forward, dealing more damage to the lighter mech than the GH due to the differences in mass. The Fantasia's upper torso disintegrated from the impact, shards and other debris flying in every direction. Its head crushed into a pancake against the GH's torso, somehow barreling past the heavier mech's armor and penetrating through the cockpit embedded deep within. Triceratops practically had a fright when his view screen burst apart. He hastily commanded his remaining functioning arm to toss the immobilized Fantasia from his partially crippled mech. "Get off me." The feminine mech crashed against the ground face down with its rear pointing upwards. Triceratops had no time to do a detailed damage assessment. Instead, he lumbered his mech over to the fallen frame of his opponent's mech and aimed his arm cannon. While the pilot didn't recognize the Gemini module attached to the Fantasia's rear, he nonetheless recognized it was an essential component. Unable to fire. Ammunition feed disrupted. The GH's pilot cursed and abandoned his ranged options. He readied his fist for a punch. Shifter 66 frantically tried to command his wrecked mech to move. "Damn it, why isn't she moving? This is the end of the road for you, punk." Just as the GH landed the punch, a hatch on the Gemini blew apart. It revealed a hard-shelled cockpit, which ejected instantly from the Fantasia with substantial thrust. While it didn't travel with the force of an armor-piercing shell, it nevertheless possessed enough force to smash apart the GH's ramshackle torso armor and pound its pilot into meat sauce. Exhaust smoke spurted out of the Gemini's gaping cavity. Burn marks littered the immobilized Fantasia and the surrounding foliage as the decapitated Grenig Howlman mech collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut. Winner, Shifter 66. Huh. The boy groggily wondered as the rewards from the win poured in. It worked? I won. It had been a complete fluke to eject the redundant extra cockpit. In the final moments, the boy pretty much pressed every neural button he could find, trying to get his mech to do something other than being a sitting duck. Ejecting the cockpit was one of the last options left. Ha 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 ha, I knew I wouldn't disappoint. Shifter 66 spent a significant fraction of his newly earned gold to instantly repair his mech. More expensive mechs required manual repairs or payment of real credits to get it done instantly. Fortunately, Iron Spirit didn't bother to milk excessive fees from its beginners, so the boy had nothing to worry about. He threw himself back into the arena. Triceratops, who turned out to be a boy just a year older than Shifter 66, simply sat stunned in the simulator. He couldn't believe he got done in by an ejected cockpit. He loaded the replay of the last match, fast-forwarding to the final moment before slowing down the playback to leave him with plenty of time to watch. The same incomprehensible action happened again, just in a different perspective. Triceratops chose to watch the event from the side. He could see the immobilized Fantasia billowing out ejection fire and smoke from its battered rear module. Its left hatch blew apart, making room for the abruptly accelerating metal shell that protected the empty cockpit. Normally, any ejecting cockpit followed an upwards trajectory as soon as it left the chassis of the mech that held it. If Triceratops had just been a little more patient, he could have let the cockpit fly harmlessly in sky. Instead, he could only watch as his past self moved the GH into punching range of the Fantasia, thereby exposing its damaged torso to his opponent's crazy strike. He pretty much impaled himself onto the enemy's lance. This isn't real. This stupid mech looks so dumb and ugly. Who the hell made this mech? This Shifter 66 must be trolling if he's bored enough to bring such a mech into the arena. Triceratops opened a window showing the statistics of the Fantasia 2RE. The numbers made little sense to him, as he hadn't been studying mechs very long. Following the link to the seller called Chasing Clouds, he found out next to nothing as the account had been created very recently, with no other mechs for sale. The seller's privacy settings caused Triceratops' impromptu investigation a dead end. Well, if I can't find anything out about the seller, then let's check Mr. Shifter 66. I want to see whether you're a pro playing on an alt account. Though Triceratops spent his time in the Bronze League, he occasionally fought against opponents with a much higher apparent skill level on occasion. These monsters mostly consisted of expert mech pilots with a successful career in the upper leagues of the game. Sometimes expert pilots with real-life mech combat experience also took the game for a spin, causing many helpless Bronze Leaguers to cry helplessly as they got beat up in turns. When Triceratops loaded into Shifter 66's next match, he already saw that the battle had reached the peak. The Fantasia 2RE had difficulty catching his much lighter opponent, who happened to be piloting a Fantasia 1R. As the predecessor model, the 1R lagged in several areas compared to the 2R. Nonetheless, the 1R the opponent piloted was the stock model, granted him a decisive advantage in agility and short-ranged mobility. The forest environment also bogged Shifter 66 down. His 2RE couldn't find a clearing to put his substantial boosters to good use. Without the extra speed afforded by the boosters, his 2RE had been rendered into an overweight mech, clumsily trying to turn its sluggish frame in the direction of his flitting opponent. The 1R's pilot played it smart, Triceratops noted. The 1R seemed to be wary of Shifter 66's mech boosters. It neither faced the 2RE directly in the front and behind, using its superiority in lateral movement to keep the mech to the sides. The boy could only grit his teeth as he endured the light laser blasts digging into his Fantasia's rear armor. He only managed to endure until now because the enemy's Fantasia lacked the capacity to field heavier firepower. However, just its basic pistol possessed enough punch to eventually slag the 2RE's armor into a puddle. Shifter 66's own pistol had already been shot to pieces and he could only try to make pot shots with his heavier but unwieldy marksman rifle. You asshole? Are you a monkey or a man? Stand still for a moment. The 1R ignored the complaint, and resolutely kept up its dodging. The boy knew he couldn't let this merry-go-round continue, so he activated his boosters and just rocketed into the trees. His mech crashed through the trees with minor difficulty, though he accumulated internal structure damage with each tree felled. He couldn't keep this up for long. Nonetheless, Shifter 66 managed to retake the initiative. The 1R's pilot panicked. Allowing the 2RE to build up distance meant exposing him to powerful laser fire. He hastily followed after the rocketing mech, inadvertently lining up right behind the 2RE's Gemini system. Behold my ultimate move! Shifter 66 yelled as he slammed his fist on the secondary ejection button. The Fantasia's twin cockpit whooshed forward from the Gemini model in another fiery blast. This time the cockpit kept up a straightforward trajectory. Changing that setting was the only thing the boy prepared in advance before he dove into his next match. The cockpit rocketed backwards with a speedy but avoidable trajectory. The 1R could easily step sideways if it kept its chassis in the correct stance. Unfortunately, the stock model chased after the 2RE with full speed, allowing for very little leeway to dodge immediately. By the time the 1R managed to shift its torso, the blazing cockpit slammed its right shoulder to pieces. The Fantasia 1R massed much less than the GH, so the impact this time resulted in much heavier damage even though it occurred off-center. Practically half its shoulder and the entire arm blew apart. The battered cockpit flew off in a random direction with the Fantasia's gun stuck in its shell. Haha, you're mine now. The boy was ecstatic to see his gamble succeed. He stopped the boosters, causing his mech to abruptly slow down and trip. It took an embarrassingly long time to get his mech up its feet, but the kid felt too flushed with success to feel any bother about it. The 2RE lumbered back to the crashed 1R model. The loss of a shoulder and an arm shouldn't have crippled a Fantasia 1R. Most of its essential systems rested in its waist, so as long as it possessed 2 functional legs, it could still outplay the 2RE. The pilot eventually lacked the skill to compensate for its damage, as all he could accomplish so far was to run around in circles. The boy stopped his approach and raised his mech's rifle. The beams had a little difficulty keeping up a consistent aim, but the sheer number of shots succeeded in punching through the 1R's poor chassis. Winner, Shifter 66. Ha ha ha. The boy laughed as he raised his fist. He had won again, proving him that his gold was well spent. Though clumsy, his mech held a few surprises, and anyone who thought he was an easy target would get a nasty present. Triceratops on the other hand cursed Shifter 66's luck. He felt a little glad that he wasn't the only pilot who fell for the 2RE's trick. He kept spectating Shifter 66 as he mindlessly dove into the arena. Subsequent matches proved that the boy had celebrated too early. Matchmaking had adjusted Shifter 66's opponents after he kept relying on cheap tricks. These slightly more seasoned pilots recognized the Gemini add-on and knew what it could do. Though they laughed at the 2RE's rear-heavy appearance, they still treated their enemy seriously. The lighter mechs generally ran rings around Shifter 66, taking small bites at a time and leaving him with little opportunity to strike back. The heavier mechs proved to be easier opponents for him, as they were less capable of dodging his newly invented ultimate move. Only the heaviest 1-star mechs could shrug off the damage caused by the sudden collision. Remembering that he had to go home for dinner, the boy eventually called it a day. Win a couple more wins than losses in his record, the potentate felt that buying the Fantasia 2RE was one of the best decisions in his life. Before he logged off, he added the designer in his address book. Oblivious to the potentate, Ves looked at his system's notification with a puzzled expression. The mission finished that quickly? I can't believe there's someone stupid enough to buy the mech I put on sale. Lucky concurred with a meow while shaking its mechanical behind in Ves' direction. The young man playfully picked up the pet and cuddled him against his chest. At least the stuff you crap out can be sold. Now that he finally received some design points, Ves switched back to the shop and browsed its catalog with greater attention. The previous time he just took a casual look, choosing to ignore the more unrealistic entries as pure nonsense. Now that he swept his eyes past them again, Ves widened his eyes. If the system is really capable of doing this with design points, then meeting the next interest payment is in my grasp. Ves reached an unconscious threshold in his mentality. He had always been a little bit skeptical of the system which suddenly intruded in his life. Now though, he felt ready to embrace it with all its oddities. While some designers counted on their fancy degrees to start their careers, others threw money and connections at the problem. Ves only needed the system to pave his way to the top. You have received a new mission. Mission, Tutorial Part 3, Mass Production. Difficulty, F rank. Prerequisites, completed Tutorial Part 2. Description. A mech designer should not be content at selling a model once. Real designers must have flocks of people begging to purchase their products. Please sell 100 virtual mechs of your own creation within a month. Reward, 1 random 10-year combat mech production license. The system screwed him for real this time. How am I supposed to sell 100 of them in a month? After Ves finished freaking out, he read the mission description again and understood he missed out an important detail. The mission demanded that he sell virtual mechs of his own creation. What the phrasing implied that he wasn't stuck with trying to peddle the ungainly Fantasia 2RE to a group of idiots. As long as Ves spent the month designing a couple of decent variants and promoting them on the local net, he might reach the sales figure. 100 sales a month might sound like peanuts to established virtual mech designers, but meeting it remained a hefty challenge to a nobody like Ves. I can't physically build all 100 models by hand, Ves concluded as he formulated a basic plan. At this tier, pilots don't demand too much from their models. It'll be fine if I outsource the manufacturing to the game. The game made it easy to automate production of any design as long as the owner had fabricated it in the virtual workshop by hand at least once. It came with hefty downsides if Ves decided to enlist this service. The cost of production doubled and the quality of the finished mechs took a substantial hit. These were deliberately set by the BSBH Corporation in order to avoid the mech market being dominated by a small number of professional producers. The biggest challenge was to design a custom mech that was still worth buying even after its quality took a dive when put into mass production. It had to offer at least one substantial advantage over the competition. He'd never be able to accomplish such a design without help. Luckily, the bright credits and the design points he earned from the previous tutorial missions could help him out a lot, if he spent them wisely. Despite the tight 1-month deadline, Ves felt highly motivated. The reward for completion mentioned that he could receive a production license for a real mech. Licensing costs for outdated mechs were modest, but nobody bought antiques except for special purposes. The licenses for current mechs started with prices ranging from tens of millions of bright credits, not an easy amount for Ves to pull out of nowhere. The system taking care of the license reduced his projected spending by at least 80%. Only the randomness of the reward kept him a little vigilant. He hadn't received much luck with the system so far, so he felt there might be a possibility he might receive a useless model. Any design over 100 years old were too obsolete to be of use in the battlefield. While some mech designers have found a niche by refurbishing classic models with modern materials and technology, it had never been a large enough market. Perhaps the system's randomness might also screw him in the other direction. VS could receive a model that was too high-end, one that cost billions in materials alone to produce. His small-scale second-hand 3D printer might not even have the capabilities to process all of the exotic materials involved with the production of the parts. If he was particularly unlucky, some big players might even wonder why his small mech boutique possessed such an expensive production license in the first place. VS shook his head and got down to earth. First, let's spend the design points. They're not much, but enough for a total beginner like me. He had received a windfall of a 1000 DP for completing the tutorial mission, but he couldn't rely on earning the same amount going forward. He only earned 1 DP for completing a successful design, and another point for selling it. At this pace, he'd face a considerable drought of DP in the near future. The points aren't doing anything sitting in my status. I might as well spend them as I desperately need to improve my basic capabilities. His recent experience in designing a mech variant and putting it on the market helped put his skill level in perspective. VS had a better what his good and bad points are in comparison to other inexperienced mech designers who sold their work in iron spirit. Status. Name, Ves Larkinson. Profession, novice mech designer. Specializations, none. Design points, 1012. Attributes. Strength, 0.6. Dexterity, 0.7. Endurance, 0.6. Intelligence, 1.2. Creativity, 0.3. Concentration, 1. Neural aptitude, F. Skills. Assembly, novice. Business, apprentice. Computer science, incompetent. Mathematics, incompetent. Mechanics, apprentice. Metallurgy, apprentice. Physics, novice. Evaluation, a loser on the right track. His status hardly changed since the last time he viewed it. Only his concentration had improved by 0.1. While he could work hard to raise his attributes and skills on his own, the system could do the same. While he could have bought more equipment or pets from the system, what he really needed right now was to improve his own capabilities. VS had enough sense not to rely too much on external help. After browsing the shop and the skill tree for a couple of hours, VS formed a spending strategy based on the prices set by the system. Attributes formed the basics. Not all of them were useful, but intelligence, concentration and creativity had a pretty big influence in VS' future limits. His creativity especially appeared deficient, something he could confirm firsthand as any casual drawing he sketched would draw looks of disgust. VS wanted to raise his 3 core attributes substantially, but if he did that, he might not get an immediate benefit for the amount he spent. They were just too big and vague. Developing his skill tree provided immediate results. He could improve practical subskills like increasing his proficiency when working with a 3D printer or become more proficient in balancing a mech's weight distribution. A lot of the fancier and impressive skills cost millions of DP to unlock and required the acquisition of other skills first. Those goodies were still too far away for the moment. VS spotted plenty of low-hanging fruit that could improve the value of his designs for a modest amount of DP. Frankly, VS was spoiled for choice. But if he wanted to accomplish 100 sales within a month and earn enough credits to meet his interest payment, he needed to ignore the extras and focus on the money makers. Spreading himself out in too many areas of interest would dilute his gains, resulting in a marginal increase in the value of his designs. An improvement of 1% in every category was not as eye-catching as a jump in 10% in a single criteria. I need to think deep about this. My choices here will affect the rest of my career. Many star designers gained their fame from standing out in a particular aspect. Raul the Armorer Mendoza was a genius in the area of developing new armor alloys and employing them in ingenious ways in his mech designs. The mechs his company manufactured supposedly boasted the highest survival rate. Another star that VS admired was Jonathan Rasmussen, known as Apollo. He only developed one line of mechs in his entire life, Sunburst series. Each of the Sunbursts incorporated fire attacks in its arsenal, and they grew increasingly refined with the development of every new generation. In 50 years, Apollo had introduced the Sunburst as a quirky but niche mech into the pinnacle of heat-based mechs. Naturally, there were also stars who went in the opposite direction. The polymath Claire Gramza possessed one of the most formidable intellects in human space. Any field she put her mind into, from physics to computer science, she reached the top. She was also notoriously prolific in pushing out designs, many of them incorporating the latest advances in whatever field of science she was studying at the moment. VS knew he wasn't a genius who could spread his attention everywhere, so he had no intentions of imitating the polymath. He'd be better off imitating the previous 2 examples and pick 1 or 2 things he could do better. He always did better in the mechanical side of things. His skill proficiency in his status screen reflected this. VS browsed the skill tree and picked a couple of interesting choices. 3D printer proficiency I, 200 DP. Jury rigging I, 150 DP. Lightweight armor optimization I, 200 DP. Speed tuning I, 200 DP. His choices reflected a bias on light mechs. This was a practical decision reflecting his economic circumstances. Outside of games, heavier mechs were mainly employed in professional and military outfits, groups who generally did business with the major arms manufacturers and disdained taking orders from small, one-man mech boutiques. Lighter mechs required less raw materials to build up and the low-end production licenses were dirt cheap. The public market consisted mostly of less formal outfits who tried to save costs everywhere, so they widely used light and medium weighing mechs whenever they could get away with it. VS had little to worry about running out of buyers if he went with this route. He spent much of his remaining points on boosting his creativity attribute. It was a deliberate choice on his part. Though increasing intelligence might provide him with a better mind, it cost a lot more points to improve since it was already relatively high. His creativity on the other hand was severely dysfunctional. Designing mechs was not just a science, but also an art. As VS bought 0.7 points worth of creativity, he immediately felt the benefits as the amount of ideas bouncing around his mind had skyrocketed. He looked around and saw the world in a slightly different way. Everything looked beautiful, and each object had its charm. Lucky looked especially appealing, having been modeled after a cat but retaining its mechanical origins quite clearly. VS felt as if he had been seeing the world in black and white for so long and only now did he start to see color. This major boost of creativity is really making a difference. I haven't realized that it has always held back my ambitions. Status. Name, Ves Larkinson. Profession, novice mech designer. Specializations, none. Design points, 12. Attributes. Strength, 0.6. Dexterity, 0.7. Endurance, 0.6. Intelligence, 1.2. Creativity, 1. Concentration, 1. Neural aptitude, F. Skills. Assembly, novice, 3D printer proficiency I. Business, apprentice. Computer science, incompetent. Mathematics, incompetent. Mechanics, apprentice, jury rigging I. Speed tuning I. Metallurgy, apprentice. Physics, novice, lightweight armor optimization I. Evaluation, someone who likes skinny. The results of his spending put VS in a good mood. He was itching to engage the designer and let his creativity loose once he finished selecting a couple of virtual licenses in the game. Just before he visited the in-game market, VS first looked up his 2RE variant and chose to let Iron Spirit take care of the manufacturing. The minimum price rose to 3,200 gold, which was still not too pricey but not the best deal available on the market. This time he left the price alone, as he wasn't intending to earn a profit this time. He just wanted to reach 100 sales as soon as possible. Not that anyone is stupid enough to throw 3,200 gold on an ugly mech like the 2RE. Now that I've raised several of my skills, I can see the flaws from its crude design. I'm really embarrassed I actually built such an abomination. Still, a sale was a sale, so VS hadn't deleted the design from his account. VS spent the next few hours scouring the components section of the market. His new subskills helped weed out the awful parts from his selection. His improved creativity allowed him to consider unconventional combinations. Though difficult to implement, he might be able to forcibly cobble them together with his jury rigging skill. He eventually settled for purchasing the virtual licenses of a couple of good quality 1-star components. Astoria Experimental Flight System, 25,000 bright credits. Fayette ECM MK, 7,000 bright credits. Red-Eye Assisted Aim Module, 9,999 bright credits. MTTR Removable Battery Pack, 3,000 bright credits. Harkonix Light DMR version 3, 19,999 bright credits. Festive Cloud Generator, 5,000 bright credits. Mirin 21 Ultralight Armor Plating, 10,000 bright credits. Almost 80,000 bright credits exited his spending account as VS finalized his purchases. Parting with half of his newly gained credits hurt, but he consoled himself for making the necessary investments. The component licenses he chose performed exceptionally in the 1-star range. Their high prices also ensured that not many of VES competitors incorporated the components in their own designs. The 1-star mechs ultimately served as training wheels for new potentates, so it wasn't worth investing too much when one had access to much better mechs in a few years. Overall, the parts VES had licensed all revolved around enhancing flight. The early mechs such as the Fantasia lacked flight options due to the immaturity of flight technology back those ages. The Astoria flight system had been invented 100 years after the introduction of the Fantasia, and featured lackluster power, short flight capacity and an oversized wing profile that was easy to damage. But it did the job. It had been one of the first successful modules to allow for mechs to fly in standard planetary conditions, thus introducing a new dimension in mech battles. Let's get to work. I have to integrate them into a single coordinated platform. VS opened the systems designer and loaded the stock Fantasia 2R model in his virtual workspace. He loaded the components he just bought one by one and spent hours integrating them properly into the Fantasia 2R's frame. It was never as simple as bolting them on. Each placement needed careful judgment and tedious work. The Astoria wings came first, its huge skeletal wing bones flaring impressively outwards, making the Fantasia appear like a fallen angel. Its combination of thrusters and anti-gravity systems meant the wings had been designed to maximize its surface area. This also made it easy to damage, as any casual hit could reduce the component's performance and ground the mech. To combat this vulnerability, VES chose to carefully bulk the Astoria's limbs with the Mirin 21 ultralight armor plating. This was a delicate and error-prone job, one that could easily reduce the flight system's efficiency by a drastic amount. He ultimately had to spend an entire day trying to get it right. He placed the Fayette electronic countermeasure or ECM over the left eye, making sure to align it so the short antenna extended from the Fantasia's ear. The ECM ensured that automated and aim-assisted systems had a harder time tracking the mech. It worked particularly well against guided missiles, as long as they were from the same tier. The red eye-assisted aim module had been placed over the other eye, its red, gleaming lens giving the Fantasia a menacing look. The red eye performed well against mechs without ECM, helping pilots keep their aim onto enemy mechs once they acquired their targets. Aim assistance was practically essential in all low-tier flying mechs. Pilots simply couldn't aim steadily enough if they jerked around in the air. All of these systems drained energy, especially the flight system. The modules came with their own energy storage, but as one-star parts they lacked endurance compared to modern alternatives. This required Ves to place rectangular MTTR battery packs anywhere he could fit on the Fantasia without overburdening the frame. The only place he could fit more battery packs was at the front upper torso. He papered over the vulnerable packs with additional ultralight armor plating. He placed most of them around the waist, making the chassis look like it wore an overfilled tool belt. The great thing about the MTTR was that the packs were disposable, allowing pilots to eject them once they were drained of energy. He covered them up with Miran 21 armor plates to make them less prone to damage. Finally, he added in an unconventional but potentially effective system, the Festive Cloud Generator. A specialty of Cloudy Curtain, Ves had visited many mech shows on his home planet that used the colorful cloud generator to create patterns in the sky. Though its bright colors hardly helped with stealth, Ves thought that it might help obscure the Fantasia and its vulnerable wings if placed on the rear just underneath the Astoria. Once he had integrated all of these components, he set the Fantasia's default weaponry to be a bug-standard combat knife and the new Harkonix Light DMR. Not quite a sniper rifle nor a standard assault rifle, the Harkonix nevertheless offered precision at a generous firing rate. The rifle's hefty power requirements necessitated a power coupling with the mech, meaning that if the Fantasia dropped the DMR, it couldn't be fired anymore. Once Ves brought all of the newly bought parts together, the new variant looked nothing like its stock model. Though it gained a generous amount of mass, the new Fantasia also appeared like a predator, capable of striking down any interlopers from afar. He enjoyed putting this variant together. He had been able to flex his improved creativity and newly acquired sub-skills to do a much better job of integrating the parts than if he was still a fresh graduate. This is hardly a Fantasia anymore, so let's call you a Fantasia 2R Seraphim. Before Ves submitted the design for approval, he painted over the entire frame in Cloudy Curtain's national colors. It made the Fantasia appear as if it was born in the skies. Design evaluation, Fantasia 2R Seraphim. Variant name, Fantasia 2R Seraphim. Base model, Fantasia 2R. Original manufacturer, Kezia Armaments. Weight classification, light. Recommended role, aerial marksman. Armor, D. Carrying capacity, F. Aesthetics, A. Endurance, D. Energy efficiency, D. Flexibility, C+. Firepower, C. Integrity, F+. Mobility, A. Spotting, B. X factor, F. Deviance, 44%. Performance improvement, 17%. Overall evaluation, the Fantasia 2R Seraphim features a superior aerial performance at a horrible cost. Its performance in close-ranged combat has been sacrificed for powerful long-ranged firepower. The mech is able to outperform its opponents as long as it has energy to spare, which isn't much. The Seraphim further shines out due to its attractive appeal. You have received 50 design points for completing an original design with a performance improvement of over 10%. Ves whooped into the air with a cheer. He actually did it. He completed a custom design that outperformed the base model significantly. Sure, he overspent way too much to achieve such a boost, but it nonetheless propelled his Seraphim in the top tier of custom Fantasias. When Ves uploaded the new Seraphim design on the market, he quickly bought the required. Unlike the 2RE, the Seraphim boasted a much more complex integration of disparate components. A working model demanded that Ves take much better care of the fabrication and assembly of parts. His increased proficiency in working with the 3D printer helped him in printing out parts with less deviation than normal, which further assisted him in making the assembly occur without many problems. Ves received a nasty fright once he saw the final bill for the frame. I already have to spend 4,400 gold on the raw materials alone. If I let Iron Spirit automate its production, then the final price will at least be doubled. A 1-star mech that cost 8,800 gold to buy was an absolute luxury in the game. It took an average player months to build up such a fortune. Ves decided to add a credit price to his model. Since it's a high-performing model, I can at least feel justified if I charge real money for the Seraphim. He set a modest price of 3,300 bright credits per model, which was already at the floor of what the game asked of him. If he sold his mechs with bright credits, the cost of materials and manufacturing would also be deducted from the same currency, so in essence Ves earned no profits at this price. 3,300 bright credits still put the Seraphim well into the premium bracket. Ves felt a little nervous of competing against more well-designed models that mech pilots could acquire at this price. I don't believe my Fantasia will do too badly. It's one of the few flight-capable mechs in this tier after all. That's got to be worth something. Ves refused to sit on his laurels after he finished putting the Seraphim on sale. There were thousands of customized Fantasia models and millions of other one-star variants in the market. Hundreds of new creations popped up every day, so Ves had to go the extra mile in order to make his product stand out from the competition. First, he visited all the major mech enthusiast board on the Galactic Net and shamelessly made some posts exaggerating the Seraphim's performance. He then visited Cloudy Curtain's virtual mech pilot community and exhorted the Seraphim as a patriotic purchase, as it integrated the planet's famed festive cloud generator. Though his online postings might generate a minor amount of attention, there was really too much crap on the net these days. His pathetic attempts at advertisement might as well be a drop in the ocean. After considering the issue for a few minutes, Ves decided to take the plunge and enlisted a short-term advertising service from the game. Iron Spirit featured a sprawling market, and the developers recognized that some designers wanted their own creations to stand out. So Iron Spirit's marketplace offered several methods in which to make a model stand out, such as putting them on top of search results, or putting them on display in the virtual environment. The cheapest option started at 1,000 bright credits a day, and Ves bought a package deal of 9,000 credits for 10 days of sporadic advertisement. This only left Ves with 11,000 credits in his accounts, which almost turned him into a pauper. Making money comes later. Right now, it's best for me to complete the system's mission. I'll earn much more once I receive a real production license. Peddling thousands of digital mechs in a game just can't compare to making a single sale in the real universe. After finishing his publication, Ves had plenty of time left, so he got back to the designer to come up with cheaper variants. His experience with modifying the Fantasia model helped him figure the areas that could be improved. Let's start with up-armoring the chassis. As Ves tinkered with his designs, someone else on Cloudy Curtain logged into Iron Spirit and checked out Ves' profile as a habit. Oh, Triceratops widened his eyes. Chasing Clouds finally uploaded a new mech. Let's see if it looks stupider than his first creation. The teenager figured the new Fantasia might sport an exaggerated chest or something. What he encountered instead was a marvelous visage. The highly customized mech looked like a Fantasia on steroids. Its wide, stretching wings occasionally poked out of the celestial clouds that emitted from the rear. The rainbow coloration offered little utility in combat, but it made the Fantasia look as if it stepped out of heaven. Only the custom mech's menacing red eye and lengthy marksman rifle gave the model some teeth. Triceratops quickly figured out the mech had been made for sniping in the air. Aerial sniping was one of the most difficult specializations a pilot could focus on, but at least this mech included a built-in aim assist module. So it's called a Seraphim, huh? It sure turned the Fantasia into something incredible. The mech excelled in both looks and performance. Though Triceratops intended to specialize in piloting medium-weight mechs, he nonetheless grew interested in buying the Seraphim and adding it to his mech stables. His eyes scrolled down the specifications sheet in admiration before ending up at the prices. PFFF? What? 3,300 credits? That's a ripoff? At least the gold price looks more reasonable. Unfortunately, 4,400 gold was out of his price range. He hadn't outgrown his Grenig Halman mech yet. Triceratops calmed down and stopped his impulsive urge to purchase the Seraphim. If he knew that the gold price of the Seraphim doubled once the handcrafted model was sold, he'd likely spit his lunch. As for paying in credits, a kid like him only had 50 credits in pocket money, far too insufficient to splurge on an in-game item. His parents would scold him for wasting so much money. This mech is out of my price range. There's no way I can buy this luxury model. But I think I know someone who can. Let me check my friend list. Triceratops, yo buddy, are you available? The seventh snake, what up? Triceratops, I found a new mech variant on the market. I think you'll be interested. The seventh snake, it must be something weird if you're taking the time to tell me about it. Give me a name, I'll check it out. Triceratops, Fantasia 2R Seraphim. The seventh snake, damn, you're right. This is the best Fantasia I've seen up till now. But what is up with the price? I could buy a top-performing flight mech with all that gold and still have some left for some bling. Triceratops, all of those mechs look like birds or underfed men. This is one of the few Fantasias with a decently integrated flight system. You can even do some cool tricks with the cloud generator. Just give it a spin, man. The seventh snake, why are you trying to push me this mech anyway? Do you know chasing clouds? Triceratops, nah. I lost an arena match against another custom Fantasia by the same designer. I've been keeping my eye on him since then, since he managed to come up with something stupid. The seventh snake, okay, let me see his profile, the Fantasia 2RE, right? It's the only other model on his account. Oh, Triceratops. The seventh snake, ha 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 XD. Triceratops, yeah, I know. The seventh snake, you've got to send me the replay footage of that match. Triceratops, forget about it. The seventh snake, plays. Triceratops, I'll send it to you if you'll buy the Seraphim. The seventh snake, sure, done. Triceratops checked his friend's public profile and indeed, the angelic mech had just been added to his mech stable. He was sure the seventh snake bought the mech with credits. Earning gold in the Bronze League was hard. The snake could afford to waste a couple of thousand credits away with a rich daddy. Having no other choice, Triceratops sent the replay file to his friend. A few minutes went by. The seventh snake, XD, no wonder you're so obsessed. You got pounded by someone's ass? That last moment is literally gold. Triceratops, please don't laugh too much. I'm going to have to live with it for the rest of my life. The 7th snake, you should show this replay in class, everyone will love it. Triceratops, ugh, not anytime soon. Are you entering a queue already or what? I want to see your seraphim in action. The 7th snake, alright. As a bona fide second-generation rich kid, the 7th snake lived a comfortable life. He possessed decent looks, a wide circle of friends and did well in school. Other than the frequent absence of his overworked parents, he lacked nothing in his life. Being a potentate was just the icing on the cake. His parents hired retired mech pilots to tutor him in piloting ever since the government revealed he was one of the 3.5%. Naturally, they didn't hope he make a career out of it. Just the status of reservist was enough to make the both of them crazy, since it offered many generous benefits in daily life, which included subsidies and priority access to universities. His parents even bought him a personalized mech simulator so he could play Iron Spirit at home. Right now, the matchmaking finished finding an opponent for the 7th snake. Curious, he checked his opponent's profile while the game loaded the battlefield. Player profile. Nickname, Cassie the Fox. League, Bronze. Wins/losses/draws, 307/276/0. Equipped mech, Orion Incorporated Excelsior EE-26, stock. Weight classification, heavy. A girl, The Excelsior is a tough nut to crack. Many players ranked the Excelsior as one of the top 51-star stock mechs in Iron Spirit. Its 4 heavy legs provided remarkable stability while its centaur-like torso boasted 20% more armor than a bipedal equivalent. What made the mech so infamous was that it had been crammed with energy weapons. It boasted enough lasers to tear anything in the air to shreds. Only the mech's slow speed, average target acquisition and terrible heat venting issues stopped it from reaching the top 10. Lucky enough, the map selected by the game featured lots of canyons amid a desert environment. The Excelsior wouldn't be able to find a pool of water to assist it in venting any excessive heat. Once the match started, the 7th snake instantly engaged his Astoria wings and ascended the canyon, finally landing on top of a plateau with a commanding view. Though his flight had followed a jerky and unstable trajectory, it was nonetheless impressive that he maintained control of his mech despite flying the mech for the first time. The Astoria is a lot rougher than the flight systems I trained with. There's no stabilization. Regular reservists only learned how to control a flying mech in their last years in class. The 7th snake had a head start due receiving plenty of tutoring. Otherwise he wouldn't have been confident in purchasing and using the Seraphim in battle while his friend Triceratops spectate this match. You must be watching me, right? Let me give you a show then. The Fantasia 2R Seraphim extended its hair sensors in every direction as it engaged in active scanning. This revealed its position, but the 7th snake didn't mind it as he knew the Excelsior couldn't reach this high up. After a few seconds, his radar displayed a new blip. So she's not even hiding. Good, saves me the trouble of combing the valleys. Cassie the Fox chose to make her stand in an open field with only a few cliffs and canyons nearby. Her choice reflected a desire to keep all angles clear so her lasers would have a clear line of fire. Her Excelsior's quadruple legs had already dug into the soil, increasing the mech's stability. Cassie the Fox wanted to slug it out. I'm not afraid of you. The 7th snake roared as he lifted off and flew towards his opponent, toggling on the cloud generator in order to announce his passage. The Excelsior had been caught off guard by the majestic entrance. The Seraphim immediately opened fire, its DMR spitting out compressed energy bolts at a telling frequency. Some of them even landed glancing blows on the Excelsior despite the Seraphim's speedy flight. The enemy pilot regained her composure upon getting his. She raised her Excelsior's arms and released a cascade of laser fire from its built-in barrels. The Seraphim's ECM helped muzzle the accuracy of the lasers, but the barrage of fire overwhelmed his awkward dodging. You annoying fly. Cassie the Fox screeched in the public channel. It doesn't matter how many gimmicks you use, I'll still swat you down. Try hitting me more than a couple times before you boast. The girl realized she was overreacting and calmed down, slowing her fire rate. Though it meant her chances of hitting the Seraphim went down, it also delayed the time when her mech grew too hot to continue firing lasers. The battle between the two mechs progressed into a battle of attrition. The heavier mech relied on its prodigious armor to tank the DMR's punishing blows, while the Seraphim relied on its aerial superiority and ECM to avoid most of the lasers shot in its way. The Excelsior would be at a disadvantage once its heat had built up too much, but the Seraphim would also fall into trouble once its energy reserves ran out. Flying wasted a lot of energy. The Seraphim constantly ejected energy packs from its chassis as the 7th snake kept dodging in the air. The mech had painted half the sky with streaks of rainbow clouds, as if it was transforming the battlefield into a piece of heaven. All of that would stop once the Seraphim exhausted its energy. Without flight and a working rifle, the light mech was a sitting duck. It's so unfair to let heavy mechs fight against light ones. This really is the Seraphim's worst matchup. Heavier mechs offered more space for armor, energy, cooling and weapons. They always won battles of attrition due to their higher overall capacity. The Seraphim would run out of energy long before the Excelsior could no longer handle the heat. Something had to change. He stopped firing his DMR and detached the energy feed before letting it drop. Instead, he retrieved the combat knife from its holster and held it with both hands. The Seraphim flipped in the air and proceeded to accelerate downward, knife slicing the air as it thrust the weapon forward. Are you crazy? Cassie the Fox asked in surprise, though she was whooping in joy as she narrowed her firing angle. Now that the Seraphim dove towards her Excelsior, it became a lot easier to hit. Several beams of superheated light landed upon the slimmer mech's head, ruining both the ECM and aim assist. This made it easier for her to land her shots. However, most of the lasers hitting the torso seemed to burn only redundant armor. Only the hits against the wings of the flight system achieved some real damage. Fortunately, the Seraphim pretty much relied on momentum to dive downwards, so the loss in downward thrust hardly affected the mech by now. Its cloud generator kept pumping out a colorful stream of vapor, making it seem as if the falling Seraphim was the embodiment of God's punishment. The distance between the two mechs closed rapidly, and just before the two mechs collided, both pilots moved. The Excelsior wasn't stupid to just stand there and take the hit. Cassie the Fox redirected her emergency power towards the Excelsior's legs, allowing it to jump to the side with a surprising spring. The Seraphim already anticipated such a move. With only 100 meters to go, the feminine mech made another aerial flip, adjusting its fall along the enemy's trajectory while pointing the mech's heels downwards. The two collided in a massive crash with an impact that echoed across the canyon walls. Triceratops, who had been spectating to the side with rapt attention, could not even distinguish whether the Seraphim's suicide bombing had succeeded. Smoke, flame, and colorful smoke engulfed the crash site, making it unclear if anything was still left intact. Damn it, who won? Winner, Cassie the Fox. I lost. The seventh snake sat back in his chair, exhausted even though he had been playing a simulation. The desperate dodging, the careful shots, that impulsive dive at the end. The high-intensity action echoed with his heart. He did not even begrudge his loss to Cassie the Fox. That final dive had been an attack that would have resulted in a Pyrrhic victory at best. Fighting in a way that killed 1,000 men while losing 800 might be fine in Iron Spirit where repairs were cheap and fast. In the real universe, such a reckless action was a good way to find yourself into a coffin or retired to a desk job. Triceratops, that was amazing, surprised face. The seventh snake, I know, I'm going to pay for it in repairs. Triceratops, man, you really should have won. That dive was so brilliant, especially the way you contorted your mech at the last moment. The seventh snake, nah, I deserve that loss. I was too caught up in the moment to realize the Fantasia's legs couldn't possibly penetrate the shell of an Excelsior. For all his practice sessions, he still lacked the maturity and experience of an actual pilot. He was still young, so he could afford to make those kinds of mistakes. Triceratops, so how was the Seraphim? Do you regret buying it? The seventh snake, it's definitely worth it, though I can't say the same for everyone. It has a very uneven performance. As long as you have enough energy, it's great, but if you run out, you're dead. I have a feeling I'm not going to be finished performing diving attacks. Triceratops, yeah, it would suck if you have to face off against a heavy mech again. They could just tire you out. So how does it compare to your other flight mechs? The seventh snake, the firepower isn't the best. It's fast and agile, but it came at a cost to armor and endurance. It's the perfect long-ranged harasser, but there's other mechs that can do the same job a little better. Still, I like this mech. It's really beautiful and I love the cloud generator. It makes me want to pilot this mech all day. Triceratops, do you mind if I share the replay with the others? The seventh snake, haha sure. Do what you want. While the seventh snake dove back into the arena, Triceratops sent the replay to his friends with a note to check out the new variant. Not everyone watched it, as a lot of them were not in the game or weren't interested. Those that did found the Seraphim to be a very impressive looking variant of the old Fantasia. Only when they searched for the mech in the marketplace did they receive a fright. Some of them even left disparaging comments in the mech store page. 8,800 gold apiece? I don't even earn that much in a year. Whoever pays 3,300 credits for this underspec mech is an idiot. Fucking get your brain checked, you greedy price gouger. This mech is too sexist. There's no reason at all enlarge its front chest. Mechs don't wear bras. Some of these potentates forwarded the replay to their other friends and mentioned the Seraphim's price. This caused a further ripple in admiration over the mech's beauty and scorn over its price. In the end, the sensation died down and nobody took the plunge to purchase the mech. In the meantime, the seventh snake kept throwing himself into solo matches. He achieved a record of 12 wins and 5 losses so far, an impressive ratio, but nothing to boast about. Very few flying mechs appeared in the Bronze League, so some pilots went into battle without carrying ranged weapons. These hot-blooded youths who wanted to get right into the opponent's face could only cry as the Seraphim gracefully drew a rainbow in the air while pelting them with energy bolts. Only snipers and heavy mechs posed a threat to him. Their advantage in firepower or armor was so decisive that they had the Seraphim in the palm of their hands. The next match proved to be the most exciting one of the day for the seventh snake. His opponent surprisingly piloted another flying mech. Player profile. Nickname, Dire_Wolf. League, Bronze. Wins/losses/draws, 524/360/3. Equipped mech, Lost Constellations Model VF5, Custom. Weight classification, Medium. Damn, this is a scary opponent. What is up with that insane win ratio? I've never seen a ratio that high in the Bronze League. The seventh snake was sweating in his seat. The mech model also caused him to raise his vigilance. The Lost Constellations Company was one of the more mysterious mech manufacturers even way back then at the start of the Age of Mechs. They adhered to a different design philosophy and were the first to introduce animal-shaped mechs in the battlefield. The famed model VF had been designed like a vulture. It traded speed for power and endurance. Though slow to catch up to any light mechs, it pumped out powerful shells from its cannons that could even shred heavy armor as long as it fired long enough. Though its ammunition was prone to run in extended battles, the Model VF was still able to pose a threat in melee range with its powerful reinforced claw and beak attacks. The VF-5 his opponent piloted was undoubtedly a customized variant. Anything could be different from its stock model. The seventh snake had no way of guessing what his opponent preferred, and simply reserved his judgment. The battlefield finally loaded, revealing an empty urban environment. The map consisted entirely of a densely packed downtown city. Metal skyscrapers blocked the views of both players while also diminishing the effectiveness of their sensors. I could get ambushed easily by the VF if I blunder around. It's best to wait for my opponent to come to me, the seventh snake deduced. He chose to ascend straight up and chose a random, mid-sized skyscraper to land upon. The roof offered plenty of space but very little cover. The Seraphim turned off its wings before extending its hair sensors. This time the seventh snake maintained a passive scan. Essentially he just extended his mech's ears and hoped to catch a sound made by the enemy. This time he wanted to get a drop on his enemy. If he could take the time to make his first shot, he might be able to cripple the VF's wings. He stayed patient as 5 minutes passed. The time limit for a solo battle was 30 minutes, so he had plenty of time to spare. He was prepared to stand there and wait 25 minutes if necessary. He really couldn't relax against an opponent with such an impressive win record. The sweat trickled down the back of his neck as he continued waiting patiently. The alarm at the 13th minute almost threw him off the seat. Finally, you moved. The Seraphim retracted its sensors, turned around and carefully approached the edge of the roof in the direction of the opponent. He spotted the VF-5 hovering at a generous pace, reserving its speed but making sure to keep up a juking pattern in its flight. He's trying to draw me out. And he doesn't know my Fantasia is sporting a flight system. The enemy was aware the Fantasia boasted a considerable sensor range. Instead of fruitlessly trying to search the Seraphim, he instead flew around seemingly lazily. The VF-5's flight appeared slow, but it held considerable power in reserves. The VF-5 hid a number of short-range boosters underneath its wings to assist with dodging and carrying out swooping attacks. The seventh snake chose to take his time to aim. His sensors had detected the VF-5 a fair distance away. Together with all the sensor pollution the crowded urban environment offered, he had a 90% certainty the enemy hadn't spotted him yet. The Seraphim's red eye module shone a little brighter as it locked on to the VF-5's left cannon, just underneath its wing. Since he hadn't received any sniper training, the seventh snake fired upon the moment he felt a buzz. The energy bolt that left the DMR's barrel soared through the air in a rapid flight towards the vulture-like mech. The VF-5, perhaps caught off guard by the projectile's unexpected angle, reacted too late. The wing and the barrel of its left cannon took a glancing blow. It resulted in minor damage to the VF-5's flight systems, but the damage the barrel sustained made the weapon inoperable. Dire_Wolf seemed to be enraged as the VF-5 opened its beak to let out a piercing scream. This sound wave disrupted Seraphim's lock on the vulture-like mech, causing him to miss his follow-up shots. The VF-5 explosively activated all of its boosters, ascending quickly towards the Seraphim. The seventh snake abandoned his position and took to the skies himself. The Seraphim widened the distance while continuing to fire back at the enraged vulture. The VF-5 could only helplessly dodge the shots while trying to keep up. It excelled at bullying ground mechs by shredding them with its powerful cannons, but with one already disabled and the other firing out of its effective range, the vulture performed rather poorly. Only its secondary machine guns achieved consistent hits, but their caliber was so small that even the Fantasia could tank a few bullets as long as they didn't land in the same location. However, it somehow suffered only glancing blows on its chassis so far. The seventh snake kept trying to hit the VF-5's essential systems, such as its wings or its engine, but only managed to clip armor or negligible systems. This bastard's dodging pattern is strange. The seventh snake grew more suspicious as his shots kept leading away from where he wanted them to go. I got it. He's fooling my aim assist. The early versions of aim assistance were easy to fool. Certain movement patterns easily led its internal computers to overcompensate its aim in a faulty direction. This wasn't easy to accomplish in practice. It took an unusually avid mech pilot to even be aware of this solution. In any case, now that he knew what was wrong, he disabled the red eye. This pretty much had an immediate impact on his DMR's accuracy. His shots spread much wider now, sometimes missing the vulture by 30 meters even. He couldn't help it. Firing a rifle in midair was hard enough. Traveling swiftly while trying to dodge the vulture's return fire only added to the instability. Nevertheless, the almost perfectly random distribution of shots threw the vulture off guard for a second time. Since even the Seraphim's pilot couldn't predict where his shots landed, his opponent could forget about figuring out a pattern. The exchange continued on for a handful of minutes. The VF-5 appeared miserable as its chassis sported a lot of scorch marks and ran low on ammunition. It succeeded in preserving its important systems, only suffering major damage to its massive wings. The vulture was built to be robust among the flyers, so even if it lost half its wings, it still maintained its capability to stay afloat. The Seraphim on the other hand survived the sporadic barrage of solid projectiles with a few dents. It suffered an unlucky hit at the end when a cannon shell managed to hit the rifle. The impact and subsequent explosion irretrievably wrecked the weapon, leaving the lightly armed Seraphim without a ranged weapon. Just as well. I only have a third of my energy left. Both sides knew this match would be decided up close. The Seraphim ceased running, turned around and approached the VF5 cautiously while unsheathing its combat knife. The rainbow cloud spurting from its rear gave the angelic mech a majestic appearance, as if it was a queen that claimed the skies as its domain. The VF5 let out an indignant cry from its beak as it accelerated in a sudden fashion, eager to challenge the interloper. While its half-wrecked wings reduced the power of its flight, its plentiful thrusters still provided a substantial amount of explosive acceleration. The vulture flew out with its sharp and menacing claws stretched out. The force of its approach enough to wreck any Fantasia-based chassis in a head-on collision. The seventh snake flitted to the side and used his superior agility in the air to keep his mech safe. He swiped the VF5 with his combat knife, scoring occasional hits but unable to deal any critical damage. The cloud generator spurted out so many colorful clouds that the streets were almost completely obscured. This didn't affect either mech's performance, as they both switched to alternate vision modes that could easily see through the clouds of vapor. Somehow the VF5's pilot managed to orient his mech in a way that presented its most armored portion towards the Seraphim. This let the VF5 use its abundant armor to block the small knife. If the Seraphim's arms possessed more power and carried a better weapon, then it would have carved the VF5 apart by now. Instead, it had to dodge the VF5's fatal claw strikes with every approach, suffering a few glancing blows in return, one of which simply sheared off both its legs at the knees. The seventh snake felt constricted, and as his energy reserves fell to the last 10%, he again staked odds to a final blow. He stopped dodging sideways and flew towards the VF5 head-on. The vulture noted the change in strategy and extended its claws and its beak in anticipation. At the last moment, the Seraphim chose to dodge to the bottom right, straight at one of the VF5's claws. The reinforced limb tore through the Seraphim's thin armor plating. The angelic mech's head crunched loose while its torso had been sliced halfway through, disabling countless essential systems. The VF5 suffered catastrophic damage in return. The Seraphim's combat knife sunk deep in its chest armor, and while it suffered little damage so far, the close-ranged strike possessed enough momentum to carve through its plates. Red liquid leaked out of the gaps. The Seraphim had succeeded in piercing the cockpit with its last gambit. Both mechs lost their propulsion and fell. Winner, the seventh snake. Ves' face soured as his eyes schemed through his analytics page in iron spirit. Really, what am I paying so much crap for? I thought advertisements are supposed to work. He only had 20 days left to complete the system's mission of selling 100 virtual mechs. So far, Ves only managed to sell his handcrafted Fantasia to our Seraphim. That meant the other mechs he sold lacked his personal care and attention. Not only did their specs degrade, they also sold for twice its already ludicrous price. When Ves visited the Seraphim store page, he encountered hundreds of disparaging comments. 8,800 gold XD? Do you lack a few brain cells? Are you autistic? Then go ahead and buy this gold-plated piece of turd. Can anyone lend me 8,700 gold? I promise to pay you back once I dominate the arena. No one can withstand my secret weapon of crapping rainbows. Don't buy this mech. This is an over-engineered piece of shit that simply slaps a lot of extra parts together. Just buy a real flying mech instead. With comments like these splattered over his mech, no wonder he couldn't make an additional sale. Ves had learned a valuable but expensive lesson with this experience. I lost sight of my target audience. I thought I could have slapped a lot of components together without consequence. But the Bronze Leaguers are mostly a bunch of kids with little gold and credits to spare. One-star mechs acted as training wheels in the game. As training tools, most potentates didn't bother to make an emotional connection to the mechs they piloted, considering them to be horribly outdated. The Bronze Leaguers paid more attention to the amount of performance they could squeeze at a given price. It was a good thing he hadn't spent the rest of his time in vain. Other than stuffing Lucky with ores, he also extensively reworked the Fantasia 2R into a new variant. It had been his most major project to date, flexing all of his new skills to his limit, especially the light armor optimization subskill. The new Fantasia variant sported complete matte gray armor plating. Ves had painstakingly removed its original armor plating and replaced them with the newer and more efficient Mirin 21 ultralight armor plating. To retain and even improve the mech's durability, Ves had to recalculate every plate's profile and thickness, bulking up the mech in many areas. Despite the increase in armor, the mech's weight still enjoyed a considerable reduction, making it faster and nimbler on the ground. Ves felt highly satisfied with his work so far. He appreciated the miraculous powers of the system for allowing him to get accustomed to such amazing procedures in a matter of days instead of months. In a good mood and prompted by his rich creativity, he even added in the Fayed ECM and the festive cloud generator onto the custom mech's head. In keeping up with a ghost theme, he set the clouds to generate only grayscale colors, nicknaming the mech the Phantasm. Design evaluation, Fantasia 2R Phantasm. Variant name, Fantasia 2R Phantasm. Base model, Fantasia 2R. Original manufacturer, Kezia Armaments. Weight classification, light. Recommended role, Scout/Ambusher. Armor, C. Carrying capacity, F+. Aesthetics, B+. Endurance, D+. Energy efficiency, D. Flexibility, C. Firepower, D. Integrity, C. Mobility, B+. Spotting, B. X factor, none. Deviance, 8%. Performance improvement, 11%. Overall evaluation. You have received 50 design points for completing an original design with a performance improvement of over 10%. You have been rewarded with a lottery ticket for achieving superior performance improvement with minimal deviance. VS widened his eyes at the second message. The system evaluated his custom work to the same standards as the industry, which made sense now that he thought about it. He had learned this in college but forgot about it when he grew delusional from possessing the system. Over-enthusiastic designers who pumped in a lot of resources into a mech and only achieved a couple of % improvement over the stock model were regarded as trash. On the other hand, designers who changed only a few things here and there and can still achieve an improvement of over a dozen % were regarded as masters in their field. VS had gained the system's approval with the Phantasm's economical design. With 3 cheap components, he partially re-engineered the old Fantasia 2R's frame into a stealthy Predator. The Phantasm could do everything the stock model was capable of, but just a little better. The real star of the show was VE's tedious swapping of its armor. The Miran 21 might have offered less protection, but it weighed a lot lighter. Padding the Fantasia with additional form-fitting plates offered better protection but still managed to achieve an overall weight reduction. Not every newly graduated mech designer could accomplish the same. Without cutting down redundant and inefficient sections while making sure their spots remained somewhat covered, VS could never have improved the armor so effectively. And now he held another lottery ticket. Like an eager kid with candy, VS quickly switched to the lottery page and spun the metaphorical wheel. Come on, give me something good, like a production license or a bag of credits. You have received a strength candy. Strength candy. Increases strength by 0.1 upon consumption. Strawberry flavor. VS fell on his knees and let out a frustrated scream. Come on system. I worked so hard the last few days. Why don't you throw me a bone or two? He felt like a wizard who decided to pump some iron in the gym. Developing his muscles was an unnecessary luxury that provided little help in his predicament. Well, since he received it, he might as well use it. After popping the gift in his mouth, he checked his status again. Status. Name, Ves Larkinson. Profession, novice mech designer. Specializations, none. Design points, 113. Attributes. Strength, 0.7. Dexterity, 0.7. Endurance, 0.6. Intelligence, 1.2. Creativity, 1. Concentration, 1. Neural aptitude, F. Skills. Assembly, novice, 3D printer proficiency I. Business, apprentice. Computer science, incompetent. Mathematics, incompetent. Mechanics, apprentice, jury rigging I. Speed tuning I. Metallurgy, apprentice. Physics, novice, lightweight armor optimization I. Evaluation, should pursue a career in designing space shuttles. He hardly felt the increase in strength, but after looking at the other benefits the system had brought, he felt pretty content. The system might not think highly of VS right now, but he knew it could change in the future. After I complete 2 good designs, I will have enough DP to buy a new subskill. The past week, VS benefited a lot from the subskills he had already bought. Even though they offered the lowest tier of knowledge, they vastly improved his existing competencies and sharpened his instincts. He currently considered whether to buy additional subskills, or begin upgrading his existing ones. One would widen his base of knowledge and the other one would deepen it. Neither of the choices were wrong, so VS had a hard time making a decision. The doorbell rang, interrupting VE's introspection. He wasn't expecting any visitors, nor did he order something to be delivered. Curious, VS activated the front door's camera. Hey Vessie, are you in? It's me, your cousin. Melinda, VS exclaimed. He jogged over to the front of the workshop and met his cousin with a hug. Long time no see. No thanks to you, little Vessie. Melinda smiled as she ruffled her younger relative's hair. I see you changed your digs. It looks very, small. I know it doesn't look impressive, but I'm stuck with it so I might as well make it my home. The two entered the workshop's small living apartment and sat down on a beaten-up sofa. Lucky, who had been happily napping in the middle, meowed with indignation as he was pushed to the side. Oh, it's so cute. Melinda gushed as she picked up the cat. What's its name? I call him Lucky. I'm counting on him to turn my life around. VS responded, then sighed. I know you didn't come because you missed me. Tell me what the family wants. The Larkinsons had been an established family of mech pilots for at least 200 years. Though they lacked wealth and a deeper foundation in the circles of power, they managed to firmly root themselves in the military. Together with dozens of other families, they constituted the Bright Republic's unofficial military aristocracy. Grandpa's been busy at headquarters, so he couldn't spare much time searching for what happened with your dad. With his resources, the only thing he managed to figure out was that it wasn't related to the mech corps. Talk about VES missing dad lowered his mood. He tightened his fist. I don't know where dad ended up, but I'm sure he's still alive. We all hope so, Vessie. But life has to go on. We can't put our lives on pause. Your aunts and uncles are quite worried about the debt your dad accrued in order to afford all of this. It's too extravagant. They think you're still 20 years too young to take up the responsibility to run your own mech business. So they disapprove, huh? They only want what's best for you. Melinda replied as she put her hand on his shoulder. You can still turn around and give up the assets to the bank. With your qualifications, my dad can fast-track you into the Mech Corps as a technician. You'll be able to get loads of hands-on experience repairing and modifying next-generation military mechs. Your job prospects will improve a lot once you've got a couple of tours of service under your belt. Ves shook his head. It sounds safe, but it's too slow for me. I want to make a name for myself as a mech designer, not a technician or repairman. Most star designers start their career young. That doesn't mean you have to follow their footsteps. Without a formidable background like wealth or connections, you don't possess the qualifications to enter a cutthroat business like selling mechs. He wanted to tell Melinda that she was wrong. Ves did enjoy a background advantage. His father's Mech Designer System had given him a lot of help and could be counted on to help him find his footing in the business. But he couldn't mention it to his cousin. The system was strange and unique, and Ves might lose his life if others wanted to rob this advantage. Melinda, I understand where you're coming from, but I chose to shoulder the risks. This is my father's legacy, after all. He gave up his home, his savings, and even his personal mech to scrounge up the loans to fund this little workshop. At worst, I'll just be declared bankrupt and the assets will get taken away a little later. It's not shameful for an entrepreneur to suffer a bankruptcy. At least I'll be content to know I tried. His cousin sighed, but didn't press on. I thought you'd choose to do so. I guess the only thing I can bring back to the family is to tell them about your resolve. Grandpa also told me that if you decided to stay this course, he'll lean on the bank to make sure they don't pull any dirty tricks. Thanks. It helps out a lot if I don't have to worry about the bank changing its terms. I'm confident I can work this out on my own. I already have some plans in the works. Oh, can you show me some of your work? Ves brought his cousin to the working area of the shop. He activated the terminal and logged into his Iron Spirit designer account. I've been trying to make a name for myself as a designer in the game. I've made a deal with, I can't say who. I only need to do well and sell enough virtual mechs to receive some additional startup resources for my real business. Let me show you my 2 latest designs. The Seraphim awed his cousin for its graceful appearance. She grinned and pinched Ves' cheek. So you started to fiddle with the Fantasia, huh? Do you need me to introduce you to some ladies I know? Melinda, I'm not a kid anymore. So other than its gender, tell me what you think about my mech. The Seraphim showcases your fundamentals. You've impressed me with how decently you incorporated all of the components together. While I'm not too familiar with the Fantasia chassis anymore, I'm sure it performs decently in the air. It's just, yeah, I know. It costs a fortune for a 1-star light mech. At least your Phantasm looks impressive. Melinda commented as she browsed through the specs sheet. I'm not a technician, but even I can see you've worked hard reworking its armor. This is really solid work. If I was still in bronze, I'd definitely give it a spin. What's your current league? I've been in platinum for a while. I can break into diamond if I work hard. Heavens. Reaching diamond rank at her age would be an impressive feat. Only freaks of nature and nurtured aristocratic elites could boast such an accomplishment. Sometimes Ves felt that his mech piloting talent had gone over to Melinda. The universe wasn't fair sometimes. Melinda noticed Ves' expression and flicked his forehead. Hey, no need for those thoughts. You might not have inherited all of your father's genes, but you definitely have his heart. Besides, Iron Spirit is just a game. Many of my colleagues in the Bentheim Planetary Guard don't even take it seriously. When you make a living piloting and fighting with the real thing, a game just feels too fake. Nodding, Ves agreed with her words. I know. Designing mechs in Iron Spirit is just a springboard for my real universe business. If I manage to achieve enough sales, I can receive a grant of some sorts. I'll be sure to recommend your models to the Munchkins back home. Melinda smiled as she thought of pinching the faces of her cute little nieces and nephews. The Larkinsons weren't exactly unified like real aristocratic families, but they kept in touch even as they spread out over many planets in the Republic. The younger generation often met up and played together, if not in person then in Iron Spirit. Being left out of many of these circles due to lacking the aptitude to pilot a mech had distances Ves a little from the peers of his age. Melinda was one of the few who kept a proactive friendship with him. It was times like these when he faced some difficulties did Ves realize how much family meant to him. A warm feeling embraced his heart and he gave his cousin another hug. After a hearty talk, Melinda had to leave in order to catch her flight back to Bentheim. As Ves accompanied her to the door, she turned around and bumped her communicator with his wrist. What's this? Ves asked as he activated his COMM. It unfolded into a brochure. It's the Young Tigers exhibition. Isn't it a competition for younger mech pilots to showcase their skills? I hear the Mech Corps and the local Mercenary Corps organize this event to recruit outstanding pilots. The Bright Republic publicized the YTE every year. It had practically turned into a national holiday. His father even brought him to an event when he was little. Before he found out his aptitude made piloting mechs an unreachable dream. That was 10 years ago, Melinda said and reached over and tapped the brochure, flipping it over to the next page. In recent years they expanded the program to include a mech designer contest. It's not as thrilling as the mech battles, but the Mech Corps and a few big players pay a lot of attention to the people who do well in the contest. I see. Ves nodded as he read through the brochure. It's conveniently open to mech designers who have just graduated or are in their final years in college. I guess the Republic wants to make sure it hasn't missed any talents. You should check out the rewards. VS did, and widened his eyes. First prize, Gold Cup, 1 million bright credits. Second prize, Silver Cup, 500,000 bright credits. Third prize, Bronze Cup, 200,000 bright credits. If he won first prize, then even if he couldn't meet the interest payment, he could at least afford other necessities. The raw materials to build up a mech didn't come cheap. These aren't even the real rewards, VS. If you stand out during the competition, you might be able to get an audience with the real movers and shakers of the mech business. You can get job offers and commissions if they like your style. VS smiled ruefully when he heard those words. The bigwigs probably aren't interested in a small businessman like me. I'm not one of those geniuses with fancy degrees from Mars or Estlin. Mars was the technological capital of the Greater United Terran Confederation, the oldest and most prestigious human superpower. Estlin was a hub of high-tech mech companies and stellar universities of the new Robarth Empire, the most militarily dominant human state. Most of those geniuses already have their future careers lined up, probably with one of the Galactic 500. Melinda responded with a scowl. When they come back to visit I sometimes wonder if I'm talking to a Terran or Robarthan. It's like they forgot their roots. The Republic is a third-tier power, after all. VS lamented, not entirely sincerely. He loved his home country and its high living standards. There were benefits to loving in a peaceful backwater. Our next-gen mechs are probably considered last-gen by the first-tier superpowers. Those destined for greatness couldn't be contained by the small bright Republic. VS knew it was no use to feel jealous about those endowed with great opportunities. It all came down to strength. If VS failed to win the first prize, then he just wasn't cut out for it. With the system backing him up, he might not excel in anything now, but it could be a different story a decade later. He waved his cousin goodbye and returned to his terminal. He reread the brochure for the YTE and registered for the competition after making sure he met all the requirements. Good thing the YTE starts in 2 months. I'm not confident of winning anything in my current state. Hopefully it'll be different when time passes. VS went back to work. He logged into Iron Spirit and put in the hours to craft the Phantasm in his virtual workshop. Seeing each component roll out of the 3D printer and place them in the appropriate place helped him understand his creation further. When he finished the assembly and tested its specs, he put the new variant on sale. Fantasia 2R Phantasm. Tier, 1 star. Base model, Fantasia 2R. Purchase price, 3,600 gold, minus 50%. Premium price, 750 bright credits. Comparing the new Phantasm to his earlier Seraphim showed a stark contrast in price levels. Fantasia 2R Seraphim. Tier, 1 star. Base model, Fantasia 2R. Purchase price, 8,800 gold. Premium price, 3,300 bright credits. His handcrafted Phantasm only sold for 1,800 gold, which represented a great deal. The next models after his first Phantasm would be fabricated automatically, leading to a slight reduction in quality and a doubling of prices. Still, at 3,600 gold a customer would not be disappointed at the Phantasm's performance. After VS proudly put his mech on the market, he visited the usual mech enthusiast boards on the Galactic Net and boasted shamelessly about the Phantasm. Not every mech designer chose to create a variant with a reimagined armor configuration. At the very least, VS hadn't found any other Fantasia variant on the market with a full-body Mirren 21 armor replacement. A few days passed by. Nothing else changed except occasionally picking up Lucky's gems. The benefits it provided remained minor as ever, but VS still remained optimistic. Once his cash flow improved, he planned to buy a few exotic minerals and find out if Lucky was worth his gold classification. VS worked on a 4th Fantasia variant these days, this time focusing on endurance and energy efficiency. He wanted to design a model that lasted longer and could run over long distances without negatively affecting its performance in battle. Though it emphasized different demands, VS could still copy most of his work on the Phantasm to save time. After all, the Phantasm really presented a total baseline improvement over the original Fantasia 2R. In the meantime, VES store page started to receive some views. Surprisingly, a repeat customer bought his handcrafted Phantasm. The 7th snake had also bought VES handmade Seraphim. Perhaps the 7th snake could be called a fan. Then came the younger generation of the Larkinsons. While most only intended to give their big sister Melinda face by take a look, some of them grew enchanted by the Seraphim's regal grace or the Phantasm's dark elegance. One rich nephew impulsively bought the Seraphim with credits, wasting 3 months of his personal savings. A couple of other nephews and nieces purchased the Phantasm, recognizing its superior performance as an ambush predator. A few even bought the 2RE as a joke, intending to surprise their friends with the model's ultimate move. Thus VS achieved 23 sales this week. Together with the original Seraphim, he achieved 24 sales in total, almost overcoming 1/4 of his mission goal. Only when VS finished his latest customization did he log back in to check out his store page. His eyes widened with satisfaction as he realized Melinda had given him some much-needed help. The Phantasm sold well enough at the start, but its sales tapered off as no one else seemed to be interested, as only an occasional customer would come and buy. They must have been defeated by the Phantasm in a match. Together with the 50 design points VS received from developing his latest design, he gained a total of 73 DP. He only needed a little more than a dozen mechs to accumulate 200 DP. Once he reached that point, he could treat himself to something good from the system's skill tree or store. He uploaded his newest work in Iron Spirit, and again he painstakingly built up its first model by hand. Just like when he fabricated the Phantasm, he felt a deeper connection with the Fantasia chassis by being involved in every step of the way. Once the model had been built up, VS immediately chose to put it on sale. Fantasia 2R Nomad. Tier, 1 star. Base model, Fantasia 2R. Purchase price, 3,400 gold, minus 50%. Premium price, 700 bright credits. The Nomad weighed more than the Phantasm, courtesy of its extra energy packs and armor plates. The Nomad nonetheless came without the other model's Fayette ECM and Festive Cloud Generator modules, which ultimately resulted in a lower price. VS judged the Nomad's performance wasn't shabby, but it lacked a certain wow factor the previous two variants possessed. I'm starting to run out of ideas. I don't think I can force myself to pump out another Fantasia variant again without purchasing new parts, which I can't afford. With only half a month left to go, VS needed to do something about the mission the system gave him. The Nomad's introduction to the market might help progress his sales, but he doubted he could achieve 100 sales before the deadline passed. I need to go out and push my mechs in person. Frankly, VS was too poor to afford a more sophisticated solution. While he gained a healthy amount of credits from the sale of his virtual mechs, he needed to reserve the capital for his mech boutique's future operations. Besides, his previous ad purchase in Iron Spirit had been like a drop in the ocean. VS dug into the assorted pile of junk the workshop stored in its backyard, managing to scavenge a broken, window-sized holographic picture frame. With his technical skills, it was a cinch to restore it. He fixed it up and also welded a lengthy pole underneath its frame. Once it worked, VS loaded all of his mech designs in the picture frame's memory. After a quick thought, he also added in some footage copied from some public replays featuring his mechs winning. Naturally, he ignored the matches where his mechs lost miserably. Ready to go out, VS took the board and called for an air cab. Hey Lucky, you wanna go out and take a look downtown? Once his transportation arrived, he took a leisurely trip to the downtown area of Rodrigo's Rest. Having lived in the suburbs for much of his life, VS was more than familiar with its streets. He knew where all the kids hung out after being released from school. He arrived at the local gaming center and took a spot next to the other people holding their boards ready. Lucky meanwhile jumped about here and there, exploring the trees and lantern posts in perplexed curiosity. VS wasn't worried he'd run off, so he let his pet explore to his heart's content. You new here? A grungy guy looking like he needed a couple showers asked. Yeah, why re you here? What else? I have to sell my product urgently. VS helplessly confessed. Anything I should know? The dos and don'ts. Grungehead mentioned a few short tips. Above all else, don't annoy the managers. They want kids to come in and out without any hassle. The two along with the others waited patiently for the kids to come out of school. Once the first eager teenagers arrived, VS went to work. Do you need a new mech that's swifter and lasts longer? Then I've got a mech for you. Naturally, most potentates ignored the people soliciting their products. Only a couple of young pilots spared a glance, but their eyes only stayed focused for a second or two before they entered the game center. Standing for hours at a time holding an animated board tired VS out. He gritted his teeth and carried on with his work to push his mechs into the minds of the visiting players. Things changed once Lucky returned. The cat evidently had his fill of exploring the environment. It effortlessly jumped on top of a trash can near VS and rested languidly atop its cover like a king surveying his serfs. The cat's fine workmanship and agreeable expression attracted a few girls. So cute. Can I pet it? It's such a big baby. Lucky appeared overwhelmed, but VS put a hand on its neck to calm him down. Please don't press against my cat. He's young and hasn't been out very much. After realizing the young women weren't out to hurt him, Lucky meowed and stared at them with his shiny eyes. So adorable. Let me take a picture with him. I love his liveliness. It's even better than the dog I have back home. Did you build him yourself? VS coughed awkwardly and shamelessly answered, I was involved in its creation, yes. Lucky is unique and isn't for sale, but if you're interested in my other creations, how about you take a look at my Phantasm? As groups of squealing girls tried to pet and take pictures with Lucky, VS allowed them to do so as long as they behaved. The cat seemed to lap up all of the attention, as if he was making it up for the times when VS appeared too preoccupied with his work to play with his pet. Nonetheless, the steady stream of girls allowed VS to conveniently insert a few mentions of his products. Be sure to search for the Fantasia 2R Phantasm when you visit the in-game market. It's the perfect mech if you want to look good while kicking your friend's ass. Maybe 99 out of 100 girls paid zero attention to VS words. If the one girl who actually paid attention visited his store page, then VS felt his hard work was worth the trouble. Surprisingly, his increased strength allowed him to stand on the sidewalk and last a little bit longer. Holding the picture frame up tired him a little less than he expected. His physical strength also translated into mental strength in a way VS couldn't really figure out. He felt the effects anyway. This made him reconsider the utility in upgrading his other useless attributes. Maybe upgrading my dexterity will make my thoughts nimbler, and upgrading my endurance will increase my willpower. The system isn't what it seems in the first place. There's a lot depth to it and I've only dipped my toes so far. After the sun started to dip down below cloudy curtains horizon, VS called it a day. He ate a quick meal at a local restaurant and took a shuttle ride home. Sinking tiredly into his sofa, Ves activated the system and checked his progress. Mission progress, 35/100 sales. He sold 12 mechs today. If his sales kept up the same pace, then he'd definitely accomplish the mission within a week. He also accumulated 198 DP. With just a few more sales, he'd reach the threshold of 200 DP, opening up a lot of options in the system's shop and skill tree. Though other mech designers might scoff at Ves' pathetic street peddling, all of his hard work had paid off for him personally. Naturally, Lucky contributed much to his success. He picked up the sleepy cat and stroked his muzzle. "You've done a good job acting cute. I'll order a few treats and have it delivered tomorrow." Lucky meowed in contentment. Ves kept up his sales routine for a week. He visited different cities each day in order to maximize his exposure. Lucky always accompanied him, and with the help of his charm he managed to draw enough attention to his products to sell 100 mechs with less than 2 weeks to spare. He also accumulated a hefty 263 design points but hadn't spent them yet. He thought it would be better if he received his next mission first. Congratulations for completing tutorial, part 3. You have received a 10-year combat mech production license lottery ticket. Please visit the lottery page to redeem this ticket. For completing the mission with time to spare, you have been awarded a bonus lottery ticket. The system sure loved lotteries, giving Ves a bad feeling. His luck with the lottery so far had been mixed. "Hey system, shouldn't you have sent me another mission by now? Please do not get addicted to missions." The Mech Designer System only offers missions in order to guide its users to the right path. Only babies require constant hand-holding. "Are you a baby?" Ves practically spat blood. "Who's the baby?" "You are a baby." In fact, Ves felt rather terrible after hearing those words. He had indeed grown accustomed to the system's guidance. Now that he lacked a clear mission to strive towards, Ves felt as if he was adrift. "No, that's not right. I still have to prepare for the Young Tigers exhibition that start in 1.5 months. I also have to make progress in collecting 5 million credits to pay off my interest in 2 months. In other words, he needed to advance his skills and earn a lot of money. Ves could work on that without the system generating another tutorial to tell him how to accomplish those goals. Too bad I can't earn any more completion rewards. That reminds me, I still need to use up last mission's rewards." Rubbing his palms, Ves turned to the lottery page. He ignored the option to spend DP for a lottery draw and instead selected the option to use the tickets on hand. First, he activated his bonus ticket. Same as his previous lottery draws, it only entitled him to win an award from the lowest pool of prizes. The low-quality ticket snapped in half, revealing a familiar spinning wheel. Ves vigorously yanked the wheel, causing it to make clacking sounds as the pointer spun over a rapid variety of rewards. The wheel slowed down after half a minute. Time appeared to slow down as the wheel ticked forward in an exaggerated fashion. It allowed Ves to read the rewards hovering around the pointer. Endurance Candy. Alien Party Ears. 100,000 Bright Credits. Lantern of Imperfection. 1-Day Haunt. The pointer passed over the Endurance Candy, swept past the Strange Ears, and almost landed at the sum of credits. Ves never objected to having more money. "You have received a Lantern of Imperfection." The system ended up defying Ves' wishes yet again. Instead of receiving something that he could desperately use, he instead received an old-fashioned burnished bronze device that had obviously lived better days. Lantern of Imperfection. Light the lantern and shine it against a mech or component to reveal structural flaws. The revealed flaws are only visible to the holder of the lantern. The lamp contains enough oil to burn for 5 hours. "This could be useful," Ves remarked, actually a little impressed by the generosity of the lottery. Machines that could analyze and reveal structural flaws existed, but only high-tech researchers and manufacturers were able to afford them. The assistance of such a device helped prevent defective material from being incorporated into a mech. For some parts, it was a lot more troublesome to replace once an assembler combined it with other parts and placed it in a mech. Too bad the lantern only lasted 5 hours. Ves had no idea where he could buy additional lamp oil either. The system, being its usual obstinate self, remained silent to Ves' questions. Now it's time for the main show. Ves smiled as he beheld the shiny golden ticket that had actually materialized in front of him. With a satisfying pull, he ripped the ticket in half. Festive bells rang out as a transparent man-sized pagoda dropped down from the roof. The pagoda consisted of 9 stories, and each story spun in an alternating direction. The first story spun to the left, while the second to the right, and the third back to the left, and so on. It all gave off a sense of grandeur to Ves, as if Buddha himself had descended to give him a reward. The spectacle raised Ves' hopes. If the introduction already looked so impressive, then he surely wouldn't receive something cheap. Approach the pagoda to determine the tier of your reward. This was different. Puzzled, Ves took a step forward, and then another when nothing special happened. Somehow, he couldn't get any closer to the pagoda no matter how many steps it took. A formless pressure arrived that pressed down on his body. Neither gravity nor air pressure changed. Everything else remained the same. Only the pagoda itself rose up in the air, dimming the workshop from Ves' sights. Ves felt his vision dim from the pressure threatening to burst his head. Nevertheless, he clenched his teeth and kept putting one foot over another. When his consciousness was on the verge of passing out, the pressure disappeared. He fell to the ground as his breath wheezed as if he had run a marathon. The strange event affected him severely. He didn't exactly know what the pressure represented, but he hoped he did okay. Evaluation completed. You are eligible to draw a reward from the 5th tier. The pagoda transformed in response to the judgment. Its top 4 and bottom 4 stories slowed down their rotations, eventually falling still. Only the 5th story of the pagoda continued spinning its merry way. I don't know exactly what the pagoda did to me, but I guess did an okay job. VS concluded spuriously. He really had little clue why the system needed to resort to such mysticism in order to give him a simple production license. I really need to do better next time. I'm not resigned to remain average for the rest of my life. Now that the test had ended, VS easily approached the side of the pagoda. Its 5th floor continued to turn, whipping up a small current of air that blasted VE's face. Even Lucky jumped down from the couch and inspected the strange floating structure. His face looked as if it was wondering what the fuck made it spin. A small, hand-sized bell appeared in midair. It was one of those bells that hung in ancient Terran temples. A small cord hung from the clapper that allowed the bell to make its ringing. Please pull the cord when ready. VS held the end of the cord and pulled firmly. The bell released a delicate tingling tone, causing the pagoda's 5th story to shine brighter even as its rotation lost its driving force. Like the regular lottery wheel, the pagoda's many sides portrayed various prizes. VS even recognized a few of their profiles and determined they were mostly last-gen models. This meant that the mechs first saw commercial release in the last 30 to 70 years, which was a fairly good range. Any mech models older than last-gen were considered obsolete. Their performance just couldn't keep up with the models currently in use even in an assisting capacity. The price of such mechs often matched the cost of raw materials and production, meaning VS would never be able to make any profit even if he handcrafted the mech in his own boutique. On the other hand, newer models also presented a few problems to VS. The more current the mech model, the stricter its license. Only trusted mech designers and large commercial enterprises received approval to buy them. In addition, newer designs incorporated more advanced technology that required special machines to fabricate. His 3D printer was just a run-of-the-mill current-gen product with no special features. It was capable of printing almost any of last-gen's specialist components, but if it came to the current generation's fancy tech, then he may need to acquire millions or even billions of credits worth of production lines. The pagoda finally stopped its lumbering spin. VE's stomach sunk as he recognized the white, medium-sized mech on its front-facing wall. Congratulations! You have received a 10-year production license of the following mech, National Aeromotives Caesar Augustus CA-1. Shit. VS muttered as all of his excitement drained from his expression. His calm burst up as VS received a new mail. He numbly tapped the message. It came with a lot of legal bullshit from the so-called Future Sons Technology Institution. VS skimmed through the lengthy texts. We hereby grant you with an unlimited production license of the Caesar Augustus CA-1, valid for a duration of 10 years from the signing of the included contract. No matter how many misgivings VS had about the CA-1, he was stuck with it. He quickly signed all of the contracts to get the paperwork out of his sight. He received another message a scant few minutes later, showing that the local had successfully approved of the contract. VS now possessed a legal license to produce the Caesar Augustus. Fucking double shit. VS felt like he wanted to cry but had no tears. The Caesar Augustus had a colorful history. VS happened to be familiar with it, because it had been a lesson in college on what not to do. The story started 50 years ago, when National Aeromotives, a renowned manufacturer of aircars and shuttles, decided to enter the mech market. They adopted a two-pronged approach. The first approach was to license a couple of mainstream designs, retool a couple of factories, and pump out loads of shoddy quality but cheaply priced mechs. The sheer quantity of mechs they made allowed them to figure out the intricacies of mech production quite rapidly. The quality of their mechs improved with each new production run. The second method was to allow Jason Kozlowski, the son of NA's CEO, to learn how to design mechs. He directly attended one of Estland's premier mech design program. An important thing to mention was that Jason had been a spoiled brat. As could be imagined, Jason spent much of his time on Estland attending parties and getting drunk off his ass. Only his superior genes enabled him to perform well enough in class to graduate. Once Jason returned home, he made a high-sounding announcement to the galactic press. He claimed that he would take just 1 month to design a fully original mech that would outperform all of that period's current generation mechs. Many industry insiders scoffed at such a boast. Forget about outperforming a current generation mech. Many freshly graduated mech designers weren't even capable of designing a model that could outperform a last-gen mech. It took years of experience, learning many skills and acquiring many new technologies to even be capable of producing such a stellar mech. In any case, the public hung on to Jason's every word. A face this handsome wouldn't renege on his promise, right? After the announcement, a couple of black-suited men quickly brought the prodigal son away from the press conference and he was never seen again for a month. Some conspiracy theorists guessed that National Aeromotives wanted the public to forget about Jason's pledge. They received an unexpected surprise when Jason showed up to the press exactly 30 days later. A slightly disheveled but attractive young man then proceeded to introduce his month-long effort. He domineeringly named it after the first ancient Roman emperor, for it was indeed capable of outperforming most mechs of the current generation. Just its majestic posture and stately head design showed that Jason spent quite a lot of time matching the mech's aesthetics to its superb offensive power. The Caesar Augustus offered supreme offense and supreme defense in the medium weight class. By far the most expensive component was National Aeromotive's proprietary armor plating, originally designed to protect its most luxurious line of space shuttles from direct microasteroid impacts. Though expensive and difficult to produce, the armor offered superior protection that approached next-gen standards at the time. The CA-1 also provided a variety of offensive options. Its main weapons were its two wrist-mounted laser cannons. Missiles mounted on its shoulders provided some long-ranged indirect firing options, while a classic sword and shield built out of the same excellent material of its armor made the mech a monster in melee range. While Jason showed off a holographic model of the white-painted mech and its admittedly impressive capabilities, the experts coomed over its specifications. They quickly couldn't hold in their laughter. The Caesar Augustus hid a bevy of issues underneath its perfect exterior. Jason crammed the CA-1 with so many gadgets that it affected the frame's integrity. Any damage that got past the armor could easily damage 5 essential subsystems, either crippling the mech or at least take it off the battlefield. In order to save space, many of those subsystems got tangled together, making it a pain in the ass for any technician to replace even a single faulty power line. The mech also lacked endurance. It peaked early but had no staying power. Its missile capacity could be emptied in seconds. Its wrist-mounted laser cannons built up an alarming amount of heat that Jason had done almost nothing to mitigate. And even if he did, the mech's average energy capacity meant it couldn't feed the weapons long enough anyway. Fortunately, Jason hadn't been conceited enough to add a flight system to the already over-engineered mech. Its energy would just drain faster in that case. All of this meant that VS was now stuck with one of NA's biggest commercial flops in recent times. The CA-1 was a white elephant that was difficult to produce and required constant babysitting. The most troublesome thing about producing it was that its special armor plating required a dedicated machine to produce. VES 3D printer wasn't advanced enough to produce it on its own. It was impossible for VS to produce the stock model of Caesar Augustus in 2 months. He lacked the time, money, skill, and equipment to accomplish such a clusterfuck of a production. And even if he did manage to cobble up a model, it was a question whether it would sell. However, the system awarded him with only just one production license, and for better or worse, VS was stuck with the elephant. It's not like I'm stuck with the stock model. I still have the Mech Designer System. If VS could use the system to redesign the CA-1, he might be able to come up with a less demanding version of Jason's first masterpiece. He wasn't ready to give up. A tentative plan already drew in his mind. VS made the biggest gamble of his life so far. If he won, he'd be able to produce a stellar mech and sell it for a hefty profit, making more than enough money to meet his impending interest payment. Success danced on a string, and each time VS stumbled, he risked the whole scheme coming apart. First, VS needed to grow accustomed to the Caesar Augustus. Fortunately, a real universe production license also counted as a virtual license in Iron Spirit's terms of service. He only needed to send a copy of the license agreement to the game's support to be able to tinker and sell the model in-game. As a last-gen mech in today's standard, the CA-1 counted as a 5-star mech in the game. This meant only older, more skilled potentates had the capability to buy the mech. The Caesar Augustus could be sold for a higher price, allowing VS to earn some actual profits from his sales if he designed a good enough variant. Iron Spirit's tiered leagues put a cap on how good a mech you could play depending on how well you progressed in the game. A Bronze Leaguer only had access to 1-star mechs. A Silver Leaguer had access to 2-star and 3-star mechs, though they could still play around with 1-star mechs if they wanted to have some fun. A Gold Leaguer had access to both 4-star and 5-star mechs. Most potentates that did not pursue a professional career in piloting mechs languished in this league. When one reached Platinum League or further, they gained unrestricted access to every mech, even the mythical 10-star mechs. However, the higher the tier, the more expensive the mechs cost to purchase and to repair if it ever got damaged. The fancier mechs even required weeks of in-game time to repair if they got completely destroyed. This meant that a fair number of Platinum and Diamond players still occasionally took a 5-star mech into a match for the purpose of earning some easy gold. This resulted in 5-star mechs being one of the most profitable tiers in Iron Spirit. High-performing models especially attracted attention. However, whether VS could break into this market was still a question, considering he lacked familiarity and expertise with the Caesar Augustus. In the 45 days of time before the Young Tigers exhibition started, VS needed to produce an extensive and realistic redesign of the CA-1 stock model. He needed to acquire new subskills and credits to buy virtual licenses of the components he needed for his redesign. In the meantime, he had to release a number of mech designs in the game in order to generate even more credits. Much of the money would be used to buy the real universe production licenses of the components he had used in the game. It sounded terribly complicated, but actually VS didn't need to change what he had been doing so far. Essentially, VS only needed to continue to design variants and put them onto the in-game market to sell. First, VS contacted Iron Spirit's support in order to receive his virtual license. A production license of a last-gen mech already cost many millions of credits. He'd be damned if he was forced to purchase a 5-star mech's virtual license, which potentially ran into the millions. While he waited for his application to be approved, VS shut off all distractions and loaded the CA-1 into the Systems Designer program to begin tinkering with it. He wanted to pry apart its shiny armor and see how much of a mess its infamous internals looked like. Besides finding a replacement material for its armor, VS also needed to optimize its internals in order to turn the CA1 into a competitive mech. One look and his hopes were dashed. It really did look like someone took a plate's worth of spaghetti and tried to stuff it in a small cup. It was doable, but it mashed everything together and left far too little slack. Cables, pipes and structural supports all crammed right next to each other, sometimes dangerously so. For example, if a certain cable broke and released electric sparks, it could ignite the gas released from a punctured pipe. Though VS knew these linkages could produce a catastrophe, he lacked the skills and resources to fix them. He could only document each fault he came across and come back to the problem later. VS spent the rest of the day combing over each and every component, to the point of dismantling the engine even if he understood little on how the advanced component worked. VS took a deep breath when he finished going over the Caesar Augustus. If he wanted to understand the model deeper, then he needed to fabricate the stock model. He took a minute to log into the in-game market and inspected the model's market conditions. Damn, that's expensive. An average CA1 sold for about 50,000 credits, and that was for an in-game item. 5-star mechs belonged to an entirely different market segment than 1-star mechs. The latter catered to kids while the former was sold to professionals. The raw materials required to fabricate the mech likely cost tens of thousands of credit as well. Since VS had set bottom prices to his virtual mechs, he hadn't earned even a single credit or gold even after selling over 100 models. I'm earning a decent amount of DP from every sale. If I raise the price, my mechs won't be able to stay competitive in the market. It's better if I don't change the prices. The Caesar Augustus represented a marvel of its time. In order to solve its many puzzles, VS required learning many new skills. But while he needed to save up a lot of DP, he also couldn't go without credits. VS switched to his mail and was relieved the game's support approved of his request to claim the CA1's virtual license. After loading the mech stock model in the in-game workshop, he received an unpleasant bill. So it costs about 40,000 credits in raw materials to build the base model. Even if the gold price looks a bit friendlier, it's not like I have a bag of virtual gold either. The lack of cash on hand stymied VES progress in researching the Caesar Augustus. There was only so much he could do to play around with the mech's design in the designer. VS had learned one important lesson when designing the Fantasia variants. A passionate mech designer needed to get hands-on with his own creations. Just making a few doodles in a design program didn't turn you into a veteran designer. A real expert got his hands dirty, putting each and every part together to see how it works and where any problems might arise. With only about 9,000 credits on hand, VS needed to scrounge up at least 31,000 credits from any source he could squeeze. He first checked the system, but couldn't find any option to convert his DP to credits. Perhaps he could buy a few knickknacks from the shop and sell it for a tidy sum, but that option wasted too much valuable points. Should I call Melinda? VS wondered out loud. Family stuck together. If VS took the time to explain his plans and difficulties to his cousin, he was sure she'd lend him the credits. It's not right. It's due to my own poor planning that I'm facing a shortage on credits. If he cried and went to his family to bail him out, then sure, they might lend him a hand. It would also prove that he'd been in over his head. His aunts and uncles already disapproved of his career path. He wanted to avoid giving them ammunition. Perhaps sell Lucky's gems? VS had dug out half a dozen of these little shinies, and they all provided minor benefits when installed onto any mech. Any expert would love them if they realized they could improve their mechs by just installing a single jewel. Shaking his head, VS discarded the idea. Nah, that's a last resort. If he introduced these gems to the universe, a lot of powerful players would want to know their source. VS lacked the strength to isolate himself from the connected universe he lived in. It was child's play to track him down once he revealed any oddities. Forget about it. I need to figure out something else. What do I have that's valuable but not so much that it can be sold for some quick cash? The workshop? Out of the question. The building, 3D printer, and assembler constituted the most basic requirements of a mech manufacturer. VS couldn't part with any of it. He might as well make a deal with the bank about the loan if he gave up on the workshop. What else did he have? The licenses, for one. Since he had just read through the terms of the Caesar Augustus production license, he became well aware of what he could do with it. National Aeromotives didn't allow any shenanigans nor did they accept any refunds of a license VS acquired through a charity grant. I still have a number of 1-star virtual licenses. At this stage they're helpful, but not necessary to my plans. I wonder if I'm allowed to refund them. I bought out of my own pocket after all. Perhaps their terms aren't as restrictive. VS searched the galactic net to see whether he could get some money out of the licenses. To his relief, the BSBH Corporation indeed set down a standard policy for returns. A virtual license could be relinquished within the week at no cost if the purchaser hadn't used it in any of his current models. If the owner possessed the license for more than a year, then the game wouldn't give 1 credit back. VS fell in the situation in between, having bought the licenses for more than a week but much less than a year. Iron Spirit allowed purchasers to get back 75% of their money if the licenses were not in use, and only 50% if they were. These terms only applied to licenses bought personally at normal prices. Licenses bought at a discount or granted by other institutions didn't count, and unfortunately for VS, the virtual licenses gifted by the system fell under this category. Ves' head spun after he combed through all the license agreements, but his work paid off. He knew what he could return and how much money he could claw back from the game. He visited Iron Spirit's support site and submitted a refund application. Astoria Experimental Flight System, 12,500 bright credits. Fayette ECM MK, 3,500 bright credits. Red Eye Assisted A Module, 4,999.50 bright credits. MTTR Removable Battery Pack, 1,500 bright credits. Harkonix Light DMR version 3, 9,999.50 bright credits. Miran 21 Ultralight Armor Plating, 5,000 bright credits. The total amount of credits Ves expected to get back was 37,499 credits. He left out the Festive Cloud Generator in his refund application because he grew rather fond of it. He intended to incorporate the small, innocuous in his other designs whenever it fit. As the support staff already received Ves' personal information when he made his previous licensing request, they worked quickly in processing the refund. An hour later, Ves received a mail and a credit transfer that indicated his refund application met with success. With about 45,000 credits in spendable cash, Ves was more than ready to start producing the Caesar Augustus, at least in Iron Spirit. Yet before he did so, he hesitated. The Caesar Augustus was a monstrously complex mech. While many processes had been streamlined in Iron Spirit's virtual crafting environment, it still remained a lifelike simulation. If Ves failed to produce a mech that matched the stock model's specifications, at the very worst he'd end up with an unsellable mech. A mech that remained stuck in place meant no new cash flow. Without another source of credits, he wouldn't be able to produce another virtual mech to advance his understanding of the model and earn more cash. All of this meant he couldn't fail at the first step. I'm not alone in this, Ves realized as he slapped his forehead. Just because I can't beg for money from Melinda doesn't mean I can ask for advice. He activated his comm and made a call to Bentheim. Melinda's face popped up. Instead of the casual clothes she wore in her recent visit, this time she appeared in a formal uniform. Hey Vessie, what's up? I'm good, but I've got a little trouble. Okay, tell it to me briefly. I'm technically on shift so I need to get back to work soon. Ves nodded and described how he received a grant license of the infamous Caesar Augustus. Naturally the charity the system set up looked squeaky clean on paper, so Ves wasn't worried Melinda would dig into it and find anything improper. He emphasized his determination to tackle the challenge of mastering its design. Frowning, Melinda tooted her disapproval. They've sure thrown you off the deep end. The CA1 is a beast of a machine, not something a fresh college graduate should come into contact with. This sounds pretty shady. Never mind that Melinda. Just tell me if you can pry something loose from the Mech Corps or the Bentheim Planetary Guard. Without getting you into trouble, of course. Melinda furrowed her brow. I can ask the mechanics for some tips. I'll also see if I can dig something up from the archives. I'll pass anything I can find along to you as long as it's not classified or proprietary knowledge. Thanks a lot. I'm sorry for troubling you that much. Hey, your family, Vessie. I'd do anything to help. I gotta go back to work now, so see ya later. Bye. With that done, Ves turned to a different issue. With his DP steadily accumulating, he should make a tentative shopping list of subskills he needed to rework the CA1. He opened his skill tree and started to comb over the available skills. The battlefield finished loading, revealing a ruined city. Craters, broken mechs, and other war debris littered the landscape. Eerily, no life moved in the city. All was still, except for the desolate wind howling between the cracks of fallen skyscrapers. The silence ended as a brilliantly colored streak rose in the air. The Fantasia R2 Seraphim readied its long-ranged rifle and scanned the surroundings vigilantly. Come on. Let's stop hiding like rats. The seventh snake publicly declared. I'm right here. Shoot me if you can. Nothing responded to his taunts. The slim, gray phantasm that popped up from the side of a broken tank shook its head. I told you they wouldn't fall for it. Congratulations for revealing your position. Now get down and stop wasting your limited energy. Triceratops said as he tried to accustom himself to his new mech. The Seraphim cut back on its wing thrusters, allowing the mech to find some cover among the streets. This is why I hate 2v2. Everyone's constantly playing these clever strategies. The 1v1 arena is a lot more straightforward. The Phantasm's pilot kept his mech in the shadows as he explored their surroundings. I'm not saying you're wrong, but remember it was your idea to duo queue with two Fantasia variants. We have to play a little dirty if we want to win as a pair of light mechs. The 2 vs 2 arena provided a more intricate combat experience compared to the solo queue. With a teammate at your back, pilots had a lot more leeway in bringing a specialized mech to battle. For example, one player could pilot a heavy mech laden with missile launchers and magazines. Such a mech could rain death at long and medium range, but was as helpless as a kitten once an enemy got close. However, a teammate kitted out in a melee mech could keep off any mech that approached in the assurance that he won't get shot down from range. Compared to such a classical synergistic team-up, a combination of two light mechs hardly sounded optimal. Neither mechs possessed toughness and staying power. If they weren't able to shred their enemies apart in the first 10 minutes of a match, then they'd run out of juice. Luckily, light mechs still possessed some advantages. While Triceratops kept his phantasm behind cover, the 7th Snake's Seraphim engaged its active scanning mode. The mech's hair sensors extended out and released invisible pulses, most of which bounced back when it encountered the plentiful debris in the map. My scanners are having a hard time picking up anything with all of this junk blocking my scans. My radar is full of false positives. I'm practically broadcasting my position here. It's better than nothing. At least you'll attract the enemy for us while I find a good ambushing position. The bait had been cast, and it only took a couple of minutes for the fish to bite. The Seraphim noted a large energy signature strolling down the main avenue. I got an incoming mech. With an energy signature this large, it's bound to be a heavy mech. No sign of its partner. They're playing the same game as us. Triceratops guessed as he moved his phantasm a little closer in order to peek at the approaching opponent. Do you want me to stay hidden or find an opportunity to jump the heavy? The seventh snake mulled both options before finally deciding on a course of action. It depends on the heavy. From what I can guess, it's likely to be a frontliner. Your phantasm won't have an easy time peeling its armor if that's the case. Triceratops only carried a basic pistol in his phantasm's limited loadout in order to make room for a sword. He could peel apart most mechs fitted out as riflemen but faced some trouble against heavy knight-type opponents. Don't do anything fancy. Just sit back and be ready to back me up. Okay boss. While the phantasm slunk into the bowels of a giant commercial complex, the Seraphim flew into the air and over the skyline. He easily caught sight of the enemy mech, which revealed itself to be a model unfamiliar to the seventh snake. The bipedal mech wasn't built as a knight. Instead, it appeared to sport a shotgun and a pair of shoulder-mounted lasers. The energy weapons tracked the Seraphim in the sky and let loose a barrage of beams. The Seraphim snapped back with a couple of shots of his rifle, trusting his auto-aim to ensure it hit the heavy mech. The heavier the mech, the larger its energy signature, which meant that tracking systems had an easier time maintaining a lock. In the meantime, the flying mech cut back its thrust and dropped to the roof of a ruined apartment building, which cut its line of sight. Tops, the fucker's a striker. Its armor doesn't look too heavy, but he's sporting a really big shotgun. If he manages to draw a bead on you while you're closing in, you're dead. No worries, pal. He won't get me if I come from behind. Just keep attracting his attention. Triceratops cockily replied. The Seraphim flew back into the sky and shot a couple more times. He had an easier time tracking the heavy mech than vice versa. Even though the Seraphim ran a little hot, it's still a much lighter and less energy-intensive machine. The constant roof hopping ensured the heavy mech had to waste a lot of time reacquiring his targeting lock for his shoulder weapons. The seventh snake wouldn't be so daring if the heavy mech wielded a long-ranged rifle, which the enemy pilot could fire on instinct instead of relying on computer-guided algorithms. In the lower tiers of Iron Spirit, such computer-based targeting always worked like shit. I'm in position, Snake. You want me to go in? The other guy's still lurking around. You might get sniped before you know it. I'll take that risk. I really want to peel this heavy guy's face with my sword. He's just so arrogant. The Seraphim took a few glancing blows from the lasers as it rose to fire another volley. The seventh snake guessed that the pilot took over manual targeting for his shoulder-mounted lasers. That meant the enemy would take time to switch back over to his shotgun when pressed in close range. Okay, let's do it. I'll make a few dives to attract his attention. Don't wait too long or I'll get screwed. After taking a deep breath, the seventh snake jumped off the roof, spread his mech's wings and made a high-speed dive towards the enemy, all the while releasing a rainbow stripe. His rifle awkwardly shot a steady stream of energy bolts, most of which dug shallow holes into the heavy mech's plating. The Harkonix light DMR fitted the Seraphim well. It possessed good range, a fairly high accuracy and didn't gobble down too much energy. Unfortunately, its punch had always been a little undertuned among long-ranged rifles. The heavy mech, despite being under constant fire, practically ignored the DMR's shots, confident his armor could withstand the damage for the moment. The seventh snake gritted his teeth. I've learned a few new tricks. The great thing about energy weapons was that the wielder could change its power on the fly. He flicked a special switch and paused his shots. Instead, the rifle's chamber started to accumulate energy and heat. As the seventh snake jinked his mech to the side, he fired his overclocked rifle after a full second of charging. A bolt 3 times the size of his regular shots escaped from the barrel. The energy projectile drew a thin white line as it streaked across the air and hammered the heavy mech's shoulder, straight up crippling one of its laser cannons. The heavy mech panicked a little. It jogged towards the nearest structure, eager to find some cover against the threatening fly buzzing over its head. Its remaining laser cannon ineffectively released a barrage of automated shots, most of them missing due to the Seraphim's speed and active ECM. Just as the mech barged through the entrance, Triceratops' phantasm dropped from the ceiling. Its emergence happened too sudden, and the heavy mech barely rotated its lumbering torso halfway before his sword sank straight down its neck with the full momentum of a falling mech. The heavy mech exploded into sparks as the sword managed to stab through its power source. The phantasm pulled out its weapon and flourished it with pride. Ha ha ha, suckmatic. Triceratops elatedly boasted as he approached the smoking mech and squatted up and down near its face. You just got owned by the master swordsman. What are you standing for? Fucking move. The warning came too late. A thin but powerful line shot straight through the phantasm's torso, obliterating the cockpit in an instant. A loud sonic boom reached the mech moments later, not that it helped. A sniper. The seventh snake exclaimed, and flew full throttle in the direction of the previous shot. Why did he stay hidden to the point of letting his teammate die first? He already made a couple of conclusions after rethinking the hidden mech's previous behavior. This guy is confident in his marksmanship but not to the point of handling 2 opponents at once. So he let his dumb loud teammate take the lead, certain that we can't resist the bait. Once we're revealed, we don't have anything left to hide. While the Seraphim tried to vary his flight, the next sniper round snapped off half of its wings. The 7th snake struggled to maintain control. He chose to verve to the side but maintain his altitude. Whatever was left of his wings were redlining and were on the verge of shutting down. The 7th snake was in a bad position. Pinned down by a sniper and with half of his mobility gone, he hadn't even caught sight of his remaining opponent. What he did have was a general idea of where his enemy hid. He remembered clearly that the shot came from the direction of the tallest building in the city. I can make it. I only need a couple of seconds. The Seraphim's remaining wings glowed red as the pilot redirected an ungodly amount of energy in its direction. A brilliantly white flare erupted out of the damaged wings, propelling the Seraphim with supreme speed in the direction of the skyscraper. The unexpected overload happened just as the sniper shot his 3rd round, causing it to miss narrowly as the Seraphim had already raced past its original trajectory. I got you now. The 7th snake yelled as his wings finally broke apart from the stress. His overheated mech blared warnings at him as his rear torso's internals were beginning to melt. Since he couldn't accumulate any more heat, he decoupled and discarded his rifle, instead choosing to draw his combat knife. Sheer momentum drew the Seraphim onto the roof of the battlefield's only intact skyscraper. The light mech's feet skidded across the surface of the roof as the Seraphim did its best to bleed off its momentum. The opponent's model surprised the 7th snake. It was another phantasm. The gray model set its unwieldy rifle aside and drew its own combat knife in response to the Seraphim's approach. This is going to be tricky. My mech has higher specs, but it's already half dead. My enemy is still fresh. The 2 mechs dove into each other, their knives clashing loudly while their limbs released punches and kicks. Both their cloud generators worked at full steam. The Seraphim generated a lot more clouds, but the black and gray smoke persisted in staying present. The duel between mechs progressed in the same manner. Knowing that his mech couldn't hold on for long, the 7th snake summoned all of his passion and unleashed it onto the opponent with only a casual regard for defense. The Phantasm player remained cool under pressure, focusing on pure defense in order to outlast his opponent. Once the Seraphim broke down, he could easily swoop down and claim victory. As if I'd let you, the 7th snake yelled as he went forward and extended his mech's free arm, deliberately taking the Phantasm's cautious knife swing. The Seraphim's arm got sliced through, but the Phantasm's knife lost its momentum, rendering it still for just a fraction of a second. The Seraphim leaned over with its shoulder and bashed it against the unprepared Phantasm, knocking it off balance. The Seraphim then swung his knife with an underarm swing, cutting ruthlessly into the Phantasm's belly, right where the cockpit rested. I've avenged you. The 7th snake sighed as the game confirmed his victory. That was cool. Triceratops exclaimed in the party chat. That last moment when you sacrificed your arm, I swear the enemy Phantasm just froze. I guess he's too new. His marksmanship is top-notch, but I think he lacks experience in close-quarters combat. Kind of funny how he chose to use that particular model as a sniper. It's not a bad choice in the lightweight class, but there's better options out there. It's the 3rd Phantasm I've seen so far this week. The Fantasia variants from Chasing Clouds are beginning to pop up here and there in our local server. Triceratops let out a disappointed sigh. They used to be our secret. You're practically his first customer. You got all of his mechs right. Yeah, except for the 2RE, the one with the big behind. I just can't bring myself in piloting such a mech in battle. I wonder what Chasing Clouds is up to these days. He hasn't introduced a new mech for sale in a while. Despite the lack of new models, the Phantasm and Nomad enjoyed modest daily sales. In fact, a couple of potentates even bought the 2RE a couple of times as a joke. Ves' initial attempts to push his models onto young girls had achieved a small ripple effect. Other girls interested in the feminine-looking mechs bought them to play together with their friends. Boys wondering what the fuss was all about checked out the mechs in the store, and bought them as well for different reasons. Though not the cheapest or most effective mechs, the Fantasia variants succeeded in establishing a foothold in Cloudy Curtain's digital battlefield. They had never been bad models to begin with, they just lacked public exposure. While sales hadn't grown to the point that they had gone viral, Ves nonetheless enjoyed a steady stream of DP even after his last tutorial mission had finished. The skill tree featured a virtually endless amount of skills. With enough design points, Ves could become the ultimate mech designer, capable of drafting a complete design in minutes with his left hand while pointing out the faults of someone else's work with his right hand. Naturally, Ves lived in a world where time and resources were finite, so he didn't delude himself into thinking he'd ever reach that point in his lifetime. For all its merits, the Mech Designer System represented an incomprehensible piece of technology. Sometimes Ves felt as if reality itself bent to its whims. He didn't know how sapient the program was or how it determined its own limits. If one day the system's sophisticated AI turned crazy, entire star systems might get embroiled into war. The system in fact always addressed him as a user, not an owner. It acted as if Ves was just one client who conveniently picked it on the ground. If Ves' father hadn't given him the data chip, the system might have found a way to get its chip transported to some other person with the traits it preferred. This insecurity made Ves question if the system was using him rather than the other way around. Certainly the system didn't work for free. Some powerful entity had gone through the trouble of designing a reality-bending software working on principles at least 1,000 years beyond humanity's grasp, and somehow it ended up in an average person's hands. And it was a question whether the system will stay in that person's grasp for long. For all VS knew, the system only treated him as a train. Once it reached its destination, it would leave without a word. So VS felt the need to milk the system while he still could. So despite all his doubts and questions, he still schemed over the skill tree and made a shopping list of skills he needed to tackle the redesign of the Caesar Augustus. Assembly, upgrade to apprentice, 1000 DP. Assembler proficiency I, 200 DP. Assembler proficiency 2, 400 DP. 3D printer proficiency 2, 400 DP. Jury rigging 2, 300 DP. Electrical engineering, incompetent, 200 DP. Electrical engineering, novice, 500 DP. Electrical engineering, apprentice, 1000 DP. Medium weight armor optimization I, 300 DP. These were the absolute minimum required to produce or to redesign a Caesar Augustus. VS needed to become much more familiar with the tools in his workshop in order to fabricate the CA1's notoriously delicate components and put them together. And if he wanted to redesign the mech to make it easier to produce, then he needed to become proficient in electrical engineering pretty fast. Since VS was attempting to fabricate a stock CA1 in Iron Spirit, he felt he should make a start on a purchase. He picked the cheapest option in the list and bought it immediately. You have spent 200 DP to acquire Assembler Proficiency I. Please view your status in order to confirm your skills. Status. Name, Ves Larkinson. Profession, Novice Mech Designer. Specializations, none. Design points, 98. Attributes. Strength, 0.7. Dexterity, 0.7. Endurance, 0.6. Intelligence, 1.2. Creativity, 1. Concentration, 1. Neural aptitude, F. Skills. Assembly, Novice, 3D Printer Proficiency I. Assembler Proficiency I. Business, Apprentice. Computer Science, Incompetent. Mathematics, Incompetent. Mechanics, Apprentice. Jury Rigging I. Speed Tuning I. Metallurgy, Apprentice. Physics, Novice, Lightweight Armor Optimization I. Evaluation, halfway stepped out of the stupidity cave. His status hadn't changed much except for the painful loss of so much DP. Now that he had the means to produce a virtual version of the Caesar Augustus, VS got ready. He logged in the game and entered his workshop. It was a good thing the machines in the workshop scaled to the mech you were working on. Iron Spirit remained a game even if it touted itself as a simulator, so it didn't want to scare people off by being too greedy. However, some people spread rumors that the game would introduce a future update that enhanced the gameplay experience of designers by forcing them to start paying for upgrades in their equipment. For now, the game simplified many things for VS which he felt grateful for. He only had to pay 40,000 credits to get the raw materials for the CA1 delivered to his virtual workshop. Actually, the cost of raw materials didn't actually represent the value of the digital goods VS received. The pallets of metals, plastics, ceramics, and other materials he received were just a bunch of data that could be infinitely duplicated. The payment acted more like a tax in another name. Some of it ended in the hands of the taxman, in VES case the Bright Republic. Another portion got sent to the intellectual property owners of the many mechs and components VS used in his designs. Only a relatively small portion of credits remained as revenue for the BSBH corporation that ran Iron Spirit. Well, now it's time to transform these ingots and pellets into working components. VS rubbed his digital hands as he approached the virtual workshop's 3D printer. The house-sized machine was a souped-up version of the one he had in his real universe workshop. Much of its features and quirks carried over. With a familiar hand, VS started loading the blueprints of the frame, the most fundamental part of a mech, representing the skeleton that anchored the other components. Since it mostly consisted of solid pieces, with the occasional hinges and joints, the production occurred smoothly. The young Jason Kozlowski hadn't messed with it evidently. Still, due to the higher quality alloys used in its composition, the construction of the frame took up half a day. Next came the power reactor, the part that generated energy from energy cells or processed fuel. In general, the power reactor was a mature piece of technology. Developers only tinkered with it here and there to provide a few more % of efficiency or maximum capacity. They could be easily scaled to tailor a mech's weight class, and the CA1 featured a fairly well-designed medium reactor. As a long-standing manufacturer of aircars and shuttles, National Aeromotives produced their own lines of power reactors. Jason borrowed a premium reactor available from the company's R&D division and stuffed it in his design. The reactor required extra precision in the fabrication of its many miniature parts. VS had printed engines from scratch before with the 3D printer, but this was the first time he took the trouble to print each millimeter-sized component one by one, and assembled them all together by hand. The tedious work took up an entire day. VS felt he did an adequate job, in that the reactor worked. Whether it performed well, that was for later. With that experience over with, his work on the engine proceeded a little smoother. Unlike the reactor, the engine took in energy to produce motive force. It allowed the mech to move its limbs and run like a marathon contestant. Much like the power reactor, Jason also borrowed it from his daddy's company, so it contained little innovations that made it troublesome to produce. VS grew highly appreciative of NA's craftsmanship when he finished assembling the engine. After that followed the musculature that made use of the motive force to move the mech's limbs. Cheaper mechs such as those used in agriculture used hydraulics, electrical engines or a bevy of other cheap alternatives. Combat mechs required something more sophisticated, to better emulate a living being's responsiveness when pilot connected to them neurally. Lucky enough, the technology behind artificial musculature remained stagnant for over a century, so its production went like a breeze. Next came some of the most difficult parts, the computer chips and cabling that provided instructions and processing power to a machine. It represented the brains and nervous system of the mech. The chips demanded the most from the 3D printer, but they weren't difficult to produce since they were last-gen technology by now. The amount of miniaturization and other fancy stuff that went into the production of a chip could only be taken care of by an automated program. VS only needed to inspect the 3D printer beforehand of dust and faults before producing the tiny chips. Ironically, the cables required more finesse. As if aware his mech required too many cables, Jason chose a special mix of metals and insulators in different proportions depending on the size of the cabling. A single string of cabling could either be thicker or thinner at certain parts depending on its location. It made for a fine mess when you added in the sheer number of cabling, and VS felt he was growing mad at the end. After a long rest and a good night's sleep, VS continued with manufacturing the specialist components of the Caesar Augustus. These components differed wildly from each other, as Jason had filled in a shopping list of all the best commercially available components. The ECM, radar, boosters, gyroscope, cockpit, sensors, and all the other components came from wildly different manufacturers. This meant that VS had to watch out for certain issues on one set of parts, but needed to pay attention to a different area with another set of parts. VS diligently read the documentation while he went over each component, so he hadn't been met with outright failures. However, many parts came off the 3D printer in a marginally acceptable state. VS lacked a reserve of raw materials to fabricate replacements for all but the worst parts. It just couldn't be helped. He could only blame Jason for blindly picking the shiniest toys and rely on his super-duper expensive industrial-scale workshop to reproduce them perfectly. With much of the interior of the mech done, VS turned to the most expensive part of the mech, its proprietary armor. 30 years ago, a manufacturer required a dedicated machine from National Aeromotives to mix a bunch of metals into a highly compressed piece of plating. Fabrication technology advanced since that time, and now that the armor's formula became semi-public knowledge with the release of the CA1's licensing options, all modern 3D printers could reproduce it as long as they weren't too cheap. The Caesar Augustus required a large amount of plating for a medium mech. The large, bulky sword and shield also added to its total weight, almost pushing the mech into the heavy weight class. The production of the plates came with its own challenges. Due to VES inexperience, some of its armor plates came out of the 3D printer with higher than normal stress or other issues. If the virtual 3D printer wasn't so good, VES might get stuck with a number of half-failed plates. Damn. VES sighed as he finally finished producing all of the CA1's components. This is more tiring than I thought. There's a world of difference between 1-star and 5-star mechs. Hundreds of years of technological progress only made things harder to build. I really miss the simple Fantasia. The challenges he faced with this step alone broadened his vision of what mechs were capable of. Working on a near-modern mech meant for elites taught VES what this target segment looked for in a war machine. An elite mech has to meet different requirements than regular frontline mechs. They pack as much armor and punch as possible in a reasonably mobile package. Energy efficiency isn't necessarily a problem when you can swap fuel or energy cells from a support group on the field. Jason wasn't wrong to design the CA1 along those lines. He just went a little bit too far with it. Competing mechs could do almost everything the Caesar Augustus could do, but lasted a little longer in the field. Sometimes that extra time counted, so procurers wanted to be safe than sorry by picking the less exaggerated choice. The Caesar Augustus was also a bitch to maintain in a chaotic battlefield, so generally only wealthy ace pilots who cared a lot about peak performance bought the models. Next up, assembly. To assemble the mech from scratch, VES first put together the frame. The parts that composed the mech's skeleton were built to be big and robust, so VES easily got to practice his enhanced assembler sub-skill without much risk. The skill improved his ability to manipulate the lifters and arms that composed the assembler module. The parts that he wanted frozen stayed still, while the parts he wanted moved got shifted around just enough but no further. As VES already assembled the power reactor and engine by hand, he only needed to place them delicately in the slotted areas of the frame. After that, VES added the other components and systems that made up the functionality of the mech. The biggest piece was the cockpit, followed by the energy storage unit that stored the replaceable energy cells. All the smaller systems followed, such as the sensors and boosters. Finally, VES reached the most troublesome stage. All of the components had been installed on the mech, but they remained isolated to each other. VES had to connect each of them together in a mishmash of cables and pipes. In between these relatively delicate components, VES also had to squeeze in a lot of artificial muscles. Sometimes that led to very tight fits. The work tested VES the utmost. He screwed up many times, having to remove the cabling and do the placement all over again. Sometimes he had to cram a bundle of cables through a narrow opening between pipes by force. The stress and frustration caused VES to slip his fingers sometimes, causing unforgivable mistakes in the assembly. After a nerve-wracking day of playing plumber, VES finally reached the end stage of the assembly. He spent a much more leisurely time putting the armor plates together. Sometimes the improper cabling caused the plates to fail to adhere in its position. Ves sometimes had to hammer the problem areas lightly in order to cram the pieces of armor in their place. It proved the parts he fabricated were of substandard quality. It's finally done, Ves said as he sprawled on the ground in exhaustion. The diagnostics and debugging still ran in the background, but Iron Spirit took care of most of the issues that popped up at this stage. What do you think, system? Did I do a decent job? Why aren't you giving me an evaluation yet? The Mech Designer System only evaluates designs, not copies. Since you are not the designer of the Caesar Augustus CA1, you will not earn any design points even if you manufacture it 1,000 times. Please work hard and make your own designs. That made sense. The system didn't want to bring up a technician or a factory supervisor. The main job of a mech designer was to make designs. The act of fabricating a mech in person was only done in order to understand the mech better or to ensure its quality. Ves could only rely on the numbers given by Iron Spirit in judging how well he built his first Caesar Augustus. And from what he read so far, the news wasn't looking good. Reading through the mech's specifications, Ves felt all of his satisfaction disappear. He accomplished the difficult task of building a highly advanced mech, to be sure. His lack of understanding and his poor proficiency with the equipment caused several problems with the mech. The Caesar Augustus he fashioned paled in comparison to a factory-standard stock model. Several criteria showed a few percentage points of deficiencies. Those percentage points might as well be a chasm in the mech market. When pilots wanted to buy a stock mech, then they at least demand them to adhere to standards. There was no way any sane pilot paid full price for a substandard licensed copy. Ves took the time to search up the Caesar Augustus and its variants, what few they were. Unlike in the real universe, the Caesar Augustus enjoyed a little more popularity. Logistical issues such as limited energy mattered little when you played Iron Spirit's shorter game modes, such as the 1v1 and the 2v2 arenas. The tricky problem of frequent repairs could be solved with a wave of the hand as the game took care of everything as long as you had gold or credits to spend. The players who bought the Caesar Augustus tended to be more affluent than normal, but also demanded more of their mechs. Their willingness to pay a little more for a higher performing mech didn't help Ves at the moment because his own product was trash. Still, I have no choice but to get rid of it. I've pumped a fortune of credits in its virtual construction. I should at least be able to recoup the cost. With no other choice, Ves switched to the sales page and put his first Caesar Augustus on sale. He put a tentative price of 45,000 credits. The price range made it seem like a deal, even if it didn't perform up to spec. Caesar Augustus CA1. Tier, 5-star. Base model, Caesar Augustus CA1. Purchase price, 750,000 gold, minus 50%. Premium price, 45,000 bright credits. Hopefully some schmuck will snap it up without reading the specifications too deeply. Otherwise he'd have to go back to the store and lower the price again in order to get rid of it faster. He still lacked a lot of credits and had no reserve left to build another virtual mech. I'll check back in a few days, Ves said hopefully, but he could not keep out the grimness from She-Tone. One thing's for sure. If I want to untangle this clusterfuck, I desperately need to become proficient in electrical engineering. Ves checked his status, and found he had gained enough DP to afford the first skill in the skill tree. As a major skill category, electrical engineering was cheap to learn but very expensive to master, but that was a problem for later. Right now, he spent 200 DP to acquire the first tier of the skill, which the system called incompetent. Raw information and knowledge streamed into Ves' mind. More knowledge than he could handle tried to nestle within in his brain in a span of minutes, and it almost caused him to blank out. He dropped to the floor and tried to hold his screams as he held his head. Countless irrelevant pieces of data pressed against his mind. Lucky even got frightened enough to jump up to a cabinet, wary of any intruders. The pressure eased off after 10 or so minutes. Ves let out deep breaths as he tried to regain his composure. Most of the data seemed to have been tossed to the back of his mind, inaccessible for the moment. Perhaps the subsequent skill upgrades unlocked portions of it. Strange. In order to regain his calm, he took a break, taking Lucky out for a walk. He and his father lived near this stretch of forests and plains for many years. The house of his childhood in the suburbs had been sold, the new owners taking in the property with gusto. Instead, his father moved to build a second-hand modular workshop just outside the town. Its location closer to nature afforded better privacy and made sure nothing else got damaged if his workshop blew up for some reason. Do you remember a life before the system gifted you to me? The gem cat meowed with a puzzled tone as he explored the nearby bushes. Don't know, huh? Ves said as he stretched his arms and raised his head to look at the wispy colorful sky. This is my home planet. I lived here for almost my entire life. The only time I left was when I went to college in the capital. The planet Rittersburg seated the government of the Bright Republic. They heavily controlled the climate in order to make it optimal for human to live there. Sprawling cities, fancy villas, and vast stretches of terran and indigenous wildlife turned it into a paradise, an expensive one, but idyllic nonetheless. Still, Ves vastly preferred the rugged and untamed lands of Cloudy Curtain. The terraforming corporations who transformed the ball of rock into a life-sustaining planet only stuck around to do the bare minimum. They left with their fat paychecks even as incongruities popped up. The local air smelled different than the standard Terran norm. The summers never lasted long and it was cloudy pretty much every day. This was his home. He was an inhabitant of Cloudy Curtain first, and a citizen of the Bright Republic next. Few woes occurring in the rest of the galaxy concerned him here on this quiet planet. This corner of the galaxy was on the outskirts of civilized territory. It held few stars, not much exotic resources, and only a few small alien polities shared the Bright Republic's rimward borders. Mech battles only happened occasionally. Besides the wars between the Republic and the aggressive Vesia Kingdom, the most the Mech Corps had to handle were lone criminals and small bandit groups too weak to prey in the bigger neighborhoods. This led to a life of peace and stability, an enviable state of affairs for some people. His father purposely left the livelier planets of Rittersburg and Bentheim in order to make his home in snoozy Cloudy Curtain. When Ves grew up on this planet, he felt no different from his classmates and other people around him. Only when he studied at Rittersburg did he realize that the rest of the galaxy moved in different speeds. It both scared and excited him. Eventually, Ves firmly entered this complicated, murky world in order to fulfill his dream to become a mech designer. Just this decision alone brought him into contact with the government, trade associations, suppliers, and more. He felt connected to the galaxy, as if anything he did affected the rest of human civilization. Only a little, but it felt as if his existence mattered. What kind of crap am I thinking? I should go back to work. Ves decided, and led Lucky back to the workshop. In the meantime, he made a call to Melinda. Hi cousin. Hey Ves, I was about to mail you back this weekend. So do you have any results you can share with me? Melinda sent a few documents over the interplanetary COMM. The Caesar Augustus is a rare beast, so the Mech Corps never officially purchased any of its models. However, it did come into contact with a few models piloted by pirates fleeing the authorities of the bigger empires. They even captured one intact, more or less. Did they do anything with it? The Mech Corps may be penny pinchers sometimes, but they won't throw away a functional mech. An ace pilot took it over and piloted it for a few years before it got embroiled in a border skirmish with the Vesians. It lost its left leg and a chunk of its waist. When it came back to the hangar, the Corps decided it was more trouble than it was worth trying to fix it up again, so they sold the rest for scrap. Damn, so it's gone now, right? Yup. Recycled down to the seats. Well, there goes my hope of refurbishing it. So anyway, the Mech Corps must have learned a thing or two about the CA-1, right? Nothing officially, but I tracked down one of the technicians that serviced the CA-1. That was impressive, and also a little dangerous. Melinda could get in trouble if she harassed a veteran too much. Don't worry about it, cousin. Melinda smiled over the COMM. He found the Caesar Augustus to be a bitch to maintain, but he still misses it. He freely gave me the notes he kept about the mech. I've sent it through this connection, so you should already have them in your storage. That's going to help out a lot. Thanks for taking the time. I'm looking forward of what you can do. Be sure to give me a call and show off your work when you finish a design. Will do. When Ves returned to his workshop, he perused the documents Melinda sent over. The retired technician had conveyed his thoughts in a haphazard manner, with no apparent order in his many ideas. Ves spent quite some time to iron out the disordered words and plentiful jargon into something legible. What he got opened his mind. The technician was evidently proficient in improvisation and jury rigging. He kept the Caesar Augustus going for years even without official replacement parts from National Aeromotives. Though the notes contained no schematics or blueprints, just getting to know the changes and the reasoning the technician came up with already gave Ves ideas for his own customization plans. His newly gained skill in electrical engineering also helped him puzzle out the crude drawings of rerouted cables and shifted systems. The retired technician spent some of his spare time trying to come up with a better layout for the most problematic tangles. Not many of them looked viable, but the technician succeeded in coming up with some optimizations, making the mech a little easier to maintain. After digesting the material, Ves had the urge to work on a design immediately. He quickly switched over to the designer and started incorporating some of his ideas on the Caesar Augustus. He worked on the easy solutions first. He moved a few components, sometimes shifting them just a millimeter, other times swapping them from left to right. Following these actions, he uncrossed a couple of cables and rerouted them through a different channel. When Ves stepped back and admired his changes, he realized the technician's suggestions did have a basis on reality. The modifications he made according to the suggestions made the mech a little less troublesome to produce and maintain. Now that I've picked all the low-hanging fruit, it's time for the real work to start. Ves intended to redesign CA-1 practically from the ground up. Just making a few changes here and there just didn't cut it. So Ves bit his lips and started to test the viability of more drastic modifications, some suggested by the technicians and some he figured out himself after handcrafting its design in the game. The changes he sketched improved the base model only incrementally. With limited knowledge and a lack of component licenses, Ves faced limitations everywhere. At its heart, a humanoid mech imitated the workings of the human body. Though hundreds of years of progress have made a mech's mechanical workings increasingly more sophisticated, it still adhered to the same rules. If Ves arbitrarily cut off a few cables or messed around with its proportions, he might cause the design to cascade into an unworkable mess, just like if he messed around with an actual human body. Some people started to question whether mechs would evolve to constitute life. Ves wasn't interested in these philosophical discussions that popped up every once in a while in college. He did not delude himself into thinking he was playing God by fashioning new mechs. VS always thought his classmates who talked that way treated the mech designer occupation as a luxury. VS preferred to hang out with the more down-to-earth crowd that treated the job as a way to assist the mech pilots that defended their homes. A week went by as VS made some accomplishments. He also earned enough DP to upgrade his electrical engineering skill to novice. With his improved insights in electrical engineering, he also simplified a couple of problematic spots. This necessitated a drop in performance, but what he lost in specs he gained a lot more in ease of manufacturing and repair. While VS had made some minor progress in taming the beast, it still maintained its essential wildness and ferocity. I still have a long road ahead, but I'm reaching the limits of what my skills and imagination can do. He only managed to come up with a half-finished design. While he wanted to wait until he could afford a few more skills with his steady income of DP, he had to validate his design by fabricating it personally. Without getting hands-on, all of his work remained theoretical. VS finalized the design when he reached the limits of what he could do. He named the variant the Nero after a famous person who lived in the same time period as Caesar Augustus in ancient Terran history. Frankly, VS knew very little about history. He just made a casual search on the galactic net for some cool names and Nero popped up as some dude with a mixed evaluation. This fit in nicely with what he thought about his, which is what he also thought about his recently finished design. At least he hadn't gone ahead and named the design the bastard son. The system's evaluation of the design was mild, to say the least. All of its core systems and armor remained the same as its stock model, so the system gave him a low rating for effort. The only thing VS managed to pry from the system was a base reward of 10 DP due to the design being based on a complicated last-gen model. He was ready to start fabricating a virtual mech. When VS logged into Iron Spirit and visited the market section, he found to his surprise that someone actually bought his half-baked Caesar Augustus. The Grand Green Road. The username sounded like a complete stranger. VS checked his friends list and found nothing. Searching the galactic net only revealed that the player wasn't a celebrity. Who the fuck is the Grand Green Road? Well, whoever he was, he saved VS a lot of trouble. Whatever. Since the mech got sold, I have enough credits to fabricate the Nero. He threw the identity of the buyer to the back of his mind and entered the virtual workshop to go to work. He was eager to see if the Nero he produced could match the specs of a standard CA-1. The center of the Bright Republic lay in Rittersburg. Though Bentheim surpassed the founding planet with its vibrant economy and liberal housing regulations, Rittersburg still remained the seat of government of the 100-planet state. Only inherited and distinguished families were allowed to live in its luxurious housing districts. In one such district, a row of modest villas rested alongside a placid river. In the backyard of one of those villas, a man reclined in a folding chair as he held a fishing pole in front of him. An empty bucket lay beside him, waiting for fishes to carry back home. An aircar approached the guarded district. After the local defense systems checked its transponders and scanned the vehicle for any threats, it approved the vehicle's approach. The aircar smoothly descended onto the landing pad next to the garage. The door opened to reveal the chiseled face of a man in uniform. The man marched briskly towards the back, as if already aware the occupant of the villa spent his time there. Father. Benjamin Larkinson turned his gaze away from the bobber and beheld the new arrival. Ark. As carefree as ever I see. You've even taken the time to visit your dear old dad. How are the kids? Rambunctious as ever. The uniformed man smiled a little as he loosened up. I don't know how you managed to raise all 7 of us. I had a good wife, as do you, Ark. No matter how much the service takes up your time, don't forget your family. You can do anything if the happiness of your wife and children are at stake. It's half the reason why I made it this far. Ark nodded. Speaking of which, I might have news of my elder brother, Wrinkle. I have no idea what he's embroiled himself with. He's always been the most reticent of you bunch. He loves his own son like a treasure, so why did he not come to me? Does he think I will treat him any less? Pa. We've spent some time digging into Wrinkle's movements of the last year before he disappeared. There's a couple of times when he went off the grid. I suspect he went incognito in order to visit a conflict zone. Accounting for travel time, it should match the times he couldn't be traced. Benjamin grimaced at those words. Pirates. What has my boy done now? I didn't raise any of you to make dealings with the scum of the galaxy. The trail ends there, unfortunately. We don't possess enough information to infer which conflict zone Wrinkle frequented. We're analyzing all of the data devices he left behind, but he's been very disciplined with the trails he left behind, so we're not expecting much from those sources. Sighing, Benjamin closed his eyes as he leaned back on his chair. Tell me about my grandson. There are some anomalies surrounding VS that paint a suspicious picture. While he had been an unremarkable student in the Rittersburg University of Technology, he's performing above average in the month and a half that he's been active so far. It's as if he's given wings now that he's free. Benjamin smiled at the report. I always expected VS to catch up to his potential once he got over his inability to join our career path. I'm glad he finally found his way and embrace his role in the world. The financing still remains troublesome. Despite receiving a production license grant, VS is unable to leverage this asset. If nothing unexpected happens, he will fail to meet his impending interest payment. Father, will you give him a hand if he's come up short? No, not even at the very last moment. Wrinkle went through the trouble of procuring those loans, so we should see his plans through the end. I don't believe he has lost grip of his son even if he's indisposed. The river flowed gently along the stream. The sun shone brightly in the skies. A serene calm descended on the pair as the father kept fishing while the son organized his notes, sending over the relevant documents to his father's COMM. How's my grandson's work? He's not making more Fantasia variants, is he? He sold most of his one-star virtual licenses to raise money. He's completely committed to mastering the Caesar Augustus. I bought his first mech, which is unmodified, and tested in simulations. Was it up to par? Not really. Ark shook his head in disapproval. If VS produced a mech as shoddy as that in the real universe, he'd get chased away as soon as he tries to certify it at the association. In most of civilized human space, weapons such as mechs faced stringent controls. Designers and manufacturers were only allowed to produce a mech if they owned the necessary licenses. When they finished producing a mech, they needed to be certified at the local mech trade association before it receives permission to be put on sale. The MTA was a transnational non-profit organization with branches in pretty much every human state. A colossus of the mech world, they regulated the civilian production and sale of mechs. Most states like the Bright Republic gave them official backing to do so in their territories because they were good at it and adhered to strict neutrality, never overstepping their bounds. In any case, if Ark said that VES product couldn't pass the MTA's strict certification, then he had a long road ahead of him. If VES managed to shore up his weaknesses within a month, then he may be able to produce a mech that passed certification. But that required a lot of progress in a very short time. It comes down to time, huh? Benjamin mused. If the interest payment didn't hang over his head, VS wouldn't be rushing with building a mech beyond his capabilities. It's convenient timing on the bank's part that they chose to hang such a term over his head without compromising a single step. Ark shifted another set of documents over to Benjamin's COMM. We've looked at the Cloudy Curtain Planetary Bank. The shareholders and employees are clean. Their books are also in order. The situation is just as it appears. The bank made a negative assessment of the viability of VES business, and just wants to claim the assets before they depreciate in value. Greedy bastards. I'm glad to hear they're nothing more than that, though. Saves me the trouble of another visit. According to the latest reports, VES should be working on a new virtual mech right now. Do you want me to snap it up when he puts it on sale? Yes, and keep buying one of every variant he sells in that game of yours. I want you to track his progress in this way and give him a little push while he's at it. Don't buy any more, though. I don't want him to grow complacent. Understood, Dad. Anything else? Keep digging into the so-called Future Sons Technology Institution. Any organization with the clout to grant a production license of the Caesar Augustus shouldn't be an obscure player. We still can't make much progress on that front since they're based in the new Robarth Empire. Their corporate laws are too opaque, deliberately so. Even if we use our sources, they won't be able to get anything. Benjamin spat to the side. Ark, I don't need to know the shareholders or donors of the institute. Just find out if a new Robarthan or a foreigner taking advantage of the local laws is pulling the strings. That should be doable. I'll pass on your instructions. That should be enough on your plate for now. Leave me to my fishing. I'll go over the documents later and send you my thoughts in a day or two. Very well. Goodbye. As Ark left the villa, Benjamin relaxed his eyes and smiled. He held a steady grip on his fishing pole. What kind of father abandons their son? The fish still didn't bite. Back on Cloudy Curtain, VS released an exhaustive breath as he finished fabricating the Nero in Iron Spirit. The customized Caesar Augustus model still had its problem spots. However, with prior experience and the various modifications he made to mitigate a few bad spots, VS encountered fewer risks during fabrication. The CA-1A Nero, as he named it, still caused some difficulties, particularly with its armor plates which VS hadn't modified. Finding a solution for the armor plates, the system offered a fallback. Its store sold various goods as long as VS could afford the price. The cheapest alternative armor he could find in the shop cost at least 1,000 DP. VS preferred not to buy them, because the armor plating was several generations behind current standards. No one wanted to buy a CA-1 variant with crappy armor. A big part what made the Caesar Augustus was its sword and shield, which were made out of the same expensive alloys as its armor. Cutting back on the armor meant not just lowering the CA-1's defense, it also affected its offensive power. Luckily, it wasn't a problem he needed to concern himself with today. VS put the Nero on sale once he ironed out the remaining kinks revealed by the last-minute tests. CA-1A Nero. Base model, Caesar Augustus CA-1. Purchase price, 950,000 gold, minus 50%. Premium price, 60,000 bright credits. Charging 60,000 bright credits for the Nero was stretching the model's value. It only offered a marginal improvement in performance and a slight decrease in repair cost to any player interested in a Caesar Augustus model. Still, seeing how his previous mech got sold fairly quickly, VS hoped his handcrafted Nero at least provided higher profits. He wanted to see some validation in the work he put in his models. Now that he finished the Nero, VS ought to go back to the designer and create another variant. The problem was that VS couldn't achieve a breakthrough in either improving the CA-1's internals or replacing its armor. It came down to a lack of skills and resources. I can't afford the things I need. VS sighed. Stupid system. Why did the pagoda thing reward me with a Caesar Augustus? He checked his status again in order to see how much catching up he still had to do. Status. Name, Ves Larkinson. Profession, novice mech designer. Specializations, none. Design points, 175. Attributes. Strength, 0.7. Dexterity, 0.7. Endurance, 0.6. Intelligence, 1.2. Creativity, 1. Concentration, 1. Neural aptitude, F. Skills. Assembly, Novice. 3D Printer Proficiency I. Assembler Proficiency I. Business, Apprentice. Computer Science, Incompetent. Electrical Engineering, Novice. Mathematics, Incompetent. Mechanics, Apprentice. Jury Rigging I. Speed Tuning I. Metallurgy, Apprentice. Physics, Novice. Lightweight Armor Optimization I. Evaluation, an all-rounder in incompetence. I've acquired a decent amount of skills, but I've split my attention. VS concluded as he saw how many low-level skills he currently possessed. I should either finish upgrading my electrical engineering or pick up medium-weight armor optimization. I raising my assembly sub-skills can wait for later once I start fabricating the real thing. Nothing changed after staring at his status for 10 solid minutes. Come on system. I'm at the end of my rope. You haven't sent me a mission for a while now. Why not give me something to work with? Do you expect me to beg my grandpa for a loan or something? You have received a new mission. Please check the mission page for the details. Yes? Finally. VS celebrated as he raised his fists with a grin. He then knelt on the ground, kowtowing towards the computer terminal. You are my god, system. He kept praising the system and its timely missions, completely forgetting the times he cursed the system for giving him missions with ridiculous demands. Mission. Tutorial Part 4, X Factor. Difficulty, B rank. Prerequisites, completed Tutorial Part 3. Description. Some have characterized the profession of mech designer to the modern Prometheus. Are mechs purely machines, or are they something more? Please design a mech with a prominent X factor, ranking at least E or higher. Reward, 1 random 10-year medium armor production license, 200 tons of raw materials reserved for armor production. The rewards attracted VES attention. With a production license and a couple of containers of raw materials in the bag, VES faced much less financial pressure in gathering the other materials required to fabricate his desired CA1 variant. This mission was essential to his future planning. Aha. VES scratched his head. What the hell is X factor? User, please research diligently and form your own answer to the riddle of X factor. There are no wrong answers. Okay. Whatever. VS had the feeling this problem was a lot bigger than anyone thought. From the esoteric manner in which the system described the X factor, VS felt a headache coming. What was all of this stupid talk about Prometheus and life? A mech was a weapon, a tool in which humanity used to wage war. In ancient history, when humans wanted to find a means in which to leverage a power greater than the human body could carry, they turned to horses. When cavalry added their weight to a charge, a normal foot soldier possessed few means to resist such force. With the rise of machines and the fuels that could power their insatiable appetites, warfare evolved. The deadliness of a single soldier remained limited, but could be multiplied if they operated tanks or airplanes. Though the uses of infantry never faded out even until this day, the primacy of machines over man in matters of warfare reigned supreme ever since. The introduction of mechs to the battlefield reinforced this principle. Melding the human form with the awesome power of machinery, the mechs provided humans with an excellent means to wage warfare on the ground. In the past 400 years since the first mech stomped all over a battalion of infantry and tanks, they remained the mainstay of human planetary warfare. VS thought deeply and could not rack his brains in figuring out where this elusive X factor fitted in. It sounded a lot like the metaphysical bullshit that remained a popular topic of conversation among the dreaming students back in college. Man, why am I trying to figure this out myself? VS shook his head. He sat down in front of his terminal. Let's see what the Galactic Net has to say about the X factor. The topic appeared to be obscure, but due to the sheer size of the Galactic Net, VS found plenty of sources. Does the X factor exist? An interviewer asked the older gentleman across the seat. I do not know. The professor replied, shaking his head. In all my years of researching and developing the neural interface that allows pilots to control a mech like their own body, I have never come across a case where the mech provided measurable feedback to the pilot. The vague stories I've heard about the X factor all originates from the mouths of mech pilots, who aren't exactly the most authoritative voice in the area of mech design. So you're saying it might be a hoax? I try to keep an open mind, so I'm not inherently dismissing the theory. If someone is able to present me with stronger proof in the form of hard data, then I'd happily convert into a believer. But from what I have found out so far, the primary sources that speak about the X factor are mostly veteran pilots suffering from borderline PTSD. Age, combat stress, and mental injuries all contribute to hallucinations that mislead them to think a mech is doing more than it should. We haven't conducted enough research on the impact of prolonged use of the neural interface to a pilot's psyche. All right, so you remain skeptical. The interviewer nodded. Then professor, let's change to a different tack. Do you believe that mechs are alive? The academic let out a contemptuous laugh. Let me ask you a question for once. Do you believe that mechs can think for themselves? At some level they do. All mechs possess computing power. Without processors to regulate a mech's operations, the pilot would be overwhelmed by irrelevant data. They act as the unconscious mind of a human's body. Since the infrastructure for an unconscious mind already exists, who's to say a mech can't also support a thinking mind? Just because they have the potential to do so doesn't mean that makes it so. In your eyes, there's a small gap between processing data and independent thought, but in my eyes they are separated by a chasm as wide as the distance between galaxies. We humans have worked on artificial intelligence for thousands of years, but for all our advances we have merely achieved a facsimile of sentience. Computers still can't independently dream or formulate their own desires without an actual human hand holding their train of thoughts. And never mind these complex desires. The most fundamental part of life is to reproduce, and I have never seen a mech become attracted to another. The interviewer laughed modestly. Certainly that's true. However, they don't have to lift a finger to reproduce themselves. Us humans are doing it for them by developing ever newer mechs. Perhaps we might live in a future someday where the number of mechs outnumber the humans piloting them. Are we raising our own doom? What do you think about that scenario? Accumulating war materiel is a natural state of affairs. No matter if you have 1 mech or 30 mechs, the pilot remains firmly in control. All the conspiracy theorists out there who believe that mechs are the remnants of an ancient machine civilization don't know what they are talking about. The first mechs have been developed using gradual advances in technology, all neatly documented and traceable without any alien influence. The interview went on for a few more minutes along the same vein. Ves had an inkling of what the X Factor was all about. I suppose most people think just like me, that mechs don't think for themselves. Ves mused as he scratched his head. But can I still say the same now that I have the system? Ves had gone through a lot since the first time he received the system. He interacted through its menu like it was a software program, but he also talked to it like the system was an individual. Certainly the system responded like a living being, even showing some emotion underneath its robotic exterior. The question was if displaying these emotions merely fell into a programmed response. Was the system programmed to follow instructions all this time? God damn it, this is just like the chicken and egg problem. It just goes round and round. He learned to disregard problems he couldn't solve in a short time. Ordinarily he'd just ignore this issue, but since the mission forced him to figure out the X factor, Ves had no choice but to continue racking his brains around the question of life. Man, let's find a more practical source of information. I need more hard facts and less wishy-washy talk. Ves thought as he went back to the starting page of the galactic net. Interviews provided by mech pilots tended to be more direct. Since they weren't scientists, they didn't fear ridicule if they said something wrong. Eric is my partner for life. A female pilot gushed as she watched over the technicians servicing her damaged mech. I can't count how many times he saved my life. The more I pilot him, the more I become him. I put half my mind in his body every time I connect with the neural interface. I don't believe Eric hasn't learned a thing or two from me in all these years. There were many moments I got into trouble in the battlefield. If Eric hadn't mentally nudged me here and there, I might have never escaped those deadly moments. If it was legal to marry a mech, I'd already be standing here wearing my bridal dress. I don't know why I'm still alive. A wounded mech pilot rasped as he beheld the stumps of his arms. I knew I was a goner as soon as 3 bastards popped out of nowhere. My mate died, his cockpit blown apart before he could dodge. Something just snapped then. He was my friend, the partner I always shared my patrols with. Even our mechs had been a pair ever since they rolled off the factory. I guess my mech felt the same, because he fed his anger into me while I channeled my fury back into the frame. You know what happened next. We tore those bastards to shreds. A shaggy-haired prisoner of war sat down on a metal chair behind a metal table. He looked around the interrogation room with distaste. You want to know my secrets? Ha, you unfeeling murderers don't know the first thing about the mechs you're piloting. Have you ever rubbed your hands against them affectionately? Have you sat down next to their gigantic feet and tell them about the stars? Did you for one tiny moment stop murdering innocents long enough to treat your mechs like a person? I guess not. That's why I've been able to kill over 200 of you bastards with just me and my mech. Because I was never alone. I've chased after the oft-rumored X Factor for my entire life. An elderly executive stated as he sat behind an imposing desk in his office. I bought and piloted over 3,000 mechs. Bipedal, quadrupedal, humanoid, avian, reptilian, whatever the shape, you can be sure I piloted it at least once. I've also painstakingly tracked down over 100 damaged, scrapped, or second-hand mechs piloted by some of the most famed aces in the galaxy. All of them were excellent machines, especially after I restored them to their glory. So did you manage to fulfill your life's ambition? The old man smiled wistfully. Perhaps. Perhaps not. I certainly think that the X Factor exists now more than ever. But is everyone fated for it? Perhaps us 3.5%ers are not the cream of the crop we believe to be. Maybe only 3.5% of the 3.5% of humanity possess the right aptitude to trigger the X Factor. But these so-called superpotentates cannot all be blessed. They need the right mech to unearth their full potential. But that's just a random idea I'm tossing out. Don't take it too seriously. A mech is lifeless. It isn't born, it's created. It doesn't die, it gets destroyed. A famed new Robarthan ace pilot said as he resolutely stood before his mech in a hangar. All of these myths about the silly X Factor are mistaken. I believe in the endless potential of the human heart. When one puts his body and soul to a single purpose, he can achieve 110% or even a 120% of his maximum potential. The mech is not the source, but the means in which we pilots can achieve miracles. I don't disrespect the pilots who believe in the X Factor, but they attribute too much of their success to their mechs and not enough to their humanity. Ves always believed mechs were machines. They were born for the purpose to be used, and if they failed to perform up to spec, then they'd be discarded as heartlessly as one would throw away a broken chair. You might feel some affection for sitting on it for years on end, but in the end it was just a piece of furniture. But now he came across plenty of hearsay that suggested that mechs were more than unfeeling tools. They had the capacity to think, to feel emotions, to make decisions on their own, even if only faintly. Was this what the system referred to as the X factor? Though skeptics provided plenty of viable alternatives, Ves leaned more in favor to the idea that mechs could possess life. Still, his beliefs changed nothing by itself. His mission wasn't to uncover the mystery behind the X factor. Instead, he had to design a mech that incorporated the vaguely defined X factor. How the hell was he supposed to bring life to a mech? Then he remembered that he might have already touched the threshold. He activated the system and switched to his old designs. He called up the Seraphim's evaluation. Design evaluation, Fantasia 2R Seraphim. Variant name, Fantasia 2R Seraphim. Base model, Fantasia 2R. Original manufacturer, Kezia Armaments. Weight classification, light. Recommended role, aerial marksman. Armor, D. Carrying capacity, F. Aesthetics, A. Endurance, D. Energy efficiency, D. Flexibility, C+. Firepower, C. Integrity, F+. Mobility, A. Spotting, B. X factor, F. Deviance, 44%. Performance improvement, 17%. Overall evaluation, the Fantasia 2R Seraphim features a superior aerial performance at a horrible cost. Its performance in close-ranged combat has been sacrificed for powerful long-ranged firepower. The mech is able to outperform its opponents as long as it has energy to spare, which isn't much. The Seraphim further shines out due to its attractive appeal. The description commented on the Seraphim's fundamental attributes. Nothing in it hinted at anything metaphysical, yet the system still gave him an F in X factor. Ves almost couldn't believe it. The Seraphim, a kludgy variant of the 400-year-old Fantasia model, carried the potential to ignite a mech pilot's performance beyond its pinnacle. What makes the Seraphim so special? The R2E, Phantasm, and Nomad are also based off the Fantasia, but why don't they have a whiff of X factor? The puzzled nagged at Ves. He felt as if he had the pieces in front of him, but he just couldn't make it fit. He doubted spending more time in the galactic net would help. A lot of the people who researched it never experienced the X factor for themselves. Maybe he should find someone closer. He considered calling Melinda, but he didn't want to distract her from her work. Serving in the Bentheim Planetary Guard was a great honor for a pilot as young as her. Ves already crossed the limit when he asked her to pass over information on the Caesar Augustus. I don't need to find a real pilot. Iron Spirit is supposed to simulate reality accurately. Can it also simulate the X factor? It was an interesting question that Ves had no way of answering, but he was willing to bet the answer was favorable. He went to his store page and checked his sales log. Only 5 players bought the Seraphim. 4 of those only piloted the mech occasionally, with mixed results. Only 1 player piloted the Seraphim frequently and with considerable prowess. A bronze leaguer with the nickname the Seventh Snake. Joshua drained the energy drink down his throat and tossed the can to the ground. A cleaning bot appeared out of nowhere to take the garbage away. Mom, I'm home. An elegant woman entered the foyer whilst carrying a babbling toddler. She approached the teenager and gave him a kiss on his forehead. Joshua baby, how was school? I'm not a kid anymore, Mom. Joshua whined as he avoided his mother's embrace. He ran up the stairs to his room. And I did fine in school. My mech trainer complimented me again today. That's good news. The higher your performance, the higher your rank when you become a reservist. Just don't join the mech corps. I'm not going to Mom. Joshua said as he threw his bag on his bed. I'm going to play with the simulator again, okay. Don't forget about dinner again. Yes Mom. After fending off his nagging mother, Joshua left his room and went downstairs. He took 2 flights down and entered the basement. Situated in a cooled and isolated room was his personal mech simulator pod for Iron Spirit. An expensive piece of machinery, it outperformed the rental pods at the game center. His parents even forked out the money to dig a secure set of cables to the nearest galactic net node in order to ensure his bandwidth never conked out. All of this turned Joshua's pod into the best performing unit on Cloudy Curtain. As Joshua entered the pod and let it close around him, he leaned his head back into the headrest that served as the neural interface. It hummed as it came to life, connecting Joshua's brain signals to the programs executed by the pod. The world changed. The cool steel walls of the simulator pod made way for a vibrant world. Many young men and women around his age walked through the digital streets of the starting area. Some sat next to fountains, watching the live streams of popular players that chose to broadcast in public. Others entered one of the many stores in order to shop for a new outfit. As for Joshua, he pulled up his friends list and tapped at one of the names to begin a dialogue. Yo Tops. Hey a snake. Triceratops greeted as his face appeared at the corner of Joshua's view. Up for another bout of arena. Joshua shook his head. I don't feel like it. The 1v1s and 2v2s have been getting kind of stale for me lately. I'm ready for something different. Oh. Triceratops mulled as he switched to matchmaking. You wanna play capture the flag or base conquest? Let's do capture the flag. It's 5v5 so I feel my skill still matters in that game mode. The two paired up and entered matchmaking for capture the flag as a duo. They first received 3 random players to fill up their 5-man team. Hey fellas. Triceratops greeted his new teammates. Me and Snake here are pairing up as light mechs, medium missile platform. The third player spoke, his tone conveying his distaste in further interaction. Okay, what about the rest? Heavy Knight. Just plant me next to our flag and I'll make sure anyone who takes it will be dead. The fourth player boasted. Defending the flag was the most traditional role in capture the flag and perfect for a heavy mech. Got any guns on your knight? Nope. But I'm faster than other knights. Great. Triceratops sighed. At least you can chase the enemy if someone manages to steal the flag from underneath us. So what about the last guy? I'm a girl, thank you. The young woman emphasized with a sneer. You just get out of my way. If you must know, I'm piloting a Genesis 18, the medium spider mech. So you do have more than 3 brain cells? Congratulations doofus. Haha. Triceratops deadpanned. Well, our team's a little light on weight, but we're very mobile. Let's do a 4-1. 3-2 the Missler interjected. My mech's a glass cannon. I'm best at supporting the heavy knight and providing long-range missile support. I'm attacking from the rear, the spider girl said. I work best if I can sneak up to them alone, so don't you dare follow me. Triceratops sighed again. Joshua, or the 7th snake, consoled him in a private chat. Don't bother too much. Getting your teammates work together like we learned at school doesn't always work. A lot of players just want to blow off steam. God, I hope they make an effort then. My win rate for capture the flag is already in the dump due to getting teamed up with egoistic morons. The matchmaking system released a bell, signifying a successful search of an opposing team. The screen changed into a small lobby where their team could inspect the enemy's loadout while the random battlefield loaded in the background. The 7th snake analyzed the enemy's team composition and felt a headache forming. The enemy team has a 3-person pre-made. They're all kitted with the same heavy mechs. He didn't recognize the variants, but they looked a lot like the strikers he fought the other day. One of them carries a bunch of close-ranged heat projectors. The other transformed his arms into medium-ranged ballistic cannons. The last guy appears to be their long-ranged marksman with his jumbo-sized laser rifle. It was a composition that lacked mobility but possessed power in spades. Relying on their tough armor and plentiful energy reserves, they could bulldoze anything in their way. The 2 randoms pulled in their team adjusted to the trio and came with their light mechs. Triceratops noted. 1 aerial scout and 1 saboteur. That's plenty of mobility for them to plug their gaps. The 7th snake shook his head. Not really. You can be sure the 3 meatheads will stick together. We're either going to face a heavy push or a full-on defense. If they keep turtle up in their base, I can bombard them with impunity behind a hill. The Missler said curtly. And if their team attacks, their flag will only be defended by 2 lights. The map finished loading, causing everyone to appear in a small open fort. A lengthy flagpole stuck out from the middle of the parade ground. All right, let's move. The spider mech girl crawled over the walls with her 8 limbs and disappeared from their view. The Missler took off in the other direction while the heavy knight planted its feet right next to the flag. Triceratops followed the 7th snake on the ground as he flew up in the air. The first thing we need to do is find the 3 heavies and figure out what they're up to. The 7th snake spoke to his fellow teammates. Me and Tops will scout the enemy first. As a flyer, Snake's Seraphim traversed the forest prairie environment with effortless grace. Tops' Phantasm could only slink through the trees as third as fast. However, the ground mech was able to minimize its emissions to stay hidden while the flyer radiated heat and also color as its iconic cloud generator spewed clouds of vapor. The 7th snake didn't care if he got spotted by the enemy first. Even as his Seraphim extended its sensor hair in the flowing wind, he was pretty much waiting to get shot at. After piloting the Seraphim for many hours, he grew confident in his ability to dodge. The 7th snake got distracted as a strange notification popped up. Someone is spectating me? That's strange. Oh well, as long as he isn't feeding information to my opponents, I don't care. A barrage of laser fire shot from a cloud. Some of the beam scorched the 7th snake's armor, thankfully not damaging anything essential. I'm under fire by their air scout. Engaging? Tops, keep searching for their heavies, don't let this distraction fool you. Triceratops nodded as his phantasm kept combing the surrounding area. Roger that, pal. My ground-to-air missiles are ready to fire. The Missler interrupted. Maintain contact and feed your target lock to me. No, stay out of this fight. I can handle this fellow myself. Don't reveal your position. The Seraphim flared its wings and juked side to side as it fired back with its light DMR. The jerky lateral movements made it hard to hit by the enemy lightweight, but the long-ranged rifle also scored very little hits. That was okay, because Snake increased his speed and approached with fury. His heart pumped faster and his brain went into a heightened state. His Seraphim holstered the rifle on his back, which was difficult with the wings in the way, and retrieved a pair of heated knives. Like the fangs of a predator, he wielded them in a reserve grip and rocketed in a charging attack towards the enemy flyer. The enemy mech panicked a bit as it had been loaded for long to medium range harassment. The pilot felt much less confident in melee than the enemies, so he flew back and engaged his mech's thrusters in order to escape the approaching rainbow mech. Death. The 7th snake yelled as he exerted his Seraphim to the utmost, managing to slowly close the distance at the cost of overheating his mech's wings. I can take it. My mech is meant to rule the skies. The enemy mech dove downwards in order to gain more speed and perhaps seek help from its allies on the ground. However, the Seraphim anticipated the move and accelerated just a split second earlier. The brilliant decision allowed it to close the distance just enough for Snake to feel the opposing mech's heat. "You're mine now." The light mech gave up escape and flipped in the air, presenting its medium-powered laser rifle at him. The Seraphim crossed its arms just as the lasers pelted its form, causing a lot more spots to blacken and melt away. The enemy mech evidently overheated its rifle, sacrificing its endurance for a massive boost in firepower. "It's too late," Snake yelled as he made his Seraphim spin. The rotation allowed it to dodge the last set of lasers while adding momentum to its poised and outstretched knives. The light mech extended its rifle in desperation, blocking with its bulk. One heated knife snapped right through its body, shearing the weapon into slag. The other knife passed around the weapon and scored a deep blow in the shoulder, practically crippling the mech's left arm. The Seraphim finished delivering its attacks, leaving it open for the light mech's kick. The feeble attack hardly damaged the Seraphim, but it successfully pushed it away, leaving the half-crippled mech enough space to continue to fall. Instead of chasing after its prey, the Seraphim holstered its knives and brought its rifle back to its arms. With a calm and steady aim, the Seraphim fired a constant stream of energy bolts. The first bolts went wide, but as the light mech failed to adjust in time, the next bolts hit its wings. The damage was light, but it disrupted the operation of its wings. The light mech posed an easier target now that its speed reduced. The subsequent energy bolts shredded the rest of the light mech's wings, leaving it incapable of correcting its fall. "Their aerial scout is doomed," the seventh Snake stated as he watched the smoking mech crash into the ground and explode. "What's the situation down on the ground?" "Their saboteur is good," the spider mech girl responded. "He got 2 of my legs, but he hasn't come out unscathed. Don't bother me. Let me focus on the duel. Their heavies are attacking our base. I'm having a hard time keeping them off our flag," the heavy knight gasped. "Mr. Missile Fan is helping, but I really need more help." Triceratops also filled in his status. "I've taken their flag since Spider Mech is doing a good job keeping their remaining light mech occupied. I can either help her out or go back to base. I won't be able to deliver the flag with the heavy boys around. Return to base. We need to destroy at least 2 out of 3 of those heavies in order to give you an opening to deliver the flag." "Okay, boss." The Seraphim flew back to base while the flag-carrying Phantasm ran across the terrain while holding a large flag. The seventh Snake assessed his mech's damage and energy reserves, and concluded it could withstand one more all-in assault. "Damn it! They got my sword arm? I'm only left with my shield now. Hang on, I'm coming." The seventh Snake responded as he broke through the clouds and flew over his team's base. His sensors rapidly detected the glowing hot forms of the enemy trio. The close-ranged heat-projecting enemy pinned down the heavy knight whilst slowly melting its armor. The medium-ranged ballistic gunner had succeeded in blowing off the heavy knight's sword arm and now went to work on its legs. As for the long-ranged marksman, it had already circled round the sides to suppress their missiler. To his credit, the missiler used its superior mobility to stay one step ahead of the enemy marksman, taking advantage of the surrounding hills to keep out of its line of sight. All the while, it fired sporadic volleys of arcing missiles onto the other 2 heavy mechs with the help of the telemetry the heavy knight sent back. The missiles hadn't inflicted any critical damage to the 2 mechs, but the frequent explosions degraded their sensors and stripped much of their top-facing armor. The 2 bruisers were so engrossed in bullying the heavy knight that the Seraphim was practically able to position itself at their rear. It then dived down in a descending, heart-stopping powered fall. The seventh Snake overcharged his DMR, causing its chamber to accumulate so much energy that smoke started to escape. He even overloaded his rear-side cloud generator so that it created a vast rainbow wake that approached the unsuspecting 2 mechs like the front of a tsunami. The heavy knight's facing allowed it to see the oncoming attack, and fell slack for a second, which proved to be a fatal mistake as a cannon shell ripped apart its right leg, causing the mech to lose its balance. The heat-projecting mech pounced on the vulnerability while the cannoner reloaded its shells with the confidence his target was already dead. Just as it was in the middle of swapping its magazine, the cannoner somehow felt an invisible pressure form from its rear. After switching to the rear sensor feeds, it suddenly noticed a gigantic attack coming from the air. Death. The seventh Snake bellowed as he aimed and fired a humongous energy bolt at the flat-footed cannon mech. The bolt zapped through the air like a hot knife through butter. The huge ball of energy splashed against the mech's rifle, coincidentally also damaging its magazine, causing it to explode in a devastating ripple. The bolt fell apart with most of its energy dispersing in the air, but some of the damage landed on the mech's front, ruining its surface internals. The seventh Snake had already decoupled and tossed aside his slagged rifle. With his twin-heated knives he struck the damaged and bleeding mech in its head and upper torso. He landed with so much momentum behind him that the knives tore through the remnants of the heavy mech's armor and ruined several of its critical systems, the most important of which was the power reactor embedded near the heart area. The cannoner, now cut off from power, shut itself off. Snake's Seraphim landed its delicate legs against the disabled mech's chest and bent its knees to mitigate its falling momentum. That left it open to the remaining heavy mech. The heat projector ignored the heavy knight that had been slagged into a molten statue, and ran back to avenge his comrade. With his Seraphim already running hot like an oven, even a glancing hit by the wide-area heat projectors could cause Snake to be boiled alive in his own mech. Acutely aware of the impending crisis, the seventh Snake acted in desperation. In a feat of exemplary control, the Seraphim spread its legs like a stripper and leveraged its grip on the embedded knives to spin around the unpowered mech's torso. The air flashed with white-hot heat and the projectors fired. The cannon mech's ruined armor suffered a catastrophic amount of damage while some of its internals even caught fire. The Seraphim's exposed legs also melted into a half-puddle shape, rendering them incapable of supporting the light mech's weight. However, the seventh snake managed to preserve his mech's waist and upper body. The Seraphim leaned over, using the burning cannoneer as a shield, and did something stupid. It threw its knives at its opponent. The heat-projecting mech got startled and hastily tried to angle its armor against the incoming projectiles, only for them to fall short and land on the ground. The heat projector grew enraged, and stumped over with his lumbering mech while firing its heat weapon without regard. The seventh snake continued to make his mech hug the increasingly hotter cannon mech, hoping desperately that it would last. Tops. Got it. The heat projector inadvertently walked away from the center. This left the waiting Triceratops a narrow window of approach. His phantasm swiftly but quietly climbed over the walls of their fort and made a beeline to the center where his own team's flag also rested. Noticing his mistake, the heat projector's pilot commanded his mech to turn its torso. With his pair of heat projectors poised to fire, the phantasm was bound to suffer greatly. That was until the seventh snake managed to pry off his battered and half-molten Seraphim away from its shield. With a disabled pair of legs, the Seraphim nevertheless crawled forward with all the strength its feeble arms could muster. It approached underneath the distracted heavy mech and reached out to grab on the heat projectors. The Seraphim succeeded in spoiling one of the heat projector's aim. It unleashed much of its molten fury harmlessly against the ground. The other heat projector succeeded in hitting the phantasm. However, the phantasm suffered no damage beforehand, and with only one projector achieving a hit, the phantasm maintained its ability to move. With a limping run, Triceratops succeeded in planting the enemy's flag right next to their team's unconquered banner. Yes. Woohoo. You interrupted my duel. While his teammates cheered and grumbled, the seventh snake sank back in his cockpit with a satisfied expression. He could feel the victory invigorating him even as he felt as if the excessive heat had cooked him into a crispy state. We won. The seventh snake smiled as he let out a warm and deep breath. I'm getting better at this, though my Seraphim won't be happy I trashed it again. Then he remembered someone had spectated him throughout the entire match. The seventh snake opened his personal page and switched to his stream. He read out the name of his only spectator. Chasing Clouds. That sounds familiar. Watching the seventh snake's replays impressed Ves. The mech pilot's flamboyant piloting of his Seraphim showed a remarkable mastery of its capabilities. The Seraphim domineeringly claimed the skies, fighting particularly well against other flyers, and launched aggressive attacks against opponents on the ground. Though Ves knew little of mech piloting, he still recognized the seventh snake's remarkable skill. His aggressive playstyle and continuous risk-taking hid a keen sense of timing. If this snake wasn't at the threshold of promoting to silver, he was absolutely in the upper tier of Bronze League. When Ves noted that the seventh snake had come online and entered matchmaking, he chose to spectate his match. What he saw of the young pilot's performance reaffirmed his judgment. Snake piloted the Seraphim in ways even Ves hadn't imagined. But does he have the X factor? Good piloting didn't necessarily mean one has the X factor. Disregarding the phenomenon's vague definition, the X factor might not even work in a virtual reality environment? Perhaps the seventh snake was only a good pilot, and nothing more. Still, Ves believed it would be beneficial to his understanding of his mechs if he had a talk with the pilot. When Ves initiated a call, the mech pilot answered immediately. Hello, I saw you spectating my last match. Who are you? I'm the mech designer who created the Seraphim variant you're piloting. Wow, the pilot gasped. No wonder I found your nickname familiar. So you're the famous Fantasia customizer. I'm researching a new project, and I need some feedback from the people who pilot my older work. Can you spare me a moment of your time? Yes. Ves was taken aback at the seventh snake's enthusiasm. This was the first time since he became a mech designer that someone afforded him respect. Hey, calm down kid. I just want your thoughts on some stuff, so don't be too stiff. Ves told the player, hoping he wouldn't be paralyzed into silence. Let me ask you my first question. Your records show that you've been piloting the Seraphim ever since you bought it. What makes you stick with the model? I think you must have realized by now that it isn't the best mech in its weight class. The seventh snake paused as he tried to formulate his words. I can't describe it. I never thought about replacing my Seraphim. I love it far too much to get rid of it. The mechs that I've piloted before are all good machines, but they don't fit my style. What do you mean when you use the word style? Ves asked, wondering if it had anything to do with the X factor. My playstyle. My way of fighting. Something like that. The Seraphim just clicks with me in a way no other flyer could. It's like we're part of the same brainwave. I can feel my passion engulfing the entire mech when I'm deeply engaged in a fight. No other mech can make me feel this good. Alright. Let me ask you something else. Have you ever experienced a moment where your mech gave you a push? For example, did the mech warn you of danger while you were unaware of it? Were there moments when you thought doing something was impossible, but you still managed to achieve it because your mech gave you a helping hand? The seventh snake fell into silence. I don't recall any moments like that. I'm always in full control of my mech. What I'm pretty sure of is I feel more at ease with the Seraphim. It's easier to play at my best when I'm piloting the Seraphim than with any other mech. I've even bought your Phantasm and Nomad models, but I never could get quite as comfortable when I play with them. Maybe it's the lack of wings. I've fallen in love with flying. Ves asked the seventh snake some other questions. What distinguished a good pilot and a great one? Are mechs better when they are smaller or larger? Does he believe in metaphysics? The young pilot's answer revealed no surprises. The boy wasn't aware of the X factor, nor did he seek to pursue anything magical. Ves formed an image of the young potentate. Young, wealthy and well-trained, his view of the mech world had been colored by the many teachings of his tutors. It was therefore no surprise that they avoided telling him about the X factor. A young man like him had no business chasing after a fantasy. I have one last question. Ves wrapped up the interview. Try to take a moment before you answer this. Do you believe your mech is alive? I don't know. The seventh snake replied with a confused expression. He scratched his head, trying to recall the times when he piloted the Seraphim. I'm not delusional. Of course it's not alive. The Seraphim's a great mech, but it doesn't have an AI as far as I know. What I can say is that piloting my Seraphim makes me feel more alive than anything else. Alright. Thank you for taking the time to tell me about your experiences. Goodbye. I hope I helped. You certainly did, don't worry about it. Can I ask you something before you go? Are you going to put more one-star mechs on the market? Ves shook his head. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I don't plan to do so. I've sold most of my one-star licenses so I can't construct any new one-star mechs. My hands are kind of full trying to start up my real universe mech business. Oh, so you're a real mech designer? No wonder. That's not to say I still don't have a use for Iron Spirit. Ves responded carefully, naturally not mentioning that earning massive DP was his main reason for sticking around. Once I earn some revenue, I'm transitioning to 2-star mechs. The profit margin is better in that tier. He would also have an easier time to reach beyond his limited customer base in Cloudy Curtain. In a few months, he'd hopefully gain enough skills to produce a competitive design. After shutting down the game, Ves stood up and stretched his limbs, mentally re-examining the interview. The seventh snake spoke with a peculiar accent that reminded him of the officials working in the capital of Cloudy Curtain. Despite his good upbringing, the young potentate described his piloting in the same vague way as the veterans did when describing their incredible feats that others thought involved the X factor. In other words, the interview provided inconclusive results. Ves hadn't come much closer to understanding the elusive X factor. Was it some kind of energy that hid inside a mech? Was it some evolutionary catalyst that manifested in only a couple of pilots? There's one thing all interviews about the X factor have in common: love, affection, grief, vengeance. Whatever was the case, most of the extraordinary performances mentioned in the galactic net were backed by strong and unrestrained emotions. It seemed unrelated. What do emotions have to do with the performance of a mech? That's like suggesting that an aircar can fly faster if the driver felt happy or angry. It made no sense. But an aircar doesn't have a neural interface. Ves remarked as he thought he found a clue. The neural interface allows mech pilots to receive sensory input from the mech, allowing them to treat the frame like it's their own body. Any decision a mech pilot makes is sent as output through the same interface, thus causing the mech to move according to its commands. Ves went back to his terminal and sought out a few articles about the neural interface. The neural interface was a highly restricted and highly controlled piece of hardware. Under no circumstances did any manufacturer allow the neural interface to leak out unnecessary signals. Excessive sensory input would overload a pilot's brains, while excessive movement output would cause the mech to lose control. The neural interface was strictly programmed to detect and block unauthorized signals, and technicians checked them frequently if they weren't tampered with. Pretty much every mech designer and technician trusted the neural interface to work as advertised. If thousands of industry insiders are sure there's nothing fishy with the neural interface, then it's not the source of the X factor. Emotions also elicit brain signals, and since those were different from the sensory and movement signals, they were explicitly blocked by the neural interface. But what if those signals are inseparable? Could emotions be conveyed through the same signals, therefore making it impossible for the neural interface to filter them out? For example, if a mech held a sword over a fallen enemy, did its pilot's desire to kill his opponent get blended in with the same signal that commanded the mech to thrust down its sword? If a mech spotted missiles flying in its direction, did an emotion like fear accompany its sensor signals of the incoming threat? Unfortunately, Ves had no background in the neural sciences. Everything he learned about the neural interface in college was how to install it and how to maintain it. A designer had no need to know how the gadget worked in order to use it in their designs. This left Ves unable to answer this question. I don't think all those other people who have hunted down the X factor are that stupid. If someone like me can think of it, I'm sure they exhausted themselves to death trying to see if the neural interface was capable of doing more. In the end, Ves was stuck again. With no solid theory on how to achieve the X factor, Ves had no starting point in designing a mech that incorporated it. With the huge interest payment looming over him, time began to run out for him. He could not waste the remaining days on a fruitless quest. Lucky chose this time to barge inside. With a nonchalant walk, the mechanical cat dropped the shiny blue sapphire before Ves' feet. It then nuzzled his legs with its slim but lively body. Another gem, I see. At least you didn't bury it in the backyard again. Ves picked up the sparkling blue gem and inspected it briefly before storing it in a small safe. Good job, buddy. Ves took a break. He picked up his gem cat and sank down on a sofa. He scratched the cat's metallic hide, not really sure if the cat even felt his fingers, but sure acting like it did. Lucky closed its eyes as it lay down comfortably on Ves' lap. As he looked at Lucky, a strange thought inserted in his head. Are you alive? The cat kept purring as if he didn't understand the question. But Ves knew the gem cat was smarter than he looked. It possessed an AI way more sophisticated than the thoughts of an average household cat. What is life? The age-old question of life engendered a lot of controversy over the years. Many scientists mentioned that life had the ability to learn, adapt, and reproduce. These clinical definitions of life try to encompass all manner of life, including even the tiniest bacteria. That made the definition far too broad to be of use in this situation. Instead, Ves wondered if Lucky could be called a living being. Sure, he probably couldn't mate with another mechanical cat, but Lucky was no different from any other pet. Whether Lucky's responses formed spontaneously or through a large script of possible responses, it didn't matter. Humans worked in the same way if one pulled up their microscopes and sunk deeper into a person's cells and DNA. I don't care what the scientists and experts say. Since you're capable of expressing your emotions, you're alive in my book. Ves was also pretty certain the key to unlocking the X factor lay in emotions. If Lucky could express emotions like love, hate, fear and disgust, why not a mech? Certainly, a mech didn't possess the programming to ferment such redundant thoughts in the eyes of scientists. But what if a mech bypassed the neural blockade? It could borrow the pilot's complex neural system to form its own emotions. Since the mech neurally connected to its pilot's brain, its emotions mirrored the pilot's own feelings. A mech's anger would neatly mirror its pilot's own hostility towards an opponent. This would only enhance a pilot's current mood and not display anything abnormal in the neural interface. I'm kind of reaching out there. How can a novice designer like me get it right while countless of experts missed this gap? At this point, Ves stopped caring about the opinions of others. He kept it simple. Lucky is alive. The system is also a living being. If these two entities are capable of life, then I believe that mechs can also live. If he presented these words to one of the researchers who studied the X factor for decades, he'd be laughed and ridiculed at. It was a stupid-sounding argument that relied entirely on subjective anecdotal experience. But when he looked down and stroked Lucky's back, he felt no regrets. I can't phrase it in any better way, but my faulty logic doesn't matter. My belief is enough. My heart tells me I'm looking in the right direction, and that's good enough. Now, Ves had finally obtained a somewhat coherent picture of the relation between life and the X factor. He felt as if a weight had disappeared. Now I have to put theory into practice. Ves was ready to design a new mech. One that hopefully unlocked the X factor. Ves revisited the CA-1A Nero. He was never proud of the mech, even if he learned a lot about the Caesar Augustus when working on it. The small solutions he implemented in the Nero only helped him fabricate a less horrible Caesar Augustus. In that regard, he succeeded modestly. When Ves checked his sales again, he saw that the Nero had already been sold once for a whole 60,000 credits. At least I don't have to worry about paying for the raw materials of my next model. The Nero always felt like a half-finished job to Ves. Now that he came back with a lot of new ideas, he wanted to revisit its design and see whether he could transform it into a mech that enables pilots to reach the X factor. Ves opened up the Mech Designer System and switched to the designer page. The designer stored all of his old designs, so he pulled up the Nero effortlessly. When he modified the CA-1's design, he made changes based revolving around reducing its cost and increasing its efficiency. He treated the Caesar Augustus as a robot and rearranged its internals without any regards to its presumably non-existent feelings. Ves wasn't sure working like that was the right approach. In his beliefs about the X factor, emotions played an important role. While he still wasn't certain how to engender these emotions in a giant machine, he had some guesses he could try. First, he theorized a mech designer's emotions and intentions played an enabling role. In other words, his own feelings bled over into the design and fabrication of a new mech. The clues to this idea came from remembering the circumstances of designing the Seraphim. Ice-cold designers who barely put any passion in their designs could never spark a semblance of life in these mechs. When Ves worked on the Phantasm, Nomad, and Nero, he constantly tried to maximize his gains while minimizing his losses. Though he was upbeat, he didn't put in an excessive amount of passion in his work. Despite being overburdened with toys, the Seraphim had been designed in a fit of passion. Ves vaguely remembered the emotions he experienced back then. He became elated at his first sale, and the completion of his second-ever tutorial missions. He received a windfall of resources and also got drunk on purchasing a lot of virtual component licenses. With such an affected mind, he got straight to work at designing a colorful mech that embodied extreme joy and passion. These all happened to be the same emotions the seventh snake felt when he performed at his best. Ves formed a bold idea. The alignment of the emotions expressed by the designer, mech, and pilot determined whether they could produce the X factor. Almost every speculation about the X factor Ves had read on the galactic net only focused on the mech and its pilot. It almost never included the designer. Even if they did, they focused on the designer's physical objectives, not his emotional demands. How can a sword in the hands of a warrior shine bright when the blacksmith forged it casually? There was no proof for Ves' assertion that the craftsman mattered. As far as humanity knew, emotions weren't bundles of energy that had a definable existence in the material universe. It certainly sounded highly unlikely that when Ves designed and fabricated the Seraphim, he somehow embedded it with some sort of voodoo mental energy. No, perhaps the mystery lay in purpose and intent. The strong emotions of the mech designer sharpened his intent. A mech designed to break through fortifications would not only possess the physical qualities that enabled it to perform such a task, it would also be built carrying the designer's intent to succeed. Paired with a pilot who carries the same wish, such a mech crystallized the intent of all three entities in a single machine. In order to gift the new Nero with a purpose, Ves first had to look back on the intent of its base model. The Caesar Augustus is a product of a young, spoiled mech designer's desire to show off. Ves concluded as he recalled the debut of Jason Kozlowski. At the time, it was built to be the best all-rounder current gun mech. Jason obviously hadn't been modest in his demands. However, he possessed one thing many other mech designers lacked. He was incredibly passionate when he designed the Caesar Augustus. The heir to National Aeromotives made a bet that he'd produce the design in a month. If Jason spent only 1 month to come up with a completely original design with so much pressure hanging over him, the emotions that he carried over in his creations would be immense. I've done a disservice to the Caesar Augustus. Ves realized as he recalled the times when he fabricated the virtual versions of the stock model and the Nero. Even though he crafted them in a simulation, the lifelike circumstances meant that the frustrations and difficulties he felt must have bled over to his end products. I need to adjust my mood. Redesigning the new Nero without emulating Jason's passion will just deliver another half-assed result. Ves felt as if he was forced to go up to a stage and begin acting while he had zero experience. The only thing he could do is recall the times when he was still young and bright, before his moody teenage years set in. He used to dream of following in his father's footsteps and become a mech pilot. I was naive back then. Naive but happy. Much like how Jason felt 30 years ago when he just graduated from Estlin. While he didn't succeed in summoning up a youthful and arrogant mood, Ves somewhat managed to instill confidence in himself. I don't have anything great to draw upon in my past, but with the help of the system I can still dream of the wonders I'll experience in the future. The Caesar Augustus' main attribute was exuding absolute confidence. Jason believed the mech he designed was the best of the current generation. It surpassed any frontline or elite mech within the same technological boundary. Only the most advanced next-gen models carefully developed and kept hidden by the first-tier states could beat it in a fair fight, and those mechs were usually kept hidden from the public, employed only in the most frigid battles by the geniuses of the largest empires. In other words, the Caesar Augustus had reason to be arrogant. After matching his confident mood with the arrogant and narcissistic mindset behind the Caesar Augustus, Ves went to work making adjustments to the Nero. Naturally, in the perspective of improving the Nero's physical capabilities, he only had limited options. He hadn't learned any new subskills since the time he designed the Nero, after all. He also couldn't undo all of his work in the misguided intention to emulate Jason. Instead, he sought to bring back the charm of the base model. Ves had originally smoothed out the minute incongruities Jason incorporated in CA1's armor. He used to regard them as sloppy flourishes that added nothing of value. Now he noted the seemingly useless contours enhanced its domineering image. Next, he paid attention to its internals. The changes he made to produce the original Nero were minor optimizations. They reduced the risk of catastrophic faults and made the mech easier to maintain, but the underlying idea behind the changes was that he made the mech more timid. Jason designed the CA1 to be a show-stopping elite, focusing purely on its martial prowess and not nearly enough attention to its practicality. Ves somehow had to reconcile two opposite intents. One was the need to make the Nero more practical to maintain and repair. The other was to retain the Caesar Augustus' aggressive edge. The way Ves decided to go about it was to revert a couple of changes and implement a couple of new ones. The Caesar Augustus emphasized confidence to the point of recklessness. The Nero emphasized self-preservation to the point of timidity. Therefore, the Nero Redivigus should be focused on competence that its systems could take a better beating. Essentially, Ves left out much of the arrogance embedded in the base model. Since he hadn't made any major changes, Ves finished updating his Nero after only half a day. After Ves added in the finishing touches, he let the system evaluate his redesigned variant. He aptly named it the Nero Redivivus, after a somewhat dubious legends that the ancient Roman emperor rose from the dead. Ves imagined he succeeded in bringing his older work back to life. Design evaluation, CA1B Nero Redivivus. Variant name, CA1B Nero Redivivus. Base model, Caesar Augustus CA1. Original manufacturer, National Aeromotives. Weight classification, medium heavy. Recommended role, Elite Vanguard. Armor, A. Carrying capacity, C. Aesthetics, B. Endurance, D. Energy efficiency, D+. Flexibility, E. Firepower, B+. Integrity, E. Mobility, D+. Spotting, C. X Factor, E. Deviance, 4%. Performance improvement, 3%. Overall evaluation, a customized design that barely improves on the original. While it is slightly easier to fabricate and repair, this variant offers barely any benefits. Rare among other variants, this design has not butchered the base model's X factor. Instead, it has retained a shadow of its presence. You have received 50 design points completing an original design of a last-generation mech. You have received 100 design points for designing a mech with a trace of X factor. Yes, I did just enough to get it to work. VS rejoiced, happy for reaching the finish line just as he put in so much work. The windfall of DP he received also helped. At least VS received some indication from the system that his attempts to recreate the vaunted X Factor succeeded. I haven't wasted all of my time. VS waited for a moment, but nothing else had happened. System. I've completed the mission. Won't you give me the rewards? Please continue fabricating your design in order to complete the mission. Regardless of the Nero Redivivus inadequacies, it offered the possibility to unleash the X Factor, but evidently the possibility wasn't enough. He had to prove its existence by making the design come to life. I'm pretty sure the mission stated that designing a mech should be enough. Do you just want me to finish what I started? It didn't hurt to practice. I might as well do it. But first, let's spend my DP. Enough time had passed for his Fantasia variants to sell several hundred times, though their sales trend started to decline. And while VS only managed to sell the Caesar Augustus and the Nero once, their higher tiers resulted in more DP when they were sold. Together with the DP he received as a reward for designing the Nero Redivivus, VS saved enough points to purchase the medium-weight armor optimization I subskill in the skill tree. I'd rather purchase the 3D printer proficiency 2 upgrade since I still have trouble reproducing the Caesar Augustus parts, but I really need to learn how to work with armor once I receive the new license. It was a matter of priorities. Without becoming more proficient in modifying armor, he might fail in adapting the new armor to the Caesar Augustus. He'd be wasting the valuable license if he botched the design. He checked his status again to see if anything else had changed. Status. Name, Ves Larkinson. Profession, Novice Mech Designer. Specializations, none. Design points, 74. Attributes. Strength, 0.7. Dexterity, 0.7. Endurance, 0.6. Intelligence, 1.2. Creativity, 1. Concentration, 1.1. Neural aptitude, F. Skills. Assembly, Novice. 3D printer proficiency I. Assembler proficiency I. Business, Apprentice. Computer science, Incompetent. Electrical engineering, Novice. Mathematics, Incompetent. Mechanics, Apprentice. Jury rigging I. Speed tuning I. Metallurgy, Apprentice. Metaphysics, Incompetent. Physics, Novice. Lightweight armor optimization I. Medium-weight armor optimization I. Evaluation, achieved a step into novice territory. Surprisingly, he gained some benefits from his focused research. The long hours he spent reading and watching interviews rose his concentration by 0.1 points. The scattered but varied theories he learned and formulated by himself also gained acknowledgement by the system, resulting in a new subskill called metaphysics. Seems like you acknowledge that metaphysics has merit. VS remarked coyly at the system. It didn't deign to reply. Shrugging, VS switched back to his skill tree and saw that the metaphysics subtrees were under a special condition. He spotted plenty of icons, but fog shrouded their names and descriptions. He also couldn't spend his DP to unlock them. He wasn't allowed to cheat his way into mastering the X Factor. This only underscored its value. Well, he could figure it out later. First he had to fabricate the Nero Redivivus in order to prove his assumptions and complete the mission. First, I need to get in the right mindset again. I can't treat the fabrication process as a chore. He began work on fabricating the new Nero whilst keeping a confident, trusting attitude. This wasn't always easy to keep up for hours. VS frequently took breaks in order to keep his mood fresh. This caused him to take twice as long to finish the Nero Redivivus, but when he finally read through the testing and diagnostics of the completed model, he gained a pleasant surprise. Despite his fumbling, the Nero Redivivus had actually improved. Its construction went a little smoother, causing less substandard parts to pop up. This improvement helped along the assembly process, where VS spent much less time wrangling ill-fitting parts into a whole. I'm finally done with this. VS sighed. He visited his store page, removed the first Nero from his catalog, and added in the Nero Redivivus to take its place. The system finally gave VS what he deserved. Congratulations for completing the mission. The road to understanding the X Factor is long and bumpy. There are many destinations at the end of the road. Believe in yourself and advance towards the endpoint unique to you. You have received a 10-year random medium armor production license lottery ticket. Please visit the lottery page to redeem your ticket. You have received a 200-ton medium armor raw materials package. Please visit your inventory to open the package. VS was already filled with glee. My luck's been bad lately. The heavens must surely compensate me this time. Hopefully I won't encounter another pagoda. VS waited for a long time to receive an armor production license. The good ones cost at least as much as an advanced mech license, but even bargain bin armor cost a pretty penny. Demanding a 100 million bright credits to license a decent armor system was considered reasonable. Of course, if VS was really desperate, he could license outdated armor or even stuff that was so old, its owners didn't even bother charging a license for its use. The latter was useful if VS made a civilian mech, such as a machine designed to lift containers in warehouses or sow crops in a farm. There was no way he'd ever implement such rotten armor in a combat mech. Any pilot that chose to bring such a poorly armored mech to the battlefield was asking to be sniped in a single shot. Over the 400-year development cycle of mechs, the components that accompanied their designs also evolved over time. Lasers got more efficient, enabling them to deal more damage with less heat. Ballistic weaponry featured new iterations of propellants and explosives. Energy cells provided more energy to the mech with the implementation of highly energetic fuels and advanced batteries. In the face of progressing weapons, a mech's armor had to match their pace. There were certain moments in mech history where firepower dominated over that period's armor level. Those were miserable times, where wars caused immense casualties to all the parties involved. In other times when armor easily endured against stagnating weapons, conflicts often dragged on into exhausting wars of attrition, draining much more resources than anticipated. Only when the level of firepower matched the level of armor could mech battles remain short and limited. More wars started during this period, but they also ended quicker. Hopefully the lottery will bring me something average. VS had no desire to win another good license. The Caesar Augustus was already bad enough. He did not want to compound his expenses with some kind of super deluxe armor plating that required special machinery to produce. When the Wheel of Fortune showed up, VS let out a relieved breath. At least it's not the fucking pagoda again. The only thing VS had to worry about was getting an awfully cheap armor license. The Caesar Augustus required a certain standard of armor to work. Anything older than last generation was useless in the battlefield. Even certain newer alloys might not work if they aimed at the bottom segment of the market. Wish me luck, Lucky. His gem cat meowed disinterestedly, not even deigning to glance at the holographic prize wheel. Despite his name, Lucky hadn't helped VS gather much luck so far. He still had his uses though, so VS just ruffled his cat's head and spun the wheel. Clacking sounds echoed in the workshop as the wheel's pins clacked against the pointer. Various different plates of armor spun past too quickly for VS to recognize their names. After about 30 seconds of solid spinning, the wheel slowed down. VS was able to read the labels now, but he failed to recognize their brands. Way too many products are introduced each year. The names don't really matter. I only care about their capabilities. The wheel dragged its heels for a couple of suspenseful seconds before it stopped. The pointer landed on a grayish piece of plate. Congratulations! You have received a 10-year production license of the following armor component. Marlin Solutions 1004 HRF 5th generation. It looks a little cheap. All VS had to say it could be worse. As he studied the armor's specifications and sought more information on the galactic net, he realized his bad luck struck again. At least he hadn't suffered critical damage. The 1004 HRF was actually a bog-standard piece of armor. It was also popular, seeing as Marlin opted to renew its formula for 5 generations. A favorite of small and medium-sized mech manufacturers, the HRF required a complicated manufacturing process to produce decent quality armor plating. Decent quality for average second-line mechs, like law enforcement or planetary guard regiments. The 5th generation of the HRF thankfully qualified as current generation armor, so its fundamental specs weren't inferior to the mechs his cousin Melinda piloted at the Bentheim Planetary Guard. The HRF's performance actually featured no unique strong points. Neither did it have any glaring weaknesses. Its main advantage was cost. Its formula used no exotic raw materials, just a large amount of widely available minerals and ingots. The HR in its name stood for highly refined, which meant it took a lot of energy to extract the useful parts of all those materials and combine them into a single plate. Thus, the production of the armor generated a lot of waste products. VES comm unit pinged with the arrival of a new message. Just like with the Caesar Augustus, one of the system's shell companies sent him the production license for the HRF via the galactic net. After combing over the license agreement and finding nothing amiss, he signed it and sent it back to the Fake Institute. The system would take care of the rest of the paperwork, like registering his license at Marlin Solutions and the local branch of the Mech Trade Association. He unpacked his virtual box of raw materials next. A huge set of containers got dumped in VES storage area, practically filling it up halfway. Opening them to take a look inside revealed neat boxes filled with ingots, minerals, and powders. Damn, 200 tons should be enough for a couple of mechs with plenty to spare, if I had any other armor license. But the HRF wastes so much input that I'm not even certain I can produce enough plates for 2 mechs. If VES bought the 200 tons from the open market, he'd have to cough up almost 20 million bright credits. Processing them into finished plates of armor used up a lot of energy and a fair amount of time, so VES also needed to pay tens of thousands of credits in his next electricity bill. This was also why he appreciated the system's rewards for this mission. The materials gifted to him saved an enormous amount trouble. For most mechs, armor plating cost the most, due to its excessively high material needs. Other components such as the power reactor and engines demanded a lot of precision in its manufacturing, but asked a lot less of its materials. Their main value lay in their sophisticated architecture, which fell under intellectual property that the license already covered. VES had checked the price of a 10-year Caesar Augustus production license shortly after he first got it. Such prices weren't made public, so he had to visit a couple of mech fan sites to find a couple of estimates. The license's price supposedly ranged from 500 million to up to 2 billion bright credits. Jason stuffed his mech full with goodies from different companies. It's no wonder they all want a piece of the pie when he licenses out his mech. That was the way business worked. It was extremely fortunate that VES had earned the licenses through the system. If he had to resort to other means, he might have been forced to sign away his independence. For example, a competing manufacturer might lend his leftover licenses if VES sold a majority stake of his company's stock. To any other mech designer, they'd feel fortunate if someone decides to invest in their startups. To someone who has the system like Ves, it'd be satisfying thirst by drinking poison. He refused to be shackled by anyone. With only about 4 weeks left until the start of the Young Tigers exhibition, Ves wanted to complete a viable design that he could show off to the elites attending the event. The manufacture and sale of any model based on the Caesar Augustus was still too difficult for Ves to achieve by himself in the limited time before he had to meet his interest payment. Even though the base model could still compete with current GN models, the Caesar Augustus only had a very small circle of customers. It was not viable to produce the mech first and put out a few ads on the galactic net to sell later. It might take years for some random pilot looking to buy a cheap elite mech to stumble upon his work. By then he'd already be bankrupt. No, it's better to seek out a customer first. I won't be wasting the remaining half month I have left. I don't want to do a fruitless job manufacturing a mech I'll never earn anything from its sale. Hopefully a lot of wealthy people will visit this year's YTE. Anyway, let's not put the cart before the horse. I need to get to work with the new design. Ves loaded the Mech Designer System's exclusive designer and looked at his available models. He considered iterating on the Nero Redovigus, which would save him a lot of time, or start over from the base model. Both choices had their pros and cons. While I'm rather short on time, 4 weeks should still be plenty. What's more important is that I start designing a variant with the X factor in mind from the beginning. If I keep working on the Nero, I'll just muddle it further by blending in different emotions and intents. He'd certainly be able to design a decent mech, just not one with a strong X factor. The X factor doesn't matter very much if I'm designing a mass production model. But if I want to sell something based off the Caesar Augustus, I need to tailor it to an elite who treasures his mech as a partner. I absolutely can't be casual about this point. With the base model loaded, Ves wasn't in a hurry to fiddle around. According to his self-made theory about actualizing the X factor, the intents of the designer, mech, and pilot had to align. This sounded simple, but Ves wasn't designing an original mech. Instead, he adapted from another designer's existing work. What really happens to the X factor if a mech has multiple designers? The Nero Redovigus showed that the X factor hadn't disappeared from the base model, unlike with the first edition of the Nero. This meant that if the intents and emotions of the two designers overlapped, the X factor would be preserved. This fit in with his theory. But what if he had an opposite intent from the original designer? Say Designer 1 has developed a mech design that emphasizes defense. Designer 2 comes along and makes a variant of the design that focuses heavily on offense. Would the opposing intents neutralize themselves, or would Designer 2's intentions overwrite Designer 1's original imprint? The truth might be a mix of the two, where Designer 2's intent becomes predominant but in a diluted form. I don't have enough time to experiment with intents. Ves chose to keep his intent simple, one that did not clash with the base model. I want a mech that retains its dominance. Though it's too outdated to become a mainstay in a modern battlefield, it can still rule over civilian and mercenary mechs. A warhorse. An aggressive mech that needs to perform at its best when the pilot needed to show off his prowess. It didn't need to stick around in extended engagements and try to outlast the enemy. It preferred to break through and smash any obstacles in its way. He already had a name in mind for his new variant. The Mark Antony. A rogue and a bastard, he nonetheless served as a daring cavalry commander under some dude called Julius Caesar. He later became rivals with the guy who eventually got called Caesar Augustus, and died because he wasn't as competent. Sucks to be you, but I got to thank you for providing a fitting story to your name. Mark Antony's history paralleled with how Ves envisioned his mech both in its role and its relation to the base model. The Mark Antony would be a cheaper and less armored version of the Caesar Augustus. It should retain or even expand on the aggressive arrogance of its base model in order to prevent its opponents from exploiting its weaknesses. Now that Ves formed a strong image of his future design's purpose, he could finally begin working for real this time. Let's start with the armor. It's the biggest job by far, and I need to replace the original model's armor wholesale. This is going to take a while. Designing an armor scheme for a mech took a lot of skills and knowledge. Ves was frankly impressed by the young Jason Kozlowski's work in making the armor of Caesar Augustus look majestic while still doing its job. Of course, he also enjoyed limitless resources and help. With an abundance of processing power, Jason could easily layer the armor plates in a way that minimized the gaps. Ves lacked a room full of processors ready to solve any problems by brute force, but the Mech Designer System came with its own perks. The designer offered a number of simulations that showed how certain sections responded to laser fire or other types of damage. It simulated a mech's maximum capacity for damage. It also had a tool that showed how to disable the mech with the least amount of effort. Using these aids saved Ves a lot of effort. Together with his newly gained medium-weight armor optimization I subskill, he felt competent enough to start his job as an armorer. Rather than copying Jason's armor contours, Ves decided to remove most of it and start from the bare minimum, only keeping the ingenious ways Jason and his helpers kept the joints protected. He started with the legs. For mechs, legs not only provided movement, they made sure the mech stayed stable. While the mech's engines devoted most of its power to supporting the legs, the limbs had to bear the entire mech's weight in addition to its own armor. The mech's legs were absolutely crucial to a mech's operation. Crippling even one of them might immobilize a mech, effectively achieving the same results as killing it. Protecting the legs was a top priority. The Caesar Augustus enjoyed luxurious armor on its legs. National Aeromotives knew their business when they developed its proprietary armor. It offered excellent protection at a decent weight. Now Ves somehow had to keep his Mark Antony's legs protected while not piling up too much armor. Excessive bulk reduced a mech's flexibility and speed. The Mark Antony is a spear that breaks through obstacles. It needs mobility more than armor. The legs has to facilitate a charge. It doesn't need to be excessively nimble. The Antony doesn't pretend to be a light mech in that regard. The Mark Antony featured slightly thicker armor, especially on its front axis. While it made the legs vulnerable to crippling strikes from the rear, it could take about 75% of a beating the base model's legs could endure. This was already very generous considering the enormous differences in price between Ves' newly acquired HRF and the original armor plating. Next came the torso. The core of any mech, it features by far the most space for its systems. The cockpit, power reactor, and engines all resided in the torso. This placed unparalleled importance on its protection, especially with regards to shielding the pilot inside. Mechs were expensive, but potentates were rarer. Only 3.5% of the total population of humans possessed the potential to pilot a mech, but not every one of them actively pursued a military career. Mechs could be gained fairly easy by spending enough credits, but pilots represented a limited resource that replenished slowly. Thus most countries treated pilots like gold but mechs like silver. The armor schemes of most mechs reflected this demand, making it the thickest part of their armor. In keeping up with the Mark Antony's indomitable intent, Ves became bold when working on the torso. He pursued aggressive lines that largely mirrored Jason's own scheme, but added more bulk to the lower torso and shaved a bit of armor from the upper torso. The upper torso of a mech usually housed the cockpit and some other delicate components that could fit by the side. Surrounded by the shoulders and arms, it took a lot to excavate the cockpit from the heavily armored chest. The lower torso housed the power reactor and engines. Their central position ensured energy and motive power could flow in all directions of a mech equally. Naturally, not all mechs followed this scheme. Some lighter mechs such as the Fantasia 2R swapped the positions around. In the Mark Antony's case, Ves decided keeping its engines and power reactor working his main priority. The mobility of the mech must not be compromised. The cockpit still enjoyed adequate protection, but not to the exaggerated extent of the base model. The cockpit's frontal protection got reduced by as much as 50%, an inevitability considering the HRF armor plating's lack of exceptional attributes. Layering too many plates on top of each other not only wasted Ves' armor budget, it also threatened to upset the mech's balance. Still, considering the HRF's much cheaper cost, it was a price worth paying in some situations. Ves spent some time with the rear torso, but not too much except for thickening it a little bit. The Caesar Augustus possessed above average rear armor, but if Ves replaced it the same thickness in HRF plating, he'd turn the Mark Antony in a mech with its rear section dangerously naked. He had no choice to bulk up the rear, choosing to incorporate some subtle angles that helped deflect damage aimed at the cockpit or engines, but otherwise keeping it plain. The shoulders deserved special attention. Jason's CA-1 employed shoulder launchers for long-ranged missiles. This wasn't anything unusual for mech designers who wanted to offer a long-ranged solution to round out their mech's deficiencies in that area, but Jason very clearly half-assed the attempt. The Caesar Augustus was not a mech that specialized in lengthier engagements at longer ranges, so it carried no room for additional missiles. In short, the launchers only fired the missiles in its tubes before they became useless ornaments. He considered removing them. Sure, the launchers were relatively small and light, and didn't hinder the mech's mobility all that much. On the other hand, it added little firepower beyond its initial salvo, and the addition of the system and its mechs meant its logistical footprint grew larger than what could be justified. Well, it's not like anyone has to stick to these missiles. They can easily change them to something to their liking. These days, missile systems became a lot more standardized than in the past, where each manufacturer used different sizes to monopolize the sale of refills. The missile launchers employed by Jason came from a reputable manufacturer, so plenty of missile types could fit in. Shorter-ranged missiles that lacked sophisticated guidance options packed a lot of punch, which might be crucial when employed with great timing. He spent a lot of time refining the torso before moving on to the arms. Most humanoid mechs employed arms as their primary weapon platform. They required protection from harm due to their essential role in a mech's offense, but they also had to retain their nimbleness in order to operate their weapons as smoothly as real human arms. Regarding the use of arms, mech designers generally chose from three different options. One was to keep the arms articulated like a human's, letting the mech depend on external weapons like pistols and rifles. Great importance is placed on mimicking the arms to its biological equivalent, sometimes achieving a synchronization of up to 99%. This allowed marksmen to fire their weapons as accurately as they could in real life without depending on aim assist and other guided aids, which provides a remarkable advantage in certain times. Another route was to embed weapons in the wrists. Usually smaller and less powerful than handheld weapons, it kept the arms free to wield weapons while simultaneously offered additional firepower without detrimentally affecting weight and carrying capacity all that much. However, such weapons systems needed to be fed energy or other resources from the torso. Accommodating these needs weakened the arms internally and created more weak points. The wrist-mounted weapons also unbalanced the arms and made hand-mounted weaponry less accurate. The third, most extreme way of employing arms was to replace the lower arm or even the entire arm for a dedicated weapon emplacement. This made mechs lose the ability to hold external equipment, but they gained a powerful weapon affixed to a stable platform. Mech designers generally regarded these designs as trying to marry a tank into a mech. Such a solution is generally employed on frontline mass production models. Larger mech core made the best use of large numbers of uniformly equipped mechs and also had the most need for large caliber weaponry that the weapon arms usually affixed. In the case of the Caesar Augustus, Jason went with the wrist-mounted weapons. The laser cannons were actually high-quality weapons even in the current generation. They provided a substantial amount of short to medium-ranged firepower as long as the mech's energy lasted. They did have a tendency to overheat the mech, and with VES HRF replacing the base model's heat-resistant armor, the Mark Antony had a much smaller capacity to absorb the heat. VES could only tune down the cannons to a lower default setting, allowing it to last a little longer. The base model employed a sword and a shield as the mech's melee weapon. This lowered the demand for articulation, so VES happily bulked up the arms in order to improve its armor and heat absorption. It stiffened the arms, but VES did not place excessive demands on the mech's accuracy. Its laser cannons remained effective in medium range, only having trouble in closer ranges due to the ability for lighter mechs to circle swifter than a mech's ability to rotate. This left VES with the armaments. Made with the same materials as the armor, the heavy shield could endure a lot of damage at an acceptable weight. The valiant-looking sword possessed enough qualities to cut through enemy armor when it was treated slightly differently at the end of the manufacturing process. VES wouldn't be able to retain the original shield's design. It offered too little protection for too much weight. At its current state, VES could either increase or decrease the size of the shield. The HRF plating is cheap, so I should employ the shield as a disposable object. The Mark Antony's main feature is its ability to charge and break through the enemy line, so I'll make it longer and thicker. With the designer's helpful tools, he reconstructed the bulky kite shield of the base model into a longer and slightly thicker tower shield. Taking inspiration from the equipment of the historical ancient Rome, VES emulating the iconic curved rectangular shields. When held in its armed position, the mech could cover almost the entire mech's length, protecting it from the knees to the lower half of its head. The specific length prevented the lower edge of the shield from bumping into terrain and also left the mech's eyes unobstructed by the upper edge. The shield turned out to be incredibly heavy and was difficult to move, but it also covered a lot more area so it didn't need to. Made entirely out of cheap HRF plating, pilots wouldn't feel any heartache when they threw it away if it sustained too much damage or if the mech required a burst of speed. VES was highly satisfied with the end result. The big rectangular shield fit heavy infantrymen more than cavalry, but VES didn't bother reconciling these contradictions. He only borrowed the ancient Roman theme to make his mech look cooler. As for the weapon, the HRF was distinctly unsuited to serve as a sword material. Its composition focused fully on frontal protection, and couldn't retain an edge suitable for bladed weaponry. It also broke much easier when struck hard. He'd either have to change to a different weapon or keep the arm empty. The HRF only excels at cost. VES took the same approach as with the shield. He bulked up the mech's weapon and didn't bother adding any edge. He eventually ended up with a short mace with a bulky rounded end. Since the mech already carried quite a bit of weight from its armor and shield, VES hadn't opted for something larger like a hammer or staff. Despite the mace's simple looks, it still dealt a fair bit of damage if the pilot put its weight behind its attacks. It kind of sucks. Too bad I can't afford another production license. Even the virtual licenses cost too many credits for VES to bother buying them. He had to hoard money for now in preparation for producing a real mech. Only the head remained now. In modern mechs, the head housed the best sensors of a mech. It was a rather poor position for something so important. It stuck out too much. However, most humanoid mechs retained the head due to pilots massively preferring their main view to come from such an elevated position. Mechs that hadn't bothered with heads and moved their main sensors to the torso, the so-called Pango types, never really caught on in the market. The Caesar Augustus featured an ornate head design that appealed to Jason's aesthetics. It housed fairly good sensors behind enough armor and embellishments to make them difficult to pick off by a stray shot. VES hadn't messed around with the head too much, but he did add a dramatic touch by adding a vertical helmet crest, much like the cool helmets worn by the soldiers of ancient Rome and Greece. For its plume, VES embedded the small festive cloud generator at its neck. With some creative plumbing, he ensured the cloud generator's red vapor to erupt from the head crest in an even fashion. He put enough power in the ejection of vapor that it held onto its semicircular shape in the wind even if the mech moved around. Having finished working on the exterior, VES stepped back and beheld the entire mech. It matched what VES envisioned for the Mark Antony. A medium mech carrying a heavy shield to facilitate its tendency for head-on and charges and collisions. Discarding the shield allowed the mech to regain its mobility, enhancing its maneuverability in melee combat and leaving a hand free for a spare pistol or knife. Despite the long hours of fiddling with armor plates and figuring out the best arrangements, VES enjoyed the entire process with the enthusiasm of a kid trying a new toy. The designer's many tools allowed him to waste less time with boring calculations, leaving him more time to utilize his sharpened creativity to come up with aggressive designs. His work culminated in a mech that embodied VES' intent of aggression, momentum, burst power, and a little bit of flamboyance. Whilst VES expected the armoring process to be the most challenging job, His method of channeling his intent while he made his designs paid off. He was sure that others could have done a much better job, but he did a decent enough attempt that he could confidently say he hadn't wasted his time. Now, it's time to revisit the internals. A mech's armor defined the machine's appearance. The changes made to the internals might not be visible to outsiders, but it affected the heart and soul of the mech. His experiences in muddling around with the Nero and making more focused modifications with the Nero Redivigus taught him a lot about the design philosophy behind the Caesar Augustus. Ves already knew that Jason wanted to cram as much goodies in his frame as possible. This adversely affected the mech's internal integrity, as any damage that passed by its armor could spark a cascade of faults. While Jason relied on National Aeromotive's excellent armor to mitigate this issue, Ves had to make do with Marlin Solutions' budget-focused 1004 HRF 5th generation. Despite his best efforts, the Mark Antony's armor only withstood about a third as much as the original armor in the worst locations. The best places only matched the original armor by 80%, which was already extremely generous. With an armor scheme that only protected the Mark Antony's internals by an average of 50% of the base model, Ves wondered if he should vacate some unnecessary components in order to make room for more structural support. The internals of a mech consisted of every component underneath a mech's outer shell. The internal frame that acted as the skeleton of the Caesar Augustus was strong and thick. It needed to be, as it sometimes came under intense stress due to the weight it carried and the attacks it bore when the armor was penetrated. The highly durable synthetic muscles that controlled its limbs also took a lot of space, as an abundance of power was required to move the CA-1's generous armor. The components themselves varied in their requirements. The cockpit, engine, and power reactor all took up most of the space in the torso, but other systems such as sensors and processors had plenty of space in the mech's otherwise useless head. The pipes and cabling that connected the components together looked thin, but added up together they made up a significant and important portion of a mech's internal space. The original Caesar Augustus models came installed with some truly fine components. Even though the mech was now considered last generation, the quality of its numerous components allowed the mech to overcome most current generation frontline models as long as its energy lasted. However, this led to the CA-1's internal space becoming congested by cabling, as all those components needed to be connected to the engines, power reactor, cockpit, or more. It exceeded all the recommended safety margins Ves learned in college. The mech only supported so much weight. The Caesar Augustus had been classified as a medium mech. Such mechs were the mainstays of battles, able to dodge slow attacks and tank the lighter ones. To retain the minimum amount of mobility required to pilot the mech in such a manner, Jason already stretched the Caesar Augustus to its maximum limits. Any heavier and the mech would end up into an uncomfortable weight class beyond medium weight but lighter than heavy weight. It was hardly able to dodge most attacks, but its armor couldn't endure against a sustained assault. Ves mulled the difficult problem of solving the mech's internal structure while keeping his mech effective in performing its role. The Mark Antony is aggressive. As long as it's able to charge at the enemy and thump them in the opening moments, it's sufficient. Battles of attrition and extended engagements are not its specialties. The mech doesn't demand too much endurance. His first internal modification was to make the painful decision to remove 15% of the mech's energy cells. This reduced the mech's ability to sustain a pitched battle, but it freed up quite a bit of space. Mechs generally featured two kinds of energy cells. The most often used cells acted as batteries or capacitors with a fair amount of readily available energy. These battery-type cells could be used to power a high-intensity laser cannon, allowing the weapon to fire in quick succession as it drained power very fast. Battery cells generally were employed on mechs that depended highly on energy weapons and were expected to fight short but intensive fights. Other types of energy cells carried fuels or other energetic materials. While these cells couldn't provide an immediate boost of energy to power a weapon, they provided a lot more energy for the same amount of weight and space. When these fuels were injected into a power reactor, the mech enjoyed a steady output of energy that could sustain it in a medium-intensity battle for an extended time. This energy profile worked great for mechs that emphasized endurance and staying power, such as frontline mass-production mechs. The energy cells Jason used were high-end batteries that provided the mech with a decent amount of instantaneous energy. However, once they were drained, the Mark Antony could only rely on its slower-working power reactor. At low-intensity mode, these usually provided enough power to keep a mech moving, but could not power anything else, such as weaponry. Ves dared to reduce the amount of energy cells because he had also tuned down the wrist-mounted laser cannons previously. The weapons should last the same amount of time even with a reduced maximum capacity. Naturally, this came at the expense of a mech's total damage output, which many mech pilots placed an undue amount of attention on. It was also just plain uncomfortable knowing you'd run out of juice faster. It nevertheless freed up sufficient space to rearrange some placements in order to optimize the extra breathing room Ves created. He carried out more extensive modifications than the ones he made with the Nero and Nero Redivigus. With the older variants, he had to really force himself to squeeze maximum value out of every millimeter he moved something away. The larger buffer of space he had now did wonders in untangling a crowded internal space. It was like rearranging a crowded suitcase, when you had stuffed it with clothes, toiletries, and other objects to the point that it wouldn't close. There came a point when no matter how many tricks you pulled, you couldn't reduce the volume any further. Simply removing a few unimportant items let the suitcase have a breath of air, allowing the owner to easily fill up any excess empty space and ensure the contents were distributed equally. Ves kind of treated his design the same way. The energy cells didn't take up a lot of space, but removing a chunk of them still freed up 5% of the mech's internal volume. This allowed him to shift part A, making room for the shifting of part B, which made room for part C, and so on until Ves could finally untangle the highly congested portions of parts X and Y. It took several days of constant work to rearrange the base model's internals. The modifications he made reduced the amount of weak points by at least half. The mech's ability to receive internal structure damage had improved quite significantly. Not to the point of calling his mech a zombie, but just enough to make up for the Mark Antony's inferior armor. Ves made sure to prioritize the most critical components related to the engines and power reactor. Above all else, the mech had to keep running. The Mark Antony neared its completion. Ves had put the finishing touches on its internals and even readjusted some of the armor's contours in order to accommodate the changes. A faint and barely present sense of anticipation built up in Ves. In the end, he spent 2 weeks pouring much of his heart and soul into creating the Mark Antony. The mech represented his first foray into real mech design. Then why do I feel my design is incomplete? Ves wondered as he zoomed out the mech's image in the designer. He felt a sense of incongruity that prevented him from finalizing his design. There is something lacking about my mech. This was the intuition Ves had recently acquired when he crafted based on intent. It guided his actions and decisions, not necessarily making him choose the most efficient routes, but always one that fit. When Ves studied the mech's crest and the red plumes floating out of the narrow slit, he finally realized it. It's the paint job. The Caesar Augustus came primarily in white. Jason chose this color in order to echo ancient marble statues of majestic figures. The Mark Antony lacked the regal air of a ruler. Ves instead molded it in the image of an aggressive vanguard. The stately white appearance felt out of place. Luckily the standard paints only cost a couple of thousand credits. Ves muttered, and went to work in the designer's painting function. He chose to dye the mech in black, and accompanied it with red and bronze accents. It contrasted nicely with the Caesar Augustus, and gave his own design an intimidating, bloodthirsty appearance. He dyed the shield in red as well, and added a couple of yellow stylized eagle wings and lightning bolts in homage to the historical Mark Antony's homeland. Ves stepped back and viewed his mech in its entirety. The dark colors, the aggressive contours, the red vapor helmet crest, it all combined together in a mech designed for battle. It exuded masculinity. Where the Caesar Augustus' stately appearance made it suitable to rally its subordinates in battle, the Mark Antony instead preferred to press upon the enemy. It was time to finish the new design and let the system take a critical look at his work. I'm ready. Let's hear it, system. Gimme your best shot. Design evaluation, CA1C Mark Antony. Variant name, CA1C Mark Antony. Base model, Caesar Augustus CA1. Original manufacturer, National Aeromotives. Weight classification, medium heavy. Recommended role, shock trooper. Armor, C+. Carrying capacity, D. Aesthetics, A. Endurance, D. Energy efficiency, C. Flexibility, E. Firepower, B. Integrity, C+. Mobility, D+. Spotting, C. X-factor, C. Deviance, 35%. Performance improvement, -35%. Cost efficiency, +60%. Overall evaluation, an acceptable variant of the Caesar Augustus. Though very lacking in its armor compared to the base model, it has achieved an admirable amount of cost savings over the original model. You have received 200 design points for completing an original design variant of a last-generation mech with significant cost savings. You have received 500 design points for designing a mech with a moderate presence of X-factor. The system added a new parameter since the last time he received a design evaluation. Reducing the cost of Ves' first real variant had been a top priority for him, and it was nice for the system to acknowledge his intentions and take the time to judge whether he succeeded. Considering he made the mech 60% cheaper while only losing 35% performance, he had accomplished his aim. Ves felt he had tasted what true mech designers called pride. In order to come this far, he gambled his workshop and his father's legacy. He rejected all other career opportunities and insisted on running his own business. This is worth every sacrifice I made so far, he said as he inspected the Mark Antony's design from every angle. This was a product of his own design. He could base his nascent mech boutique on the sales of this new design. The invisible but potentially influential X-factor was the single biggest draw of this mech. Ves devoted almost all of his time constructing his mech with a single purpose in mind. Though not a mech pilot himself, as its designer he felt the Mark Antony possessed a faint aura of aggression. His customers might not be aware his design could spark the X-factor, but it remained a minor benefit even if they remained clueless about the X-factor. He was sure the Mark Antony could please his customers. The variant might not feature excellent specs, but it cost 60% less to build compared to the base model, allowing him to set a competitive price if he wanted to drive sales. Naturally, he'd have to pay taxes and license fees for every mech he made and sold. Yet even the crumbs left over was sufficient to reinvest back in his business, allowing him to upgrade his machines and license more mechs and components. Even better, he'd gain more opportunities to earn a lot of DP. Hot damn. 700 design points. That's more than twice than what I'm earning in a week. and his existing sales also kept diminishing. The apparent craze about the Fantasia variants had run its course, and every young mech pilot that wanted to own a Seraphim, Phantasm, or Nomad already bought them. This reinforced the notion that VS always had to keep moving on. He couldn't rest his laurels after designing a successful mech variant. Also, I can earn a shipload of DP designing a mech that's still in use today compared to 100 prehistoric mechs. It made sense. Costs had risen while technology advanced and became more complex. The 400-year-old one-star mechs exercised the knowledge VS learned in college, but he hadn't truly made any breakthroughs. In contrast, VS learned much more about mech design when he worked on what Iron Spirit considered a 5-star mech. With the points he already saved up, VS possessed just over 1,000 DP. It represented an unexpected windfall, and opened up many goodies in the system store. Lottery tickets, attribute candies, I can even buy a brand new 3D printer for my workshop. VS muttered to himself as he gulped his saliva. There's even a time capsule that allows me to slow time by 2 times. How crazy is that? The system's so powerful it can even affect space-time. Perhaps the system wasn't bluffing when it boasted it was omnipotent as long as it had enough DP. He shook his head. Gotta stop dreaming these fanciful ideas. I've already budgeted my upcoming DP spending. With a reluctant and painful gesture, VS bought the assembly skill upgrade from the skill tree. A whoosh of energy burst in his mind as an explosion of knowledge started to press on his brain. He screamed in pain as he felt information he once read but never really understood become clear as day. Outside data also continued to stream in, settling into the deepest parts of his brain. VS breathed deeply once his brain stopped stampeding inside his skull. I thought I did decently in my studies, but it turned out I was too ignorant. Raising his assembly skill to apprentice level deeply impressed him of the power of the system once again. He imagined he went through school as an average slacker, only to trip on the ground and hurt his head, causing him to inexplicably turn into a genius. He learned so much about assembly that it put his previous work to shame. The benefit of learning a main skill was much more comprehensive than upgrading a single subskill like learning how to operate 3D printers. He filled a lot of gaps that fell in the cracks between his increased proficiencies in operating the 3D printer and assembly machines. I'm ready to bring this design to life. Naturally, VS wanted to fabricate the mech. It was too risky to build up the mech for real, but constructing it in the simulated environment of Iron Spirit will allow him to test his product and iron out the kinks he missed. When VS logged into Iron Spirit, he visited the support section in order to register a free virtual license. The game charged a lot of credits for the virtual license of the Marlin Solutions 1004 HRF 5th generation armor plating. Considering that anyone could make a living if they designed and sold even a halfway decent mech, the prices weren't unreasonable. The support staff processed his request promptly. VS had made this request before, so they still possessed all of his information. After confirming that he possessed an authentic production license for the armor, he received his approval half an hour later. With all the paperwork done, he loaded the Mark Antony's design file into the virtual workshop. Let's get to working. Still motivated from his previous evaluation, VS had no trouble getting into the right mood. The Mark Antony embodied aggressive passion, so in order to keep its X-factor intact, VS entered a state of mild frenzy. With the help of his much more comprehensive assembly skills, he operated his 3D printer with gusto. Parts rolled off the printer as if he printed paper. It was not as if his skill in operating the 3D printer had improved remarkably. The reason for his increased fluency was that his knowledge base had increased. He knew better how to tweak the printer in such a way that it resulted in less problems when fabricating a particular component. Rigid armor needed to be treated much differently than delicate sensors. He'd affected one procedure much more, while another fabrication process couldn't be done properly unless vibrations stopped. All these kinds of trivial details that VS neglected to learn had come to the front of his mind. The ease in which he applied the newly learned knowledge impressed him of the power the system wielded once again. Naturally, not every component came out perfectly. Knowledge did not necessarily translate to better tool use. It was like learning how to play a piano by studying a book. At least the armor plates came off without any deficiencies. The HRF required a lot of processing to produce, but all it took was time and loads of resources. As mass production armor, it had been developed in a way to make it easier to produce in bulk. Fabricating one set of armor plates for his mech was easy. VS moved to the assembler and worked to put the parts together. From the internal frame, to the components, to the artificial musculature, to the cabling and pipes, until finally he molded the last pieces of armor in their places. His assembly skill allowed him to optimize the order in which he put the components together, avoiding a couple of difficulties arising from inconvenient spacing. Working with parts that lacked any major defects also helped smooth the process along. Frankly, the fabrication process could still be improved. With his prior experience in working with the Caesar Augustus, VS felt confident he wouldn't screw up if he had to fabricate the Mark Antony in his real universe workshop. His biggest difficulty was actually sustaining the proper intent while fabricating the mech. Despite his best efforts, it took over a day of work to finish the mech, and it was impossible to maintain the same mood throughout the fabrication process. He took brief pauses whenever possible, but his time constraints urged him to keep working. He nearly collapsed when his virtual workshop finished testing the finished mech. Lucky left his perch at the couch and bumped his head against his body with worry. Haha, I'm fine, buddy. The specifications sheet showed his mech possessed no faults. Only minor errors marred the mech's performance, but they only impacted it in a minor fashion. In other areas, the specs performed as expected. Now I have to set the price. The art of pricing was a subjective and delicate art. The Caesar Augustus CA1 sold for a default price of 50,000 credits in the in-game market. As VS had built the CA1 himself once before, he knew the game set the base model's cost of raw materials at 40,000 credits. Without taking into account the cost of labor and the time spent to produce the model, VS could expect a profit of 10,000 credits a sale just for pumping out the base model. The Mark Antony cost a lot less to produce. Iron Spirit only charged VS with 18,000 credits for the raw materials. He had to thank the HRF armor plating for that. The reduction didn't entirely account to the cost savings in reality, but that was because the fees associated with the licenses remained fixed. Even if VS replaced every component of the Caesar Augustus with discarded paper and wood, he'd still pay several thousand credits at a minimum. The Caesar Augustus only outperformed the Mark Antony by about 35%. If VS wanted to set a price based on utility value alone, he'd set the credit price at about 29,000 credits. This provided VS a profit margin of 11,000 credits, a significant improvement for a variant that's cheaper and faster to produce than its base model. It's not all sunny though. Not all mechs were sold through credits. A lot of players spent their in-game gold to buy the virtual mechs. The exchange rate between gold and credits was never fixed, as players with certain privileges could buy gold for credits, but not the other way around. The BSBH Corporation didn't want to lose any money on their game. This also meant that mech designers like VS could not earn any real credits when players bought one of his designs with gold. Fucking greedy bastards. With the astronomical amount of revenue they're earning each year, they could spare the 0.01% of money they earn to remunerate the designers that work their asses off in their virtual workshops. VS was able to disable the gold prices if he wanted to. Plenty of elite designers did so in fact. These famed designers produced great works that sold well even if players had to fork real credits for their work. VS had no fame or reputation to rely on to sell his products with real money, so he left the gold prices alone. With 2 weeks left to go until the Young Tigers exhibition starts, I don't have the time to advertise my mech. I'll just set a reasonable price to keep sales going. CA1C Mark Antony. Tier, 5-star. Base model, Caesar Augustus CA1. Purchase price, 425,000 gold, minus 50%. Premium price, 25,000 bright credits. The in-game price of 425,000 gold was a steal for a mech with such a performance. However, even if the handcrafted version got sold, the automated mass production model still remained within tolerance at 850,000 gold. It was unfortunate that VS wasn't exactly sure if the X Factor still worked if the game took over production. It'll introduce a weak link between the trinity of designer, mech, and pilot. The intent of a cold machine in charge of pumping out mechs and nothing else will pollute the emotions I've invested in the design. Perhaps the design's impressive X Factor rating of C as given by the system might get demoted to AD or E rating. It probably won't drop any further. My intent is so strongly embedded in its contours that some of it will likely stick even if the most unfeeling robots worked on my design. And from what he understood, the game would be stupid to simulate such a tedious process. Iron Spirit merely copied the mech designer's handcrafted design, reduced the specifications a little, and slapped a doubled gold price for its efforts. In such a case, the X Factor should retain a large amount of its potency. At least I hope so. X Factor can't be measured as far as I know, and I'm still not completely certain it can express itself in a virtual game. VS planned to look it up later when his model got sold. He logged on to the Galactic Net to do his usual marketing routine. He left messages at message boards and online communities. Hopefully the mech received enough exposure from someone to make the first sale. All I can do now is wait on that front. He checked his spending account and found he could afford to fabricate the Mark Antony again. Having nothing better to do for the next 2 weeks, he dove into the virtual workshop again to handcraft another mech. I'm going to need all the practice I can get. The more models I build, the better I'll be able to build the real version of the Mark Antony. Screwing up in the virtual world only resulted in a few hundred credits worth of damage. Messing up in the real world might mean writing off 1,000,000 credits if the mistake was costly. He couldn't afford to get tripped up by the more challenging portions of the fabrication process. Meanwhile, many light years away from Cloudy Curtain, Ves Larkinson sat at his desk, processing the paperwork for the day. His comm unit lit up as he received a call. "Hey, Uncle Ark." "Melinda." The man smiled, releasing his hard-faced expression now that he spoke to one of his favorite cousins. "Since you're calling me while I'm still on duty, I suspect you have something that can't wait." "Righto. You know about VS, right? That he's recently received a pair of production licenses from God knows where." Ark frowned at the mention. The so-called Future Sons Technology Institution were run by people he'd never heard of, received donations from empty shell companies, and offered no means to apply for any of its grants. As far as the Larkinsons had found out, the FSTI was a cover for a third-party influence. The question was who? The Vesians? The New Rubarthans? The Terrans? Ark dismissed those options from his minds. VS was too insignificant to bother manipulating. "We're still looking into this organization. New Rubarthans can be remarkably opaque in their bookkeeping. They're running so many plots against each other that they've taken shady accounting to the highest level. Melinda grinned, not really worried about what was happening with VS. The kid is fine. The production licenses are held in his name, so the institute can't take that away from him now. Let's shelve this discussion for later. What did you call me for, Melinda? The woman's grin widened. VS finally did it. He just released a mech that looks like it's going to be his first money maker. He was working on modifying the Caesar Augustus. That's not an easy thing to do. It's been only a month or so since he received the mech production license. When I checked on his progress, all he released so far were models with only marginal changes. This time it's different. He's successfully incorporated the HRF armor. That is faster than we'd expected. Ark replied, his eyebrows raised. The technicians I consulted at the depot told me it's not simple to fully replace a mech's armor. Though he lacked the technical background to understand the finer points in mech design, as a veteran mech commander he still knew a thing or two. If replacing a mech's armor with a different composition was so easy, then the market would be flooded with re-armored mechs. In actuality, any seasoned mech designer could do the same, but they disdained playing around with customizing someone else's design. They'd rather work on their own projects, in order to avoid losing a massive amount of revenue paying licensing fees. Melinda swiped her hand, causing her comm unit to send a document over to her uncle. You should look at the mock-up images and the spec sheet. It's an exceptional work for a designer as fresh as VS. He has my respect so far. Ark nodded as his eyes swept over the specifications with a laser focus. It's a shame what happened to Ring Cole, but the sudden responsibility has done the boy a lot of good. Boo-hoo, my little Vessie is all grown up now. He doesn't want to cuddle with big sister Melinda anymore. Melinda mock cried with fake tears. Then she resumed smiling. Anyway, I'm here to borrow some credits from the family. I spent all my salary on some new digs, so I can't take my little cousin's mech for a spin. And you know I don't play Iron Spirit all that often, so I don't have enough gold either. You don't have to worry on that account. Your Uncle Cantor bought every single mech the boy released in the game and reported back to us of his impressions. Well, this ain't one of VES practice designs. This is the real deal, a mech that VES plans to sell in the real universe. Melinda slammed her fists together. I think we owe it to him as a family to push along his sales. Your grandpa was quite clear on this, Melinda. We will only purchase one mech for testing purposes, no more. Then at least give me the credits to play test the new mech. I can do the job just as well as Uncle Cantor. He won't be happy. Then he can buy the mech with his own money. The two Larkinsons stared at each other over the comm, its signals instantly sent across star systems. Fine. You'll have your credits. I expect a professional review of VES work. Don't try to slant things in his way. Sure, I know how to do my job. Ark slided his hands, opening up a small menu. After selecting his banking options, he prepared to send over some cash to Melinda. How many credits? Only 25,000 bright credits. It's a lot cheaper than his Nero Thingy. That does sound cheap, for a variant based off the Caesar Augustus. After sending the credits, Melinda bid him a quick goodbye, leaving Ark alone in his office and a terminal full of reports to sign off. He resumed reading the latest report, an intelligence update that remarked about the unknown parties being sighted near the country's border to the alien race referred to as the Basilisks. As a commanding officer in the Bright Republic's Mech Corp, he knew more about the undercurrent running throughout this star sector the last few years. Explorers, mercenaries, and pirates have sporadically shown up at the borders of an alien race they should not have any dealings with. It smacked of another third party interfering in their star sector. Not that they'd find any evidence, and even if they did, so what? Unless it's the Vesia Kingdom or any of the other third-rate states, the Bright Republic couldn't afford to confront the bigger powers. The woe of a small country. Ark smiled ruefully. The issues concerning VS paled in comparison to what was on his plate. Melinda Larkinson had a busy life. As a junior member of the Bentheim Planetary Guard, she spent most of the time on patrols or back at base learning the ropes. As she was determined to reach the pinnacle of mech piloting, she continually sharpened her skills by sorting out troublemakers and sparring against her fellow guardsmen. A great number of business flowed through Bentheim, the economic port of the Bright Republic. Due to a complex system of spatial distortions, spaceships had an easier time navigating towards Bentheim. This especially facilitated ultra-long-ranged FTL or faster-than-light travel. Put simply, a ship can travel directly towards Bentheim without making any stops in between in order to reorient themselves and cycle the FTL drive. Humanity actually stole the FTL technology they use today from a long-exterminated alien race. Through hundreds of years of study and refinement, they have already pushed their knowledge base on the tech to its limits. Nowadays, to go from one end of human space to the other only required a couple of years of non-stop travel. The existence of FTL-friendly ports formed the basis that made this swift travel possible. Bentheim therefore formed the economic heart that kept the Bright Republic prosperous. It also invited greedy eyes, such as their ever-present rival the Vesia Kingdom. Not content with their own port system, they always hungered to invade the Bright Republic's territory and snatch the strategic planet away for themselves. Some of trouble the Bentheim Planetary Guard had to handle could be traced to the covert actions of the Vesians. Just the last month alone Melinda had to respond to several emergencies. One case was a lone wolf who took an illicit drug and went on a rampage with his heavy mech. Another case involved a family who fell into ruin in the past, returning from the dead and taking on one of Benthium's established family businesses. Then there were always the ever-present pirates skulking in the outskirts, ready to snap up a lightly defended transport convoy. Though only in the service for 4 years, the amount of petty and not-so-petty conflicts she had to resolve numbered in the hundreds. While not a genuine substitute to the high-intensity battles of a full-scale war, Melinda was able to increase her experience and sharpen her initially rough piloting skills. Right now, Melinda finished her shift for the day. She deposited her mech at the hangar, waved the technicians goodbye, and left for the guard's exclusive training center. "Hey Melly." A fellow junior guard pilot sidled up to Melinda. "What's up? I can see the smile in your eyes a light year away. Got a date or something?" Melinda huffed. "I wish, Janet." "Nah, I nagged my uncle for a few thousand credits and pried it out of his hands." "Wow, and he let you do that? Must be nice to be a Larkinson." Janet held out her hand as if she was a crippled grandmother. "Spare some alms for a poor commoner." Ouch. Janet received a playful punch in return. "Scram? I already have something in mind." Melinda entered the training center with a curious Janet trailing after her. They skipped past the physical exercise rooms and entered the virtual simulation area. "Oh, are you going to spar against someone again?" "Not really." Melinda grinned. She picked a random simulator pod and hopped right inside. "I'm going to play a game." "Iron Spirit?" "Haha, it's been a long time since I last logged in. I must have dropped down to the bottom of the Platinum League by now." Janet laughed with faint contempt. After all, playing a game never beat the real deal. Shaking her head, Melinda was about to close the pod. "I'm not logging into the game just to fool around. Grab a pod and log into the game. Let's add each other to our friend lists. I'll show you what I'm about in-game." Shrugging, Janet hopped into a pod, curious what Melinda wanted to do with a large bunch of credits. Don't tell me she wants to buy a virtual mech. Is she crazy? If she wants to gain experience with advanced mechs, there's plenty of other programs installed in the simulators. After the two young women logged into the game, they searched for their counterpart and added each other to their lists. Janet playfully hugged Melinda's virtual body. "I'm here now. Please tell me what you're up to now. We'll have to take a visit to the market for that." They both entered the market, encountering a bustle of virtual avatars and computer-controlled personnel. Instead of approaching one of the many public access terminals to call up a shopping interface, Melinda led her colleague through the narrow streets of the simulated market city. She took a sharp turn into an alley and entered a small, rickety shop with a wooden door that almost seemed to fall apart. The interior hosted no furniture and almost appeared abandoned if not for the glowing blue ball floating in the room. "Welcome to Chasing Cloud's Mech Shop. How may I assist you, customers?" The default robotic shopkeeper asked the pair. "Wow Mel, are you sure you want to buy something from this shifty store? I don't think the owner even bothered investing a single penny in this store." Melinda just bumped Janet onto the head. "This store's owned by my cousin, Dweeb. He's a little short on cash so he can't waste it on a frivolous expenditure like a virtual shop. Most sales happen through the public terminals or from a mech pilot's exclusive room." The lively city and its many ancient-looking storefronts were only recent additions to the game. The BSBH Corporation wanted to increase Iron Spirit's appeal by facilitating social interactions. "The only reason why I brought you here is so you can take a closer look at the mech my cousin designed." "Oh, this is the first time I heard of you having a cousin who works as a mech designer. Is it an original design?" "How can it be an original design?" Melinda shook her head as she navigated the menu provided by the shopkeeper. "It's only a variant, but it's also quite impressive." With a final press of her finger, the dark and empty shop seemed to fade away into an endless starry sight. A mech gradually materialized in front of the two women. The Mark Antony revealed its dark and menacing visage to the two women for the first time. "This. My cousin calls it the Mark Antony. It's a cheaper variant of the Caesar Augustus." "Impressive, huh? Wow. And you say it's cheap?" "It looks just as grand as the original Caesar Augustus, just with a different flavor. The dark armor plates, the blood-red shield with its lightning bolts and eagle wings, the various red and bronze accents, they all contributed to an image of unbridled bloodlust and aggression." "What's that cool-looking thing at the top?" Janet curiously asked as she spotted the strange helmet crest and the red vapor spouting quietly from the slit at the top. "Beats me. My cousin used the festive cloud generator that's famous on his home planet to achieve this effect. Haha, he actually used a party trick on such a serious mech." Janet laughed, though she inwardly admitted that it added very nicely to the mech's flamboyant flair. "So what's its tier and how much for one?" "It's a middling tier 5 mech, but it costs just 25,000 credits. Sounds like a good deal to me." Janet nodded. Despite not having logging in for a year, she still retained much of her knowledge of the game, including the going prices of virtual mechs. If it's as good as the Caesar Augustus, then it's a steal. Melinda swiped her hand, removing the illusion and returning the pair back to the shop. She went through with the purchase. "How can my cousin throw away money like that?" "He made a lot of changes, but the most important one is he replaced the stock armor with the 1004 HRF. The fucking HRF? That shitty armor the bean counters at the office loves so much? Wow, your cousin should win an award for using such a cheap material to make such a cool-looking mech. No wonder it carries such a huge shield." Once Melinda finished her purchase, the pair exited the store and they walked back to the central plaza where they could transfer to different areas. "Give me 15 minutes so I can get the hang of my new mech. Let's head into a match after that. Okay, sure, Melly. I need to go through my mech stable and make sure my mechs are still configured right. I haven't played in ages, after all. What game mode do you want to queue up for? I vote for the 2v2 arena. Melinda shook her head. I won't be able to play the Mark Antony to its fullest potential in an arena match. Let's queue up for the Warden instances. Damn, sister, so you wanna jump straight into it. I'll go prepare a long-ranged support mech for you then, because you'll need the cover. As Janet left to sort out her neglected game account, Melinda entered her mech stable and walked to the stall where her new purchase awaited her entry. The dark mech emanated an invisible aura even as it silently stood inert. It feels as if I'm being sucked into hell. Melinda shivered a little, unnerved that a mech that hadn't even started up give out so much intensity even if she couldn't describe what she felt. It's as if this mech is not a machine but a god. Even as she closed the distance, the unease increased. She activated a lift to bring her up the cockpit that opened up from the chest. Like entering the belly of a beast, she slipped inside and strapped herself on the chair. It's just a mech and not a monster, so why am I being so melodramatic? She calmed herself down and booted up the mech. It came to life with a flicker, causing its golden eyes to shine like twin suns as various systems engaged their checks. After all the systems reported no errors, Melinda finally gained full control over the mech. It blew away the constant unease Melinda felt before. It was as if it was all an illusion. Okay now, I only have a few minutes to get used to its quirks. Melinda dove into controlling her mech with gusto. After using the neural interface to connect with her mech, she felt as if she had become a giant filled with strength. The neural interface worked great, with no lingering issues unlike with older, second-hand interfaces. The Mark Antony's shield overburdened her shield arm, throwing her mech out of balance. She carefully trod then jogged then sprinted with her mech, getting familiar with the angled posture required to move with her tower shield held in front. She then repeated the same motions only without the shield, just to see how much her speed had been affected. The 15 minutes came and went in a flash. Janet opened up a private conversation with Melinda. Come on Melly, show me what you can do with that beast. Alright. I'm kind of curious as well if my cousin's work can stand up to a real fight. The both of them paired up and entered matchmaking for one of Iron Spirit's larger game mode, the Warden instances. It simulated real battlefield circumstances, as most mech battles between the smaller human states employed at least a few dozen mechs. Warden instances usually played out as a team deathmatch mode with an impressive amount of players on each team, ranging from the standard 50v50 to a gigantic 1000v1000 during special events. Since Melinda wanted to drop into combat immediately, she selected the fastest 50v50 mode. Only a couple of minutes were required for Iron Spirit to match them up with 98 other Platinum League players around the galaxy. Iron Spirit customarily limited the matchmaking for Bronze League to a single planet or star system. Only until a player reached Silver, they'd be able to play with mech pilots from many light years away, though in the lower leagues most of their teammates and opponents came from the same star sector. Naturally, as career pilots, Melinda and Janet easily achieved their platinum ranks, and had the qualifications to play in a league filled with veterans, esports athletes, and geniuses. As the large map started to load, the 50 players of Team Blue, evidenced by the blue glow encompassing the name tags above their mechs' heads, came together in a large holding area. One impressive-looking flying mech had a small crown hovering over his name tag. He was the highest-ranked player in their team, and enjoyed commanding privileges as a result. The name's Jackson 645, as you can read. I'm too lazy to form a plan, so you can do whatever you want to do. It's not as if you're kids. Janet and Melinda both shook their heads. Just because most of the players in the Platinum League were professional pilots in the real universe, didn't mean that leadership was unnecessary to win in the game. But it was usually difficult for 50 complete strangers to agree to a single person's ideas, so nobody really bothered to take over the vacuum in leadership. So with an awkward silence, the 50 pilots waited silently in their mechs until the holding area opened up a ramp. It turned out they waited in a massive transport ship. The lightest mechs already sprinted out the exit as soon as possible, leaving the slower medium mechs up next. Melinda in her Mark Antony and Janet piloting some kind of medium cannon-wielding mech both exited in the next batch, stepping foot into a muddy, cratered battlefield. Looks like it's Mud Planet. Hooray! Janet cheered without a hint of celebration. It's going to be tough to hold a firm footing with all the wet soil. At least the bomb craters are able to provide some form of cover. As if aware that running from one side of the battlefield to the other side posed many risks, their team stayed in place and started to entrench their positions. The enemy team must be doing the same as well. Only their light mechs have gone ahead, their nimble legs and adept piloting avoiding much of the hazards the muddy terrain posed. A scout on their team reported back in the team-wide voice channel. Enemy position spotted. They are backed against a small mountain. Impassable by medium mechs and heavier. My judgment is that they're in it for the long haul. A series of groans escaped from many of the other pilots. While they had been dumped into a muddy flat ground that offered no geographic advantages, the enemy team lucked out and got deposited right next to a defensive position. We can't out-turtle them, so let's not bother. Jackson 645 said unwillingly. I'm going to fly around and see how tall this mountain is. I might be able to snipe them from the top. Thus, the nominal leader of the team left their starting position with a small crowd of other flying mechs following behind. Melinda furrowed her brow. By taking away all their flyers, the ground mechs became vulnerable to aerial harassment. Spread out or advance together. The terrain's not bad enough to force us to spread out, a heavy mech pilot said, worried about getting ambushed from the flanks. Let's not thin ourselves out too much and let the enemy pick some easy bargains. I agree. We've got a large number of heavies, so let's escort them to the front line. Halfway to the front line, the plotting mechs encountered an ambush. A deluge of long-ranged missiles rained down from the sky with the wrath of a god. Incoming? Dive for cover. God damn it, are our scouts sleeping? The missiles accurately focused on 2 of their heavy mechs, bombarding them with so many explosions that only a couple of burning parts were left. There's another salvo. We can't do shit here. Let's run back. You retard, they're just going to keep shredding us with missiles if we turn back. There's no cover between here and our starting point. The only way we can survive is if we advance. As another heavy mech got torn apart while another dodged in the nick of time, the team's channel devolved into chaos. Indignant at the inaction, Melinda felt her temper rise. She piloted her mech forward and banged her tower shield against the hull of a skittery heavy spider mech. The noise deafened the arguments. Look boys, our flyers are gone and our light mechs are asleep. We'll never get rid of the target locks on our mechs, so what's the point of running? I plan to charge at the enemy. Who is with me? Silence prevailed in the interlude between missile launches. The Mark Antony banged its mace against the side of its heavy shield, letting the clanging shake their minds awake. I asked, who is with me? Now that everyone on the team turned to Melinda, they began to notice the mech's unusual appearance. It had an aggressive build, carrying a stylized tower shield and a bulky mace. The red vapor helmet crest lent the mech an ancient, authoritative air, as if they were facing a martial general instead of just another mech. Who is with me? Who is with me? Who is with me? Janet stepped forward with her mech. I am. Taking the opportunity to push the rest of her team into something other than sitting ducks, Melinda turned around and led Janet forward. Follow me if you want to win. As if pulled by inertia, most of the medium mechs followed the strange black and red mech. The heavies struggled to follow in their footsteps. Soon enough, their entire team approached the enemy team's position like a wave crashing against a cliff. Lacking any fear, Melinda kept her bulky shield in front and focused her eyes for other ambushes. Her blood pumped faster as she relished the upcoming clash. The noise of battle echoed all around her as missiles kept raining down in salvos. Only now the blue team started to employ countermeasures. The medium mechs kept zigzagging while the heavies used their prodigious firepower to strike the missiles down. Melinda and Janet skillfully navigated forward. They dipped in the many craters to spoil line of sight and hide behind cover in case snipers aimed at them. Though not high-powered weapons aimed at them, they received sporadic rifle fire from their entrenched opponents. Melinda resolutely shielded Janet from incoming fire with her shield. Their team's light mechs must be engaging the enemy scouts by now, Melinda noted as the missile fire stopped landing with unerring accuracy. Spoiled by their ECMs, the deadly payloads sprayed down in a wider spread, damaging many mechs but not to the point of wrecking them completely. What are Jackson and his flyers up to? Janet whined as she felt useless trudging behind Melinda's shield. Her cannon mech had no chance of firing back against an enemy hiding behind makeshift trenches. We're dueling their flyers. Don't bother us. The highest-ranked player in their team spoke before shutting off his comms. Janet, you're too vulnerable if you go any further. Stay here and provide support, okay? As a trained pilot, she recognized her circumstances, so she nodded without a word. Melinda already scanned the site in front of her. Open terrain. Trenches. A lot of ordnance thrown in our way. I don't think they want us close. No shit, Melly. The only thing I can do is huddle behind a crater hoping they don't send arcing missiles at me. I really picked the wrong mech for this battle. A heavy knight bumped next to Melinda, his shield outweighing even her own. Hey, what's the plan? We charge forward. Once we get in their midst, we can turn this situation around. At the very least we won't be in a one-sided slugfest. You heard her, lads. Follow us. The knight-type mech yelled as he raised his hammer in the sky and lumbered forward. Melinda overtook the heavy mech and kept her shield squarely in front. She checked her sensors to see if their team came with them, and when she saw they only kept plodding behind craters, she grew agitated. They were close enough for their rifles to deal a lot of damage. She clanged her mace against her shield so hard it almost dented the edge of the giant slab. Step on it. Keep running and don't stop until you get in their faces. Though she was just one mech of many on the field, somehow her eye-catching form seemed to attract more gazes than normal. Her red crest that made her appear as a valiant warrior inspired others to follow along. Most of them were veterans or expert players after all, so they knew how bad they had fallen into the enemy's kill zone. They put down their apprehensions and followed after the shield bearers at the front. Perhaps recognizing that Melinda's mech led them forward, the enemy fire started to slant towards her position. She utilized her mobility as best she could, trying to weave to the sides in order to throw off their aim. Nevertheless, she wasn't as nimble as a light mech, so quite a few cannon shells and laser beams impacted her gigantic shield. One large-caliber cannon round even blasted the right corner of her shield into pieces, almost throwing her off balance. Get on your feet. The heavy knight player yelled as he interposed in front of her, taking the brunt of the volleys while she regained her balance. My shield can still take much more. She pushed past his trudging form and sprinted faster. We're halfway. Just a bit more and we can pound their faces. Melinda felt an overwhelming desire to crash in their faces. She forgot she was playing a game, she forgot that her real life wasn't at stake, she even forgot to take note of the Mark Antony in order to write a report. No, the only thing in her mind was to bowl through their firepower. Her HRF-plated shield started to crack from all the ballistic impacts she received. The laser beams exacerbated the damage by melting the cracks wider. The shield was thick, but eventually the fact that it was made out of inferior metals and received a deluge of firepower couldn't prevent the bottom half from cracking away. Fuck. The loss of that section threw her off balance, and some sharp-eyed shooters immediately lowered their aim, hitting her legs. She could manage the laser fire, but the heavier cannon shells further threw her off balance. Only through skillful piloting did she manage to stumble past the initial seconds. After she regained her balance, she charged forward and closed in on the enemy trenches. She raised her other arm and held up her mace. Bash their heads. Ragged war cries escaped the throats of the other players in their team as they finally closed the distance. They lost 9 mechs throughout the run, but they finally made it to the trenches where the enemy's ranged superiority ceased to offer a decisive advantage. The enemy team possessed a clear lack of close-ranged fighters. However, a heavy striker appeared before Melinda and fired his oversized shotgun at her approaching form. "I can still take it," Melinda said with gritted conviction as she felt her tattered shield fall into pieces. She flung the remainder at the shotgun mech, causing it to flinch for a split second. Her mech's raised arm began to fall, allowing the mace to travel in a dangerous downward arc towards the enemy's head. The heavy striker's shotgun crunched as Melinda feinted her attack, successfully deceiving her opponent as she slipped her mace further downwards and cracked his main weapon. However, the lunging strike left her open to a counterattack, an opportunity the heavy striker took as it raised both its arms. The glowing hot holes on top of the wrists spewed a gout of flame as searing as a spaceship's engine exhaust. AHH. Melinda awkwardly rolled away, throwing mud and burning liquids in every direction. Just as the striker adjusted its aim, a barrage of cannon shells impacted its torso, pushing it back and spoiling its attempts to take its opponent out. "Thanks, Janet." "You're welcome." Before the other mechs in the trench ganged up on her, Melinda was determined to finish off the striker. She got into its face and smashed the mace against its left wrist, disabling the flamethrower. Still moving forward, she used her free hand to grab the mech's other arm, keeping it from turning the remaining flamethrower in her direction. She then bashed her mace against the enemy mech's face to disrupt its main sensors before bashing lower in order to disorient the pilot sitting in the cockpit. The heavy striker's armor largely held against her mace, but the amount of force she was putting in strained the pilot to the point of almost passing out. The shock waves passing through the armor could be deadly in itself once it gained a certain level of strength. Sure that she knocked out the pilot, Melinda dropped the unresponsive heavy and turned to face a pair of medium laser riflemen. They had qualms about firing at her when she stuck close to their ally, but its defeat left them with a clear line of fire. As she stormed over, Melinda raised her own fists and charged up the power of her laser cannons. The three exchanged laser volleys. Both sides tuned up their weapons so the damage they all took caused a couple of systems to malfunction. Nevertheless, Melinda remained steadfast, closing the range until she got into melee range. The two riflemen discarded their rifles and unsheathed their combat knives, but before they could do anything, Melinda shoulder bashed one mech while pounding her mace against the other mech's grip, redirecting its path. The mech that received the bash rolled onto its back, its knife only leaving a deep groove off the Mark Antony's thick front torso. It tried to retrieve a pistol to fire at her, but before it could do so her heavy knight teammate finally reached the trench with an awe-inspiring jump that landed onto the fallen mech's leg, the many tons of weight crushing them into broken parts. The enemy mech was finished. Melinda already turned her attention to the other rifleman, who tried to scamper away to higher ground. Melinda didn't let off her prey, pouncing forward in order to beat the fleeing mech with her now battered and misshapen mace. "Die!" she screamed as she crunched the mech's back plates into deformity. She took advantage of the gaps she created by firing the lasers with her other wrist, burning or melting tons of critical components. Her team was about to overrun the enemy team, but a barrage of shells and lasers rained down from above. The unexpected attacks threw Team Blue for a loop, taking the wind out of their frenzied assault. Team Red used the opportunity to retreat. "So much for the top-ranked player in our team. Fucking lone wolf? Go back to arena if you wanna play hero." With no flyers left on the blue team, their opponents enjoyed complete air superiority. The red team's flyers flew so nimbly that it would take a lot of trouble shooting them down. It was better to chase the ground pounders and finish them off first. "Don't let the runners off," Melinda yelled as she charged forward even as her mech received a couple of dents from the aerial assault. With a frustrated growl, she primed her shoulder launchers. With the amount of firepower the flyers were throwing in their way, she had little trouble establishing target locks. She instantly dumped her entire payload into the air. Not even looking at whether they reached their targets, Melinda detached the launchers from her shoulders, freeing up more weight. Suppressing their air power, Janet spoke over the channel as their team's anti-air started to support the team from the rear. Tracer fire from rapid-fire cannons streaked through the air while volleys of missiles tracked the elusive figures trying to cause havoc. Unfortunately for them, the enemy successfully regrouped to a second line, where a reserve of fresh mechs took over from their battered teammates. The fresh round of volleys suppressed the blue team's advance. "What are you guys standing for? Get going!" Melinda yelled as she spurred her own mech forward. The raised her half-wrecked mace with one arm while blasting the enemy positions with laser fire with her other arm. When the laser cannons overheated from the rapid firing, she threw her mace to her other hand and fired with the other wrist cannon. The Mark Antony always carried heavier armor than usual among medium weights, but the mech's armor started to show some cracks. Her left eye blew apart while her reactor's power generation reduced by a third. Nevertheless, she still managed to haul her mech to the second line with both wrist cannons blazing with excessive heat. The enemy was ready for her. A sword wielder closed in while firing a ballistic pistol. The heavy bullets impacted her mech's damaged chest, exacerbating the damage and causing her to stagger a little. By the time the sword wielder closed in, his weapon already aimed at the gaps in the armor. Melinda threw her damaged mace at the approaching enemy. The weapon bounced off the mech, startling it and slowing down its charge. Melinda took advantage of the pause to bounce backwards while firing her already stressed laser cannons. The lasers melted the sword wielder's frame here and there, achieving little effect due to the poor accuracy of the shots on the move. There! She yelled in triumph as she picked up a sword from a fallen mech. With a weapon in hand, she met the enemy mech's second charge. With some ingenious maneuvering, she deftly avoided the charge while parrying the opponent's blade. At the same time, she extended a leg to trip the mech and succeeded. The mech sprawled in the muddy soil as gravity and momentum did their work. Who else? She yelled in the public channel as exulting in her triumph. Is this the red team's best? Your opponent is me. A grizzled voice called out as a sword down struck from the air. A damaged medium flyer slammed down with its entire weight supporting the sword. Having received the alert from her damaged but functional sensors, Melinda barely managed to dodge to the side, unfortunately leaving her mech's left arm and a part of the shoulder behind. Despite the catastrophic damage, the Mark Antony still maintained integrity, not having suffered too much loss in performance except for the missing limb. So you must be the one who tore our flyers apart, Melinda noted as she scrambled to perform whatever damage control she could from her sparking cockpit. I did my job, the flyer replied as he detached the damaged wings from his mech's back. Too bad my teammates on the ground are worthless. I'll just have to sweep you all myself, starting with you and your morale-raising antics. You must think highly of me if you think I'm able to keep this bunch in shape. It also helps that you're damaged. I'm here to finish you off. Without any other exchange of words, the two clashed against each other, sword to sword. The flyer possessed most of the advantages. His mech was nimbler and still possessed both arms. The pilot also revealed polished sword skills that could only have achieved this state through constant battles. The ex-flyer aggressively sought to tear the Mark Antony into pieces. It took all Melinda had focusing on defense and firing the occasional wrist laser to hold back the onslaught. The smart play here was to wait until Janet or some other mechs came by to lend a hand. I can't hold on. Melinda gritted her teeth as she admitted it. She threw away all her reservations and threw her mech forward. The ace pilot reacted far too quickly, as if already expecting such an action. Melinda almost couldn't reach her opponent, so she exerted the utmost of her piloting skill and jumped her hefty mech forwards. The impulsive action caused her to impale her mech onto the enemy's sword. Nevertheless, she managed to redirect the sword strike into stabbing the less important components such as the energy cells. This left Melinda's remaining arm free to chop straight down. The first chop split the flyer's head in half. The second slash cut through the enemy's thinner armor and slashed the engines into a mess, immobilizing the mech. The third stab ran straight through the torso and out the back. Red blood faintly coated the sword as she had deliberately aimed at the enemy's cockpit. With a tired sigh she surveyed the battle. With most of the enemy flyers suppressed, the battle between the ground mechs determined victory and defeat. Team Red obtained a decisive advantage at the start by disabling many mechs at long range. Team Blue evidently had the advantage in close quarters combat, and dished out plenty of payback. Did we win? Not a lot of mechs remained. Shortly after, only one remaining mech from Team Red still stood on its feet. Melinda kept back as support, only firing her overstressed wrist cannon whenever an opening presented. A high-powered cannon shell ripped apart a damaged foot, causing the enemy mech to tumble for a bit. The mechs fending it off now pounced at it like it was a bowl of caviar. The last of the red team didn't make it through the dismemberment. Team Blue has won the match. Melinda rubbed her eyes as she came down from the high. Is the game always this intense? I enjoyed this match way more than I thought. Despite its ragged state, the Mark Antony performed well for a discounted 5-star mech. Even in its damaged state and missing an arm, the mech still exuded dominance, especially now that it left the battlefield. It was as if feeding the machine with the flesh and blood of its enemies allowed such a machine to grow. That's just nonsense. Melinda shook her head. I don't know how VS did it, but I actually want to hop back in and queue for another match. Janet's voice popped up from their private channel. You were awesome. As Janet babbled in the many ways Melinda pounded her opponents into pieces, the girl in question still digested the previous battle. I don't know why, but the game has grown more realistic. I've been affected by the realism of this game. Now that Melinda got out of the high of super realistic combat, she remembered why she stepped into the simulator in the first place. This mech, the specs aren't bad. It's a pity about the armor. It doesn't hold up in a large melee. The shield's also far too heavy for the scant amount of protection it's offering. Still, when she saw how few gold she had to spend to repair her mech and replace her shield, she smiled. The total amount she lost paled in comparison to the amount of gold she earned from performing well in that last match. She even received the coveted MVP award. The game really went all out in retaining its older customer base with these tricks. Janet whistled her appreciation as she read the score list. Damn Melly, you went to town on them. You've personally disabled 4 mechs. Yeah, and pretty much wrecked my entire mech in the process. At least I won't cry about the repair bill. You wanna go for another match? Yeah, I need to get familiar with this mech. My little cousin did a good job with this machine. That's for sure. If your new mech is fully equipped with the HRF, then he has my respect. Half the red team fired pot shots at you and you still made it through the end. I didn't know you were so gutsy for leading the charge. I got caught up in the moment, I guess. She didn't know what made her enjoy piloting the Mark Antony so much. For a 5-star mech, its specs were mediocre and it clearly tried to do too many things at once. Yet when she hopped into its cockpit, she felt as if she embodied a war god ready to wipe out heretics. Its dark paint scheme and blazing red shield brought out the urge to go on the offensive. Janet, do you think the games become more realistic? I hardly noticed I was playing in a simulator. Duh, that's because you're playing with the Planetary Guard's best simulator pods. They simulate movement and impacts with ship-grade artificial gravity. Maybe that was it. The simulator pods from the Game Center don't go that far in providing the most realistic experience. The simulation pods of the Guard might not be the best in the galaxy, but they still provided excellent training opportunities. The two queued together in another Wardern instance. This one was the map of the day, a 200v200 featuring a massive battleground with multiple objectives to capture or destroy. Matches could last up to 2 hours if both sides were evenly matched. The matchmaking took a few minutes to gather enough players. Once it finished matching players, their team entered another lobby. This time Melinda ignored the posturing and smack talk between her more dominant team members. Trying to assert leadership of a group of 50 pilots was barely doable, but it almost couldn't be done with 200 unless you were famous. Let's stay on the defensive this time. I want this mech to last a little longer this time. How about the forward depot? We can refill our ammo and energy cells there if we need any, which you sorely do if I recall your mech's energy expenditure. As the match started, the mass of mechs left the giant hangar and entered an urban combat environment. Modeled after an old Terran historically preserved city, most of the structures were only a couple of stories high. Enough to cover mechs at ground level, but not enough to provide significant protection if enemies shot at them from the air. All 200 mechs in their team split up as they attended to their chosen objectives. Some players intended to assault a remote location, while others planned to defend a spot to the last mech. Melinda and Janet were joined by a gaggle of random mechs as they reached a small forward depot that represented one of the secondary objectives in the game. Our main win condition is to conquer the city hall, while the enemy team has to take over our military HQ. The asymmetric conditions forced the two teams to adopt different strategies. The military HQ offered better repair and resupply, while the city hall possessed better active defenses. It encouraged the blue team to attack and the red team to defend. However, if the red team just kept turtling behind their walls, they'd run out of ammunition, energy cells, and other resources. So the fight for the secondary objectives prevailed at the start of the match. When they reached the bunker-like depot, the group of mechs spread out to form an effective defense in each direction. They needed no discussion to decide where they'd be best employed. Janet brought her cannon mech to a reinforced firing position just within the bunker. She had a great forward view while being completely protected from aerial attacks. The first sounds of combat already rang out further in the distance. Scouts from both teams encountered each other, leading to limited skirmishes. A distressed light mech with a missing head suddenly barged the bunker's perimeter. Only its IFF or identification system prevented it from being blasted to pieces. They're coming? 8 mechs, mediums and lights. The light mech disappeared before providing greater detail. Seeing that no heavy mech had joined their defense, likely due to the depot being situated too far forward, Melinda readied her shield and held her other arm ready to fire laser blasts. The missiles came first. An arcing volley of missiles flew from a couple of blocks away and splashed against the surface of the depot, damaging its reinforced exterior. The second volley that came after got shot down by their team's anti-air. Subsequent missiles kept getting intercepted. While half of their team preoccupied themselves in shooting down the missiles, a couple of townhouses split into pieces as a group of 5 melee mechs burst through. Their guns blazed as they focused their firepower on a rifleman. The structure it hid behind got smashed to pieces, allowing the enemy mechs a clear line of fire to heavily damage the rifleman. Melinda kept her Mark Antony in the open, trying to offer an alternative target to the attackers. Unfortunately, they played it smart, keeping their attention focused on the more vulnerable ranged mechs. "Hey, over here buddy," she indignantly called, and charged towards their position while firing half her missile complement. The projectiles successfully diverted the attention of one of the medium strikers, who activated its head-mounted rapid-fire machine guns to shoot down the missiles one by one. Nevertheless, Melinda made it through halfway by that time and her wrist laser kept pelting the striker, dealing moderate but sporadic damage due to the spread of her shots. The striker retaliated with a barrage of shotgun fire, the pellets stripping the front layers of her shield. Nevertheless, her shield held up against the attacks which could easily shred a light mech to pieces. Melinda stopped firing her lasers. Instead, she raised the mace in her mech's grip and prepared to smash it down against the opposing mech's face. The striker responded by activating a wicked-looking bayonet on his shotgun. As her mace came down, the striker dodged the telegraphed attack and thrust with its bayonet. Grinning, Melinda rotated the torso of her mech, causing her unbalanced mech to haul its shield in an angle that neatly deflected the bayonet attack in time. She then leaned her mech's entire weight against the shield, pushing the striker off balance with its weapon extended. A kick caused the shotgun to fly away, while the mace came around to smack viciously against the striker's face, crushing half its head. A few further whacks on the disoriented mech caused its cockpit to cave in, squishing the pilot into meat paste. Her other teammates had the attackers well in hand by now. Melinda and another fellow striker kept the 4 remaining mechs to stall, leaving them vulnerable to medium and long-ranged fire from Janet and her fellow mechs. The opponents left another fallen mech behind before fleeing back to their lines. The reprieve bought some time for them to get a grip on how their team fared in other locations. Forward depot is secure. Fended off a small raid. The fucking communications center is heavily entrenched. We ain't gonna capture a thing with a squad of heavies ready to rain missiles and cannon shells down on us. We were beaten back at the evacuation shelter. They took complete control of the civilians there. They're loading hostages. I can't make out which kind. The red team is up to something. If they're defending the satellites while hauling hostages, then they must be calling in reinforcements. Shit. We gotta stop them before they call in something nasty. Yeah, go ahead. Unless we divert at least 50 mechs to the comm center, we're not going to dislodge them from their cozy position. Well, they're going to win if we're sitting around. Relax. They've diverted so many mechs that the power plant is less secure. Once we take it over, we can pull the plug and say goodbye to all of their fixed defenses. Melinda nodded as she understood why there hadn't been a second wave of attackers. She felt agitated at the lack of heads to bash in. Her mech wasn't made to sit around idly. Janet, let's resupply and go. Most of the mechs present at the forward depot used its ample supplies to refill their energy cells and ammunition. If an enemy came to attack, they'd be highly vulnerable. Luckily, no one came, and Melinda managed to refill her missile launchers and a couple of spent energy cells. They decided to approach the communications satellites, which was currently under sporadic assault by their fellow team members. Missiles and other ordnance shot at the massive structures. However, most of the physical projectiles got shot down, while the lasers only caused surface burns against the surprisingly resilient antennas. It's useless trying to melt those antennas. They're built to last against a siege. One experienced pilot spoke over the COMM. If we want to deny them the comms, we've got to destroy the control centers or backup power generators. We need to get close somehow. It's too risky to go in by air or at ground level. Is there an underground access point on this map? There are, but our enemies have mechs holed up behind a lot of barricades. It's going to be hell pushing through any of the tunnels. We've got no choice, Melinda said, already having a bad feeling about this situation. Unless you want to keep dicking around trying to melt all the antennas with your lasers, we've got to do something to disrupt whatever they're up to. Let's meet up to the north access point. Melinda left Janet behind. Her cannons wouldn't be useful in the tight confines of the underground. While Janet and her cannoneer stayed behind in order to provide supporting fire, Melinda gathered a ragtag bunch of mechs with the same thing in mind and entered the tunnel to the north of the comm center. The dark environment only lit up with red emergency lights, too dim to provide effective lighting. Melinda and the dozen other mechs switched their sensor mode from optical to whatever night or dark vision they possessed. Their scout went ahead at a faster but less noisy stride, disappearing for several minutes before sending back his observations. 6 light and medium mechs spotted at the juncture ahead. It's a warning post. They're going to make a run for it as soon as we appear. We're not built for stealth, a rifleman noted. Let's focus on storming half of them while letting the rest go. It's gonna suck if they get off a warning, but I don't think we have any better solutions. Sounds all right to me. Okay, let me go in front, Melinda insisted despite the presence of several light mechs in their midst. I might not be as fast, but I'm the only one with a big-ass shield. Fine by us. One of the light mech pilots spoke. You might stand a decent chance surviving their booby traps if they set up any. With a short deployment plan set up, they barged through the tunnels and into a small open storage area. A few empty containers stood in the way between them and the startled enemy mechs. Some had evidently been playing cards or something, as they responded to the intrusion half a second slower than normal. Keeping her shield in front, Melinda used her other arm to blast a few lasers at a missile-carrying mech. She managed to score a couple of hits at the same place, melting one of its launchers. Sporadic fire from her teammates caused the launcher module to take further damage, until a small shell caused the entire thing to detonate all of its missiles. The massive chain of explosions wrecked the missiler and disrupted the enemy's formation. A few of the nimbler mechs dodged the incoming fire and successfully slipped away. However, the same couldn't be said for the medium mechs. Slower and easier to hit, Melinda's allies shot at their legs to disrupt their posture and prevent them from gaining speed. They eventually reached the outnumbered enemies. Though everyone used their night vision, the eerie red glow of the Mark Antony's eyes gave the dark mech a grim facade. The vapor crest at the top of its head caused the medium mech in front of her to quail. Nevertheless, the pilot was a Platinum Leaguer, and he wasn't resigned to death. The enemy mech fired off an entire salvo of short-ranged missiles that blew back the Mark Antony, yet still the shield held though with half of its layers gone. You're going to pay for that, she yelled and dove back in to bash the mech into a battered pile of components. The other mechs finished off the remaining enemies. Let's move on. As they reached the end of the tunnel, they met with a stream of cannon fire. One of Melinda's teammates got hit in the leg, severely damaging his mech's mobility. Shit, my left leg's a goner. Make way. Melinda yelled and surged at the front to hold her shield over the fallen mech. Someone drag his ass behind cover. What do we do now? We haven't got enough firepower to contend against their cannons. Did you forget our objective? Push through no matter the cost. Without waiting for a reply, Melinda stepped forward and bravely took the lead. The other mechs hesitated before deciding that they didn't have another opportunity. They followed with gusto. Those with ranged weapons fired while on the run, causing very little damage to the cannoneers down the tunnel, but it did force them to keep their heads behind cover. As Melinda kept up her run, her mech continued to get hammered by shock waves as its shield received constant cannon impacts. It was tough for her to bowl through the sheer amount of kinetic energy thrown in her way, but the adverse circumstances only made her heart pump faster. That's it. Keep firing on me. My mech can take the punishment. The shield started to lose its square shape as the ends got shot off. Some of the shells even exploded against her armor, causing several cracks. Still, she successfully closed the distance before the cannons could do worse. With her halved shield, she bashed one enemy mech aside while her mace pounded against the cannon of another enemy, disabling the weapon. Her opponent retaliated by throwing the useless weapon towards her, causing her to falter in her follow-up. The mech used the gap unsheathed the sword behind its back. By the time the sword slashed down at her, Melinda managed to regain enough balance to block the strike with her shield, causing it to split apart. Angry at the loss of her shield, she fired a couple of quick laser blasts before pouncing aggressively with her mace. The lasers distracted the mech long enough for her mace to disable the enemy mech's sword arm. Her subsequent strikes successfully wrecked its forelimbs. The narrow confines and the barricades made it difficult for both sides to see how the battle progressed. Nevertheless, Melinda felt confident her team had the upper hand. She conveniently scavenged her fallen opponent's sword before hunting her next victim. That was until a salvo of long-ranged missiles streaked from the dark. Melinda hastily jumped back and picked the recently disabled mech. Its IFF systems was still operating, so most of the missiles turned at the last second to acquire other targets or explode against the walls of the tunnel. She dropped the half-dead mech once the missiles had been spent. That was a neat trick. A surprisingly young voice echoed from the tunnel. But I'm afraid that's where your luck will end. The darkness made way for a brightly colored mech. Its white exterior showed no marks, and even its shield looked pristine. The tall and majestic-looking mech had held back so far, keeping it and a small squad holed up at the exit to the surface. Well shit, Melinda said, noting how her shield was gone and her armor looked cracked and scorched. You're running the stock model. Indeed I am. The pilot replied conceitedly. I have no tricks. I find the original to be a pleasure to pilot, even in reality. You could say that I'm a fan. Just so you know, there's one thing I hate. And that is, Melinda idly asked as she grimly readied herself for perhaps the toughest fight with her new mech. I hate imposters. The sparkling white Caesar Augustus thundered forward with its kite shield in front and its other arm blasting an even more powerful salvo of lasers. Melinda growled as she sidestepped the assault and retaliated with firing the cannons on both her wrists. She used her superior mobility and all the piloting skill she possessed to keep the damage to a minimum. I'm not afraid of you. Bring it on. In an unspoken agreement, the reinforcements that came with the Caesar Augustus busied themselves with fending off Melinda's allies. That's a nice mech you got there. Shame about the armor though. It's the Mark Antony, designed by someone I know. It's supposed to be a more affordable alternative to what you're riding. The Caesar Augustus pilot let out a contemptuous snort. The mere thought of cheapening any of this frame's components is abhorrent. It goes against everything this august mech stands for. You and your friend have no idea how much you sullied its grandeur. Like an unstoppable tide, the Caesar Augustus kept closing the distance as it exchanged laser blasts. Melinda's laser cannons were running hot, but the only thing she managed to achieve was to heat up the top layers of her opponent's shield, causing only a fraction of its mass to melt. Its defensive power was a testament to National Aeromotive's heat absorption research. It's useless. Face the inevitability. You talk too much. Melinda yelled as she abandoned her laser fire for a close-in approach. Like a nimble gorilla she threw her mech forward while juking as much shots as she could. The Mark Antony strained against the sudden turns even as the incoming fire heated up a lot of portions of her mech. It made the Mark Antony seem like a demon from hell, with its dark armor, glowing red spots and the ever-present water vapor leaking from the crest of its head. That's a funny gimmick, the Roman helmet design. But I'm afraid you're going to lose it when I hack off your head. The Caesar Augustus came into melee range, but despite the pilot's words the Augustus continued to charge forward like a train. Melinda only belatedly dodged to the side, suffering a glancing blow from the Augustus' quick slash. The two came together again and engaged in a furious exchange of blows interspersed with opportunistic laser blasts. The Augustus' shield was virtually indestructible as Melinda's dual weapons lacked sufficient weight or sharpness. The white sword struck with measured, disciplined strikes that followed a mysterious pattern. It successfully held Melinda at bay. The pilot of the Caesar Augustus must be an elite. His formal piloting skill overwhelmed her own as he moved the Augustus fluently like it was his own body. From his sword style to his movement pattern, everything the pilot did only put Melinda in a tougher position. Give up. I've seen what your mech is made of. You're an inferior copy. Shut up. Melinda replied as sweat poured down her face. She tried her best to hang on, but the opponent kept chipping away at the HRF plating that kept her mech protected. I can understand why you pilot such garbage. After all, if you don't have the money, you will never pilot a mech as magnificent as the Caesar Augustus in your lifetime. Not everything can be measured with money, she hissed as she surged forward, risking a deadly stab which she parried with her borrowed sword. Her weapon cracked and broke in half, but it succeeded in taking the wind out of the strike. Her mace already pounced from above, the heavy rounded end traveling in a straight arc towards the Augustus head. The enemy pilot hastily raised his shield, bouncing the mace back with a heavy vibration. Ha, what will you do now without a sword? This. Melinda dropped the broken sword and used her wrist to fire a couple of point-blank laser blasts right in the eyes. While most of the head was able to endure the heat, the main sensors and the delicate components buried deeper in the head were not so lucky. The enemy pilot screamed as he lost his primary vision. He performed a reflexive bash with his shield that pushed the Mark Antony back. She stepped backwards along with the push, and started to slink sideways in order to take advantage of the fact the Augustus now relied on its secondary sensors. You think you've blinded me? You're wrong. Surprisingly, the Augustus shifted adeptly in Melinda's direction. Perhaps wary of another point-blank surprise, the Augustus with its melted head kept its distance while firing its wrist laser. The Mark Antony spent its energy at a fast rate trying to dodge the shots. I've been lenient to you so far. I didn't expect you to scorn my face. Very well, let me show you the real power of the First Emperor. The Augustus dropped its shield, relinquishing much of its defensive advantage over the Mark Antony. Nevertheless, the Augustus moved forward with renewed grace. The enhanced speed alarmed Melinda, and it took all she had to dodge the Augustus' masterful sword stroke. The follow-up strikes chipped away at the Mark Antony's exterior, shaving off several portions of its arm and torso armor. Melinda pushed down her panic and kept composed as she danced around with her mech. As each second passed, she felt her conscious mind grow more intense. The Mark Antony's dark form echoed her every thought, allowing her to avoid the Augustus swords repeatedly. Even in the instances where she couldn't avoid damage, she exerted her utmost to let the sword strike her mech's best armored sections. All you can do is run like a cockroach and jump like a monkey, the pilot bellowed, frustrated at the continual chase. That's all a cheap whore riding a cheap imitation like you can do. You'll never be able to match me and my mech's brilliance. An irrational spike of fury invaded Melinda's thoughts. All her formal guard training warned her not to lose her composure. Having spent a lot of time mediating between hotheads piloting multi-ton war machines, she was well aware of the dangers of letting your anger get the better of your decision-making. The Mark Antony, huh? I suppose you're not familiar with ancient Terran history. You see, way back then, Augustus defeated Mark Antony repeatedly. And now, history will repeat itself. Your cheap joke of a mech will never be as worthy as mine. None of her reservations remained. Indignant at being looked down at, she willingly embraced her anger and howled. The ferocious call stuttered the young pilot's attack, causing him to present an unforgivable gap in his assault. Melinda struck out with her mace with the limits of her mech's capacity, channeling the kinetic energy of her mech's legs, its rotating torso and its entire arm in a single devastating swipe that landed accurately against the Augustus sword grip. The fingers crunched as the impact of an entire mech's momentum couldn't be stopped by such delicate limbs. The middle and ring fingers even separated entirely. Despite the critical damage, the Augustus was nimble enough to throw its sword to its other hand. Once the Augustus regained its weapon, the Mark Antony would suffer as it overextended itself severely in its last attack. Melinda's eyes sharpened as she used the brief moment to do something unorthodox. She engaged the emergency release catches that kept the Mark Antony's shoulder launchers attached to its armor. Using the remnants of her mech's forward momentum, she caused her mech to bodily fling the launchers at the gobsmacked Augustus. No matter how much money you have, you can't spend your way to victory. Melinda grinned as she waved goodbye with her mech's free hand. She activated the overrides that caused all the missiles to explode their payloads at once. Twin suns appeared in their midst, blasting the Mark Antony backwards. The explosion further cracked her mech's armor, but she was able to get it to stay on its feet. As the smoke and fire cleared, the Caesar Augustus looked much sorrier than before. Its armor surprisingly only sported a few cracks and craters despite suffering 2 concentrated magazine detonations. Unfortunately, even if its armor retained much of its effectiveness, the more delicate components underneath suffered worse. The amalgamated explosions radiated the combined shockwaves of a full salvo of missiles. Worse, the propellants of the missiles hadn't been expended at all, so they blew up all at once as well, adding an incinerating quality to the explosions that left the bedraggled Augustus half burning in mechanical agony. What is this? I can't move my mech, the distressed young man said as he kept trying to take control over his mech's twitching limbs. The Augustus is only mortal. Melinda interjected as she guided her mech's foot to crunch the other hand of her opponent's mech into scrap. The Mark Antony ominously leaned over, bringing its menacing and battle-scarred face close to the Augustus' half-smashed and half-burned face. You're not invincible inside that expensive toy of yours. At least I'm able to afford one in the real universe. You'll get your ass whipped just the same. Melinda noted, then bashed her mace against the Augustus' torso. The cracks expanded but the armor surprisingly held up against the blunt force trauma she frenziedly inflicted. By the time her mace broke off from the abuse, the enemy pilot's body had long since fallen apart from the excessive shock impacts. Tossing the useless handle away, Melinda walked over and picked up the fallen mech's virtually pristine sword and shield. Thanks for letting me borrow this, buddy. She swept her gaze at the confused melee around her. Though her duel with the Caesar Augustus expended much out of her mech, it lasted only around 2 minutes. Victory and defeat hadn't been decided yet, but Melinda already pounced at the nearest enemy mech from the flanks. The opponent wasn't able to keep its attention in 2 directions at once, and lost its lower leg to a cruel slice of Melinda's new sword. This weapon's much better than I thought, she pleasingly muttered, though she missed the crunchy feel of her mace. With Melinda's help, she freed up her preoccupied teammates, leaving them free to help out the others in turn. This caused the scales of battle to tip in their favor rapidly, leading the enemy to a solid rout as their remnants retreated up to the surface. The Mark Antony raised its appropriated sword, causing the survivors to cheer in victory. Despite not having any advantage in the quality of her mech or her league ranking, she still managed to exude the quality of a leader. Most of the mechs who fought alongside of her were willing to follow her directions. Pleased at the deference she enjoyed, Melinda lowered the sword until it pointed towards the exit. We have a base to rack. Let's go. The group of mechs squeezed out of the exit and finally reached the surface. Most of the defenders were still stuck guarding against outside attackers, but some of them had already been alerted to the intrusion. Show me where their control center is located. 6 o'clock, the dome by the tower-like structure. Alright boys and girls, we've got only one thing left before we can call it a day. To the control center. Despite the many mechs that turned around to take care of the threat that popped up in their midst, the invaders had initiative on their side and they only needed a short time to reach the control center. The hard-shelled dome protected it against all kinds of ordnance, but when Melinda crashed the lower edge of her kite shield against the surface, it cracked and started to cave in. Some of the other mechs with melee weapons joined in the fun while the rest fended off the approaching defenders. We can't hold out much longer. Keep it up. We just need a little more time. The Mark Antony's last 3 shield attacks succeeded in prying open a hole. A light mech with a flamethrower immediately went to her side and fired off a lethally hot stream of flame that incinerated all of the control center's personnel and computers. Melinda mentally bathed in their screams, feeling gratified that they accomplished their objective. Melinda, you might not celebrate so soon yet. There's a problem. She snapped out of her funk. What's up, Janet? Well, you guys managed to destroy the control center, but not before they called in the first wave of their reinforcements. You better look up in the sky. Her sensors readjusted. She could see a small speck in the sky growing larger. It was an entry pod, allowing mechs to arrive on the surface of a planet with the speed of free fall. The pod grew larger and larger and larger and larger. That's not a normal pod. The pod was way too big to fit a single mech. From the size of it, Melinda estimated the pod could fit in at least 8 to 12 medium mechs, which was difficult to fend off. Only until the pod engaged its boosters to slow down its downward crash did Melinda feel that something was off. Those boosters released so much force that it rattled the entire comm center. It was as if the boosters were working their ass off arresting the fall of something much larger than a bunch of regular mechs. An earthquake-like impact rattled everyone in the vicinity as the pod finally half-crashed in the middle of the base. The ramp of the pod lowered slowly, taking its time until it fully extended. That was until a foot the size of a heavy mech kicked the metal ramp away. The rectangular piece of metal screeched as it bounced off the ground only to crash against the base of an antenna. An apocalyptic mech the size of the guard headquarters main building stepped out of the oversized pod. Each footstep seemed to rumble the footing of the other mechs, leading to a growing unease among the blue team. With its sturdy legs, barreled torso and a pair of weapon-encrusted arms, the metal monstrosity stretched the definition of mech. It's a juggernaut, Janet whispered. In the history of mech development, there was no hard rule that set the size and weight of the mechs to a specific limit. The current modern adoption of the light, medium and heavy classification was more out of convenience than out of any calculated considerations. The doctrines that followed were what really cemented the classifications in place. A light mech is fast and stays alive by remaining unseen or dodging enemy attacks. They usually act as scouts, saboteurs or flankers. They also make excellent flyers. A medium mech is nimble on its feet and can withstand a limited amount of damage. They are the jack of all trades in the mech world, able to fulfill any role with their unparalleled flexibility. A heavy mech doesn't bother dodging, instead choosing to tank all the attacks coming its way. It is regarded as a tank due to the ease it is able to defend a position or break through enemy lines. An entire industry has sprung up around these 3 archetypes. The system of developing and licensing interchangeable and modular components came about when different customers demanded they wanted to mount their favorite toys on their favorite mechs. Many advanced components invented these days restricted their use to a single weight class in order to maintain compatibility. But regardless of this thriving ecosystem of mechs and mech parts, there were always some parties that wanted to take a step forwards for themselves. One such moment happened at the new Robarth Empire's introduction of the Juggernaut to the battlefield. The Juggernaut was a mech that had the ability to contend against a low-flying spaceship. Its frame and its countless components weighed as much as a dozen heavy mechs, but was about 100 to 1,000 times more expensive to build. The many technologies that kept such a gargantuan in one piece and prevented it from collapsing under its own weight were very expensive to reproduce. Such a large and heavy mech simply didn't appear to be economical. That never stopped the new Robarthans, though. They painstakingly invested in its development and kept the project under wraps for at least an entire mech generation. Only until they refined the design well enough to be able to operate in hostile planetary environments did they release the first Juggernaut on the battlefield. It left behind a massacre back then. The city it fought in suffered so much damage, the new Robarthans considered the battle could have resulted in less damage if they fired off a couple of illegal tactical nukes. Right now, the Juggernauts were weapons with dubious legal status in human space. Many states hostile to the new Robarth Empire sought to draft a treaty banning such ultra-large mechs. The devastating they could unleash rivaled weapons of mass destruction. In actuality, it would be justified if they were categorized as the newest WMD humans have invented. All of that was of little use to Melinda now, as the Juggernaut finally moved. It raised one of its arms that bristled with gun cannons and pointed in the vague direction of Blue Team's military base. Oh shit. Get out, Janet. I'm already on it. The Juggernaut fired, and the entire world turned white. What happened after that? VS asked over the comm as he rested on the couch. Lucky curiously tried to paw Melinda's head projected by the COMM. The Juggernaut blasted half the walls of the military base apart. It set up a panic in our team. Frankly, the only reason why we lasted so long after the Juggernaut entered the field was because its pilot went drunk with power. He destroyed half his team with all the collateral damage he caused. The two spoke about the performance of the Mark Antony, and how Melinda found it to be a good mech despite its many faults. It doesn't have a good place on the front lines due to its scattered strengths. It's not quite a knight, not quite a striker, and its pitiful launchers don't give the mech a lot of long-ranged firepower. Well, I'm only working with the tools I have. Frankly, if I could replace the mace and shield with something sturdier, I'm sure the mech would perform just as well as the Caesar Augustus. Sadly, that's not an option if I want to keep costs and complexity under control. VS shook his head. I've anticipated most of the issues you've mentioned, but they're kind of built into the fundamental design of the mech. I'm not aiming to replace the Caesar Augustus. I just want to deliver an affordable variant that can perform well in smaller engagements. Melinda nodded. I'm certainly impressed with the mech. I kind of want to replace my patrol mech with it, but I know the pencil pushers in the guard won't allow such a thing. It doesn't have the endurance. After the conversation ended, VS put the finishing touches on his second handmade mech and sent it off to be sold in the market. Let's see my progress so far. Status. Name, Ves Larkinson. Profession, Novice Mech Designer. Specializations, none. Design points, 235. Attributes. Strength, 0.7. Dexterity, 0.7. Endurance, 0.6. Intelligence, 1.2. Creativity, 1. Concentration, 1.2. Neural aptitude, F. Skills. Assembly, Apprentice. 3D Printer Proficiency I. Assembler Proficiency I. Business, Apprentice. Computer Science, Incompetent. Electrical Engineering, Novice. Mathematics, Incompetent. Mechanics, Apprentice. Jury Rigging I. Speed Tuning I. Metallurgy, Apprentice. Metaphysics, Incompetent. Physics, Novice. Lightweight Armor Optimization I. Medium Weight Armor Optimization I. Evaluation, almost reached the standards of an apprentice mech designer. His stats hadn't changed much since the last time he viewed it. His concentration had gained 0.1 points again due to his single-minded focus in mastering the Mark Antony. Besides sleeping, eating, bathroom rituals and taking short breaks to reset his mood, he spent all his time fabricating the Mark Antony. His DP counter remained stubbornly stagnant, further indicating that the sales potential for his Fantasia variants had reached the bottom of the well. Much of his DP came from the 2 Mark Antonys sold so far. They offered much more for a single sale due to their higher value. It doesn't look like my Mark Antony model will catch fire, VS noted disappointingly. With only a little more than a week left until the YTE, I won't be able to increase my subskills or attributes in any meaningful way. While he spent a lot of work designing the Mark Antony then mastering its fabrication process, the things he learned provided marginal help at best when joining the contest. The contest only lasted one day, just long enough for mech designers to showcase their skills without boring the audience to a multi-day engineering fest. The day before the main event, the organizers hosted a qualifying round in order to filter out the 8 best contestants. Both events revolved around designing and putting together a functioning mech out of a bunch of parts and a random stripped-down model. It showcased the mech designer's skill in creating new mechs while skipping out the boring part of fabricating the parts from scratch. The old VS without the system probably wouldn't get past the qualifiers. Even with all the additional benefits the system gave him, he might not even be certain he can reach the top 3. I shouldn't be obsessed with trying to reach first place. I have to keep my priorities clear. As long as I can find a single customer for my Mark Antony design, I've already won. The impending interest payment term loomed within a month, which caused VS to bear immense pressure. I stand a much better chance in the contest if I can earn enough DP to buy the Jury Rigging 2 subskill before it starts. He already experienced the power of Jury Rigging I. The skill energized with his creativity, allowing him to form unorthodox solutions to complicated technical problems. It did not add any new knowledge, but instead improved his ability to combine the knowledge he already learned into something new. An example would be to strip a laser rifle and turn it onto a shoulder mount. Though such a shoddy modification won't work as well as a purpose-built shoulder weapon, it should work well enough in an emergency. I should get my workshop ready. Ves reminded himself. If all went well, he should be able to find a customer for his new design. He'd have to get his workshop ready and running by the time he got back from the event. First he took a look at his 3D printer. As a fairly old, second-hand model, it lacked the most current technology in fabrication. Ves meticulously went through the settings of the printer, and with the help of his improved knowledge in assembly, added presets that helped fabricate certain parts easier and with less errors. Then, he looked at his inventory. Besides the raw materials required to produce the HRF armor plating, he lacked pretty much everything else required to build up a Mark Antony. Ves took note of the list of raw materials and visited the local site of the Mech Trade Association. The MTA offered many services to anyone looking to build, buy, or sell a mech. It conveniently partnered with resource wholesalers that allowed them to sell various raw materials through a convenient market interface. To fabricate the HRF requires about 11 million bright credits in raw materials. To purchase the rest of the materials requires just 7 million credits. The total cost comes at 18 million credits. If I charge 24 million credits for the Mark Antony, I'll recoup my cost and earn just enough profit to meet my next interest payment. Selling a mech that priced at 24 million credits was much easier than one that demanded more than double the amount. It cost 45 million credits in total to cover the raw materials for the Caesar Augustus. The materials for the Augustus proprietary armor plating cost 38 million credits alone, and Ves lacked the facilities required to process exotic materials into advanced armor plating. These prices look reliable, but it's not entirely reflective of the entire market. Ves noted carefully, remembering what he learned in college about running a business. I'm sure there's plenty of private agreements between a small group of partners that offers substantially lower prices. Ves curiously inspected the market prices for the Caesar Augustus and its close variants. The official base model produced by National Aeromotive sold for a whopping 65 million credits. Naturally, as the original manufacturer and with the now mature Jason Kozlowski at the helm, the CA1 produced by NA was top quality. The few mech designers that have licensed the Caesar Augustus sold the base model or its close variants for around 55 to 60 million credits. Perhaps they also offered lower prices, though they used private sales channels in order to conduct such business. The MTA's internal market site only listed public offerings, which in the mech business is considered the tip of the iceberg. As a tiny mech designer with a one-man business with no reputation, I don't possess the qualifications to seek out deals that are more favorable to me. I can only purchase the materials I require at market prices. This presented a big problem to Ves. The materials needed to build up the frame, power reactor, engines, and everything else amounted to 7 million, which is 2 million more than he owed in his upcoming interest payment. As Ves had no ability to draw another loan, he had no way of purchasing the required materials without receiving an advance payment from a customer. That's also going to be a little tricky. The private mech business used to be pretty chaotic. Customers sometimes refused to pay up, leaving the manufacturer in the hole. Sometimes the customer paid on time, but used the new mech they acquired to extort the manufacturer into returning the money. Sometimes, manufacturers also screwed their customers in return. They used substandard materials and inferior components to fool their customers into believing they paid for quality when instead they got nothing but a fake. The establishment of the transgalactic MTA curtailed most instances of fraud and robbery. Customers looking to buy a reliable mech used the MTA as a middleman. The MTA certified each mech that passed through their hands, and made sure the mech conformed to the submitted and agreed upon design between the seller and buyer. Mech designers and manufacturers also benefited from the MTA. For the cost of 1% of a mech's sales price, they could take advantage of its many services, such as certification, access to the internal market, to letting them take care of collecting payment from the buyer. It provided a safe platform to do business for many small and medium-sized businesses. The MTA, though officially a charity, also acted as enforcers. They rigidly enforced the prohibitions on installing weapons of mass destruction onto mechs. Any violators caught with dabbling in forbidden dangers like nukes or viruses would be squashed by the MTA's dreaded compliance department. Each so-called compliant officer who worked for the MTA were at least expert pilots, with most captains reaching the standard of ace pilots. In comparison, Melinda only reached the standard of advanced pilot, which was the minimum skill requirement to receive a piloting position in the Mech Corps. If I do my business through the MTA, I won't need to worry about the authenticity of the advance payment. My customers will also receive some assurance from the organization. Though Ves had not yet bought anything from the market, he pre-registered his purchase list in order to notify the sellers of those materials that he might buy them soon. It was nothing more than a notification, but the sellers might prepare for the sale by making sure they had the materials in their inventory and could ship them to the Bright Republic. The Bright Republic is small, so shipping times aren't so bad as long as I can find each material in the domestic market. Ves tracked down each material and was relieved there were no problems on that end. With the ultra-fast shipping capabilities of a modern galactic civilization, shipping companies were able to transport all the materials stockpiled in Bentheim to Cloudy Curtain in just 2 days. After that, he contacted the MTA to prepare the paperwork for his expected production. Once he signed some standard contracts and agreements with the MTA and the Bright Republic, a representative of the MTA called him in person. The representative invited Ves to go over the legal requirements of producing a mech in the Bright Republic. Your production license covers the permission to produce the weapons that come with the Caesar Augustus. A representative from Bentheim explained over the COMM. However, you do not have permission to live-fire these weapons even in tests. Furthermore, you are not allowed to produce your own ordnance. This means you may not produce any missiles even if you have the capability to do so from your license. What about the wrist-mounted laser cannons? They're technically operational as soon as they come off the 3D printer. I just need to plug them to an energy source. The representative swiped a couple of designs to VS. You need to add safeties during the fabrication process that seals the energy weapons. The files I just sent are small presets for your 3D printer. They will automatically incorporate the most optimal safeties to any weapons you produce, but you should always double-check them manually. Will do. I have one final question. Could you tell me if my design has any appeal to the market? The man from the association smiled. We are always ready to offer advice to young entrepreneurs. As for your variant, it is highly unusual to offer an economy variant of an extremely advanced frame such as the Caesar Augustus. The Augustus already has a small demand. Since you have replaced its armor in your design, thus taking away the biggest merit of that particular model, I cannot be certain whether any potentate is willing to invest in your new concept. There is no existing demand for this kind of product, so you should diligently work on your marketing in order to create demand. Understood. I don't have any more questions, so goodbye. Have a nice day. In other words, VS had to market his design from the ground up. He couldn't steal any customers from the pilots interested in the base model because they were unwilling to buy an inferior version when they had the money for the real thing. VS should target pilots with less generous bank accounts, but those pilots usually bought dependable frontline models, not discounted advanced mechs. These two categories differed significantly in terms of endurance, maintenance cost, and overall longevity. Regular frontline mechs were built to last. I'll cross that bridge when I get there. For the remainder of the time, VS kept diligently producing the Mark Antony in his virtual workshop. He accumulated a decent amount of experience in fabricating the most troublesome parts, and with his deep knowledge of the frame and its base model he felt confident he could fabricate a functioning mech with his own equipment. The days passed quickly. The day of departure arrived. The Bright Republic offered free transportation to Bentheim for all contestants. As one of many participants to the annual Young Tigers exhibition, VS joined the crowd of hopeful pilots at the spaceport while holding Lucky to his chest and leading a floating luggage carrier carrying his clothes and other stuff. Man, I don't know why I'm even coming. Only Grant has a shot of reaching the top 10. A young graduate complained. What do you know? A tall and heavy-set pilot said with a sneer. If you manage to reach the top 200, you'll easily be able to land a job at a reputable mercenary corps. I'm not talking about the 5 or 10 man shows, I'm talking about the real deal, like Pritchard's Bannermen or the Red Bishops. Seriously? No wonder my uncle wanted me to participate. The YTE not only showcases our generation's talent to the Republic, it also acts as a job fair. Plenty of employers are watching the show. If they like a pilot, they don't hesitate to offer a contract. My brother landed a spot with the Crossmen that way. The idle chatter of the potentates unintentionally revealed many useful things to VS. Besides the government and the Mech Corps, he could also expect a lot of mercenaries to attend. Their main purpose was to look for fresh blood to replenish their ranks. It was questionable whether they'd be open to buy a new mech. VS had his work cut out for him in the next couple of days. The appearance of VS raised some eyebrows from the pilots and their chaperones. I haven't seen you around in class. One of the men stated as he looked at VS' collar. Are you sure you've boarded the right shuttle? Every potentate wore a small pin on their collar, chest, or arm that denoted their status. It was an exclusive privilege to the 3.5% that marked them special. With it, they enjoyed priority services, had access to VIP sections, and had their safety taken care of first before the rest could take their turn. The entire scheme originated from the New Robarth Empire, but pretty much every human state other than the Terrans copied the treatment. They also took over the rule that stated that any fraudulent use of such pins invited severe punishment. Security already screened me before letting me in. I'm a participant of the YTE Mech Design competition. Mech Design. A young fresh-faced woman dubiously said. So you're not a pilot? No. That pretty much killed the conversation. The pilots all turned around and went back to their own discussions. The blatant disregard hurt VS a little, but he had grown used to such behavior ever since he turned 10. Before his genetic aptitude was tested, he behaved just as arrogantly as the other potentates. It took a brutal fall from heaven to realize how conceited he actually behaved. I was a stupid punk back then. I got what I deserved, but the rest ingrained this dismissive behavior. It couldn't be helped. Modern society worshipped martial prowess, and a disproportionate attention was placed on mechs. Sometimes it appeared that society revolved around pleasing potentates. Certainly, placating pilots was important, but the soldiers who bravely enlisted in the other service branches also deserved some honor. Spaceships guarded their borders against capricious aliens while infantrymen occupied territory and cleaned after the messes mechs usually caused when throwing around ordnance. Nothing could be done about it, though, so VS took the dismissal without complaint. It wasn't as if he achieved anything of note that justified anything more than an absent glance. Only Lucky attracted some attention, but the mostly female pilots were too preoccupied to get distracted by his cuteness. The departure time arrived. The shuttle lifted off after everyone was accounted for. The intersystem shuttle ample power to lift off and escape Cloudy Curtain's atmosphere. Like a sparrow taking flight, the shuttle fluently broke the confines of the planet's gravity and followed a pre-programmed flight out to the nearest Lagrange point in the local star system. Lagrange points provided fast and convenient launch points for FTL. Any shuttle or spaceship capable of traveling faster than light departed from a Lagrange point whenever possible, but were only capable of reaching the edge of a solar system as their destination. While the possibility exists for highly advanced spaceships to arrive at their destination's Lagrange point, the act was considered near suicidal. It was like threading a needle, except one single mistake could cause the ship to smash itself apart in weird gravitational stresses, leaving the debris to fall into the local sun. Everyone played it safe, including the transport shuttle. It took only a moment for the shuttle to reach the nearest Lagrange point. It waited in line as other vessels departed first. Once the shuttle came forward, its sleek and narrow form visibly warped into an elongated form before launching into FTL. The shuttle lurched a little when it entered FTL, but after that the passengers felt nothing else. After hundreds of years of refinement, human FTL technology had earned a track record for safety and reliability. The flight from Cloudy Curtain's star system to Bentheim only took less than a day due to Bentheim's favorable gravitational position. It made traveling to the economic heart of the Bright Republic convenient. Besides having no one to talk to, Ves enjoyed the flight. Once the shuttle arrived at the edge of Bentheim's star system, it flew towards one of border outposts Bentheim established to meet incoming vessels. Smaller systems such as Cloudy Curtain normally wouldn't bother with this formality, but a major port like Bentheim necessitated increased security checks. Many ships formed an orderly line in the space set with beacons. Small patrol ships flew alongside them, scanning their interior for any contraband while determining their origins and destinations. The shuttle from Cloudy Curtain only warranted a brief scan before being let through by the space security forces. The passenger shuttle nimbly navigated deeper in the system like a fish swimming along a river. It passed by several plodding haulers and heavily armed warships. It kept its distance from rickety-looking mercenary ships and anything else that hinted of danger. After half a day's flight, they finally approached the planetary orbit of Bentheim. From above, the heavily populated planet looked like a paradise that mixed greenery with high-tech urban development. Ever since Bentheim established itself as the premier port of the Republic, the government invested trillions of credits in its ability to accommodate an endless amount of visitors and cargo. The shuttle landed at a crowded spaceport near the capital city called Durham. Ves, the pilots and their chaperones were practically booted out of the shuttle. As soon as they stepped out, the shuttle left in order to make way for another passenger shuttle. Captain Jillian, the lead supervisor of the contestants from Cloudy Curtain, led them to a prepared atmospheric transport that brought them to a hotel near the venue. After leaving the shuttle, they entered the hotel in order to check in and left behind their luggage. All right pilots, the Young Tigers exhibition officially starts tomorrow. You're free for the rest of the day, so go play at the local game center or shop until you run out of credits. I only have a few rules that I hope you can follow for your sake. The captain lifted up a finger. First, be at the venue at 6 o'clock local time. If your comms haven't automatically adjusted their internal clocks, do so now. Tardiness is no excuse. A couple of pilots activated their comms, and some of them had to adjust their settings. Second, you will be tested for any drugs or intoxicants the moment you enter, so for God's sake don't go party in a club and get smashed. More than a handful of contestants find their qualifications revoked after imbibing a suspicious drink. Don't rule out sabotage from your competitors. There's spies and agents everywhere in the city. This caused a couple of pilots to gulp, though most of them snorted or dismissed the warning as a fantasy. As natives of Cloudy Curtain, the people in power never paid much attention to them. The best pilots of the Republic all graduated from institutions in Bentheim or Rittersburg. Third, do not get into an altercation with your rivals from other pilots. We're all Briders here, so don't lower your standing in front of the foreigners. We have guests from all over the star sector here, so keep your roles in mind. The young men and women appeared to listen attentively, but Ves knew most of it would be thrown right out the window a few seconds later. If you break any of these rules, don't expect to participate in the Young Tigers exhibition. You're grown-ups, so bear the consequences of your screw-ups yourself. With the rest of the late afternoon and evening free, Ves exited the hotel holding Lucky against his chest alongside the other participants. The mechanical cat opened its artificial eyes wide as it beheld the exciting view in front of him. The crowded thoroughfares revealed that even at the outskirts, the capital hosted a lot of guests at this time. Every YTE was a celebration of martial might, so the Bright Republic hosted a couple of other activities to accompany the event. The mech design competition was just one of many additions. Let's see. Tomorrow's the qualifiers, the day after that is the main event. Once the YTE ends, I'll have to return to Cloudy Curtain immediately if I want to fabricate and deliver my mech in time. Ves had very little time left, so even his free time should be spent on improving his chances of doing well in the competition. Let's visit the mech showrooms. As the commercial capital of a port system, Durham featured hundreds of mech museums, mech dealers, and mech workshops. It featured a healthy local ecosystem that made it convenient for many people in the mech business to run a business. Unfortunately, the rent was prohibitively expensive and the competition was cutthroat. A new entrant with no existing connections to the industry had no chance of establishing a workshop in Durham, or anywhere else on Bentheim for that matter. VS chose to set up his workshop in Cloudy Curtain not just because it was his home, but more due to the low taxes and hassle-free regulations. Besides, shipping stuff to and from Bentheim from Cloudy Curtain isn't expensive at all. It makes little difference except for the difficulty of attracting customers. In a major metropolis like Durham, most avenues and streets featured greenery, art and seating of all kinds. Most transportation traveled far underground or high up in the air, so the bustling city never appeared congested. He entered one of the tunnels, slapped his comm against the scanning block, and waited for a small hovercar to appear before him. A number of passengers including VS and Lucky entered the car before it closed up and zipped deeper into the heart of the city. VS opened his comm and studied the map of the city. He entered a few search parameters and found a listing of mech showrooms open to the public. Narrowing the list down further, he was finally left with 3 venues that featured the Caesar Augustus. 2 places showed off the base model, while the remaining showroom hosted a variant. After arriving downtown, VS took a smaller underground vehicle in order to bring him to the first venue called Bosworth's, a giant branch of one of the biggest commercial dealers of civilian mechs in the Star Sector. With the name of the company emblazoned at the front of the stadium-sized showroom, it attracted countless of pilots and enthusiasts every day. After paying a small fee at the entrance, VS entered the interior of the showroom and found his way to the section where their Caesar Augustus was hosted. After several minutes of appreciating the other mechs on display, he finally reached one of Bosworth's prized possession. VS squeezed through a crowd of hundreds as they admired and took pictures of the tall, majestic mech. Seeing it in person made the trip worth it to VS. He built the mech and several of his personally developed variants many times by hand, but eventually he had to admit his only real experience was in a virtual workshop. How could working with digital code compare to working with real metals and real components? Even from a healthy distance, VS felt the Caesar Augustus emanate an air of majesty. It was as if the model was an emperor of mechs, and that it was natural for all other mechs to bow before his presence. This craftsmanship is good. It's not a standard model by National Aeromotives, that's for sure. With his deep knowledge of the Caesar Augustus, he noticed a few minute traces that spoke of a different fabrication philosophy than what N.A. or Jason Kozlowski adhered to. These personal touches brought the base model along a different path to its peak. I wonder if the craftsman who worked on this particular model is aware of how he meshed his own thoughts into the model. With his extensive research on the X factor, VS started to get a rudimentary sixth sense for the phenomenon. He spent plenty of time watching replays of the Seventh Snake and Melinda in action, so he knew vaguely how the X factor was expressed. He tried to identify the vague sensations of emotions the model emanated, however faintly. It feels. The fabricator is old, experienced. He treated the Augustus as his magnum opus, his best work. He must not have licensed the model himself, but got the opportunity to fabricate it once somehow, perhaps because he got hired for a single job. He relished the chance of being involved with building up an advanced mech, so he treated the work reverently. The unconscious feeling of worship the old fabricator felt towards the model unintentionally enhanced the end product's awe. Perhaps that was why Bosworth acquired this particular specimen and showed it off in public. It certainly enhanced the chain's prestige. This was a worthwhile visit. I see now that there's a slightly different way of regarding the Caesar Augustus. VS naturally refused to adopt such a servile philosophy. He believed that men were masters over the machine. No matter how sophisticated the mech, it's still created as a vehicle for a pilot to protect or destroy. Naturally, with his recent studies of the X factor, his views had adjusted slightly, but only in the sense that mechs performed best when they were created as similar-minded partners to their pilots. There was no need to go overboard and act as if humans were the slaves in this relationship. After the fruitful visit, VS left Bosworth's and walked down a couple of blocks and visited another company's showroom. Though smaller, the seller mainly sold premium mechs, so it received even more attention from the public. A long line of visitors waited in front of the store and VS had to cough up a much higher fee to finally enter the premises. Seeing the magnificent mechs all around him made him feel he was in mech heaven. But since he was short on time, he only threw a glance before reaching his destination. The Caesar Augustus VS saw was virtually identical to the first one. Nevertheless, compared to the previous mech which managed to look imperial, this example seemed diminished. Perhaps it was due to the different lighting, or the fact that other expensive mechs surrounded it, but the mech that VS seemed diminished. Many people were involved in its construction. The contours and components rigidly adhere to the standards demanded by its design, but that's the only advantage this model has. It's like this model is built by an assembly line. It was a manner of fabricating that spoke of scale, precision, and efficiency. Instead of letting one fabricator make all the components by hand, a factory employed many people who all specialize in fabricating one single component. There would be one guy who makes only sensors, another person who's in charge of armor plating, and so on. This specialization ensured they maintained quality while keeping up a decent production pace. One of the worst things that could happen to a large-scale manufacturer is the occurrence of faults, so employing specialists or ace that could take over such a role was key in maintaining consistency. It works if all you care about is the technical performance of the mech. VS commented, feeling regretful that the manufacturer had not brought this mech to its full potential. I can't say I blame them. You can't measure X factor. Even though I learned so much, even the most renowned experts must still not have any means of quantifying the X factor. You couldn't put any value in an attribute that couldn't be seen or heard. Plenty of mechs with a high potential of X factor were treated like disposable trash. That was because industry standards favored mass production over individual craftsmanship. Even the mech designers that start a business by themselves let their employees take over the tedious work of fabricating his models when the designer achieved success. They only bothered crafting handmade versions of their mech to familiarize themselves with the model and fix any production issues that might occur. After leaving the showroom, Ves intended to visit the showroom with the customized version of the Augustus. However, after his comm beeped an alert, he knew he had to return to the hotel. The qualifiers for the YTE started tomorrow morning and he had to wake up early in order to make it in time. The time for me to prove myself is about to come. He grinned, relishing the chance to showcase his newly acquired abilities in front of a stage. Bentheim hosted the Young Tigers exhibition in a large, multi-building convention complex built for the purpose. It occupied a gigantic amount of prime real estate that offered plenty of space to the tourists and mech enthusiasts who visited the event. Naturally, the organizers treated mech pilot competition as the main event. The opening ceremony and the introduction of the star pilots commenced while the qualifiers of the mech design competition occurred in a smaller and much less crowded side building. Before he did anything else, Ves checked his status and noticed he finally accumulated 300 DP. With this amount, he immediately bought the jury rigging 2 subskill, which induced another minor headache for him. It made him get ready for the day a bit later than he thought. Even as he rushed his breakfast, he still had to sort out the strange way the system rearranged his brain. Time's almost up. Captain Jillian called at the dining room. Gather at the lobby of the hotel. Ves left his gem cat in his hotel room this time. It was not appropriate for him to bring Lucky along as he competed. Not just because pets weren't allowed, but also due to the possibility of cheating. So he came to the qualifiers alone. Compared to the festive bombast of the main event, the mech designer competition was a subdued event that attracted only a fraction of the crowd. Most of those attending were friends and family of the mech designers. The real crowd would show up tomorrow, when only the 8 best competitors came up on stage. Ves? Wow man, nice to see you. A chubby young man with flaring pink hair spotted Ves and came over with a cheerful smile. Man, we haven't been in touch ever since we graduated. It's like you fell into a black hole. Ves smiled and bumped his former classmate with his fist. Hey Carlos. I've been having some trouble at home. Starting your own mech design workshop is harder than it looks. You actually went through with it? Never mind the hardware, how are you even capable of paying for the licenses? I had a little luck there. Ves proceeded to fill in most of what he did the last 2 months to his friend. Carlos Shaw looked at Ves with a mixed expression. I can't decide whether you're a lucky bastard or not. Only the dumbest grant institutes would give you a production license for the Caesar Augustus. Yet, I'm still racking my head around trying to reproduce it without getting bankrupt. That's also why I'm here. I have to find a customer for my first mech or else I'm in deep shit. I envy your independence. You should see what I do for a living nowadays. My dad got me a connection to the quality control department of a wholesaler here in Bentheim. Carlos followed the path of many other mech designers who graduated from Rittersberg. They started at the bottom in large corporations. Like many other young graduates, Carlos' current job had nothing to do with mech design in any shape or way. The only thing the job required of him was to test the mechs that the company imported and note which parts were faulty. Carlos might be an average mech designer, but with the things he learned in college he was an overqualified mech technician. Basically, any mech designer that hadn't studied from one of the renowned universities from at least a second-rate human state could forget about entering the world of real mech design. The pathetic state of this industry in the Bright Republic was perhaps the biggest reason why it held this competition. The government wanted to stimulate a domestic mech industry, or at least not become too dependent on foreign transgalactic corporations. They chit-chatted a little more on what they experienced after graduation. After waiting in line, security confirmed their credentials and allowed them to enter the waiting room for contestants. Already about 100 young mech designers sat on the comfortable seats or caught up with their friends and acquaintances. Ves spotted a few more notable classmates, including the top student Patricia Schneider. Her parents worked at mid-level positions at Bosworth's, which might not sound impressive but represented the apex of local influence in the huge corporation. With Patricia's background, she should have been qualified to study at a prestigious university from a second-rate state. Instead, she stayed in the Bright Republic and attended the Rittersberg University of Technology like the other poor and untalented locals. How much do you think Patricia's chances are of winning first place? About 20%. Carlos casually estimated. I heard she somehow managed to catch the attention of a senior mech designer and became his apprentice. No idea who he is, but that's what people are telling me. They're even saying that the mech designer tutored Patricia during her studies in our college. No wonder she managed to score full marks in every theoretical test. Yeah, thank God she's not as good in practicals, or else she'd wipe the floor of this contest. Rubbing his chin, Ves turned away from Patricia and looked at a couple of other contestants. A few held up their chests in a more confident posture, very unlike a local student. They practically oozed the same level of superiority as potentates. I've spotted at least 7 Ponces who studied abroad at an elite university, Carlos said, as he was much more familiar with the people he studied with at Rittersberg. I don't know who most of them are, but I do recognize that bastard Edwin McKinney. The young man in question stood in front of a gaggle of admirers. His face oozed as much superiority as all the other elites in the room put together. What's his background? He attended a university in the new Robarth Empire. Dunno what's the name, but it's Robarthan, so who cares? Even though it's not one of the elite institutions at Estland, he still prances about his prestige whenever he can. It's as if he's an enlightened gentleman bringing civilization to us savages. Though it sounded ugly, the attention was not unwarranted. Even VS felt the urge to pick Edwin's brains on the latest development in mechs. Studying mech design in a random NRE university was a wholly different concept than studying the same degree in a backwater country like the Bright Republic. Even the cheapest trash mechs the NRE fielded in their mech corps were at least 2 generations. Advanced technologies that sounded like fantasy to VS was commonplace in those mighty first-rate states. VS felt a little regret he hadn't studied harder in his teenage years. If he worked hard and achieved better results back then, he might have received the opportunity to attend an elite institution in a second or first-rate state. We live in different worlds. It's no use associating with him. Better focus on your own career, VS advised, though the real reason he acted nonchalant was because he could rely on the Mech Designer System to overcome these rivals in the future. It was an advantage he was certain not even the best young mech designers possessed. With its power, he had a real shot at reaching the apex of mech design. All it took was time. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Bright Republic's best and brightest. An attendant gestured the contestants to exit the waiting room. They arrived in front of a podium with all 150 contestants present. They bowed before a crowd of familiar and unfamiliar faces. The presenter was a silver-haired man with a robust voice, likely another veteran of the mech corps. As you can see, it would be too extravagant to allocate a personal workshop and quota of parts to each contestant. With the help of the convention center's holographic projectors, we can nevertheless save space and resources by conducting the qualifiers in a virtual reality with unprecedented realism. A few groans escaped the lips of the contestants. They all wanted to play around with real mech parts and were hopeful this time was different. Now, just like last year, we wish to present our young mech designers with the challenge of designing and assembling a functioning mech from pre-selected parts. It is not a challenge to make a mech work, but it takes skill and talent to create the best mech from suboptimal parts. Your task is to create a mech that will be tested in a standard 10-kilometer gauntlet. Your mechs will all be test piloted by Hans over here. Another veteran mech pilot waved his hand from the side, who is a strict professional and will treat any mech the same. Any questions? How much time do we have? 12 hours from the start of the qualifiers. Are there any limits on weight class and weaponry? The presenter grinned. Design any mech you want at your heart's content. We do not place any limits on the design so long it fits the definition of a mech. Do you want to stick 4 arms on a mech? Fine. Do you want to design a mech with its torso upside down? Go ahead. We specifically enlisted the aid of Hans because he is an all-rounder. He can pilot light, medium and heavy mechs with the same proficiency. He has plenty of experience piloting the most popular animal designs as well. He can kill the same amount of enemies whether he's given a sword or a rifle. Is he an AI? That elicited a bit of laughter from the people present. I can assure you, he is 100% Homo sapiens. That actually reassured VS. His only advantage over the other contestants was his ability to actualize the X factor in a mech. If his finished product gets tested by an artificial intelligence, then he seriously doubted the emotionally lifeless software program would notice the difference. Very well, if there are no more questions, then please take your place at the designated areas. If you don't possess a tactile implant, then please wear the provided gloves in order to ensure you can move the holographic projections around. Most mech designers had implanted their bodies with technologies that allowed them to touch holograms as if they were real items. It didn't convey the weight of the objects, but it functioned properly enough for today's purposes. On your mark, get set, go. The empty spaces in front of each participant shimmered as a miniature pile of holographic parts and mech frames littered their view. It looked like someone took out a random pile of parts from a junkyard and put them in front of everyone. The only thing that separated it from junk was that the parts looked new and unused and that every participant had to work with the same parts. When VS approached a power reactor and tried to touch it, the component enlarged until it reached its real proportions. So that's how they save space here. It made sense to scale down the unused parts. Otherwise the entire venue ran out of space to hold 150 contestants if they all worked on full-scale components. VS looked around how others fared with the impending challenge. Most looked at the pile of junk and got briefly overwhelmed. Carlos scratched his head as he slowly went over his options. Patricia Schneider immediately chose a fairly standard humanoid internal frame and started sorting through different components to add to her new mech. As for Edwin McKinney, the young elite chose a bold direction for his mech. He chose to pair a lightweight eagle-shaped mech with a robust flight system. Such a combination would result in a flyer that hovers between the light and medium weight class, which was not a good area to fall into. VS suspected that Edwin had a few surprises in store. As for his own design, he took a brief look at the components available. Most of the parts seemed outdated, roughly around 2 to 4 generations old. In Iron Spirit, these parts would be considered 3-star or 4-star parts, somewhat advanced for novice mech designers but not to the point of overwhelming them if they stuck to the simpler parts. The standard parts were all within his competence. Instead of starting to pick the parts he preferred, VS took a different approach. He studied Hans, the test pilot for his competition design, and thought about the presenter's description of him. If Ves wanted to make it out of the qualifiers, he had to use his strengths, and that meant integrating the X factor into his design. It's a risk if I go this route. If I let my emotions instead of logic drive my design, then I won't make the most optimal choices. Other mechs will have better specs than mine. Yet what does it matter if his mech performed worse than other mechs by 5% or so? Only the mechs that performed the best in the gauntlet made it through the qualifiers. No matter how many bells and whistles a designer added to the mech, if Hans didn't use it to its full potential, then it wasn't a good design. The product had to fit the pilot, not the mech designer's preferences. What kind of mech does Hans prefer to pilot the most? Too bad Ves wasn't allowed to access the galactic net during this competition. He only had the brief story from the presenter to make a guess. What was this pilot's greatest strength? Versatility. Hans could pilot almost every mech in the market. That took a lot of training. This man dedicated much of his piloting career learning how to pilot many different kinds of mechs. He practiced shoring up both his melee and ranged weapon skill until he could use them interchangeably without affecting his battle strength. Perhaps it was a coincidence, but Ves thought a mech like the Mark Antony fit Hans well. The medium mech offered maximum flexibility, allowing Hans to dodge attacks that could be dodged and tank what he could withstand. With a mace and shield, Hans could tear any mech apart except for heavy knights, and with his wrist-mounted laser cannons he could shoot down anyone from mid-range. The lack of endurance wouldn't be much of an issue, considering the mech only had to go through a short but intensive 10-kilometer gauntlet. There's no need to seek out a particular extreme. If I have the chance to use my familiarity to my advantage, then I should take it. There's no shame in using a design I know well as a reference. As long as my design can do the job, then Hans will easily pass through the gauntlet. Ves finally stepped forward and picked a couple of promising but also fitting components. He envisioned the mech he had in mind for a pilot with a broad set of skills. First, the mech should be a medium weight in order to maintain the mech's flexibility. The mech should be a flyer, but the wings don't need to be strong. Flight is just a means to an end. Next, it needs a balanced focus on melee and ranged offensive options. What Ves imagined Hans preferred to pilot was a workhorse model. It shouldn't be too fancy, and it doesn't need all the bells and whistles. The design needed to do the job and nothing more. Through this process of thought, Ves imagined the competition organizers implied much more than what they revealed on the surface. They presented us with a pile of parts, some of them more advanced than we ought to know how to handle. Ves shook his head and glanced at his fellow mech designers who seemingly went crazy at the possibilities. It's actually a subtle trap. If we get carried away with forcing an advanced component into an unsuitable design, then Hans won't be able to perform that well and won't be able to endure in the gauntlet. Ves felt a little confident in his chances now. While the likes of Patricia and Edwin remained superior contestants, he felt he stood a chance of making it in the bottom of the top 8. Let's see if I can recreate the ghetto version of the Mark Antony with these parts. Ves started selecting his parts, all the while keeping his intentions honed to a specific image. He wanted to build a versatile workhorse, a mech that doesn't have flashy features but is able to use the tools it has to their fullest effect. Building a mech started with the internal frame. As the basic skeleton of the mech, it determined the mech's shape, height, and weight capacity. A sturdy mech not only demanded strong armor, but also a robust internal frame that could hold up its weight under pressure. There were many frames to choose from. Most adopted a standard humanoid shape of 2 arms, 2 legs and an upright posture. Some looked like cats, others like birds and reptiles. Each form had its advantages and disadvantages, but generally the humanoid mechs offered great balance as long as its 2 legs remained intact. As Ves wanted to design a mech with flight capabilities, he chose to pick a medium frame that was on the lighter side. The frame's construction featured a clever arrangement of gaps, hollows and grooves. It saved a lot of weight while keeping its structural integrity intact as much as possible, though not always succeeding. Nevertheless, the frame held up to stresses as long as it wasn't used too heavily for years. Fortunately, the contest also automatically supplied the compatible artificial musculature. Though for the best original designs, it was best to form it from scratch, the amount of time it took was immense compared to borrowing an existing design scheme. Next up, Ves considered the contour of the mech and the configuration of the limbs. Humanoid mechs differed widely in size, bulk, thickness, and so on. While some designers preferred to complete the internals first before considering the exterior, Ves wanted to do the opposite in order to set his limits beforehand. He already had a purpose in mind for his mech, so it was important he get the outer appearance of the mech done first in order to make it easier for him to visualize his intentions. First up, the legs. As the mech's base, the legs determined the machine's speed, weight limit, and stability. Humanoid mechs boasted a wide variety of legs, from ones that specialized in long-distance efficiency to those that came built in with boosters to facilitate powerful jumps. Ves envisioned a mobile medium mech, so he kept his selection limited to the lighter armored legs. He patiently dug through the pile of junk for a suitable pair of leg design schemes. God, these legs are shit. Ves muttered as he dropped the next pair of legs in disgust. Most legs he encountered were either light but frail, or sturdy but too heavy for his tastes. It was as if the organizers didn't want contestants to settle for boring, mediocre legs with the most optimal compromise between armor and speed. It's impossible for me to pick a heavy pair of legs if I want my mech to be capable of at least a modicum of flight. I would either have to pick a pair of skinny legs, or... As Ves looked at the pile of animal-shaped legs, his newly upgraded jury-rigging subskill tingled in excitement. Mech components and parts had always been designed to accommodate a certain level of modular compatibility, but Ves had seldom heard of cases where a designer attached animal legs to a humanoid upper body. Such things were possible, but it brought a lot of problems concerning reworking the musculature and making sure the mech's walking and running posture remained balanced. These raptor legs look ideal. He approached the pile and highlighted a pair of fairly robust raptor legs. Raptor-shaped mechs usually featured powerful running gaits that provided fairly good speed at a good amount of endurance. However, they were designed in a way that attached them to the sides of the waist instead of the bottom. Trying to mate the legs to the torso of his mech would take a lot of thinking. Let's finish the rest of my selection before I figure this out. The size of the torso determined the maximum size of the engines, power reactor, and cockpit. Larger components were generally more powerful, but Ves had to keep the total weight below the total lifting capacity of the legs. Furthermore, certain shapes offered more advantages than others. Lean feminine torsos were light, barrel-shaped torsos offered lots of volume, V-shaped torsos looked incredibly masculine and offered expanded volume at the upper end of a mech. What Ves ultimately chose was a fairly broad torso out of the available parts. It provided a good amount of space at the bottom side of the mech, allowing for more extensive modifications in order to make it compatible with his raptor legs. While the torso weighed heavier than Ves would have liked, it was still within tolerance. The arms followed next. Raptor mechs usually chose to work with smaller arms or converted them to weapon mounts. As the unfinished design needed to be capable in both melee and ranged combat, Ves started looking for a fairly robust arms that were capable of mounting wrist-mounted weaponry. There's nothing suitable here. The selection is too limited. Most of the humanoid arms in the junk pile were bare arms. Cheap, sturdy, and a form factor that allowed for pilots to synchronize with them to up to 100%. These arms specialized in wielding mech-sized firearms. Some arms also specialized in wielding melee weapons, featuring strengthened musculature and higher gripping strength. I think I'm going to have to clunk something together again, Ves concluded as he skipped the unorthodox shaped arms. He lacked the time to work on fitting both the animal-shaped arms and legs onto a humanoid mech. He settled with a pair of thicker arms that performed well in melee combat. With some effort, he might be able to attach some sort of ranged weapon to it, though its performance would suffer if he rushed the implementation. Next up was the head. It was the least important limb of a mech, since all heads pretty much offered the same options except for the lightest and heaviest configurations. Ves toyed with picking a reptilian head, but he discarded it and picked a human one in order to avoid making his mech too flamboyant and ruin its theme. A regular human head did the job just as well. Now, the flight system. What Ves had in mind was a mech that could traverse short distances quickly. The gauntlet only lasted a short time, so the flight system would not need to focus on efficiency and reaching high speeds. Unfortunately, the ideal flight system that Ves wanted were not available. What he saw were mostly large, sweeping wings that provided a great amount of aerial mobility, but also painted giant targets on the mech's back. It wouldn't survive a 10 km gauntlet intact. He eventually picked a sturdy but large pair of wings designed for medium mechs. Ves preferred it over the others due to its liftoff power and its ability to operate even under heavy damage. He had a use for that last attribute. I'll have to finish picking parts first. For the internals, his design called for prioritizing durability. It had to hold up even when the mech was being banged around a lot. He picked a powerful engine, one that provided lots of power at the cost of horrible energy efficiency. For the power reactor, he went for a slightly underpowered one, but it was the only one that left enough space for the engines within the mech's internal structure. In order to power the mechs efficiently for the entire gauntlet, Ves added in lots of capacitor energy cells for a quick boost of instant energy. The sensors he chose were some of the most durable ones available, meant for a heavy gorilla mech. They provided no guidance or targeting assistance, but their viewing range was decent and besides their toughness was almost as good as armor. That should do it for the basics, Ves thought as he scanned the components again in order to make sure he hadn't missed anything. I'll look at weapons later. First, he had to put the basics together. First, he needed to make adjustments to the internal frame in order to accommodate the raptor legs. If Ves wanted to do it perfectly, he'd use the Mech Designer System's many tools to redirect certain mechanical components in order to achieve a sideways attachment. Unfortunately, his comm was disabled, and even if it were not, he'd be stupid to reveal the system. So he used the basic designer program provided to every contestant and made some crude and drastic changes. He creatively applied his jury rigging skills to clunk something up between the legs and the lower torso. It took a little more time than expected, but by the time he finished the legs appeared to work decently in the simulator, though there was a higher than expected loss in the conversion of motive power. Still, Ves shrugged off the losses, focusing instead on his gains. As long as his vision of a versatile workhorse mech could be achieved, the sacrifices were worth it. Though this mech is going to look like a very strange horse once I'm done with its design. He spent the next 2 hours carefully integrating the engine, power reactor, and cockpit inside the torso. After adding in some other minor components such as the energy cells, he attached the torso to the modified raptor legs. The balance was a little off, but Ves could adjust it later. First he had to finish attaching limbs. After the troublesome legs, it was a breeze attaching the head to the torso. VS only made minor adjustments to the bog-standard human head in order to accommodate the gorilla sensors. The arms took a bit of effort to attach to the torso. Though not as extreme as with the legs, the arms were designed to accommodate a different chest profile, so VS had to shave off and flatten a few bits in order to clunk the disparate parts together. The designer provided by the organizers lacked a lot of advanced features. However, it did automate a lot of the most tedious and time-consuming work that did not really showcase the strengths of the designers working with it. The software's powerful processors automatically took care of laying down power cables and piping according to industry standard. What the designers could do after that was spend some time adjusting them in order to optimize their placements. In his case, VS had to rework major sections of cabling between the waist and the legs. Somehow the standard software got confused when it tried to make the connections between the two incompatible components. Only 4 hours remained after he finished putting together the limbs and the internals. The mech possessed the minimum qualifications to present itself as a complete machine, but it wouldn't survive the gauntlet this bear. The flight system came up next. VS wanted his mech to be mobile in order to add to its options, but he didn't want the wings to dominate the mech and burden it excessively. So he straightforwardly cut off major portions of the wings, especially the parts that extended too far from the back. It left the flight system looking clipped. I cut over 60% of the parts but still managed to retain 30% of its thrust. It was a fairly generous ratio, helped by the fact the manufacturers paid attention to this issue. Most wings that lost so much length only provided enough flight capability to allow the mech a controlled crash. The wings VS was left with weren't powerful, but they provided a sufficient amount of traversing speed, though he shouldn't expect the wings to let the mech fly high. Attaching the wings to the torso provided little trouble. Despite the fact that the torso wasn't built for flying, it still possessed all the modular connectors that eased the fusion between the two parts. The flight system looked remarkably compact compared to the larger and heavier torso, but that was the image he was going for. The smaller the wings, the longer they stayed intact. It kind of looks like a dragon bred with a human who delivered this mech into the world. The raptor legs provided the mech with a lot of leg power and mobility while still able to bear a generous amount of weight. Together with the hefty torso and arms, the mech's weight classification was approaching the upper limits of the medium standard, though it was not as bad as the Caesar Augustus and its variants. The wings provided enough thrust for the mech to help it move around as long as its weapon loadout wasn't excessive. The great thing about the junk pile was that VS could pick the best weapons from it without worrying about licenses and fabrication. He rummaged through the pile and found a fairly thin but serviceable sword. He added a pair of lightweight backup knives before picking up a medium-sized round shield for defense. This took care of the mech's close-quarters combat needs. The ranged options were bound to be trickier. The mech only had 2 arms, enough for it to carry the sword and shield. He'd either have to resort to external add-ons, or force the mech to holster its unused weapons on its lower back, which did not offer much space due to the wings. VS also wanted the ranged option to be something other than an afterthought. Unfortunately, that was difficult if he wanted a weapon that could pack a punch while simultaneously keep the mech light enough to maintain its mobility. His experience with the Caesar Augustus and the Mark Antony taught him that a pair of mid-powered laser cannons did not kill opponents fast enough, so for a ranged option he also needed a weapon that packed a punch. This was very difficult to deal with. As the time limit grew closer, VS felt a little anxiety infect his mood, which he absolutely did not want. He took a small break from tinkering and refreshed his mind by having a small meal and taking care of his bathroom needs. Once he exited the toilets, he regained sufficient calm that he was able to focus on envisioning his desired mech again. He thought up a bold idea when he took a leak. It would test his jury rigging as well as many of his other skills, but if it worked, the mech could gain a short-term ranged kill capability. As ballistic weapons weighed too much and missile weapons lasted too short, VS chose to take a pair of high-powered laser rifles as his weapon of choice. The rifles the junk pile offered packed a lot of punch, but were prone to overheating and gobbled up energy like there was no tomorrow. The first thing he did was strip their stock, optical sight, and other useless doodads. Then he took a pile of light armor plating and crafted a rectangular shell around the rifle as protection. He then stuffed as much energy cells as possible within the casing, and linked it all to the rifle as its primary energy source. He then took a pair of turreted ballistic cannons, cut off their swivels and crudely welded the armored laser cannons onto it. After that, he installed the slightly oversized pair of boxes onto his new mech's shoulders. The mech had reached its limits in terms of weight, but the shoulder-mounted laser rifles offered substantial firepower at a distance as long as they didn't overheat. VS spent the remainder of the time refining the coordination between the different parts. He especially had to recheck the programming of the swivels, and made sure that it acted according to the characteristics of energy weapons instead of ballistic weaponry. As his strange, crude Frankenstein of a mech came into being, he attracted a fair amount of unflattering attention. Compared to the elegant lines of Patricia's mech, this boy's work is a total mess. I don't know why he even bothers with the runty wings. It's not like the mech's going to fly in the first place with all that weight. VS took no notice of the jeers. He knew his mech better than anyone else. The mech would work as advertised, at least for the duration of the gauntlet. Alongside its formation, VS tried to keep his intent focused on one single concept, and he felt he did a decent job with all the limitations surrounding this contest. He wasn't able to fabricate the parts by hand, and most of them were also designed for mechs fulfilling different purposes. Such a disparate gathering of parts might even nullify the X factor entirely. I'm taking a big gamble here, but I'm confident I'm not wrong in taking this route. His strange mech married a humanoid upper form with a pair of raptor legs and some limited flight capabilities, so he named it the Drake. The mech carried his hopes of a victory in the qualifiers, and therefore allow him to come up to the big stage tomorrow where he could gather plenty of attention. Enough to attract a customer, Ves hoped. Time is almost up. Please finalize your designs. When the presenter finally announced the end of the design phase of the competition, a lot of young men and women groaned. While Ves was able to finish his mech with a bit of time to spare, other designers lacked the skill to jury-rig disparate components together without spending a lot of time making the connection work. You gave us too little time. A young woman complained as tears fell from her stressful face. The mech she worked on only appeared half-finished. Give us more time. 12 hours is too little. This is unfair. Silence. The presenter ordered with a bloody air, instantly causing the designers to quail. The terms of the qualifiers are published beforehand, so you should have prepared for this round. Last year's qualifiers also took 12 hours. We're on a tight timetable here, and the main round happens tomorrow. We won't postpone the event just so you can put the finishing touches on your work. When Ves looked around to see the progress of his fellow contestants, he judged about a third of them hadn't finished their designs. Many people tripped up because they spent too much time forcing components designed for different mechs to work together. Such failures proved they didn't possess much knowledge beyond the basics in mech design. It was interesting to see that the organizers place a lot of emphasis on this when holding the qualifiers. Some other designers lost too much time due to faulty judgment. One heavy mech featured highly advanced engines and power reactor. That was all fine and dandy, but the designer spent way too much time adding a lot of toys to make full use of that capacity. If he kept the 12-hour limit in mind and kept his choices modest, he could have made it through with his level of skill. In general, the contestants who left unfinished designs at the end of the period chewed more than they could handle. If they picked simpler, less mechanically complex components out of the pile of junk, then they'd at least leave a functioning mech at the end, showcasing their competence in working under pressure. Although I can't say I blame them for being ambitious. Ves might have been one of these losers if his father hadn't left him the system. If he was participating in the contest and wanted to have a shot at getting past the qualifiers, then he couldn't settle for average among 150 other contestants. The mech had to perform better than almost anyone else's work, so taking risks was unavoidable. As he looked at the dejected contestants who were forced to give up on the qualifiers due to their incomplete designs, Ves felt a little guilty he cheated his way out of this circumstance. Before the system's arrival, Ves was like any other novice mech designer who graduated from a local university. He possessed basic knowledge but never excelled at anything other than mechanics, and even that impressed no one because he learned outdated techniques that would be laughed at in more advanced states. His father gave him the system to circumvent years of dedicated study and experience. Why did he deserve to benefit from this miracle when many other of his former classmates were left to wallow in their mediocrity? He wasn't a saint, he never donated to charity, he wasn't even nearly as good in his studies as some of the others. There's no point dwelling on these feelings. I'm different from the others. They all made their choices in life when they chose to go down the path of mech designing. The mech design career path was one that led to fame, riches, and prestige. However, it was also a cutthroat business that couldn't fit too many competitors. For every designer that clawed its way to the top, at least hundreds or thousands of others were resigned to lesser jobs like full-time fabrication or maintenance of other people's mechs. After sending off the losers, the presenter gestured to those who were still in contention. Please clear the main stage and stand to the side. Our pilot Hans will soon test the bold designs our young talents have whipped up. A very fancy simulation pod was brought at the very rear of the stage. Hans, fitted out in a skin-tight piloting suit, waved at the audience before entering the pod. The venue darkened and the stage began to light up in a fully realistic projection of a slim but elegant light mech wielding a polyarm twice as long. The rest of the environment lighted up after that, showing hints of the urban landscape ahead that represented the testing grounds for all of the mechs. First up is a creation by Natalie Montag. Hans will put Mech the Lance Star to the test after 5 minutes of acclimatization. This preparation period applies to all other mechs tested today. Carlos walked over to Ves and whistled at the polished design in the projection. Natalie sure worked her magic. She's always been a light mech fanatic. She spent too much time polishing the exterior. I'm not sure the internals underneath the armor can withstand heavy duty. Ves judged with a critical eye. 12 hours left designers with too little time to create a good mech. Give them a week, and most of the contestants here could roll out designs that performed at least 50 to 100% better than what they rushed out. Eliminating errors and weak points in the design offered the biggest bump in performance and could be done in 2 to 4 days, while constant optimizations allowed the mech to perform a little better over the remainder of the time. When Hans finished familiarizing himself with the Lance Star, he entered the testing stage. The presenter offered spectators an overview of the gauntlet. As everyone knows, testing a mech as fair as possible can be difficult. Many smart people have racked their overstuffed brains to find a solution before coming up with the gauntlet. They come in different lengths, duration, and difficulties, and randomize in configuration with each separate run. That means that Hans will face similar challenges with each mech he pilots without being able to use his last run's experience to help him overcome his current challenges. Technically, since no run was the same, their difficulties actually diverged in many different ways. If Hans faced smooth sailing up to the end where he get whacked by an overwhelming ambush, he'd be able to score higher than in many other situations. For example, if he faced constant harassment right at the start, leading to his mech's destruction midway due to his inability to find time to recover. In both gauntlet runs, the amount of mechs and their strength remained the same, but the way they exerted pressure differed drastically, leading to different results. There was no point complaining about it though. VS knew that the gauntlet was a long-held custom in the mech world, and that its inventors had plenty of time to curb much of its faults. The Lance Star moved. Its thin and lightweight design spoke of a great retention in motive power. Natalie Montag evidently possessed real skill for getting a mech traverse so smoothly. The machine flitted through the debris-filled streets of the gauntlet like a dancer. When the Lance Star encountered enemies, Hans piloted the mech as a high-speed scout. It dodged aside the attacks sent in its way and avoided traps and entanglement whenever possible. If a mech was able to come up to its front and present an obstacle, the Lance Star only dealt enough damage with its lance and auxiliary pistol to squeeze its way through. Natalie's mech started stumbling when Hans couldn't avoid a couple of laser beams. The Gauntlet's computer-controlled opponents might not be very smart or skilled, but they possessed overwhelming numbers, so it was impossible to keep out of reach no matter how many times Hans dodged. Ouch. Carlos winced. The mech is getting bogged down and surrounded. It doesn't have enough firepower to break through. The Lance Star only used its polearm as its main weapon. It possessed no ranged weapons at all. Hans had no way to pressure his opponents at a distance. When more and more opponents gathered at range, the Lance Star finally suffered a critical hit in its thinly armored ankle. This practically halved the light mech's mobility, leading to the mech getting hit much more often. It lasted a respectable amount of time and took out a few more mechs in its death throes, but the simulation finally ended at its destruction. The presenter came back in focus as the simulation projected a lot of statistics, such as the distance traversed and how many opponents the mech took out of action. The Lance Star has reached a distance of 7 kilometers, during which it killed 5 mechs and damaged 20 more. I don't know about you guys, but I think this is a great performance for a mech put together in just 12 hours. The crowd offered a polite applause. Natalie was too conservative in her design, which led to the Lance Star's one-dimensional performance. Other than its speed and lack of major design flaws, the mech boasted no other advantages. A heavy mech called the Thunderstorm came up next. It possessed a quadrupedal design, its 4 heavy legs supporting an incredibly tough and stable firing platform. The mech looked a little strange as the upper body of the mech sported 2 thick cannons as its arms. The presenter introduced the mech and its designer briefly as everyone waited for the 5 minutes of preparation to pass. When Hans stepped out into the streets, the Thunderstorm rolled over the mechs in the vicinity. Its prodigious firepower with its main weapon being 2 ballistic cannons destroyed every mech if they got hit a couple of times. Though slow and inaccurate against light mechs, the Thunderstorm also incorporated half a dozen laser mounts on its shoulders and back to fend them off. A substantial volley of missiles fired from a kilometer away. They arced upwards into the sky, following a parabolic trajectory as they rocketed downwards towards the Thunderstorm. Hans hastily turned around and fired his lasers in rapid-fire mode in order to shoot down the missiles, but this left him vulnerable to the other light mechs again, who all took advantage of the opening to slip in some damage. The missiles hadn't delivered too much damage, as the Thunderstorm still had plenty of armor to spare. But as Hans piloted the heavy mech forwards while trying to destroy as many enemies as possible, the missiles continued to pour in from above, each wave leaving behind more explosions and more damage. The sad thing about the Thunderstorm was that it performed well enough against enemies in reach, but offered no solution to the constant long-ranged missile bombardment. The mech possessed almost no mobility, allowing the missiler to stay out of reach. With no line of sight nor a set of targeting data, Hans couldn't even switch his cannons to artillery mode and fire back lobbing shells. He tried a few times when the combat reached a lull, but it obviously represented nothing more than a gamble with very long odds. When the Thunderstorm finally got wrecked by all the missiles, the presenter came back on stage and analyzed the statistics. I am mightily impressed with the Thunderstorm. Hans achieved a whopping 30 kills and damaged twice as many other mechs. While he hasn't moved far from his starting point, his damage scores are more than ample enough to vindicate this mech. The main goal of the gauntlet was to get the mech to pass through 10 kilometers. Regardless of success, a run was scored on damage inflicted and distance reached. This gave both light and heavy mechs an equal chance in reaching a high evaluation. Yet for every mildly successful run, at least 3 more failed spectacularly. One medium mech sported a highly visible gap in its arm connections. The mech's armor couldn't cover up the musculature of the arms, leaving them prone to damage. Even with Hans' best efforts, a couple of missile strikes fouled the connectors pretty quickly, leaving the mech with only barely functioning arms. Suffice to say, the handicapped mech hadn't lasted long at all. Another mech was designed as a solid, sturdy knight with an excellent sword and shield. However, when Hans put its endurance to the test, a solid cannon shell to the chest disrupted the mech's internals. The knight's sturdy exterior covered up a bevy of flaws, most of them related to sloppy work into putting the internals together. The big hit practically disrupted the engine's connections, leading to a heavy slowdown in the knight's operation. In addition, due to the loss in strength, its sword was unable to strike down opponents. Someone next to VS shook his head. Again, it's a shame we weren't given a lot of time. It's so bullshit. When Carlos Mech came up to the stage, the young man in question hugged Ves in a show of nervousness. Damn it, I hope my baby will do well. This is the first time my creation is tested in public. I hope I won't disappoint my parents. The mech Carlos spent 12 hours on looked like an ill-fitting mess. With its oversized legs, the humanoid mech seemed confused whether it wanted to be a medium or heavy mech. Carlos evidently faced the same problem as Ves, but solved the problem by going into a different direction. Though people often disparaged medium-heavy hybrids, the huntsman Carlos cobbled up performed fairly better than anyone expected. The legs caused the mech to move slower than normal, but it also became incredibly resistant to damage. With a shield in one arm and an awkward sawed-off heavy rifle in the other, the mech gunned down plenty of mechs in its way. However, the lack of melee options dragged the huntsman down. It was only able to deal with mechs that came close by dropping the rifle and unsheath its backup knife. This turned the mech into a competent defender, but allowed the rifle mechs in the distance to shoot at the huntsman with impunity. This envelopment eventually resulted in the huntsman's death. The presenter gave the huntsman an average evaluation. It did not do very well, but at least it hadn't failed outright in the gauntlet. Ves wrapped his arm around Carlos and tried to cheer him up from his dispirited mood. You did quite well there. You've proven yourself at the stage that you have the chops to be a mech designer. Yeah, but my score is way behind. Never mind the top 8, I can't even reach the top 32. All of the people who score that high are talents. Ves sighed even as he figured he was also one of them. Don't aim too high. You've got opportunities many of your other colleagues wish they have. His job working on quality control at a large manufacturer was facilitated through connections from his parents. Carlos had already stepped one foot in the mech designer industry. After a couple of decades of working up the ladder, Carlos could have the opportunity to join a mech design team and contribute his rich knowledge to the formation of a new design. Up next is our lovely Patricia Schneider's Rosaria. The announcement attracted everyone's attention. The top graduate of this year's cohort was about to show her fangs. The crowd already built up a sense of anticipation for Patricia's grand performance. The young woman in question stood proudly in front of the contestants, certain that her Rosaria could wipe the floor with any other mech tested so far. She attracted attention more than just her prodigal performance. As the unattainable princess of the campus, she attracted admirers wherever she went, able to mesmerize her fellow students with her striking red locks and her enviable figure. Like a crane among chickens, her appearance made everyone else look plain. The Rosario she crafted out of the pile of junk also looked too good to be true. Despite its undersized legs and arms, Patricia somehow managed to keep the mech's weight under control. The medium mech's main feature was its modified shield. Patricia took a regular kite shield, made it a little thicker and added a lot of spikes and sharp edges to it. She turned the shield into a melee weapon no weaker than a sword. Its other arm held a flamethrower, which fed off the fuel cells installed on the mech's back. They were cellular, which meant that each fuel cell was detached once it ran out of fuel. It was a good way to keep the mech's weight under control, though it suffered from it at the start. The Rosario offered no other offensive options besides a backup knife and pistol strapped to its back. The mech weighed lighter than most other medium mechs on display so far, especially once its fuel cells ran out. In contrast, everyone else including Ves just wanted to cram as much in their mechs, so if they chose to go with a medium weight, it always weighed close to the maximum allowance. I bet the Rosario is going to make it to the end. Carlos laughed at that. I'd be a fool if I take you on that bet. Why not? The Rosario's only armed with a flamethrower and a spiked shield. Patricia isn't stupid. I think her mech is going to surprise all of us. When Hans directed the Rosario out of the gates, he immediately came under fire. A small ambush had been set at the start of the gauntlet. A lot of mechs would suffer severe damage with all the incoming laser and cannon fire. Hans utilized the Rosario's remarkable mobility to dodge the initial volleys and moved his shield in front to block what he couldn't avoid. As Hans successfully reached cover, he managed to preserve his undersized and under-armored legs. That was close. Carlos said as he was already sucked into the race. Do you think Hans is going to turn the tables on them? Ves shook his head even before Hans sneaked away. The mech possessed enough mobility to do so without attracting too much attention. Also, so long as the Rosario kept its flamethrower in reserve, the mech kept its heat profile under control, making it difficult to detect out of line of sight. Hans actually progressed 3 entire kilometers into the gauntlet without getting caught. It showcased Patricia's unwavering faith in her mech and the pilot in designing a lighter than usual medium-weight mech. The Rosario also possessed unusually long-ranged sensors, whose functioning had been tweaked to detect enemies further at the cost of longevity. Nevertheless, it lasted long enough for the gauntlet. Only an unusually high concentration of enemy mechs stopped the Rosario from sneaking its way throughout the entire gauntlet. With no other choice, Hans dove into the group of enemies and activated the flamethrower. A liquid white-hot stream escaped the nozzle of the fiery weapon, spraying the unprepared mechs with a shower of heat. The gaggle of mechs all spread out in terror as their armor melted while their softer components burned. Hans left the lighter mechs behind but gave the medium mechs an extra smack. As for the heavy mechs, unless they were armed with missiles and artillery, he left them behind to waddle in his wake. The Rosario's mobility is overwhelming. I'm surprised it holds up under heavy use. How did she do it in only 12 hours? Carlos wondered. She's got a strong grasp of the basics. Ves answered based on his own experience. As long as you know your stuff, you don't have to spend a lot time wrangling two different components together even if they are slightly incompatible. Don't look at the flashy flamethrower and shield, it's the seamless arms and legs that really make it stand out. Compared to the clunky patch jobs many of the previous mechs showcased, the Rosario looked as if the mech had been worked on for weeks instead of half a day. Hans brilliantly pushed his mech to the limits. As his fuel kept expending, he dropped more and more fuel cells, lightening the load which in turn raised the Rosario's speed. Any mech in its way got burned, and those that held out a little longer got bashed by the Rosario's deadly shield. It's starting to accumulate damage, Ves noted. He already expected something like this to happen. The gauntlet had a grueling reputation for a reason. The light mechs was the Rosario's Achilles heel. These mechs took advantage of the Rosario's lack of long-ranged weaponry and kept out of its range. Their superior speed allowed them to dog the Rosario and keep pelting it with lasers, rockets, and ballistics. Though their threat was minimal, the numbers added up to a significant amount over time. Hans couldn't avoid taking more damage. The gauntlet ended before the light mechs finished the job. Give it up to Patricia Schneider. Her Rosario is the first mech to successfully pass the gauntlet. The entire crowd including Carlos and Ves gave Patricia a hearty applause. It truly impressed them all for accomplishing this much in only 12 hours of time. The woman basked in the cheers with a modest smile, as if the victory took little effort. A couple of other contestants followed next. None stood out too much except those made by the elites among the developers. Like Patricia, the designs of their work were sober, featuring not too much toys but using the few they had to their fullest potential. Their designs also focused on maintaining integrity, allowing Hans to push their mechs harder without letting it fall apart around him. Most of the other competitors couldn't even accomplish that much, leading to some embarrassing moments when a leg or an arm fell off. One mech even lost its head after it got hit by a single shell. After about half the contestants' work had gone up the stage, the presenter announced the end of the testing. Due to a shortage in time, we will pause the testing and resume it later tomorrow morning. Don't worry, Hans will continue familiarizing with the rest of the mechs tomorrow in order to allow him to run the gauntlet without interruption. The day had stretched on rather late. Many of the contestants hadn't eaten a proper dinner even. Ves dreaded the interruption as his mech hadn't gone up yet. Carlos came up to him and slapped his back, relishing the chance of comforting Ves instead of the other way around. Haha, don't stay up all night. It's going to be okay. I looked at your mech and it's a badass design. Nothing will go wrong tomorrow. Ves exited the venue with all the other contestants. Half of them already shook their heads with resigned expressions, while the other half dealt with the anxiety in a variety of ways. Unlike most of them, Ves possessed a decent amount of confidence in his design, so he didn't stew too long over the wait. He went back to the hotel and embraced a grouchy Lucky when he entered his room. Hey there buddy. I hoped you haven't missed me long. The cat bit his hand a little to let his dissatisfaction known. It quickly perked back up when Ves fed it a mineral he picked up along the way back. Lucky's company distracted Ves from his worries, letting him fall asleep even as Durham's nightlife grew vibrant at the end of the first half of the Young Tigers exhibition. Many new young talents had shown off their chops, and the most shining stars among them would compete in the second half of the competition tomorrow. The next day came with an alarm. Like the previous day, Ves had to wake up early, though he didn't really need to be present during most of the gauntlet runs. Win or lose, Captain Jillian would inform him anyway. Still, Ves left his bed and prepared to leave early as he didn't want to miss anyone's gauntlet run. Just looking at how each contestant used the same circumstances to build wildly different mechs taught him a lot on how to build a design that was out of his comfort zone. The crowd that came to watch the testing had been reduced by a third. Many contestants who failed had dejectedly bowed out of the competition and left the stage for the real contenders. Ves thought it was a shame, but everyone was different. Like yesterday, the presenter came back up to the stage while Hans entered the simulation pod at the back. Thank you for your patience. I hope you had a good night's sleep, because we are starting the show again. First up, give the stage to Edwin McKinney's Sky Ripper. While Patricia's Rosario awed the crowd in showcasing the Bright Republic's best, it didn't beat the prestige of graduating from an institution of the New Robarth Empire. The gigantic superstate possessed the best mechs, the best education and the most cutting-edge research. Edwin merely stood at the side looking completely unaffected by the glances thrown in his way. It was as if he was beneath such shallow pageantry. The Sky Ripper used a light and nimble avian design scheme, which different from humanoid mechs in many different ways. Its main divergence is its large, armored wings that integrated flight systems in a deeper level. Overlapping feathers shielded the vulnerable portions of the flight systems without excessively blocking thrust and allowing them to maintain flexibility. The mech could move the wings like arms, allowing the pilot to adjust its course in swift and delicate ways. It turned avian mechs into the fastest and most maneuverable mechs around. When Hans brought the Sky Ripper into the gauntlet, he transformed the light mech into a king of the sky. The mech flew rapidly in the air, avoiding plenty of ordnance thrown in its way by maneuvering through the fire with its graceful way of manipulating its massive wings. There comes the first obstacle. The gauntlet's reputation for nail-biting arduousness did not exempt flyers. If anyone thought a flying mech would get a free pass by flying really high in the air in order to reach 10 kilometers in a minute or two, they were wrong. The gauntlet adjusted to flying mechs with a little cheating by changing most of the light and medium mechs with flight-capable versions. The heavy mechs that remained received no change, as they were quite capable of throwing an incredible amount of ordnance at any flyer that was foolish enough to fly around in the open air. Hans encountered a couple of formation of flyers. He reacted to their appearance by diving low and using the structures as a way to cut their line of sight and interrupt their firing lines. Through a mix of hit-and-run tactics and luring the enemy out of position, the Sky Ripper masterfully decomposed a large group of flyers into a bunch of wrecks and disoriented machines. The Sky Ripper's dominance relied on its impressive flight system, its unparalleled flexibility and its aerial speed dominance over the clunkier light mechs. When the Sky Ripper went all out, it utilized two devastating ways to tear its opponents apart. First, the beak of the avian mech opened up to reveal a compact cannon. It didn't fire a lot due to the limited ammunition the light mech carried, but every shot made at close range felled the light mech. Its second option to kill were its incredibly sharp talons. Edwin modified them with sharpened armored spikes that allowed each swoop and diving attack to tear straight through the thin armor of flying mechs. The only mechs that presented a threat to Edwin's masterful implementation of a flyer were the heavy mechs on the ground. While the urban environment posed many problems in firing at the low-flying Hans, they still utilized their indirect fire weapons to great effect, especially missiles. Benefiting from the sensors locks the light mechs maintained on the Sky Ripper, the many missiles honed in on Hans as if a hive of bees got enraged by a bear that stole their honey. The Sky Ripper responded by spreading its wings and firing rapid-firing lasers at the missiles. Edwin somehow managed to strip most of the housing of laser weapons and mount them on the wings with minimal weight impact. He furthermore linked them to a set of high-quality targeting sensors embedded in the thin mech's chest. Hans was able to rely on the auto-targeting to shoot down most of the missiles while keeping his attention focused on evading or killing the flyers. Hans easily reached the end of the gauntlet after suffering only superficial damage. The Sky Ripper absolutely smashed the gauntlet. The presenter went up the stage again and highlighted the eye-popping statistics. Edwin has produced a virtual masterpiece, easily transforming a couple of parts into a coherent mech that dazzles the mind. Let's give it up for Edwin McKinney, everyone. Everyone present applauded Edwin, who still looked as if the event meant nothing to him. He easily beat Patricia's records and took absolute first place in the gauntlet runs. Everyone either admired him or wished they could take his place. Sadly, Edwin kept his socialization to his circle of sycophants, making it difficult for other admirers to even come close. Hans took a couple of mediocre mechs out on a spin, this time showing that reaching Edwin and Patricia's level was difficult. Ves thought back on the performance of the two mechs and had to admit they had a much better grasp on the fundamentals than him. It really showed in how well the two integrated the components seamlessly into a whole, while Ves forced his jury-rigging skills to forcefully fuse different components. Ves could claim superiority in only one aspect. He designed his mech with a focus on the X factor. Edwin's avian flyer was a technical marvel that astounded the crowd with its high capabilities. However, outside of its great build, Ves felt the mech was a lifeless brick. Edwin invested virtually no emotions in its construction, as if the mech was nothing but dirt underneath his feet. Even Patricia did better than him, as she put a tiny bit of care in her own creation. He shook his head. The X factor might be fine and dandy, but the bottom line was that strength trumped over everything. Who cared if the X factor allowed pilots to make the most out of their mech if it was built out of paper? On to our next contestant. This bad boy here is the Drake, designed by Ves Larkinson. I love the mix. I'm looking forward to see what Hans can magic up with this beast. This was the moment Ves had been waiting for. It was do or die. All Ves could do now was to pray for Hans and hope his mech held together long enough to make it to the end. Hans stepped into the gauntlet with a running start. The Drake raised eyebrows when it first appeared. Its humanoid form moved around with raptor legs and featured stubby wings on its back for an extra boost. While its rounded shield and good quality sword told everyone that its main role was a knight, the Drake also featured two strange elongated boxes on its shoulders. Did you put together your own shoulder-mounted lasers? What was wrong with using the readily available ones? Carlos asked in confusion. The ones from the junk pile don't bite hard enough. Oh, the shoulder mounts look like they weigh a lot. Is your mech able to handle all of it? That's why I went with the raptor legs in the first place. They are able to maintain their speed better even when carrying a bigger burden. Yeah, but they're made for raptor mechs in specific. The balance of your half-humanoid mech must be hell. I spent some time adjusting its default modes, and I'm sure Hans can handle the rest. That's a lot of trust you're putting in the test pilot. Indeed he did. While Ves was able to accomplish a lot in 12 hours, he couldn't optimize the balance of the mech completely. He hoped that with Hans' experience in piloting all kinds of mechs would come to good use here. And from the look of the Drake's fluent gait, he encountered no insurmountable problems. The clipped flight system came brilliantly to life. Hans took advantage of its diminished output to put an extra spring in his steps. At certain moments, the Drake moved faster than light mechs even as it weighed as much as the heavier medium mechs. While it wasn't able to avoid detection due to the heat it generated, it was able to outrun a couple of groups. When the Drake encountered an ambush of two heavy mechs and a smattering of other weight classes, Hans aggressively charged closer despite the disparity in firepower. The large round shield drew most of the firepower, allowing the Drake to come closer enough to make a few quick attacks with his sword that disabled most of the vulnerable weapon mounts on the heavy mechs. Having taken care of the heavy firepower, Hans darted back and forth and dueled the more mobile mechs at their terms. With the wings acting as jump jets, the Drake was often able to close the distance abruptly with the enemy. While the laser cannons suffered from poor accuracy and tracking, if the Drake came close enough, the damage they caused always slowed down the opponent, softening them up for a lethal sword blow. The Drake progressed forward on a bloody path. Unfortunately, the constant activation of both its flight system and laser cannons rapidly built up heat while draining the mech's energy. Ves wasn't worried about the energy, as he had packed the Drake with enough energy cells to last the entire gauntlet. Heat was a very different problem, and once the Drake neared its limit, its effectiveness would drop drastically. Heat accumulation troubled designers ever since the first mechs came into existence. Even after 400 years of mech development, modern mechs still faced the plain old dilemma of balancing power and heat. Newer power reactors outputted higher amounts of energy, while energy cells packed more and more capacity with each new iteration. Heat absorption and heat dissipation technology only barely kept up with the times. Air was a very poor conductor of heat. This was a good thing for some people, as it meant their coffees and soups wouldn't cool down to room temperature in seconds. For mechs, this presented a big problem, as even the most effective passive radiators could do so much in normal Terran standard air conditions that so many worlds had terraformed into. It was worse in locations of low air and vacuum conditions like on lifeless moons. The biggest advancement in heat dissipation happened about 300 years ago. The first heavy mechs introduced primarily used missile and ballistic weaponry. Their ammunition took a lot of space, but they generated much less heat than pure energy-based weapons like lasers. A heavy mech built in with lots of lasers was seen as an unrealistic fantasy by most mech insiders at the time. As long as they kept shooting their lasers for a couple of minutes, their mechs turned so hot you could cook an egg on its surface. Out comes a mech designer who one day thought while mechs were not so good at dissipating heat into the air, then what about the ground? Their feet always touched the ground. So the mech designer reworked the internals of a mech and basically reinvented the concept of legs not just as a way of moving and a way to support weight, but also as a tool to help mechs transfer heat into the ground. Through incorporating sophisticated heat-conducting alloys, that brilliant mech designer developed revolutionary new legs with widened feet that could actually siphon off heat pretty decently. Shortly after this bombshell invention got out, other mech developers got into the action. If 2 legs conducted this amount of heat, what about 4 legs? The first quadrupedal mechs were born. These so-called animal and centaur mechs looked highly unusual, but having more legs offered many advantages besides increased heat transfer. The introduction of spider mechs followed quickly after, but that was when the whole leg craze peaked. The one man who tried to design a centipede mech failed miserably, and his abomination was quickly forgotten. Methods to deal with heat had come a long way since then. From the use of evaporating coolants, to the incorporation of replaceable heat sinks, mech designers had more choice in how to handle this problem. Ves hadn't included any of that in his mech. Worse, as Hans often hopped and glided around, the Drake's feet wasn't touching the ground, thus further limiting its heat dissipation. Hans kept avoiding the heavy mechs with his mobility while cutting down the medium mechs by jumping close and taking them out with his sword and shield. Only the light mechs posed a problem as the laser cannons couldn't be fired too fast in order to avoid overheating the Drake. Worse, the laser fire the Drake received only increased its heat levels. About 7 kilometers through the gauntlet, Hans decided it was enough and detached the laser mounts and stubby flight system from the Drake. The mech lost a lot of its mobility and ranged options, but at least its heat generation was cut. Through a mix of clever positioning and a lot of running, Hans was able to pilot his lightened Drake through several blockades. The entire crowd adopted strange expressions when they saw Hans kept surviving ambush after ambush. The Drake often slipped past by the skin of its teeth, its exterior armor and its shield accumulating more and more holes and burn marks. Yet despite the extensive damage, none of them hit anything critical. Hans was somehow able to keep going with the Drake even when the mechs of other contestants would have malfunctioned at this point. Damn son, did you really spend just 12 hours on your mech? It's still going strong. I haven't done a thing. Ves helplessly shrugged his shoulders. I was on the stage just as you. It's not even possible for me to cheat. Maybe you got word of the competition format beforehand. This must be why Patricia aced the qualifiers. Did the two of you do some unspeakable actions in order to get an advantage? Ves really hadn't cheated. He behaved so scrupulously ever since he arrived at Bentheim that he never once opened the system on his COMM. The city was really too crowded, so there were many people of all sorts of affiliations spying on each other. He didn't trust the hotel, the wireless net signals or even the open air to be clear of spying eyes. Meanwhile, the gauntlet reached the endgame as the finish line was in sight. Hans valiantly squeezed the Drake through many tight spots, though his enemies accumulated at his heels. The light mechs posed a great problem to him as they were impossible to shake off for long. Only through taking creative routes such as crashing through thin structures could Hans stay ahead of the baying wolves. Its shield blocked so many shots and sword attacks that it collapsed at a critical moment when the Drake defended against a pair of knights. While Hans crippled the left knight, the right mech was able to hack off the undefended shield arm. The Drake explosively retreated in order to buy time for Hans to adjust his mech's posture. He was barely able to escape getting enveloped by hopping inside a large parking complex. Ves' heart dropped at the crippling blow. While the Drake already made it far into the gauntlet, he wasn't certain it would be enough to pass the qualifier. Besides prodigies like Patricia and Edwin, there were at least 5 other geniuses who graduated from renowned institutions of second-rate states competing. Come on, Hans. You can do it. He gripped his fist, hoping that his efforts in incorporating the X factor in the Drake could make a difference, even if he hadn't noticed anything so far. The Drake remained immobile as Hans tried to vent as much heat as possible during the pause. The mech stopped glowing in the dark, and the reduced heat slightly increased all of the mech's parameters. As Hans mentally prepared for the end sprint, a group of light mechs abruptly sniffed him out of the parking lot. The powerful raptor legs exploded into action. The Drake took the light mechs by surprise by hopping into range, letting the mech ruthlessly cut them down with a couple of quick sword strikes. The Drake bashed aside the falling mechs and ran out into the streets. Dozens of mechs converged around the Drake. No matter where Hans turned, he always confronted at least 4 or 5 mechs. As his maneuvering space got smaller, the enemies achieved more hits. His armor flaked off and his power reactor started to sputter. However, the engines were well protected, so they kept running at full tilt while the Drake's powerful raptor legs maintained a steady gait even with half of its armor in tatters. Hans hacked and slashed at his opposition with unprecedented ferocity. He even started kicking and shoulder bashing the mechs in his way, all to create openings to escape. The amount of mechs that crowded around him grew so large that they started to block each other's efforts. The Drake, desperate to break through the mob of mechs, sprinted forwards and used its powerful legs to jump. The sudden action practically broke the remainder of the mech's leg armor. The Drake landed awkwardly atop a puzzled mech, crunching it with the weight of a mech's fall. It opened up sufficient space for Hans to slip past and reach the last 100 meters of the gauntlet. A sniper round cut the unarmored ankle of the Drake, finally felling the mech at the last moment. Everyone let out gasps of appreciation and disappointment. The Drake managed to come so far, outshining almost every other contestant. However, its scores took a big hit if it failed to reach the end of the gauntlet, which was a giant pity. Not yet. It's not done yet. Ves thought as he gripped his fists so tight he squeezed all of the blood out. He kept mentally praying for Hans to pull a miracle. There's still more you can do with a single leg. It turned out that the Drake wasn't out of the picture yet. Amazingly, the mech threw away its sword and bent forward. It used its single remaining arm to support the mech's upper body. Hans awkwardly piloted the 2-limbed mech forward. Its intact leg hopped forward with powerful force, while the arm kept the mech's forward portion from crashing on the ground. With each misaligned hop, the mech awkwardly neared the finish line even though the arm took more damage from the stresses of carrying so much weight. The sniper shot again, this time taking off half the Drake's arm. Hans couldn't avoid falling forward, yet he kept fighting defeat by practically crawling his mech forward. Only several meters separated victory from defeat, and even as other mechs fired pot shots at the Drake, the crippled mech wriggled its remaining leg in a way that allowed the Drake to slide past the line. The entire crowd was speechless. Even the presenter looked dumbfounded at the Drake's incredible integrity and Hans' brilliant performance. Contestant Ves Larkinson has designed a magnificent piece of work. The Drake has officially conquered the gauntlet? Congratulations. The applause Ves received reached the level of Patricia's. Many contestants and spectators looked at him with a renewed eye. This gratified Ves, though he didn't let the praising contestants coming up to congratulate him get to his head. He participated in this contest in order to make himself known to potential customers. Already Ves started to eye the couple of servicemen and mercenaries in the crowd. It's not time yet. Let's wait until I officially pass the qualifiers. Most of the other mechs that went through the gauntlet after that failed to excite the crowd. It trudged on, and besides the contestants whose mechs were on display, Ves was growing bored. He had seen most of the varieties of mechs by now, and many designers failed to think out of the box, resulting in many similar mechs coming out one after another. Well, if Ves hadn't benefited from the system, he'd probably design a similarly crappy mech as well with his once horrible 0.3 creativity score. After a couple of excitements involving the mechs designed by the geniuses, the end results were clear. The presenter enthusiastically announced the 8 lucky designers that could go on to the main stage of the YTE this afternoon. And the 6th place goes to Ves Larkinson. Congrats, pal. I already knew you'd win. Carlos hugged Ves tightly. Ves kept a small smile on his face as he basked in his first victory. If he couldn't make it this far with the help of the system, he had no reason to be here in the first place. It was a sure thing to pass the qualifiers. As for the main event, he was not so sure. Both Edwin and Patricia were strong, while the rest of the contestants who studied abroad couldn't be underestimated either. Still, 2 of them slipped up during the qualifications, causing Hans to fail before he reached the end of the gauntlet with their mechs. The next phase of the design contest happened in the afternoon while the mech pilot competition ended its semifinals. The start of the design competition would be put on the front stage in front of a live audience of thousands. His face and image would also be projected to the rest of the Bright Republic, which was an unprecedented glory for him as he never really excelled in anything before. He sighed at the happenings. No wonder so many of my colleagues chase after fame and fortune. It not only feels great, it's also good for business. While the crowd started to disperse, Ves already turned on his meager business charm as he walked over a group of idle mercenaries. Hopefully he could generate some interest for his product to these battle-hardened men and women. Despite turning on the charm, Ves only managed to generate non-committal interest for his mech. He expected it to be a challenge, but the soldiers and mercenaries all treated him like a fly. Oh, the potentates were polite about it, but the disdain and dismissal was clear in their eyes. His status as a promising young mech designer who just got through the qualifiers meant nothing to them. He lacked the opportunity to show off the Mark Antony as they brushed him aside after a minute of polite talk. My apologies, my department is not in a hurry to procure a new mech. Our budget is tight. We don't make a lot of profit per operation. We can barely keep our mechs afloat. I'll look into your products a couple of years later when our current fleet of mechs needs replacements. The crew I'm running already trained in a specific configuration of mechs. Introducing a different type of mech will disrupt the balance. I'm not specialized in melee combat. A mech that uses a mace and shield is not suitable to an unskilled pilot like me. The excuses sounded the same no matter where VS tried to find a customer. As the people left the venue in order to grab a bite or visit the main event in the central stadium, VS was left with empty hands. Hello there VS. He turned around to see an unexpected sight. Hans came up and addressed him personally. Hans, what brings you here? I just want to let you know that out of all the mechs I've piloted today, yours is one of the few who took the comfort of the pilot into account. VS raised his eyebrow. This was definitely the X factor at work. I design my mechs with the user in mind. My products are more than the sum of its parts. I put my heart into each of my designs. I've refined my craft by designing and producing many mechs for Iron Spirit, where I've enjoyed a substantial amount of sales. I'm currently trying to branch out my real-world business. That sounded professional enough, right? The pilot nodded, and looked interested. I'd like to see more of your work. VS quickly activated his comm to swipe his virtual sales page to Hans. My digital storefront is here. Please feel free to browse my wares, though I advise you to look at my Mark Antony variant first. It's based off the Caesar Augustus, but I've reworked it extensively with more affordable armor. This is also the design that I'm offering for sale from my Real Universe workshop. You are able to produce a variant of the Augustus. Hans sharpened his eyes a bit at that news. I don't know much about the business, but I do know that the production license alone must cost an incredible sum of money. How could you get a hold of such a premium license? I've been fortunate to attract the attention of some people who took note of my talent in mech design. VS said as he shamelessly weaved a tale of bullshit in order to cover up the existence of the system. A renowned Robarthan grant institution even granted me a couple of production licenses to give my startup a push. That is impressive. It is not easy to attract the attention of the Robarthans. Don't misunderstand me. The institution is only based in the new Robarthan Empire, probably for financial and privacy reasons. The real owners probably have a more modest origin. As for their exact identities, I'm not sure, but with such deep pockets they certainly have clout. VS chose to steer the conversation in a risky way. By not so subtly talking about the non-existent rich people behind his back, he was weaving an illusion of having the support of a mysterious and powerful backer. While rich people often like to waste their money, they never threw away their wealth to useless people. VS therefore implied that he possessed a unique talent in mech design that distinguished him from the hundreds of other contestants who took part in the qualifications. The fact that it was one of the few truths he tried to convey helped sway Hans over. The man rubbed his blonde stubble. You're an interesting fellow. I'll keep my eye on you. Hans stepped past VS and exited the building. VS felt as if his tricks were seen through somehow, but then he shrugged. Whether Hans committed to looking up the Mark Antony in the game was more important. Gee, at least give me a solid answer instead of letting me hang. He left the building and joined Carlos for dinner at one of the many eating venues available. As VS took a bite out of a meat pie, Carlos enviously gazed at his friend who seemed to be reborn ever since they graduated. I feel like you took everyone's luck except Patricia for attracting such a ridiculous grant. Come on, how many billions of credits does the Caesar Augustus license sell these days? VS shrugged again and again as he denied any wrongdoing. I really don't have a sugar mommy, let alone a daddy. You know I don't swing that way. PFF give me a couple of million credits and I'll gladly go down on my knees no matter how old and smelly. Ugh, thank you for that image. I still haven't finished my lunch. When VS described his difficulties getting his first sale, Carlos shook his head. You haven't grown up here in Durham, so you don't have a good picture of the people who buy mechs. You're expecting too much out of the mech corps and the mercenary corps. Forget about selling a private mech to a government mech. They have no decision-making power in the spending of their units. They pilot whatever mechs the brass shoves at them. As for their private lives, no serviceman has enough credits hanging around to buy a mech for off-duty use, at least not before they are retired. And the mercenaries? VS asked, feeling rather grateful Carlos was willing to lay it all down for him. He wasn't a local of Bentheim, so his knowledge about the business mainly came from textbooks. Their finances are tightly regulated. A good contract can set them up with a couple of millions, but a bad luck streak might wipe out tens or even hundreds of millions of credits off their balance sheet. Sure, they have a large stash of credits in the bank, but that's their plan B, or in the worst case their retirement fund. From Carlos' words, there was still a small chance VS could push his product on them, but it had to be worth spilling their savings. So I have the best chance if I approached retirees or those close to retirement. That's a decent angle to take. The old guys who retire from active duty can't scratch their itches unless they hop into a real cockpit. The popular simulations such as Iron Spirit is too casual and fake to satisfy their needs. Don't underestimate the pensions they earned in their years of service. Mech pilots were hard to come by, and their services were important in securing locations and projecting power. They earned a nice share of wealth of whatever it was they were defending of attacking as taxes or protection fee. It was an accepted reality in human space that the fist trumped over laws. Only the fact that the Bright Republic was just a poor, third-rate state kept it from being embroiled in constant wars over territory. A lot of money exchanged hands whenever mechs took to the field. However, most of it got spent on maintaining the mechs and paying off other expenses. I do have an idea, Carlos said as he finished his burrito. You should try to approach the rich guys, in particular the collectors. They love collecting unusual mechs and admire them for hours in their private mech stables. Some of them aren't even potentates. They just love the feel of owning unique mechs. VS thought his chances there were bigger. That's a good angle, but they're often inapproachable, right? If you're some average hobo, then yeah, the security won't let you come close. But what if you're the winner of the Young Tigers exhibition? Collectors love unearthing gems in the rough. If they can snap up the very first handmade mech of a budding mech designer with bright prospects, they don't care about the piddling millions of credits they have to throw at you. It's peanuts compared to the potential collector's value when you become a household name in the Republic. This was a tall order for VS to fulfill. This year's competition was incredibly tough, and even he couldn't guarantee victory against 7 other talented geniuses. It all depended on the format of this afternoon's competition. After finishing their dinners, they walked over to the gigantic stadium at the center of the exhibition. A large crowd of fans cheered as they saw their favorite pilots triumph over their opponents. It took quite a bit of squeezing for Carlos and VS to reach the crowded entrance. The security portal let both of them pass without issue once they identified themselves as mech designers who participated in the design competition. It was a nice freebie given to them by the organizers. A regular ticket to attend the competition in person reached in the tens of thousands of credits. The well-planned layout of the interior of the stadium allowed the 2 young designers to get a glimpse of the excitement all around. Through the clever use of height and depth, the entire venue was transformed into a 3-dimensional set of arenas where spectators could sit and watch the matches safely from above. Highly durable protective screens protected the onlookers from incidental projectiles and impacts, though the violence still led to some frightening moments. The Young Tigers exhibition introduced the true world of mechs to its visitors. VS gobbled it all up like a junkie getting his fix. He eagerly approached the nearest arena battle, showcasing a tense sword duel between 2 nearly identical medium mechs. Both of them had been at it for a while, damaging their shields to such an extent that they were forced to throw it away. The red mech, piloted by a talent from Bentheim, circled around the purple mech painted in the livery of an academy in Rittersburg. The 2 core planets of the Bright Republic often competed against each other in any field imaginable, from sports to mech competitions like this. The usual stereotypes were that the people of Rittersburg were polite and stuffy, while Bentheimers were cosmopolitan and greedy. However, when one met the other, they both turned into raving madmen eager to put the other down a notch. As a native of Cloudy Curtain, VS had no stake in the match. Even though he studied at Rittersburg, he possessed no sense of belonging of that beautiful but ultimately elitist planet. As for Carlos, he felt a bit torn between rooting for his home planet or the planet where he spent much of his time partying. Shit, who's going to win? Carlos bit his lips. Neither of them were pilots, nor did they possess the aptitude to become one. Their knowledge on mech fights largely came from entertainment and the occasional class work in college. VS only possessed a slight advantage over Carlos due to his Larkinson military family background. The Bentheimer is a bit too impatient. VS judged as he took in the tempo of the match. Both sides looked evenly matched, but his eyes discerned a little bit more due to his studies of the X factor. It left him more sensitive to the emotions of the pilots running the mechs. He thinks he's running out of time. The longer the wait, the more the Rittersburger is accumulating strength. The Bentheimer is trying to find an opening before his opponent erupts. The blue mech sporting Bentheim's planetary symbol darted forward and poked with his sword. The Rittersburger refused to take the bait, slipping back just out of range. The 2 mechs continued to circle around as they let the anticipation among the crowd grow. The purple mech took the blue mech by surprise as it jumped forward. The mech from Bentheim hastily parried the sword slash, only to receive a punch on the mech's face when it tried to retreat. The disruption of the mech's main sensors gave the Rittersburger enough of an opening to stab his sword past its defenses. As the tip of the sword touched the armor plate just in front of the cockpit, both mechs immediately immobilized. The safeties had engaged, bringing the match to an end in favor of the purple mech. That was a good show, VS commented with appreciation. The Rittersburger had a great grasp of timing. He struck when the Bentheimer thought he was in for the long haul. Carlos shook his head as he looked perplexed. Dunno, the guy from Bentheim should slap himself for letting his opponent get close enough to deliver that punch. They took the time to spectate the other matches, enjoying the visceral feel of real mechs clashing against each other with the naked eye. Experiencing such mech battles personally was a treat, and VS improved his understanding of mechs every time he watched the pilots exert their mechs to the utmost. After having his fill of mech battles, VS parted with Carlos and reached the backstage area. After a stern search by security, an attendant guided him to a waiting room where the 7 other finalists of the mech design competition waited. None of them smiled or took any note of VS. Only Patricia gave him a second look, and it was more of the likes of recognizing a tiny mouse that scurried underneath her feet now and then. The group hadn't acknowledged him, which suited him fine. A lull appeared as the sounds of weapons fire and crashing mechs ceased. A couple of attendants exhorted the mech designers to get ready to step onto the main stage. An announcer introduced the upcoming event. Citizens of the Republic, I hope you have enjoyed the clashes happening so far. I certainly have. Well, if you think we're holding the quarterfinals next, then be prepared because we have something special to introduce to you this year. The projectors behind the announcer lighted up in a collage of mech designers and fabricators working diligently on their mechs. A good pilot can't do without a good mech. For every pilot on the field, there are at least 10 to 20 people supporting him from behind. It is at the hands of mech designers that a new mech comes to life. We here at the Young Tigers exhibition wish to do our part in honoring this important profession. Now, let me introduce the 8 brightest mech designers of the year. The 8 of them stepped forward onto the stage. The audience gave them a polite applause. There was modest interest in their appearance, but they'd rather go back to seeing mechs bash their heads against each other. After a brief bout, the announcer detailed the upcoming contest. I'm sure it's fascinating to see our budding engineers tinker with machinery, but it can get a little tedious if they go on for days. We've taken your comments to heart about last year's event, and decided to put a new spin on the format this year. Oh, that didn't sound so good, Ves thought. The announcer let the anticipation build up a little before detailing the mech design competition. As you know, many talented pilots have the opportunity to show off their skill on stage. Where there are winners, there are also losers. Mech warfare can be a cruel business, but what if some of our pilots have a second chance? Are you willing to see them compete in a separate bracket? Most of the crowd cheered enthusiastically. Many pilots competing today lost their chances to reach the quarterfinals. Many fans hoped their underdogs could shine on the stage once again. We've come up with the Fusion Cup. 8 eliminated pilots with the best scores will receive the opportunity to work together with these 8 fine ladies and gentlemen on the stage. It will be the first competition in this side of human space where both pilot and designer compete jointly for the top and win the prestigious cup. A two-tone tournament cup appeared on the stage. It was gold on one side, and silver on the other side. A small partition in between showed that both halves of the cup could be put together or remain separate. The projection behind the announcer highlighted 2 lists of names. One set contained the names of the pilots, and on the other the names of the designers. A lot of people looked confused, but that didn't diminish their enthusiasm. Ves tried to maintain his easy smile to present an image that there was nothing wrong. However, inside his mind he was already churning his brain on the competition format. So what are they competing on? Well, for the pilot, it remains the same. Just enter the cockpit and wallop their opponent on stage. The key is what kind of mech they are piloting. We wouldn't involve the designers if they have nothing to do, so can you guess what kind of role they can play in the short 6 hours that they have until the matches start? 6 hours was way too short to create a mech from actual parts. Ves thought the competition might happen in a virtual space, which would be a shame as he'd miss out valuable experience in building up a real mech. The pilots won't be changing the mechs they last piloted. Only the most critically damaged components such as the difficult-to-replace engines have been replaced. This allows the mech designer to repair and tune up the mech using the various tools and resources available, courtesy to the mech core. You will be able to see with your own 2 eyes how pilots and designers can work together to reinvent their mechs like phoenixes rising from their ashes. Thousands of cheers and applause thundered the stadium as the crowd lapped up the new concept. However, Ves looked a little troubled. He was used to depending on himself. Now he had to work together to repair and modify another pilot's mech. What if their opinions clashed? The fortunes of the designer and the pilot are tied together. Winning for both the pilot and designer will depend on which mech reaches first place in combat. If the designer does a bad job, then the pilot can do nothing even if he puts 200% in his piloting. On the other hand, if the pilot is having a bad day, then it doesn't matter if the mech turned into a juggernaut. A couple of boos sounded out from those remarks. What? You think it's unfair? Well, so what? The real world isn't fair. However, we've made efforts to match the 2 groups of people based on their previous performances. The top-scoring pilot will be matched with the top-scoring designer from their qualifiers. The second-best pilot is partnered with the second-best designer and so on. Though their starting points are the same, what the pairs accomplish together is still up in the air. The 8 pilots participating in the Fusion Cup took their turn to take the stage. The pilots were directed to the partners who took over responsibility over their mechs. As the 6th scoring mech designer, Ves got paired with a native of Bentheim called Charlotte Hofmeister. The fiery dirty blonde-haired woman was built like a leopard, and seemed to regard him that way as well with the narrowed eyes scanning his skinny form. He felt as if the young woman dismissed him as a threat. Hi, I'm Ves Larkinson. The woman's phoenix eyes narrowed at his introduction. You don't look like a Larkinson. Not everyone in my family is a potentate. Ves helplessly shrugged. Whatever. Just fix up my Kirby and don't mess things up. Larkinson or not, I'll string you by the balls if you cost me my revenge. After prying a bit more information from the taciturn woman, Ves learned that Charlotte suffered a humiliating loss against her rival Miranda Del Rey, who is now the second-ranked pilot in the competition. She wanted to take advantage of her second chance on the stage to give her rival a comeuppance. Damn it, that's Patricia's partner. Ves grumbled. The second-best pilot paired with the second-best mech designer made for a very formidable pair of opponents. I'll have to put in all my effort and more something special if I want to make it that far. Everyone went to the improvised workshops that the organizers put up in the unused side arenas. The wrecked mechs the pilots used already rested on a lifting platform. When Ves saw Charlotte's Kirby, his heart dropped to the bottom of his stomach. Your Kirby is a heavy mech. Yup. The woman smiled with obvious affection. It's the best damn partner a girl could ask for. He's been my buddy since my final year in the academy. The Kirby was in actual fact a Riesling Incorporated Turbofire RTF 581. The Turbofire was built around the concept of overwhelming mid-range firepower. At the time, it was an excellent fire support mech that provided a powerful amount of suppressive firepower in the battlefield. It was not a mech suitable for arena duels. The organizers knew this, and came up with a long list of demands ever since the first few YTEs resulted in severe injuries. The firepower of all projectile weapons were reduced substantially. In return, melee attacks also got reduced in power by lowering the mech's arm power. Naturally, the latter could be circumvented by putting the weight of the entire mech in the blow. This also resulted in melee dominating over ranged weapons in the tournament, which Ves supposed was the intention of the organizers. Too much firepower strained the protective screen that kept the spectators safe from the explosions. In any case, Ves had to get this lumbering, bipedal gun platform in working condition in just 6 hours. This might not sound like a problem, but when he saw what Miranda Del Rey did to it, he practically despaired. The Turbofire's legs both suffered amputations, which led to the scrapping of both whole legs. In addition, the rest of the mech's surface sported nefariously thin sword marks, which made it easy to exploit the damaged sections. This is going to take a lot of work to fix up, Ves said grimly. Luckily enough, he shored up just enough of his skills to conduct the repairs within a decent amount of time. The only problem was that he could only work on the most critical parts, and leave the cracks in the armor alone due to lack of time. Heavy mechs demanded a lot more resources and time with regards to maintenance and repair. This was one of the reasons why light and medium mechs significantly outnumbered the heavy mechs in service. Ves tried to discuss making some modifications to the mech to make it more viable to the limited range arena format. No, absolutely not. A sword or a mace really helps out if the enemy gets close. Zip it, nerd boy. I don't want to tarnish my Kirby by using him as a caveman. Helplessly, Ves dropped the topic for now. Charlotte adamantly insisted on maintaining her tactic of pouring overwhelming firepower at the enemy before they could get into range. This worked great against inexperienced opponents, but as her thrashing against Miranda revealed, skilled pilots had answers to this one pony trick. Very well, I'll go work on your mech and get it up to working condition. He had more ideas, but thought it prudent to keep his mouth shut. He got the measure of Charlotte now and knew he couldn't get a word through her stubborn mouth. It frustrated him a little that the organizers forced him to work with an uncooperative client. Everything they did in the competition was broadcasted live to the rest of the Republic. If Ves and Charlotte lost at the first round, they'd end up as laughing stocks. Never mind finding a customer for his Mark Antony, all the pilots would simply laugh at him for failing so drastically on stage. The Kirby took a long of wrangling to get into an optimal position to replace the legs. In his own workshop, such a job took days, of which most of the time was spent on fabricating the huge legs. Fortunately, in the interest of speeding things along, the organizers provided a number of parts along with nearly state-of-the-art fabrication tools. The cost of the 3D printer and assembler was worth at least 5 times more than the second-hand goods back home in Cloudy Curtain. This is the power the government has at hand. Ves thought ruefully as he started to inspect the damaged underside of the Kirby. Any small mech designer will just get crushed if it tries to compete against the wealth of an entire state. He shook his head and even slapped both of his cheeks. He needed to get his head in the game and avoid any distraction. I wonder if I can impart some X-factor magic with my repairs. Theory made it possible, but frankly Ves was dubious it could work this time. The organizers already fabricated and supplied most of the parts, which meant he had no opportunity to build up a mech using parts he designed and fabricated on his own in a significant amount. Still, he spent his time refocusing his thoughts in order to keep a narrow intention in mind. I want to make the Kirby a worthy partner for Charlotte. This was the angle he went for. Charlotte obviously already developed affection for her mech and piloted it for an extended time. If he could reinforce that connection in a minute way, it might mean the difference between victory and defeat. With the help of the loaders, Ves was able to get the mech into a position to remove the useless remains of the upper legs. He turned the assembler machine into disassemble mode, which allowed him to gently pry off the legs and clear the sockets underneath the torso of any remaining debris. The installation of the new legs went smoothly. He selected a pair of legs identical to the old ones from the limited selection available. He had no reason to change the model of the legs. Attaching them to the Kirby was similar to assembling the legs of a new mech, though there were a couple of differences. The most important was that the internal frame needed to be attached perfectly to the legs. While Ves had done such things many times in Iron Spirit, doing it for real on stage brought about immense pressure. Still, the legs attached perfectly to the mech in the end. It helped that Ves avoided thinking negative thoughts by adamantly adhering to his intentions. He wanted to seriously repair and tweak the Kirby until it became a great tool of destruction in the hands of Charlotte. Maintaining mental discipline allowed him to work on his mech in a calm fashion, which slightly impressed the spectating crowd. As the mech designers quietly worked on restoring the functionality of the mechs, the quarterfinals of the YTE continued. Only one match took place at a time, which had the effect of drawing most of the spectators away to the main arena. The people who watched the matches only turned around and looked at the mech designers busy in their work as the matches ended and the new one had yet to start. Hours passed by as Ves diligently used his knowledge in mechanics and what he learned from the system to make repairs. He replaced faulty bolts and other minor parts and tested to see if any of the components needed replacing, as the main sensor did as it sported a hairline crack. After that, he tackled the fractured heavy armor of the mech. This was a tricky problem. The right thing to do was to replace the damaged armor plates with newly fabricated ones, but that took days. He could either crudely bolt over the cracks with additional plates, which unnecessarily thickened the armor and burdened the mech, or he could fabricate a special armor solution that he could use to fill up the cracks. Both solutions weren't ideal, so he asked for Charlotte's opinion. Just fill up the cracks. Don't you dare put more weight on my Kirby. I need my mobility for something special. I have planned to get back at that bitch Miranda. Ves could only follow Charlotte's decision. Personally, he thought that if Charlotte insisted on sticking to her ranged weapon focus, it was better to turn her mech into an armored firing platform. Too bad her obsessive hatred of Miranda gave Charlotte a phobia of turning into a sitting duck again. She wanted Ves to install a couple of knife holsters onto her Kirby, as if she could actually wield them with her heavy mech's sluggish arms. It'd be like a bear trying to play table tennis. He worked quietly to fulfill the basic needs of the Kirby. After filling in most of the holes and finishing a quick weld to affix the holsters onto the mech's hips, Ves noted he had less than 2 hours of time to make a single substantial change to the mech. He considered making adjustments to the mech's formidable laser and ballistic weapon loadout, but he hadn't received permission from Charlotte to tweak such a fundamental aspect of her mech. I can overload the lasers and intensify the programming on the shells of the Kirby's weapon mounts. It'll wear down the weapons drastically, but it can give the guns a good boost in power even if the competition technicians already neutered their power once. Naturally, the rules of the competition explicitly forbid reversing the safety measures, but there were many ways of increasing the prowess of a weapon. The problem was if he asked Charlotte for permission, she'd just shoot him down again. Ves felt tempted to just bypass the smoldering woman and let her deal with his work in the arena. It's better to ask for forgiveness than beg for permission. Most of his instincts called for going through, to do what was nagging on his mind and therefore increasing the odds of success. But there are billions of people watching this competition. Can I do something this despicable in broad daylight? Also, what would Charlotte think of him? He'd be betraying her trust. He constantly focused on his purpose to make the Kirby a good mech for Charlotte. If he wanted to follow this creed in good faith, then he had to keep in mind that what he thought was a good mech might not be what Charlotte preferred. Also, if he dared pull this trick when billions of people were watching the YTE, he might never enjoy a good reputation in the Bright Republic ever again. He had to perform scrupulously proper on stage if he wanted to attract future customers. Ves eventually firmed up as he stuck to principles. I'll ask for permission first. Charlotte glowered at him. Are you fucking kidding me? No, I won't sacrifice my Kirby's long-term health for a short-term boost. Only scum do those kinds of things. No matter how many times Ves tried to explain it, the pilot kept sticking to her stance. He understood then that to Charlotte, her Kirby's health was more important than even getting one up over the hated Miranda. Maybe we've gone off the wrong foot. Let's try this a different way, Ves said in a conciliatory tone. Tell me more about your Kirby. Why'd you want to know that? Charlotte looked at him with suspicion. We've got 2 hours of time left and maybe I can make a few tweaks here and there if you'd let me. The only way I can do that is if I know more about the mech and be able to suggest improvements in line with your thoughts. Though she showed she still had misgivings about it, when it came to her mech, she felt better if she bragged about the Kirby. I won the top marksmanship prize in the Academy tournament. They loaned me the Kirby as the first place prize. It's the best mech I've ever piloted so far. He's an old training mech, but he's got the best specs among the heavies in terms of firepower. Charlotte went on and on as she gushed about the mech's substantial firepower. She really obsessed over the ability to turn an enemy mech into Swiss cheese before they even reached her. Ves thought the reason why she personalized the Kirby so much wasn't because she considered the mech a person, but that its weapon loadout featured tons more firepower than all the other piddling mechs she practiced with. In her words, those smaller medium and light mechs were pansies. I think I see what you want. Ves nodded his head. Your training mech is a great fire support mech, but Miranda is going to destroy you with her sword again if you go on stage with the same mech. You have to plug your vulnerability to close-ranged mechs if you want to stand a chance of winning the cup. I don't want you ruining my Kirby. No, I've got something different in mind. I'd like to install some temporary additions to the Kirby. What do you say about bolting more guns to the Kirby's frame? The prospect of even more guns exciting Charlotte a bit, and after Ves detailed his plans based on the Kirby's build and the available parts, she enthusiastically gave her approval. As a turbofire model, its design had proven itself over the years as a sturdy and reliable way to deliver heavy firepower. It featured a large, stocky bipedal build, allowing it to hide behind hills or structures and fire its weapons over the top without exposing itself excessively. Its main weapons were its 2 heavy cannons that took the place of the arms. This left the turbofire with a well-integrated pair of weapons that could easily be fired around corners and over other obstacles. Naturally, this also prevented the mech from wielding external weapons such as rifles or swords. Though much of the mech was devoted to supporting the two cannons, the mech also featured twin laser shoulder mounts. Each mount carried 3 medium-powered lasers and normally fired in rapid-fire mode in order to take down missiles and light mechs. The turbofire design incorporated extra-large and extra-sophisticated sensors. Their best feature was their strengthened targeting systems, allowing the laser mounts to fire more accurately at fast-moving targets. Charlotte always relied on the autonomous shoulder mounts to take care of rushing mechs. Unfortunately for her, Miranda knew about this detail and confronted the Kirby with a Knight-type mech. The shield was specifically prepared for this arena duel. Hiding behind the reinforced shield, Miranda was able to dodge the heavy cannon shots and shrug off the laser beams long enough to reach Charlotte's rear. As the Kirby lacked any way to turn her weapons around, Miranda had ample opportunity to do all manner of things to the lumbering heavy mech. Even the shoulder mounts couldn't turn around due to their excessive length with the mech's large head in the way. To plug this gaping weakness in the turbofire's design, Ves offered to add a small change to the Kirby. He wanted to add a couple of rear-facing weapons on the Kirby's back. With relatively little experience in this area and only less than 2 hours to accomplish the job, Ves knew it wouldn't look pretty. But right now he needed to impress the crowd and just sticking to safe and boring repairs wouldn't cut it. The Kirby also deserved better. Mounting weapons on the rear of the mech was a tricky operation. It couldn't be something with a long barrel such as a cannon because the enemy mech could just stand to the side or even cut it off. The weapon should also be limited in weight, or else it could shift the mech's center of gravity too far backwards, making it easy to trip on its back. Lasers could do. There's a couple of smaller mounts available. Still, they don't pack enough of a punch. There was really only one solution: missiles. The basic ranged weapons available to mechs consisted of 3 separate choices. Laser weapons boasted high accuracy, weighed relatively little and required no physical ammunition. They also slurped energy like a thirsty hog and generated incredible amounts of heat. However, their light speed damage delivery meant that if a mech's sensors were good enough, it could even detonate explosive shells in mid-air. Ballistic weapons, which included solid projectiles as well as explosive shells, often fired through an electromagnetic barrel. This caused them to consume energy and build up heat, but in a much lesser proportion to lasers. They generally delivered a lot more damage at the cost of accuracy and having to carry around ammunition. Missiles in these days were basically considered self-propelled and self-guided explosive shells. They boasted a substantial amount of firepower and did not require a large and sophisticated weapon platform to launch. The simplest missiles could even be launched from an improvised pipe. They demanded the least in terms of heat, weight, and space out of the mechs, but they were also the most troublesome to reload since they took an incredible amount of space. Still, their ease of delivery made them popular alternatives to ballistic weaponry. These missiles also came in hundreds of different varieties. The most dominant type of missiles were long-ranged missiles, which could travel at long distances and arrive at a target with pinpoint accuracy as long as it was supplemented with decent targeting. What Ves decided to incorporate in the Kirby's back was something different. Long-ranged missiles were all fine and dandy, but the close-ranged nature meant that much of the propellants in the missiles would never be fully utilized. He decided to go with short-range rockets instead. While they didn't possess enough propellant to travel beyond a kilometer of distance, they used up all of the freed space for extra explosives instead, leading to a bigger boom. Their relatively low-tech and self-contained natures meant that mounting the launchers carrying the rockets was as simple as welding a metal box to a surface. Ves installed 3 separate launchers on the Kirby's broad back in a slightly angled, semicircular arrangement. The middle launcher pointed its rockets straight ahead, while the 2 launchers to the side angled a bit to the left and right respectively. This eliminated the Kirby's blind spots. Naturally, the actual installation was a bit more complicated than described, but he still managed to hook up the launcher systems to the Kirby's operating system. Alright, time's up. The first match of the Fusion Cup will commence in a single elimination bracket style. Matches will last at most 20 minutes, after which each mech can be serviced until the time they are called up to the stage again. You won't have too much time between matches, so make the best of your time and conduct only the most essential repairs. The rules of the Fusion Cup posed slightly harsher restrictions compared to the main tournament. In the normal YTE competition, repairs to the mech were always done by a team of professionals. The Fusion Cup placed all responsibility on the mech designer alone. In practice this meant that Ves could only spend a small of time effecting repairs before Charlotte took the Kirby for another match. Therefore, to make it to the finals, Ves had to make the best use out of a very limited window of time, while Charlotte was forced to defeat her opponent while suffering as little damage as possible. Ves refused to look down on Charlotte's opponents. 5 of them achieved a higher ranking in the main tournament, and all of them were well aware of her fighting style by now so they could prepare countermeasures. The only good thing about the Fusion Cup's rules was that the announcer revealed the randomized matchups at the end of the modification period. This prevented Charlotte's immediate opponent from bringing in a mech specialized in taking down heavy gunners. The announcer revealed the brackets. As expected, the organizers probably nudged a few things here and there in order to make sure that the first and second place teams faced each other at the finals if they won all the matches. Ves wouldn't be dealing with Edwin and his partner just yet. Instead, their first match surprisingly coincided with what he desperately did not want to see. Let the first match begin. Charlotte Hoffmeister and Miranda Del Rey, please enter the arena. A light and heavy mech both entered the stage. Charlotte's turbofire's footsteps cracked the surface of the arena with each step due to the additional weight. Though the rear-mounted rockets weighed relatively little, that was only the case compared to other weapons. It made Charlotte's mech into an even bigger sitting duck once its ammunition ran out. Miranda's mech was a statement in elegance. Not unlike the Fantasia, Miranda's training mech looked thin and feminine. With his familiarity with the Fantasia, Ves spotted commonalities that convinced him that Miranda's mech was designed by Kezia Armaments as well. Only this company insisted the most on feminine appearances. Say goodbye to winning, because this lady is going to teach you a lesson. Charlotte taunted as they waited for the ready signal. Heh. Miranda arrogantly trash-talked, not even bothering to keep her conversation private. I hooped your ass once, I'll hoop it again. Oh yeah? Well, I got a few surprises ready. I'll spank you and send you back to your mom if you think you can get the drop on me again. Ves just palmed his face. Why did it seem like he was back in high school? Coincidentally, he looked at Patricia, who looked similarly exasperated. Mech designers possessed cooler minds. They had to in order to endure the mind-numbing texts they had to read. Mech pilots on the other hand favored boldness and intuition. Too much thinking led to hesitation, which was not at all desirable when shells and missiles flew above the pilot's head. In any case, the signal went green. Miranda's female mech exploded into action, moving rapidly in a zigzag motion in order to confuse Charlotte's aim. Her mech's highly advanced ECM systems pumped into action. Other auxiliary systems made their presence known as well. One module caused distortions to appear in the naked eye, the result of a special smoke that hindered optical targeting systems and fed them a whole bunch of garbage data. However, Charlotte showed the audience that she wasn't a heavy gunner specialist for nothing. Without waiting for her targeting systems to punch through Miranda's ECM, she fired her cannons and lasers in a wide spread without fine-tuning her aim. The chaotic spread of laser beams and projectiles failed to hit Miranda, but some of it came close to damaging her just by proximity. Miranda stopped fooling around and circled her way forward at an oblique angle, always making sure she never closed the distance in a direct path that allowed for easy hits. Despite Charlotte's prodigious firepower, none of her weapons hit. Only when Miranda reached halfway did she suffer minor damage to her mech's legs when an explosive shell detonated a bit too close. It peeled a few layers of armor but nothing more. I told you, Charlotte, you'll always be beneath me. Charlotte appeared to have panicked a little and overloaded her laser mounts. The weapons pushed past their maximum cycles and fired until the launchers overheated. Ves winced as he thought how troublesome it was to repair the launchers. Overheating affected laser weapons a bit more severely than other components due to the high demands of integrity the weapons required. If the focusing elements were a little bit off, then what the barrels spat out wasn't a tight beam, but a wide spread that felt more like a tanning machine than a deadly weapon. Miranda suffered a number of hits not just due to the increased frequency of shots but also due to the shorter distance. Getting closer meant her profile grew in Charlotte's targeting vision. This increased the heavy mech's chances of hitting the light mech. However, as Miranda continued to close the distance, the hit rates decreased even as the lasers kept their frantic firing. Her mech's sideways dodging increased the amount of degrees Charlotte had to adjust her aim once the distance between the two narrowed. It was like the difference between shooting a clay pigeon 5 meters away and 50 meters away. If the clay pigeon was thrown in the air from a distance, the shooter only needed to shift his weapon a couple of degrees at most to track the projectile. If the clay pigeon flew a lot closer, then the shooter might even be forced to turn his body over 100 degrees single second. Heavy mechs notoriously turned their mech slowly. Even the turbofire's large but sluggish laser mounts failed to keep up with Miranda's mech. Haha, if you think I'm going to fall for your stupid trick, then think again. My partner's not blind and neither am I. Miranda's mech struck out with her sword as she kept to the sides of Kirby. Ves was afraid of that. While the Kirby posed a lot of threat at its front and rear arcs, the sides could not be covered by any weapons. Patricia must have recognized what Ves cobbled up and reminded Miranda of the threat to Kirby's rear. However, just because Ves was afraid of the option didn't mean he or Charlotte anticipated the action. Ves passed on a tactic he learned from the online adventures of his cousin Melinda to his partner, hoping she could utilize it at the right time. As the sword was about to hit Kirby's arm, Charlotte chose to retaliate by forcefully detaching the nearest laser launcher. The overheated component blocked and foiled Miranda's sword strike, causing the light mech to pause. In the meantime, Charlotte successfully used the time she bought to turn her mech about 45 degrees, enough for one of her rocket launchers to face the gobsmacked feminine mech. The launcher disgorged its entire complement of rockets practically right at point-blank range. What happened if a launcher spat out its entire complement of rockets at once? Something really fantastic and terrible, depending on who you asked. Miranda immediately became aware of the crisis and proved her chops as a young elite by throwing her sword forward while huddling behind her shield with both of her mech's hands, making sure to crouch to present as small of a profile as possible. The sword knocked a couple of rockets aside. Due to the safeties built into the warheads, they failed to detonate early due to their close proximity to the launcher. Instead, they flew or fell to the floor largely inert. As for the other rockets, the upper portion harmlessly flew past the crouching mech while the lower portion exploded harshly against the shield. Due to the decrease in lethality among all projectiles, the rockets failed to penetrate the shield, though they did cause quite a few layers to peel off. The force of the explosions also rocked Miranda's mech backwards. I've got more where that came from. Charlotte taunted as her heavy mech turned another 45 degrees so that her Kirby's back faced her opponent at a straight angle. Miranda got cut off as another volley of missiles came in her direction. She tried to do a roll while keeping her shield forward. This successfully let her avoid most of the rocket barrage, though the lower corner of her shield finally fell apart from the few projectiles that managed to hit it with sufficient force. Before Miranda could celebrate her survival, Charlotte's final launcher disgorged its payload. You moth dash. The feminine mech finally escaped the last wave with the skin of its teeth. The few rockets that detonated against its armor managed to crater a portion of the chest. It's checkmate for you, Charlotte gloatingly said as she kept turning slowly, allowing her to present her outstretched cannon and laser mount. The weapons at that side spat out a furious salvo that further damaged the bedraggled Miranda and her mech. Damn it, if it wasn't for those stupid rockets, I'd have peeled your limbs off by now. Ever since Miranda dodged further away in order to escape the rockets, she lost the initiative. Her mech needed time to build up speed, and before she built up her momentum, Charlotte got a prime opportunity to sneak in a lot of damage. The Kirby sinisterly aimed at the legs, hoping to impair Miranda's mobility. A lucky high-explosive cannon shell managed to detonate close to the legs, which stripped off the rest of the armor of the female mech's feet. The force of the small explosion also unbalanced Miranda's gait, causing her to lose crucial speed. Alright, I wanted to save this for the finals, but you leave me no choice now. Let me show you what Patricia gifted my mech. Oh. Ves bit his lip as Miranda finally took the match seriously. He knew that Miranda always kept something in reserve, as a mech designer as renowned as Patricia wouldn't just let her partner go out in a boring stock mech. The female mech's back armor opened up to reveal a stubby flight system. Ves almost couldn't believe what he was seeing. That fucking Patricia stole my design. Patricia not only stole his idea, she improved upon it. She expanded and sloped the back armor in a way that freed up space while not making it obvious a miniature flight system was attached in that location. The amount of engineering it took to create such a hidden surprise boggled Ves' mind. He had to admit that Patricia possessed terrifying competence. Miranda's mech ceased to care for its damaged legs as the compact flight system allowed it to travel above the floor with sufficient speed. The light mech's ability to dodge improved substantially. After building up sufficient speed, it flew towards the Kirby for a second showdown. Charlotte gritted her teeth inside the cockpit. Her rear armor was burdened with empty rocket launchers. Though they already released their payloads, they still weighed her down a little bit. In addition, she sacrificed one of her shoulder mounts in order to fend off Miranda. With only one laser mount left, she was sorely pressed to keep off the looming threat. The match entered another act, and this time even if Miranda had thrown aside her sword, she still possessed enough lethality once she unsheathed her backup knife. Yet it never came to use, as Charlotte finally achieved a critical hit to the light mech's weapon arm. Miranda managed to swap the knife to her mech's other arm, but the damage it suffered when holding the shield caused the fingers to grip the knife unsteadily. The distraction allowed Charlotte to get in another couple of shots. When her next cannon shell impacted the light mech again, the competition's inbuilt safeties kicked in and turned the projectile inert. Everyone was silent for a moment, then cheered massively as they experienced an upset. The number 2 favorite of the Fusion Cup surprisingly lost to the 6th-ranked contenders. Charlotte whooped through the microphones even as the people rooting for the other side stood silently, as if still not believing this was happening. Both pilots exited the cockpits while technicians lifted the damaged mechs back to their workshops. 2 pilots and 2 mech designers met in the middle of the arena to congratulate each other and shake hands. Smugness overwhelmed Charlotte's grin as she beheld her defeated rival. It was a good match. I got lucky. Miranda snorted at that. They should penalize heavy mechs even more in these bullshit tournaments. Your mech weighs at least 3 to 4 times as much as mine. Well, the rules don't say you can't bring one too. You're welcome to join the heavy club. We got the fattest asses around. The defeated pilot just huffed in reply. As the 2 pilots talked smack, Ves hesitantly shook hands with Patricia. Her gentle smile and soft, small hand mesmerized him for a moment. Being this close to her amplified the effect of her striking red locks and her lovely dimples. You did a really great job with integrating the flight system to the chassis. It's a lot better than welding a couple of boxes to the armor like I did. If my mech partner hadn't achieved a lucky hit at the end, then this contest might end differently. Patricia shook her head. Don't belittle yourself. What you chose to augment worked out much better in the end. You chose to plug a gap while I doubled down on Miranda's strength. I don't think either choices are wrong, but as you said, it worked out better for you as the extra firepower was a lot more useful than flight capability in our matchup. To be honest, both Miranda and I expected to fight a medium or light mech. Yours is the only heavy mech in contention. The 2 babbled a bit about the design choices they made for their respective mechs. What actually Ves had in mind was trying to facilitate the X factor, but that was something of a secret weapon to him. He instead diverted Patricia's attention by pointing out he had a hard time convincing Charlotte of making any changes. She only approved the rockets due to agreeing with her affinity for more weapons. Miranda gave me the lead instead. Patricia explained. As a gifted pilot, she's proficient in piloting many variations of light mechs, so when I proposed to adapt your flying system scheme to her mech, she readily agreed. Now that I think about it, I should have involved my partner more in the shaping of her mech. The 2 teams parted after the announcers called in the next contestants. Charlotte and Ves returned to the workshop where the beat-up Kirby rested. While Miranda ultimately inflicted no damage, Charlotte caused enough of it to compensate. The mech's left shoulder was absent a laser mount, and the entire mech still suffered minor internal damage due to overheating. An overheating mech posed serious problems in terms of repairing them. A mech that ran as hot as an oven all over meant that the damaging heat penetrated to the very deepest interior of the mech. To repair such a mech to maximum readiness, VS was required to pull the mech apart and go over each component one by one. Thin wires and small components were especially vulnerable to damage from excessive local heat. It'll last. It's not the first time I cooked the Kirby. He's built to take a pounding, Charlotte nonchalantly declared as she sank down in a nearby sofa and sipped her energy drink. VS sighed in exasperation. We only have about an hour to 2 hours before we're called up on the stage again. That's barely enough to refill the rocket launchers and roughly slap another laser mount on the Kirby's empty shoulder. I don't have the time to do the repairs I'm certain this mech needs. Then don't. I'll just roll with the punches. If my Kirby's a little slow, it's no big deal. I'm already used to moving at a snail's pace. VS really preferred not to hand his chances of winning over to fate. Their stunning upset against Patricia and Miranda attracted some attention from the crowd, but most of them attributed their win to a faulty strategy by their opponents. Winning a match by getting lucky didn't prove his mech designing skills. If Charlotte and VS somehow managed to scrounge up another win in the next match, they could prove that they possessed real skill. If VS sufficiently proved his capabilities, then he'd have a much easier time selling off his own mech. He still kept his ultimate goal in mind. Winning the Fusion Cup was not a life or death matter. It only helped fulfill his other goals. He got on with the repairs while keeping an eye out for how his competitors were doing. Most of them involved high-speed duels or tense battles where both sides clashed their swords against each other. This excited the crowd much more than the one-sided shooting fest Charlotte went through in the previous match. Refilling the empty rocket launchers took very little effort. It only took a little time because the machines available to VS could only put in one rocket in its tube at a time. After that, VS dug into the pile of spare parts the competition offered and picked the closest-looking equivalent of the Turbofire's standard laser mount. Removing the damaged remains from Charlotte's emergency dismounting of the shoulder mount was a delicate operation. If VS screwed up here, the new laser mount wouldn't fit in the standardized socket, which enabled the laser mount to link into the mech's targeting systems and draw power for its rotation. Luckily, the mech appeared to have been built for these kinds of actions, as VS encountered no bumps into making the socket clean. After carefully attaching the laser mount, VS spent some time making sure the mech's processors correctly adjusted its targeting system to the new mount. Different models required different parameters in order to fire accurately. It didn't perform as well as the original model, but for a quick fix it did the job. VS swept the moisture from his forehead as he finished the essential repairs. Barring the damage the mech previously suffered before its entry in the Fusion Cup, the Kirby recovered its highest combat state. In the meantime, a couple of other matches took place in the arena. Mechs sporting different amounts of damage and variation entered the stage and duked it out with their counterparts. What VS paid the most attention to was the match that decided his next opponent. The match progressed in a one-sided fashion. A hapless knight who ranked 8th in the previous tournament was forced to use his backup pistol against a skirmisher-type mech. The skirmisher wielded 2 submachine guns and ran circles around the mech with ruthless patience. Looks like that SMG fellow will be my next opponent, Charlotte remarked as she already sized up her next likely opponent. I hope my armor will be up to the task. The skirmisher fell under the medium weight class but moved almost like a light mech. VS checked the names of the participants and learned the skirmisher's pilot was called Alexander Steele. His mech designer was a fellow named Michael Dumont, who studied at a private institution based in a second-rate state. This guy looks tricky. Unlike Patricia, who merely mastered the basics to the utmost level, Michael is more familiar with new advancements and better techniques. I think Alexander is holding back the full potential of his mech. His current opponent isn't worth exposing his trump card. Charlotte's easy smile turned into a serious frown. She had reason to worry if Alexander's skirmisher possessed a hidden card. Normally, heavy gunners easily shredded skirmishers solely due to the difference in firepower and armor, but what if the skirmisher changed his weapon loadout? The submachine guns work great against knights because they can't catch up to you and don't possess enough firepower to compete at range. But that's obviously not going to work for you, Charlotte. She nodded at that realization. Unlike her own mech whose weapons were pretty much fixed, Alexander could just put down the SMGs and take a more appropriate weapon into battle, such as a heavy shield or an armor-piercing rifle. This flexibility was an intrinsic advantage all humanoid mechs with functional arms enjoyed. VS paid attention to Alexander's mech. With his previous experience in optimizing the armor for the Caesar Augustus and Mark Antony, he recognized the mech battling it out in the arena followed a completely different design philosophy. It looked lean, sleek, and aerodynamic, as if it wanted to pursue speed much harder than a light mech. And in a major sense it mostly achieved such a result at the cost of limiting its onboard loadout of weapons. The mech lacked any indications of possessing wrist, shoulder, or back-mounted weapon platforms. By the time Alexander achieved victory over his humiliated opponent, VS knew he had very little time left to make some last-minute changes. Should he improve the Kirby's targeting system? Perhaps add a couple more armor plates to increase its bulk? He disliked falling into this guessing game. Every decision was plagued with an indeterminate fog. Did a choice lead to riches or ruin? Stop procrastinating, VS. You're not even going on stage, yet you're sweating bullets. After taking a deep breath, Ves regained much of his composure. You're right. With the time we have left, I doubt I can make any substantial changes to your loadout. I'm going to work on refining the Kirby. I didn't say anything about keeping my Kirby bare bones. You've done right by Kirby, and I appreciate it. You mech designer types aren't as stuffy and close-minded as everyone says you guys are. You're cool. Thanks. So what's your idea? Charlotte recovered her cheer and grinned deviously at him. Seeing as I'm going to face another speedy type, I'd like you to make the following tweaks. When Ves sent off the newly repaired and modified Kirby, his expression was mixed. The modification Charlotte suggested changed the Kirby in a way that hopefully would come as an unwelcome surprise to Alexander Steele. Michael Dumont must be thinking the same thing. The low-key fourth-ranked mech designer from the qualifications hadn't raised eyebrows like Patricia or Edwin, but he possessed real capabilities to make it this far. The skirmisher's smooth and practically undamaged form was a testament to his repair skills. The Kirby's heavy, burdened form stepped forward into the arena yet again. Its steps echoed the quiet arena as it beheld its opponent. The medium mech looked as spotless as ever, though it exchanged its twin submachine guns for double kite shields. Damn, this is ridiculous. Ves muttered to himself as his eyes widened at the ridiculous loadout. It wasn't unheard of for mechs to bring double shields to the battlefield. 2 shields offered a great amount of protection against ranged damage. Knight-type mechs holding a defensive position often made for great defenders for their more vulnerable comrades if they carried 2 shields for maximum cover. Some savvy manufacturers even got in on the action by selling purpose-built tower shields that weighed like a brick but could withstand incredible punishment. That was why the notion that Alexander carried a pair of heavy shields for his swift and agile mech sounded ridiculous. Why give up his advantage in mobility to gain an average amount of durability? The shields may prove useful against the Kirby's guns, but their weight turned the skirmisher into a sitting duck, allowing Charlotte to pound Alexander into a pulp before he'd even reach his enemy. Could it be that Alexander is carrying another weapon? The timer counted down. Plenty of people in the audience took note of this match. Not only did it determine which team entered the finals, it also signified a battle between 2 unusually modified mechs. The crowd was beginning to come around to the idea behind the Fusion Cup. It not only tested a pilot's judgment and skill, it also involved his partner's craftiness. The mech designer's role might not be as flashy as the pilot's, but his every move affected the battlefield in a way that was no less influential. Ves feared Michael quite a bit for this reason. The man hid his competence well, for the skirmisher that he fixed up revealed no hints of what lurked beneath its spotless facade. 3, 2, 1, start. The match exploded into action as Charlotte fired all her guns without waiting to engage her targeting systems. Her manual aim proved sufficient as pretty much both of its explosive shells detonated squarely against the skirmisher's shields. Surprisingly, the shield held against the immense assaults. The lasers fired from the Kirby's shoulders merely splashed the shield's surface with ineffectual heat. The second volley of shells from the Kirby's arm cannons failed to deal any substantial damage to the sturdy shields. The skirmisher calmly stepped forward, leaning its posture square against the shields just before Charlotte fired. While the shields contributed much to the skirmisher's unyielding pace, Alexander's impeccable piloting skill made sure his mech maintained its balance. How can this? I don't even. Ves tried to parse the sight in front of him. The shields were able to withstand incredible punishment far beyond the materials provided by the organizers should be able to withstand. Are they cheating? In front of a crowd of millions? Likely not. Such blatant rule-breaking threw away all credibility for the Young Tigers exhibition. Then considering all the state-of-the-art machinery the mech designers had at their disposal, then Michael must have treated an existing pair of shields with a highly advanced composition so far ahead that it must involve some secrets from a second-rate state. He grimaced at the guess. The organizers were probably overjoyed when they get to peek over Michael's shoulders. The technique he used might not be known to the higher-ups at the Bright Republic. Perhaps the Bright Republic introduced the Fusion Cup for reasons other than allowing mech designers to gain some fame alongside pilots. This implied the Republic was desperate to steal new technologies, which was ridiculous. Though it only ranked as a minor star country, it still possessed unimaginable wealth compared to most corporations. The income they made off Bentheim and the budding mech industry there ensured they possessed the resources to enhance their tech base. There must be something else behind the Fusion Cup. Something I can't see yet. In any case, nothing Ves figured out could change the situation in the arena. The shielded skirmisher came quite close and only failed to reach the Kirby due to the kinetic force of the explosions pushed it back. Hark! What does it take to crack open your shell? Charlotte shouted in frustration as she slowly stepped her mech backwards while continuing to fire her cannons. She kept her laser mounts silent. The lasers inflicted negligible damage to the shields. It hurt her more than the enemy if she kept shooting to the point of overheating. When the skirmisher finally came close enough to engage in melee, Alexander patiently waited for another pair of shells to impact his dented but still intact shield. The moment the cannons fired off their payload and loaded another round, the shields dropped and a twin pair of heated knives entered the mech's hands. So that's what you were hiding, Charlotte yelled as she finally re-engaged her lasers. At this range, a barrage of shots created a couple of awful burn holes in her opponent's armor. Yet the lasers lacked the punching power to stop or hinder the skirmisher in any way. Mechs often used rapid-fire lasers to deal a great amount of constant damage in an efficient way, but such a narrow focus made them vulnerable to sudden strikes like the one Alexander performed. The skirmisher jumped in the air and landed both ends of its knives into the Kirby's shoulder mounts, instantly piercing them and rendering the lasers scrap. Too impatient to wait for her next shells to reload, Charlotte simply based her cannon tubes against the hanging skirmisher, successfully lodging it off her mech's frame. Unfortunately, the shock dealt some damage to the internal modules of the cannons, causing their reloading process to stop. Instead, Charlotte engaged her surprise. "See you, sucker." One of the 3 boxy rocket launchers started to flare as the boosters hidden within came to life. This was what Charlotte requested Ves to incorporate. In her opinion, 3 rocket launchers mounted to her back was a little excessive. She'd rather replace one of them with some boosters angled in such a way that it could help her turn her mech around rapidly. Most heavy mechs turned like whales on land. Charlotte loved her new rocket launchers, but she was aware her opponents wouldn't obediently stand behind her and let the rockets launch at them with a smile. So she conceived of the creative idea of hollowing out one of the launchers and stuff some acceleration boosters in its place. As a pilot, she lacked the background to appreciate the challenges involved in such an operation, especially since they were short on time. Nevertheless, his budding jury-rigging skill worked full tilt in order to produce a solution that turned the impossible into something that might work. The operation had to finish swiftly in order to make it in time for this match. In record time, Ves managed to hollow out the launcher, crudely using an advanced cutting and scraping tool to crudely scrape away the internal space. Then, he went to the pile of parts and dug up a pile of small, emergency boosters. Mech designers often mounted these one-use booster units on light or medium mechs to provide a one-time emergency boost or to launch a module outwards. Such boosters weren't designed to support a heavy mech's entire bulk. But if the Kirby borrowed the additional force produced by the boosters to turn faster, then they possessed just enough power to make the trouble worthwhile. Alexander responded quickly at the sudden turn of events. Before the Kirby could turn around and present its rockets at him, he used his superior speed to keep up with the rotation. The response came a little late. Charlotte already fired her middle launcher as soon as she caught him in her firing arc. Most of the rockets that launched failed to hit anything and miserably flew away to explode on the ground or against a security screen. A couple of rockets managed to catch the skirmisher in glancing blows. Their proximity detonations crumpled and damaged the mech's right arm, causing the poorly armed mech to drop a knife. The explosions also caused the skirmisher to lose its balance, an almost fatal consequence for a mech that relied on speed. "Take another round," Charlotte yelled with vicious glee as she activated her second and final rocket pod. The rockets flew out uncontrollably in multiple directions, a sign of poor and shoddy installation. Nevertheless, the inherent spread of the rockets helped Charlotte cast her net wider, causing the skirmisher to get hit near its waist, buckling a few armor plates and disturbing the engines that rested nearby. Right now, both mechs were at an impasse. Charlotte emptied her rockets and lost her lasers. She re-engaged her cannon arms and prayed her mech could reload them as fast as possible. Alexander on the other hand lost an arm and got some damage onto its armor. While he hadn't suffered a fatal hit, his mech was dangerously off balance and out of position to attempt another attack. He had to get close. It took a bit of time, but Alexander's mech passed by Charlotte's still loading weapon tubes. With a lunging stab, he struck the Kirby's head, successfully damaging and disabling its main sensors. The sudden strike caused Charlotte to flinch, but she retained enough sense to kick out with one of the Kirby's heavy leg. The medium mech's legs took a glancing blow, crunching aside armor and damaging a couple of sensitive knee components. Alexander tried to command his mech to pull out its knife and stab the Kirby again, but his mech lost its balance for just a tiny moment due to the damage. After switching over to the Kirby's chest-mounted backup sensors, Charlotte aimed again with her freshly reloaded cannon arms. She shot her left cannon as soon as the barrel tracked her opponent. The weapon fired just as the skirmisher's knife sliced into one of the Kirby's armor gaps. Shit. The explosive shell failed to detonate due to impacting within its minimum safety range. If the shell detonated its explosive payload at full strength, both the target and the Kirby would get hit by the blast radius. The Kirby's ammunition was significantly tuned down for this tournament, so the Kirby might have stayed safe, but the safety range remained unimpacted, which led to Charlotte's curse as she realized her mistake. The knife impacted the gap near the Kirby's left arm joint, which disabled the arm cannon. But before Alexander could pull out the weapon and retreat, Charlotte went berserk and knocked the Kirby's upper torso forward, causing it to fall in Alexander's direction. Still recovering from its previous attack, the skirmisher failed to disengage in time, causing it to get caught into the Kirby's falling momentum. No one spoke. Even Ves stood with his mouth wide open. Everyone just watched as the skirmisher comically tried to wriggle its remaining limbs underneath the Kirby's prodigious weight. It was like watching a tiny mouse scurry from underneath the paw of a cat. Nothing worked. Charlotte could just keep rocking the Kirby's weight against her opponent to crush it into a pancake. The winners are Charlotte Hoffmeister and Ves Larkinson. Their team has successfully advanced into the finals. An alarm went up as the referees activated several safeties. Thick robotic arms emerged from underneath the arena floor and lifted up the Kirby with difficulty. The people in charge obviously feared the Kirby might actually crush the thin medium mech's cockpit with its bulk. Ves couldn't blame them. The skirmisher looked as if it sacrificed even the armor around the cockpit to get it to move so fast. As the pilots exited their cockpits, they all met at the center of the arena to shake each other's hands. Congratulations on your win, Alexander haplessly said as he shook Charlotte's hand. You caught me good with that fall. It would be reckless suicide to pull off such a stunt in a real battlefield, but in a duel situation I guess it worked out very well for you. Charlotte huffed at the excuse. If it were up to me, those shells would have shredded your mech. Those safeties are bullshit. My Kirby can take the punishment. While the two pilots kept exchanging excuses, Ves and Michael Dumont met each other a short distance away. Great engineering. I don't know how you made those shields so durable in such a short time. Michael gave out a sullen smile. It's just a trick. It can't compare to reaching the final round when you're ranked near the end. Ves didn't like the mech designer's tone. He maintained his composure though. I admit I'm lucky enough to be paired with a good pilot with an uncommon mech. Her heavy mech poses a lot of problems just by carrying so much stuff around. I know it put you in a tough position. The modesty only soured Michael's expression even further. If this year's mech design competition hadn't switched to this bullshit Fusion Cup, then you'd be congratulating me. You're right in that you got lucky, punk. Your team beat mine fair and square, but if it came down to a showdown between just you and me, then I'd wipe the floor with you 99 times out of 100. If Ves wasn't aware that quite a number of recorders were pointed in his direction, then he'd give the prick a piece of his mind. Instead, he kept up his smile and straight up turned his back at Michael, signaling that the conversation was over as far as he was concerned. You should gracefully resign now while you can. Michael gave his parting shot. Don't think you can overcome Edwin McKinney. He gained the qualifications to study in the new Robarth Empire for a reason. You can't imagine the depth of his knowledge. Fair enough. The Kirby looked awfully wrecked, having lost both of its shoulder-mounted lasers while getting one of its arm cannons disabled as well. More troubling, the Kirby's abrupt fall at the end of the match left repercussions in the mech's internals. Mechs simply weren't built to fall like that with all their weight shifted into another direction. The organizers fortunately took their situation into account and gave Ves a generous amount of time to fix up the Kirby as best he could. Shortly after they cleared the arena, the main tournament went back into swing. The quarterfinals and semifinals took quite a bit of time to complete. Ves and Charlotte were scheduled to battle against Edwin and his partner's team just before the finals of the main event took place. I don't know how strong Edwin will be, but even if it's inevitable that we lose, I'm not going down without a fight. When the Kirby entered the workshop, Ves looked grim at the amount of damage it sustained. The fragile shoulder laser mounts were total losses while the knife wound that disabled one of the arm cannons was very hard to fix. In addition, the overheating damage from the first match still plagued the mech's internals in addition to the abrupt fall that certainly knocked a few things loose. All in all, the Kirby could be fixed in a week. As it was, Ves only had an hour or two at most before the Kirby was scheduled to enter the stage for the last time tonight. He glanced at the arena, where the top favorite of the newly instated Fusion Cup trounced his opponent handedly. The top pilot of the Cup, Christopher Yang, happened to be the number 3 seed of the Young Tigers exhibition. Unfortunately for him, he got knocked out in the main tournament by getting matched against the predicted number 1 mech pilot. Thus, everyone inferred that the YTE offered somewhat of a second chance for him to win an actual prize. His medium mech sported thick armor and a vicious loadout hated by arena goers everywhere. His wrist-mounted flamethrowers and stubby shotgun-like heat projector turned his mech into the penultimate close-ranged striker. The damage his weapon caused might not be as overpowering as solid projectiles, but they had the nasty property of cooking the enemy inside his cockpit. In optimal circumstances, the striker tanked everything its opponent threw at them and simply blasted them with constant heat, leading to an inevitable victory when the enemy's machine practically looked like it took a dive inside a volcano. Such a mech was terrifying already in an arena environment, but Ves cared more about Edwin McKinney. The prodigal son who returned from one of the biggest human superstates, Ves really dreaded what he cooked up. From what he saw so far, the striker moved more fluently than he'd expected of such a well-armored mech, and he spotted no gaps at all in its defenses. Christopher's current opponent managed to test his mech a little bit, but not to the point of actually threatening Christopher's lead due to the damage he sustained in the previous match. Charlotte grunted at Christopher's indomitable performance. Christopher's an arrogant son of a bitch, but he has the accomplishments to back it up. He rose up to become one of this year's top graduates due to his own hard work. He overcame poverty and lack of training resources to beat a lot of other mech pilots who were born with a silver spoon in their mouths. Ves could imagine how tough that was, being from the Larkinson family as well. Pilots in well-off families and organizations enjoyed specialized diets, personal mech simulators in your home and sometimes even private tutors instructing you from the ground up. The longer the match goes on, the more advantages Christopher accrues. We'll need to configure the Kirby in a way that will help end the match quickly. Tell it to me straight then. How's the arm? Can you fix the knife wound? After consulting a high-powered scanner, Ves grimaced at the results. The knife dug in too deep. That heated knife cut through several essential cables and feeds. I can't fix it without dismantling the entire arm. It's better to dislodge the arm from the shoulder socket and stick another arm in its place. Obviously, Charlotte disliked the idea very much. The Turbofire sported a very specific set of arm cannons. The spare parts provided by the organizers didn't include a weapon arm of the same model. She'd have to get used to a different weapon or switch over to a fully fingered humanoid arm. What about the shoulder launchers? I can replace them with generic launchers. They don't have to be lasers either. When Alexander wrecked your laser mounts, his knives only penetrated the casing and inner components. They stopped piercing through after that, leaving the modular sockets intact. If you don't care about fast and accurate targeting, I can whip up a new pair of shoulder mounts for you in a rush, but don't expect a good performance. Charlotte considered her options for a moment. Do the shoulder mounts first. If you can, mount rockets or something else that packs a heavy punch. As you said, my only chance to win is if I punch Christopher first. Nodding, Ves immediately went to work, selecting the same pair of rocket launcher mounts that he already mounted on the Kirby's shoulder. Due to the lack of time, he hadn't bothered replacing or refilling the back mount that turned into an improvised booster. This should still leave the Kirby with 5 rocket pods in total, which would wreck any mech at close range if fired upon successively. Ves worked hard in accomplishing the job in time. Even as the main tournament caused plenty of mechs to get wrecked while crowds of fans shouted the names of their favorite pilots, Ves fully concerned himself with bringing the Kirby back to a semblance of life. He poured as much of his emotions into the work as possible, hoping it could knock the presumptive champions off their thrones. What resulted from his hour-long frenzied tinkering was a heavy mech with 2 crude shoulder-mounted rocket launchers affixed to its shoulders. Unlike the streamlined laser mounts, the boxy, oversized rocket pods weighed the Kirby down significantly more. Together with the pods affixed to its back, the Kirby was dangerously top-heavy in its weight distribution. I can't do anything about the balance, Ves warned Charlotte as he moved on to working on replacing the arm. You'll have to move carefully and never let yourself get tipped over. Right. I'll keep that in mind. The work on the arm proceeded even faster and shoddier than Ves thought. He practically ripped the damaged cannon arm from the Kirby's shoulder socket, rendering it even more damaged, but Ves hardly cared at the moment. He inspected the socket and hastily removed whatever debris remained. Then, he picked up a generic heavy mech arm from the pile of parts and hastily installed it in the empty shoulder cavity. Even as the semi-finals of the main tournament started to wrap up, Ves hastily connected all the necessary cables without testing them to make sure they properly exchanged information and power to the empty arm. He skipped the fine-tuning and calibration of the arm entirely, which was a big taboo in his profession. An arm that wasn't tuned right felt like a crude prosthetic to a mech pilot. The responsiveness of the arm suffered greatly, but it couldn't be helped. The competition pushed Ves into cutting pretty much every corner he could find. The announcer already got ready to warm the crowd up as Ves asked Charlotte what weapon she wanted to wield for her new arm. And now, get ready for the final round of the Fusion Cup. Who will win the grand prize? Will it be the twin stars of the Bright Republic, the mighty Christopher Yang and the genius Edwin McKinney? Or will the underdogs Charlotte Hoffmeister and Ves Larkinson triumph once again with Lady Luck by their side? Granted, Ves could give the announcer a prize for adeptly making the finals sound dead even. Whether the match resulted in a favorable outcome, nobody knew. Ves didn't dare analyze his chances. Instead, he quickly gave the Kirby a heavy tower shield and sent it off to Charlotte. Both pilots entered their cockpits and entered the arena. After they stood on their designated positions, the security screens came to life, protecting the audience from the violence that was about to ensue. Commence. Christopher's striker sported the same loadout as the last match, which was an excellent decision on his team's part. Heavy mechs could be tough to peel apart, and a pilot as good as Charlotte wouldn't let an enemy come in close without paying for it, as she had proven in her first 2 matches. The first seconds of the match happened to everyone's expectations. Charlotte fired off her sole arm cannon while keeping her tower shield to the side for the moment. The cannon detonated squarely against Christopher's thick chest armor, but only managed to leave a lot of soot and a shallow crater behind. Charlotte waited for her cannon to reload and shot again at the same spot, managing to dig a little deeper. Oh, what's this? Christopher is nakedly provoking his opponent? He's not bothering to dodge at all. The naked arrogance in Christopher's heart came out in full display. The striker kept striding forward in a slow but constant pace. Each shell that exploded against its chest only managed to deal surface damage to the armor. The internals remained entirely unaffected. I've got more in store for you, Charlotte frustratingly yelled as she launched the rockets from her shoulders. She actually fired them a bit further than optimal, but perhaps she figured it was better to make her move before Christopher changed his pattern. The inaccurate but powerful rockets flew straight ahead, most hitting nothing but empty air or the arena's security screen. What rockets did hit Christopher's mech spread out their damage, leaving the machine a bit disheveled but still fully intact. Ves gaped at the sight. It was one thing to treat a shield's armor, but to adjust the entire armor scheme of a mech in just half a day's time boggled the mind. This goes beyond the competence of a novice mech designer. Edwin's at least a journeyman in the standards of the Bright Republic. Perhaps he's even a master. This was the first time he truly felt he was a frog in a well. The galaxy possessed limitless wonder and countless treasures. Though it irked him to admit his current capabilities could not even touch Edwin's shadow, he was confident the Mech Designer System could pull him up to the standards of the bigger and wider galaxy in time. I wonder how the system is doing. It must be feeling a little cramped and lonely in my comm unit. Though Bentheim welcomed every visitor with a smile, Ves was under no illusion that much of his actions were monitored. Perhaps he might not warrant personal attention from an actual human, but he was sure there were dozens or hundreds of automated programs tracking him from cameras, microphones, and countless other sensors. Only in the safety of his workshop where he meticulously controlled his own workspace did he truly feel safe in activating the system. Keeping my system locked in my comm unit is tempting fate. I should try and find a better solution to house the system once this ordeal is over. In any case, Christopher reached his optimal range. With one arm, he activated his flamethrower, and with the other he fired his stubby heat projector. Waves of visible and invisible heat combined with each other to crash against Charlotte's practically immobile frame. Much of the heat was absorbed by the shield, but due to its shoddy materials its forward-facing layers already started to melt. Christopher fired his weapons constantly from the same position, essentially battering the shield with heat. Charlotte kept up firing her soul cannon, only to slowly peel off the chest armor layer by layer at a snail's pace. It truly impressed the entire crowd how well Christopher's mech withstood the barrage. Seeing that her shells got dispersed without effort, Charlotte grunted in frustration and tried to charge forward. Unfortunately, the tower shield weighed down the Kirby too much, but even without the burden Christopher widened the distance with ease. It was perverse how Christopher's mech boasted armor almost as good as Charlotte's but with only a fraction of the weight. The match wound down as the Kirby suffered a slow death. Charlotte's ballistic cannon finally malfunctioned due to the internal damage it accrued by all the heat cooking the mech from the inside. It signaled the end of her chances of ever killing her opponent's mech. And we have a winner? The crowning champions of the Fusion Cup are Christopher Yang and Edwin McKinney. Congratulations to Larkinson and Hoffmeister for putting up a valiant struggle. Please give it up for our hometown boy and girl. Perhaps admitting that this competition's balance was grossly out of whack, the audience clapped appreciatively at Ves and Charlotte's efforts to fight to the very end. Somehow, Ves felt most of his frustrations fade away. He got over the unfairness of competing against a prodigy who studied at an elite institution and using his advanced knowledge to his advantage. Second place is good enough, especially since I never intended to compete to the very top in the first place. From all the attention placed on him, Ves felt optimistic he could find a customer in the crowd. While Edwin proved his overwhelming dominance in the local mech scene, he was too unapproachable. Everyone could guess he was meant for greater things. As someone who never left the Republic in his entire lifetime, Ves put up a respectable fight, overcoming two opponents with luck and skill. Well, mostly skill. You didn't get to reach the finals if you lacked the qualifications to work as a proper mech designer. As the two teams met in the middle to shake each other's hands, the organizers set up an impromptu podium nearby. They waited for the announcer to finish his spiel so that they could accept their awards. So, can you give me a hint on how you made Christopher's mech so durable? The elite mech designer peered his eyes at Ves as if he was an unworthy bug. Okay, so you don't want to talk, hehe. Ves awkwardly remarked, and discreetly pulled back. In contrast to his frosty conversation, his partner had an amiable conversation with Christopher. The young man wore a friendly smile as he explained the decisions he took in the battle, not that it required much effort on his part due to the overwhelming superiority of his mech. The announcer first awarded the third place to the team that lost to Ves and Charlotte in the second round. Though Alexander and Michael's mech had been crushed by the Kirby's incredible weight, the operational capability of the mech remained intact, if a bit battered. Their opponents for the third place had lost against Christopher's devastating heat armament, which meant pretty much the entire mech was half-fried from the incredible heat. Repairing such damage when it spread out to the entire mech was a nightmare, and Ves didn't begrudge the mech designer for losing. Michael Dumont did a decent job fixing up Alexander's skirmisher to the point where it could wield a rifle. And now for the winners of the silver medallion. Please welcome our young talents Ves Larkinson and Charlotte Hoffmeister. A much louder applause met the two young graduates as they ascended the podium and accepted the silver medallion from the floating cases in front of them. With smiles plastered to their faces, they both waved cheerfully at the crowd. Ves found it wasn't bad being appreciated for once. The celebration truly affected his mood for the better. In addition to receiving a commemorative medal to the first ever Fusion Cup held in the Republic, our two winners will also receive a cash prize of 200,000 credits each, along with preferable treatment akin to veteran status by the Bright Republic. The cash prize was a nice surprise, but it was a drop in the bucket considering the immense cost of business Ves had to deal with. It also clearly dwarfed the prize money of last year's mech design competition. What surprised him was that the Republic actually handed out preferable treatment to the two of them. Even Charlotte perked up significantly when she heard the words. Normally, only the champions of Young Tiger's exhibition enjoyed preferable treatment. Damn, so I can strut around like a veteran now? She dreamingly asked. Veterans and other notables enjoyed many small benefits as payment for their many years of service. Ha, every one of my classmates will have to give me the right of way. I can be among the first passengers to board a transit ship. I even get to pimp my mech if I enter the mech corps this year. Ves cared little for such social courtesies. What he cared about more was that preferable treatment entitled him to looser regulations and more favorable treatment by the government in matters such as applying for permits or the right to manufacture live ammunition. Though Ves wasn't about to run up to Cloudy Curtain's planetary government right now, he kept the details in mind for when he might need to expand his operations in the future. Naturally, Ves wasn't actually a veteran, having contributed nothing to the Republic's defense. While the special treatment might impress the Hex, the more distinguished people in the audience were hardly impressed. Any little bit helps. Ves muttered to himself as he already scanned the audience for a potential customer. I don't believe no one's impressed by my work. His real struggle started now. With only half a month left before the bank demanded their 5 million credit interest payment, Ves had to find a market for his mech. The Mark Antony wasn't going to sell by itself. As the Fusion Cup came at an end, Ves and Charlotte stood at the side of the arena. Despite their exalted status as second-place winners, hardly anyone paid attention to the two. The climax of the evening was about to start, as the two most talented new mech pilots ascended the main arena. The greatest show in the Bright Republic practically hammered in that the Fusion Cup was a side event in the end. No matter how impressive their winnings, they could expect to receive only 1% of the attention placed on the finalists of the main tournament. As Ves was never a mech pilot, he was indifferent to chasing personal fame. He'd rather build up the reputation of his business in a more sustainable way. I've got some business to do. Oh, Charlotte raised her eyebrow. Bailing out on me, are you? I was planning to bring you out to a sweet place that makes the best spare ribs in town. I'm kind of in a time crunch. I've started an independent mech design studio and I'm practically buried in debt as a result. I was kind of hoping to canvass the audience and find a market for my product. Oh, I see. I heard you nerdy types like to pursue a career at the big companies. It's pretty brave of you to start out on your own. We all have different dreams. Ves smiled ruefully. I know it's a tough road, but I don't regret stepping on it. I'm confident I can make it to the top someday. Wow, that's really impressive. Anyway, I won't distract you any further. Let's exchange contacts before you go. After they added each other to their contact lists, they separated. Charlotte headed over to her fellow pilots who congratulated her on her excellent showing. Ves on the other hand made his way past the families and other regular people and headed up to the spectating area reserved for the first-class ticket holders who wanted to enjoy the exhibition without screaming children nearby. Security let him in without a fuss, a perk for being a participant. Ves walked past an invisible screen that dampened most of the noise from the crowd down below. The dim lighting, luxurious upholstery, and the plentiful private viewing rooms gave the first-class area a sense of exclusivity. The people who possessed the qualifications to enter this area all emanated an air of class or martial might. Those present in the public areas all congregated into small groups of close-minded associates as they paid attention to the spectacle unfolding in the central arena. Ves took a deep breath and made sure the silver medallion he just won was visible on his chest. Then, with a pleasant smile, he approached the nearest group of people who looked like they wouldn't totally shut out others. A trio of what looked like industrialists and a couple of mid-ranking mech corps officers took their eyes away from the tense and slow-paced duel to focus their attention on Ves. Ah, you're the second-place winner of that side contest, aren't you? Are you related to the Larkinsons? Ves nodded politely at the officer. My father's been on border patrol for many years, though recently he went missing. Everyone politely adopted a mourning expression, including Ves. That's a shame. Those who guard our borders against the aliens are performing the highest duty for our nation. I'm still hopeful he'll live. Ves shrugged, but resumed smiling, not wanting to tread down on this topic any further. In any case, I was hoping to interest you in a new mech variant I've recently developed for my startup business. One of the businessmen laughed politely. As a matter of fact, I'm here to do the same thing. I'm a representative of Jackson and Partners. We were just discussing the Mech Corps potential renewal of their oldest 400-unit fleet of scout flyers. Well, that was awkward. They exchanged a little bit more before Ves was politely sent off like he was a toddler intruding upon adults doing serious business. He hadn't expected instant success, so his first rejection shouldn't affect him so much. Still, he felt he was being disregarded by the people around him. His youth and lack of track record weighed him down more significantly than he thought. We only source our mechs from established suppliers. We signed fixed service contracts with our long-term partners so they can offer the best support for our mech needs. I have to admit, for Alaskan mech your Mark Antony variant belongs to the middle upper tier. Nevertheless, my core only runs current gen models. We like getting our hands on the newest toys available in the market. You see, your Mark Antony is only good for a decade or two at most before it becomes obsolete. I collect only the classics and only in their most original form. I have nothing against variants, but the base models are the best. This suspicion grew stronger as Ves kept approaching different groups of people. Sometimes he got a chance to introduce his product before he was rejected, but most of the time they didn't bother hearing him out. Perhaps most of these people were genuinely unable or unauthorized to purchase a new mech, but for the rest it was simply a lack of confidence in his ability to deliver. Still, he got close a couple of times. Some retired mech pilots or veteran mercenaries expressed some interest in ordering his mech. Only a few things held them back. Our mercenary corps mostly goes out on extended patrols. While the short-term battle performance of your variant is impressive, we can't take it if it fails to keep up on our week-long patrol routes. We're actually in need of plugging a gap in our mech lineup, and if you offered us the original Caesar Augustus I'd be tempted. As it is, while your variant is affordable, even two of your mechs can't fulfill the role of a single well-armored mech. Your mech's offensive lineup is a little scattered. It inherits most of the disadvantages of the Caesar Augustus but comes without the base model's excellent armor. I'd rather buy a specialized mech that does one single job perfectly than a machine that purports to cover every area only to fail at most of them. He noticed that Carlos was off about his prediction that wealthy collectors were more likely to purchase his mechs. These collectors were highly discerning in their choice of mechs. They disdained cheap variants. Instead, they were more likely to chase after vintage base models or highly exclusive variants made with extraordinary materials. Wealthy mercenaries expressed the most interest in his product so far. They were open to purchasing a functional mech, but poked holes at the Mark Antony's weak points. The detriments outweighed the benefits even with the favorable pricing. Compared to the 65 million credit price tag of an official Augustus, the 24 million credits Ves humbly asked for his product was a steal. Still, not everyone was willing to accept that bargain bin price point. A flamboyant mercenary who behaved more like a pirate than a legitimate mercenary laughed in Ves' face when he quoted the price. 24 million? 24 fucking million? I'd have to work my ass off for more than 5 years to earn back such an amount. How about giving me a break? Let's say, 12 million. Ves was immune to awkward situations by now. He could maintain his smile even when the universe was ending. For an advance payment of 12 million credits, I can produce and deliver the mech to you within half a month. You can pay the other half once the MTA certifies my mech. Seeing that Ves wasn't willing to bargain, the rowdy mercenary turned away. No thanks. I'm too short on cash. Even as the final match ended in a rousing last act, Ves still hadn't achieved a single sale. He was beginning to grow a little nervous. This evening was the best and only opportunity he had to approach the rich and the strong. After this unofficial holiday ended, most of them would go back to their offices or mechs. By then, where could he find a buyer for his mech? Should he post an ad on the MTA's internal market and cross his fingers some chump picked up his offer out of the hundreds of thousands of alternative ones? He began to despair a little. He was so desperate, he'd get on his knees and beg if it increased his chances. The more he interacted with the people around him, the more he realized the mech market was more insular than he thought. The vibrant market the MTA portrayed did not apply to the situation on the ground. The MTA's market communities mostly encompassed entire star sectors. A single third-rate state such as the Bright Republic couldn't support too many producers. Ves realized that by setting up his mech boutique in Cloudy Curtain, he'd inadvertently isolated himself from his clientele. A quiet environment, lack of competitors and favorable taxes meant nothing if Ves was unable to earn any form of revenue in the coming weeks. He lacked too many things. Though he had a tenuous connection to the Larkinson family, they wouldn't go out on a limb to subsidize his business nor purchase his first mech. While they saved up a sizable amount of credits over the years, most of them were reserved for emergencies. Using them to save a failed business was not in the family's collective interests. Without the support of any substantial influence, Ves was like a boat trapped in the middle of sea. Only a desolate expanse of water surrounded him in each direction. Where could he find an island to gain some respite? Hello there, Ves. Whoa. Ves almost jumped out of his skin from the abrupt greeting. He turned around to see the test pilot who piloted his mech during the qualifications. Hans? I didn't expect to see you here. I'm an active serviceman as well. Once I finished my duties, I thought I'd drop by and catch up to the finals. Sad to say I came too late. Anyway, what got you so down? Ves explained his circumstances and then elaborated on his difficulties in pushing his new design. I'm not surprised no one's ever taken you on your offer. Besides the detriments you already mentioned, the most important reason why no one dares to accept an order is due to the untested nature of your design. Pilots like us, we don't trust the spec sheet produced by the MTA. It's been wrong plenty of times before and will continue to do so until they get their asses kicked out of their monopoly in mech management. As I was saying, we pilots like to look at the actual performance in the field instead of a bunch of abstract numbers that may have been fudged. The numbers are absolutely reliable. I've achieved a small amount of success selling virtual versions of my Mark Antony in Iron Spirit. So far, not a single customer returned to complain about any deviations from their mech's official performance. I advise you not to bring up these virtual games. Hans firmly advised. At our level, no one takes Iron Spirit seriously. The inaccuracy and deviance from actual piloting is more pronounced at the higher ranks of the game. It takes a lot of effort to adjust to two different environments, so most older mech pilots don't bother maintaining an active presence in Iron Spirit. What about you, then? You did a great job piloting my Drake through the gauntlet. Are you interested in a purchase? The test pilot shook his head. I don't earn enough to afford a personal mech, and since I test out new designs as a job, I don't pilot a fixed mech when I'm at work. Ves received another disappointment. If even a mech pilot as friendly as Hans refused to buy his mech, then his chances of convincing other pilots was practically nil. I might know someone who could be persuaded to take a leap at your design. Hans added as he saw the crushed response in the young man. I'll do you a favor and introduce him to you. Whether you manage to close a deal with him will depend on your own efforts. A chance is all I ask for. I'm grateful for any assistance you provide. Hans leisurely led Ves through the crowd of spectators paying attention to the elaborate award ceremony. The Young Tigers exhibition was specifically organized by the Republic to glorify young heroes, so a lot of fanfare accompanied the awarding of prizes. Once they arrived at the door of a private room, Hans knocked at it with a peculiar rhythm. A beep sounded out as the lock disengaged. As they entered the box, Ves saw that almost nobody occupied the chairs and couches. Only the grandest seat supported a person. The man who sat on the chair looked like an old, gray-haired veteran that emanated the same vibe as his grandfather. Even from the entrance, Ves could feel the man was more than just an average veteran. Ah, Captain Rodello, nice to see you again. I see you've brought a guest. Colonel, this is Ves Larkinson, the runner-up of the Fusion Cup. Ves, this is Colonel Aries Huntington. The retired colonel snorted at that. So the brat won a medal and a couple of perks. That's not a big deal compared to the young warriors on stage right now. He's not a pilot and I'm not here to bring him into your club. I just thought that since you have so much free time on your hands, you might be interested in what VS is selling. Oh, the colonel took a closer look at VS, actually taking him seriously this time. So what is it that demands my attention? It better be good. Knowing that he arrived at the best opportunity he could ever get this night, VS adopted a professional tone and explained the capabilities of his mech. Huntington's expression remained carefully neutral as VS elaborated on all the good and some of the not-so-good points of his mech. Perhaps revealing his own shortcomings wasn't the best idea, but he didn't want to risk getting blamed by the old man if he somehow caught on. Nevertheless, the colonel let him speak until he came at the end where he quoted his price. And so for the total package, with just 24 million bright credits, it's yours. After paying an advance payment of half the price, I'll get to work on the mech as soon as I get back to my workshop. I'll have it ready for you within 2 weeks. Ares grumbled a bit to himself as he stroked his chin. VS could tell he was wavering, but he couldn't determine what held the old man back from making the jump. Was it the armor? The lack of specialties? No. The old man finally replied after several minutes of consideration. You make for a compelling case, but it's not what I need right now. VS was devastated. He got so close to making a sale. Why did Ares turn away from his offer? The colonel insensitively waved them away. Captain Rodello, this was a nice distraction, but don't bring anyone irrelevant to me again. The two of you can go bother someone else now. I won't see you out. Goodbye. Hans embarrassingly led VS away from the private room. Sorry about that. I thought he'd be more respectful. I've faced plenty of rejection before. It doesn't bother me to get turned away again. Although he said this, VS sighed with disappointment. I'm in an extremely difficult position if I can't find a customer for my mech. They both stayed silent for a moment before Hans thought up another idea. Why not enlist the services of a broker? I've already thought of it. He replied. But I need a large influx of cash within 2 weeks. If the broker takes his cut, I'm not sure I'm able to pay the bills that are due very soon. Oh, relax. I know a woman who might cut a deal with you. Anything's negotiable. You should really think about it since brokers know their clients best. Hans had a point. Many small-scale mech designers often relied on specialized brokers and dealers to manage their sales and customer support. These crafty salespeople spent a lot of effort building up a network of customers and other contacts. They trained their bargaining and negotiation skills to a terrifying level. To be fair, despite the substantial cut they took with each successful sale, they were an indispensable part of the mech industry. That was why VS allowed Hans to lead him all the way to the center, where a large crowd of well-dressed men exchanged their opinions about their favorite pilots of today's event. Marcella Bollinger? Over here. Oh hey Hans. A pudgy, dark-haired woman greeted the test pilot with a hug. How's work? Same old, same old. I'm not here to talk about my work. I'd like you to introduce you to an interesting fellow I met today. The woman raised her eyebrow and took an appraising look at VS. You're the Larkinson mech designer, aren't you? My, you're quite the big young man now. How's fame treating you? Not well since it isn't of much use in my current situation. VS shook his head. He found the woman to be more approachable than he thought. Hans told me that you're a mech broker. It happens that I have a new mech variant that I'd like to sell. Ah, so it's business this time, eh? Marcella's smile turned a little predatory. On account of Hans, I'll hear you out. Let's bring you somewhere quiet first. As they entered an empty private room, Marcella took a seat at a couch and patted her side. Take a seat, young man. Don't worry, I don't bite. Sitting so close to Marcella discomforted VS. Marcella's stocky frame underneath her prim and formal business suit hinted at a military or mercenary background. Though he couldn't detect the killer vibes from her amiable smile, he was certain that this woman had been through a lot. With his extensive knowledge and experience in mechanics, he sniffed out the presence of prosthetics in her right arm. Let's start from the beginning. What kind of business are you taking part in and why do you need my services? VS gave her the same story he told Colonel Ares. Since he couldn't hide things from a broker for long, he also mentioned his debt and interest payment situation. While giving out such sensitive information gave her a lot more negotiating power in any agreement they reached, it would prevent misunderstandings from happening in the beginning. VS was willing to give up a few percentages of profit if it meant building up a solid relationship based on trust. Any broker recommended by Hans shouldn't be too shady, he hoped. Okay, I see. Marcella tapped her manicured finger to her chin. Lay down the cost structure for me. A mech armored with HRF plating shouldn't carry an extravagant price. If I want to build the Mark Antony from the ground up, I need to use up 18 million credits worth of resources. The raw material cost of the HRF amounts to about 11 million, but I already received a stockpile of resources that's more than ample enough to armor a single unit. I can scrounge up the rest for about 7 million from the open market. That doesn't sound too bad, but you've left out your taxes, licensing costs, depreciation of your machines, and etc. Your real cost should be at least 50% higher. VS nodded to show his agreement at her remark. Those costs aren't relevant to me in the short term. I don't pay any further costs for my production licenses, and the taxes and other stuff can be taken care of at the end of the year. Right now I'm desperate for a quick infusion of cash so I can meet my impending interest payment on my massive debt. That's business for you. At least 90% of all mech designers who start their own businesses don't get to make it this far. Production licenses are ridiculously expensive to obtain if you don't have any backing. It's kind of impressive that you received 2 of them as grants. That puts you in the same starting point as designers with a fully original design in their hands. That alone makes it worthwhile for me to invest in you. Ves looked hopeful at the positive remark. So you're willing to work with me? Yup. But don't get too cocky. I'm only in charge of the sales. I sell dozens of mechs each month, so I have no time to hold your hands. That's all I really need. I can take care of myself, don't worry. First, let's talk about accounting. You need to get that in order as soon as you have the time. I saw you got awarded privileged status. Make use of that today and contact your planet's tax office to get preferable rates applied to your business activities ASAP. Most tax offices tend to waver a bit and put up a couple of roadblocks if you aren't an actual veteran. Best get that out of the way first before you're handed a much larger than expected tax at the end of the year. Ves nodded in understanding. Cloudy curtains in the middle of nowhere, so their taxes are already favorable to businesses. If I apply for preferable rates, my tax burden will probably not improve that much compared to doing business here in Bentheim. For a startup like you, every credit counts. You don't want to have a dispute with the planetary government this early in your career. If they want to, they can make your life hell. While Ves was skeptical that such a thing would happen in Cloudy Curtain, he nevertheless took the advice seriously. Second, while it might be too early to talk about this, but you really should find a better supplier for your raw material needs. The MTA's internal market is only a bulletin board for resource providers to dump their excess and for mech designers to fill up a gap in their regular shipments of resources. The ready availability of most resources in the market is only made possible by overcharging them by as much as 20%. It's not easy for a startup to get suppliers to take you seriously. That's why I said it's something to consider later on. The open market should be fine for now, but keep in mind that you're needlessly throwing away about 2 million credits for each Mark Antony you produce. That debt problem could be history if you solve your wasteful sourcing. Marcella moved on as such a thorny problem couldn't be solved at this moment. As for your variant's selling potential, I already have a handful of clients in mind. I'll warn you that without a track record, your new variant won't be able to demand much of a premium. Still, I can work some magic here. It helps that you designed your mech with some flair in mind. It looks almost as impressive as the genuine Caesar Augustus. What kind of price are you going to set? Marcella smirked at the question. It's not polite to pry too much into a broker's secret. Suffice to say, you'll earn your dues even after my commission is taken into account. I'm not going to like what I'm about to hear, am I right? She tapped her fingers on her comm and summoned a standard contract detailing a business relationship between a broker and an independent mech manufacturer. While I like you and you've got Hans to back you up, that's no reason for me to do charity. I run a business, you know. I have 2 little pipsqueaks back at home who I need to clothe and feed. Ves turned on his comm and accepted the transfer. He opened the document and read over the details. His eyes practically popped out when he came across the sales commission Marcella demanded. 20% of gross profit? That's a generous amount already if you consider how much work I have to put in to sell a niche Laskin mech with limited application. Is there any way you can give me a break? It's a little much. While I'm open to negotiation, I'm not budging on the remuneration. I'm also taking into account your sales volume. A small-scale mech boutique like yours won't be able to produce a lot of mechs annually. The scale of your business is really minuscule compared to my biggest clients. A one-man show can only take you so far, and that means I'm perfectly justified to demand a bigger piece of your pie. The huge amount of money Marcella schemed off the top potentially dwarfed his debt burden. If Marcella sold his variant at the bottom price of 24 million credits, then he'd earn 7 million credits in gross profit, which was the difference between the sales price and the cost of goods to manufacture the mech. 20% of 7 million credits amounted to 1.4 million credits. If Marcella sold 3 more mechs, then she'd earn more than the bank. Hans, who stood quietly against the wall, gave out his opinion. 20% is harsh, but you can expect Marcella to treat you fairly. Unlike other brokers who represent as much as over 100 different mech manufacturers, she makes sure to represent your mechs with actual effort. Nodding, Marcella explained her stance. You're looking at the costs while neglecting the benefits. Sure, you can approach a public broker who will offer 10 or even 5% of gross profits, but what incentive do they have to raise their sales volume? If you sign a contract with me for 20%, you can be damn sure that I'll work my ass off to sell as much of your mechs as I can. Right now, you need to have a visible market presence and develop a reputation for your business more than you need to maximize profits. Ves had to admit that Marcella sounded reasonable. Of course, maybe Hans and Marcella were conspiring together against him and took advantage of his desperation. Also, the commission you leave me is nothing compared to what you will get in return. I might not be the biggest name around town, but I have a lot of friends in high places. You'll be paying me for my extensive network that I've invested many millions in building up. A lot of other brokers might sell 100 mechs a month, but 99% of those mechs are bottom of the barrel. You can forget about earning the big bucks if you take your business to the budget brokers. The contract also states that you'll be my exclusive broker for 10 years. I don't recall this being a standard clause. Our business relationship is a two-way street. Marcella pointed out, gesturing her hand to Ves and then to her. If you are prepared to invest in me, I'll do the same to you. The contract applies for 10 years because I don't want to do the hard work helping you build up a name in the market, only for you to bail out on me a couple of years from now and take your business elsewhere. As I said before, this isn't a bad thing. A 10-year exclusivity clause means that your interests align with mine. Think of how big your name will be 10 years from now, and think of who can make this all possible. In other words, helping Marcella was equivalent to helping himself down the road. Ves understood the rationale, even if it left a bad taste in his mouth. What if Marcella neglected his products one day? He had very little recourse to force her to work her ass off if she focused on a shinier product from a competitor. Marcella's eyes sharpened as she noticed his wavering expression. I'll sweeten the pot for you. If you sign the contract this night, I'll guarantee you that I'll find a customer no later than 24 standard hours from now. I'll even hand you an advance of 7 million credits so you can purchase and take back the raw materials you still need to start building your mech. What if you can't find a customer within that time? Then it will take 2 days. Marcella shrugged nonchalantly. Trust a lady to know what she's doing. And what if it takes more time? Even if I fabricate the Mark Antony and let the MTA certify it within 2 weeks, if I don't have a buyer to take my product away, I'll be in big trouble with the bank. Could you help me out if they come knocking at my door? Sorry Ves, but I already told you that you should take care of your own issues by yourself. I'm only responsible for sales. The advance payment is just a one-time bonus. And frankly, I don't mind seeing you sweat a bit. How else can I be assured you'll have a mech ready for me to sell within 2 weeks? Ves suspected Marcella was fond of using monetary incentives to establish her business relationships. This is just the start of our partnership. If you don't trust me to keep my promises and do my job, then it's better if you look elsewhere. You have a point. Ves admitted with a resigned sigh. They spent an hour hammering out a basic contract. Ves even used some of his prize money to hire a legal expert on very short notice in order to make sure he wasn't being bamboozled. Sure, Marcella already screwed him up front. He only wanted to make sure she didn't screw him from behind at the same time. After Ves, Marcella, and their legal representatives all agreed the contract looked okay, they signed it and sent it off to be notarized. Marcella received the full blueprint of the Mark Antony along with detailed specifications, or at least as much as the simulations could determine. She even demanded the right to manage his Iron Spirit Designer account. Why would you need something like that? It helps if certain clients get to test drive your mech in the game. Don't misunderstand, they're not stupid or addicted to the game. While it's not an accurate representation, if they feel good about piloting a virtual mech that's about 90% similar to the real thing, they won't care about the 10% Iron Spirit unable to simulate. I guess you can also create some good promotional material for my mech. A visual example is very effective in generating initial interest in your product. We humans are primarily visual creatures after all. Watching a reasonable facsimile in action is a lot more visceral than extrapolating the performance of your mech from a dry spec sheet. After they exchanged a few more words, they finally called it a night. Marcella Ballinger left the exhibition center with a new cash cow under her belt, while Ves still felt mixed about the contract he signed. He hardly bargained any additional benefits out of the bulldozer in action. He pretty much got run over during the entire conversation. He even felt it wasn't a bad thing getting taken advantage of. He reasoned that if Marcella wanted milked him dry, she'd have to put in an effort to squeeze a lot of value out of his work. Why am I imagining myself as a milk cow? When Ves returned to his hotel room, he faced two things. First, a cranky gem cat angrily yowled at him for neglecting his pet all day. Second, he received a notification from his bank account that Marcella sent him the 7 million advance for his material needs. Sleep can wait, Ves said to himself as he activated a terminal and visited the Mech Trade Association's online market. He already took note of all the materials he required, so after a meticulous check he put all the items in his shopping list and confirmed his purchase. The 7 million bright credits vanished from his account like it never existed. At least I paid for express shipping. The goods should arrive by my doorstep by the time I exit from the shuttle. As he laid down on his bed, he reflected on the tumultuous events he experienced in his trip to Bentheim. In just 2 days, he put his name on the map by winning second place in a side tournament of the Young Tigers exhibition. While not as prestigious as the main event, it was nonetheless one of the best prizes a young mech designer could win in the Republic. Not only that, he enlisted the services of a well-established mech broker. With Marcella Ballinger taking care of selling his products here in Bentheim, Ves could devote his full attention to fabricating his mechs and coming up with new designs. Still, the rip-off 20% commission she took out of his gross profit hurt his bottom line. Still, if she could ensure a steady volume of customers, the amount of profit he made over time could be a lot higher than if he wasted time selling the mechs in person. Maybe Marcella has a point. If I hire my own people, I can do my own thing and let my employees take care of all the annoying stuff. Naturally, that was something to consider once his business got up and going. For now, his mech boutique was so small-scale that any employee he hired now would just be sitting on his thumbs. After taking a long and deep sleep, Ves woke up a little late. It barely left him time to shower and pack up his luggage. He was barely able to grab a quick sandwich before Captain Jillian hustled him together with the other contestants to the spaceport. This time, the crowd of mech pilots regarded him with a different attitude. Some looked impressed by his accomplishments. Others were puzzled why a talent like him settled down in the hinterlands of the Republic. In any case, Ves knew he'd be stared at like this for quite a while. Of all the graduates who participated in the YTE, only he achieved the best results. The next best pilot only barely managed to scrape into the top 50. Ves wanted to focus on his upcoming fabrication project, so he fobbed off most attempts by the mech pilots to spark up a friendship. It wasn't that he appreciated new friends, but he simply didn't have the time. Just after the shuttle flew up and escaped Benthium's gravity, he was already pulling up his comm and making a detailed flowchart of his fabrication process. His slapdash way of fabrication might work with Iron Spirit's modern 3D printer and assembler, but his equipment in the real universe faced a lot more constraints. It might take only one wrong setting to ruin a component worth 1,000,000 credits, so it paid to be prudent. He also applied for a production license of the Festive Cloud generator while he was at it. As one of the two only non-native components of the Mark Antony, Ves couldn't produce it with the MTA's approval if he hadn't applied. Fortunately, as the component was more of a joke than anything else, Ves only had to part with 100,000 credits to get a 10-year production license for the decorative part. His cash reserves instantly halved. The space shuttle leisurely fell behind a spacious queue towards their designated Lagrange point. The heavy traffic to and from Bentheim caused these Lagrange points to be congested, though that was only a relative term considering the vastness of space. Still, only a limited amount of ships were able to depart at the same time without disturbing the local spacetime too much, so each ship had to queue up and wait in line. When their turn finally came, everyone paused what they were doing and prepared for the FTL transition. The shuttle vibrated a little before the green light was given. No problems occurred when the passenger shuttle engaged its FTL drive. The return trip took longer to arrive back at Cloudy Curtain. Benthium's favorable gravity currents allowed all ships traveling towards the port system to cut back on their traveling time. It provided no advantages when ships departed the system and traveled to a non-port system. Thus, it took about 1.5 very precious days off his timetable when the shuttle finally arrived at the edge of Cloudy Curtain's star system. The slow, in-system burn from the edge of the system to its interior took up some time as well. Everyone else just relaxed and ate their provided meals, visited the toilets or leaned back their seats in order to take a nap. Only Ves was fidgeting while working on his planning. He went over the same scheme over and over until he forced himself to take a nap. When the shuttle finally reached the surface, Ves thanked the heavens and disentangled himself from the others as fast as he could. With only a hasty goodbye to Captain Gillian, Ves ordered a priority taxi and zipped back to the outskirts where his workshop beckoned him home. Home sweet home, Ves said with relief. Lucky echoed his thoughts as he scurried all the way back to his favorite perch on his couch. Let's see if they delivered the goods already. Ves spent a substantial amount of credits fast-tracking his material goods shipments from Bentheim directly to Cloudy Curtain. When he exited into his backyard and entered the cordoned-off area meant for aerial deliveries, he encountered 5 stacks of freshly containers. As he personally opened each container and confirmed its contents, he smiled for the first time in days. I've got everything I need now to begin fabrication. Marcella even sent him a brief message when he was still on the shuttle. She believed she found a customer for his variant, but the negotiations dragged on. The customer wanted to squeeze as much benefits he could out of his order, so Marcella wanted to slow things down in order to make it appear they weren't willing to go too low. Glad that the marketing was taken care of, Ves was just about to start fabricating when he forgot about one very important detail. I haven't started up the Mech Designer System in almost a week. I wonder what it thinks about what I've experienced. At least it should give me a reward for taking second place in the Fusion Cup, right? Though not entirely sure, Ves booted up the program resting peacefully in his COMM with trepidation. He waited as the loading screen filled up and a familiar menu popped up. The system was back in action. Hey system. Did you miss me? Welcome user. You have 2 impending messages waiting for your perusal. Do you wish to display them? Yes. Gimme my rewards. Ves already rubbed his hands thinking of all the goodies the system might reward him for his great performance. You have assembled an original mech design out of a selection of pre-prepared components. Design evaluation, Drake. Model name, Drake. Original manufacturer, Ves Larkinson. Weight classification, medium. Recommended role, jump trooper. Armor, B. Carrying capacity, C. Aesthetics, C+. Endurance, C. Energy efficiency, E+. Flexibility, D. Firepower, B. Integrity, F+. Mobility, B+. Spotting, C. X factor, E. Cost efficiency, A. Project involvement, 75%. Original component composition, 0%. Overall evaluation, a shoddy mech compared to genuine models, it nevertheless fulfilled its purpose. Put together out of standard pre-assembled components, the Drake is a remarkably cost-efficient if it is produced in a large scale. However, its lacking integrity and energy efficiency prevents this model from outperforming any other budget model. You have received 1,000 design points for completing an original design that has no other equivalent. You have received 100 design points for designing a mech with a trace of X factor. 1,000 points. Besides the welcome package, it was the most generous reward the system had ever given him for a single objective. It also indicated that the system appreciated original designs more than variants. There isn't anything else. Your design does not fulfill the requirements to earn additional rewards. Please work more diligently in improving the core foundations of your next original design. In other words, the system disdained his cheap and trashy design. You know I only had less than 1 day to whip up this mech, right? I did a decent job considering I was working with severely outdated parts. The system acted as if his words were passing clouds and continued on with the updates. You have received an event mission. Please check the missions page for the details. Event mission. Mission, Fusion Cup. Difficulty, A rank. Prerequisites, qualify for the Fusion Cup. Description. The Fusion Cup is your first public stage where you can exhibit your talents as a mech designer. Do not cower from the challenges you face, but instead embrace them. A mech designer must be bold under pressure and fearless when performing in public. Crush your rivals and achieve a supreme result by winning first place. Reward, variable depending on your final rank. Congratulations for partially completing the event mission. A competent mech designer must maintain absolute confidence whilst simultaneously possess the capacity to self-reflect. Never waver in the face of defeat. Face the universe with your back held straight. Ves chuckled as he realized the system gave this mission while he had just passed the qualifiers. Then he stopped his laugh when he realized the system kept tabs on him while he hadn't even executed the program in days. How was it able to observe his every movement in such an electronically well-guarded environment? The system quickly gave him the rewards for the mission he never knew he received before he completed it. Ves treated it like dessert after a sumptuous dinner. For winning second place, you have received 500 design points. That's it. Please endeavor to work harder and never let yourself be overshadowed. Ves almost broke out with curses. The system sure asked a lot out of him. He only used the system for 2.5 months. How much could he improve in so little time? Even with the help of the system, Ves estimated he needed at least 2 or 3 years of active use of the system in order to catch up to the likes of Edwin McKinney. If he took into account that Edwin constantly improved as well, it might take 5 or 7 years. To become a star mech designer, Ves had a long way to go. He not only had to shore up his fundamentals, he also had to build up his business and design market-viable mechs that not only took into account the performance of the mech, but also its cost efficiency. Designing and fabricating the Mark Antony was just the first step. The system already hinted at him that producing an original design was the road to real prosperity. Well, to design an original blueprint from the ground up requires a boatload of skills. And to improve my skills, I need DP, lots of DP. Eager to see how much DP he currently possessed, Ves called up his status. Status. Name, Ves Larkinson. Profession, novice mech designer. Specializations, none. Design points, 1,632. Attributes. Strength, 0.7. Dexterity, 0.7. Endurance, 0.7. Intelligence, 1.2. Creativity, 1. Concentration, 1.2. Neural aptitude, F. Skills. Assembly, apprentice. 3D printer proficiency I. Assembler proficiency I. Business, apprentice. Computer science, incompetent. Electrical engineering, novice. Mathematics, incompetent. Mechanics, apprentice. Jury rigging 2-speed tuning I. Metallurgy, apprentice. Metaphysics, incompetent. Physics, novice. Lightweight armor optimization I. Medium weight armor optimization I. Evaluation, on the cusp of breaking out of pure stupidity. The windfall of 1,632 DP came as a timely surprise to Ves. With such a large amount of DP, he could complete his purchase of several subskill upgrades that he had his eyes on that would help with his first fabrication project in the real universe. What also surprised him was that his endurance increased by 0.1 points. Well, it makes sense. I've been working my ass off for several long hours. I've learned to push my limits during the competition. With a sack of DP in his metaphorical hands, Ves eagerly switched to the system's skill tree. A familiar holographic display lit up all around him, showing him thousands of all the possible skills and subskill he could acquire. He regarded the skill tree as his most important weapon towards overtaking the likes of Edwin McKinney and Patricia Schneider. No matter how fast they improved, they eventually had to put in the hard work to learn new theories and become proficient in new techniques. All Ves had to do was earn a bunch of DP from designing and selling new mechs and invest them into the skill tree. Aside from the ever-elusive X factor, Ves had access to an unprecedented variety of new and exotic skills. Some of the more notable entries even threw his entire conception of mechs upside down. Biomechanical fusion, quad-pilot connected neural interfacing, permanent consciousness imprisonment. What are those crazy scientists up to? The more he glanced at the names, the more he felt as if the space outside the Bright Republic was a scary place. His sanity might have worsened if the system hadn't blurred the more specialized skills down the skill trees. For now, Ves had no interest in taking up these exotic skills. Not only wouldn't he be able to explain how he became proficient in these exotic and restricted technologies, he also plainly lacked the luxury to waste his points in needless side projects. If he wanted to close the gap to his rivals, then he had to invest in his foundation skills, no matter how boring they sounded. Since I'm getting ready to fabricate the Mark Antony, I should shore up my assembler subskills. He purchased both Assembler Proficiency 2 and 3D Printer Proficiency 2 for 400 DP each. After having his DP reserve, Ves received an influx of new information and knowledge from the depths of his brain. He realized he already knew most of the information coming to the front, he just hadn't realized how important they were and how it connected directly to his performance when utilizing the machines. He learned so many new tricks to improve the quality of his fabrication and how to reduce the occurrence and severity of faults. The flood of surfaced knowledge fully unfolded within his mind in a way that made it very difficult for him to forget it again. He advanced his proficiencies with the 3D printer and the assembler by at least a year of dedicated practice. This was valuable experience that already came into use as Ves called up his detailed planning of the fabrication process and made some adjustments to his steps. After spending half an hour correcting a lot of tiny details, his confidence of successfully fabricating the Mark Antony without any major defects increased from 50% to 70%. Too bad it's not the 100% certainty that I wish for. My gear is just too bad. His increased proficiency couldn't overcome the limitations of his cheap, second-hand equipment. Though they cost several hundred million credits in total, Ves regretfully lamented his father hadn't worked a little bit harder in procuring better quality equipment before he disappeared. Upgrading my gear is a priority for later, much like everything else on my plate. Remembering that Marcella hadn't gotten back to him about a customer, he called up her number. Hey Ves. I know what you're calling for. The deal has just been completed. Marcella smirked as she said her next words. Guess how much credits he threw at me to order your mech. Did you manage to sell it at 24 million? Huh? That's chump change. It's much higher. 25? 26. Nope. Marcella gestured with her hands to bring up an invoice in the projector. Look for yourself what magic I achieved. His eyes practically bulged out as he saw that Marcella's customer ordered his mech for a whopping 28 million credits. The huge price figure amounted to a gross profit of 11 million credits if he delivered his mech in time and in good condition. It certainly raised his faith of Marcella's ability. Perhaps partnering with her was the best decision Ves ever made. Marcella tapped her fingers onto her desk, snapping him out of his dreams. Don't get too excited, buddy. Running a mech business isn't a casual undertaking. You have to properly plan for your expenses. If you factor in your interest payments, your tax burden, your capital assets depreciation, then you'll find that your net profits is a lot smaller than you thought. The excitement in his eyes died down. She was right, of course. Well, my taxes will at least be lightened. The planetary government is already processing my preferable treatment status. I should be able to get my tax rate reduced to 15%. Such a low tax rate was very favorable to Ves already. If he set up his business in Bentheim, then he'd have to fork out 35% even with preferable treatment. Your expenses and other burdens are lower than most other mech designers, but don't forget your business is a one-man show. Your scale can't compare to most small to medium enterprises that have based themselves in Bentheim for years. The industry revolves around a minimum amount of scale production. If you want to improve your mechs, you need better machines, and that means you have to start saving money now. Ves nodded, understanding the importance of what she said. His 3D printer and assembler were good for a decade, maybe two if he stretched it and installed some upgrades, but eventually he wanted to move up to using more capable machines worth billions of credits. I've got so many things to spend my money on. Ves lamented to himself. Earning a couple of billion credits was a pipe dream for most people. Even seasoned mech designers often despaired at the costs their businesses demanded. In any case, just do your work. I'll be expecting a satisfactory result within 10 days if you want to ship your mech to the client in time. Will you be able to make it in that time? He nodded with confidence. His planning stretched out the fabrication process to 9 days already, which was a lengthy time for an average mech. Considering it was his first time doing it for real, he wanted to slow down and produce each part with meticulous care. I'll have the mech delivered to the local branch of the MTA within 9 days for inspection if there's no problems. I don't expect any delays, but I doubt I'll get slowed down more than a day at most. Good, because a lot is riding on this deal. This is your chance to break into the market, Ves, so nothing can go wrong. After a bit of lecturing by Marcella, she finally hung up, leaving Ves free to begin his work. He pulled up his sleeves and checked his plans for the last time. Nothing appeared out of place. He had the materials, the equipment, and the time he needed to fashion his first mech into existence. Before he started, he took a deep breath and adjusted his mental state. He didn't want to deliver an average product and call it a day. He wanted to wow the client. And the way to do that is by incorporating something unique only to him into the mech. Even if most of the pilots of his mechs couldn't articulate the X factor, it would still help improve their impressions on his work. He approached the 3D printer with reverence. He loaded up the files of the valiant-looking Mark Antony. From its vapor-generated crest to its adorned and sturdy tower shield, the mech already radiated a sense of valor in its appearance. Its entire purpose of existence was to act as a vanguard, a breaker of blockades and a workhorse that could take a beating for the team. Ves took inspiration of the mock-up and immersed himself into bringing this design to life. I am not building a mech. I am birthing it to life. Saying it mattered to Ves. It sounded nonsensical or meaningless, but to someone who took a peek through the door that hid the incredible might of the X Factor, it was an important distinction that made all the difference in the end product. He was an artisan of mechs, not an industrialist who desired to pump out as many mechs as he wanted. To treat the mech as a living thing instead of a lifeless machine was the first step to realizing the X Factor. All right, I've got you fixed on my mind. He tapped the projection to separate the hologram into thousands of individual components. He started with the easiest, but also the most important part, the internal frame. The internal frame was mechanically simple to produce, but required high consistency in order to make it last for many years. Any hidden faults buried deep within its solid surface could lead to devastating consequences in the battlefield. The MTA posed strict requirements to the integrity of the internal frame, so VS could absolutely not afford to slack off when fabricating these seemingly simple piece of alloys. The 3D printer performed up to standard. VS had already checked and calibrated all of the important machines in his workshop long ago, but it was pleasant to see the machine slowly churn out frame after frame. VS took particular care when producing the sockets and joints that allowed the frame to move its limbs as natural as a human being. Only a couple of minor deviances emerged in their production, which was a sign the printer's precision was off, a particularly fatal flaw when producing tiny components like processors. It was a good thing VS left the entire day for further calibrations. With his enhanced knowledge of the 3D printer's workings, he dug into the advanced programming of the machine and ran a lot of tests and simulations. He narrowed down the source of the problem to a worn-down injector. VS solved the problem by fabricating a replacement before opening up the machine to replace the component in question. There. Now it should work as advertised. The rest of the internal frame components got produced without a hitch. Since night had already fallen, VS took a break and took care of his personal needs. The next day, he devoted his attention to crafting the HRF armor plating. It took 3 days to process the raw materials into a suitable form if VS aimed for consistency and precision. While most of the work was tedious and repetitive, he was constantly on guard for any deviations from the norm. A percentage less of a certain metal added to a process might ruin the entire batch. He refined tons of materials together into different materials, which got processed even further for up to 5 times. Each step transformed the main alloys from a worthless piece of junk to a less worthless piece of junk. By the time several days had gone past, the mixed materials had already transformed into smooth pieces of shaped plating. VS knocked his knuckles against the surface of a thick chest plate. It rang with the delightful tone of a uniform piece of metal. He spent a lot of time fashioning these plates, each into the appropriate form to clad the Mark Antony's outer layer. They still looked grayish-brown, the native color of HRF plating. He'd add some color later. The next 2 days he produced the other parts of the mech, the most important of which were the power reactor and the engines. His 3D printer had some trouble producing the most unique sections of those components, but VS was able to stave off any disasters due to his improved skills and his abundant experience in producing them already inside Iron Spirit. He only really paid attention to the challenging components, and produced the easier ones with a little bit more leisure, though he always made sure to double-check their integrity. Phew, they all came out okay. He only replaced a few sections with newly fabricated copies when his checks revealed a couple of hidden faults. Such suboptimal components wouldn't wreck a mech immediately, but it left the machine vulnerable to a cascade of malfunctions later on. Dealing with it now prevented the MTA from using it as a reason to disqualify his mech during their inspection. Now that he finished producing all of the parts, he moved on to the assembler. It was the tallest machine by far, reaching as high as any small office building downtown. While the assembler was a single set, the system was actually composed of many different lifters and hefty arms. They allowed a single person or an AI routine to put together a mech without relying on any other manpower. Modern assemblers formed the basis of today's boutique industries, allowing individual craftsmen to compete against giant mass producers economically. Though mass production always remained as the most cost and resource-efficient mode of production, small-scale manufacturers could tailor their individual products much better to their customers. Naturally, the huge transgalactic corporations hadn't sat still and incorporated assemblers in their own factories in order to offer the same customization capability, but it never really came close. In any case, VS owned a run-of-the-mill cheap assembler that wasn't in its prime condition anymore. Like his 3D printer, the assembler showed some signs of use and past repairs. Luckily, the assembler he possessed was not too advanced, so VS wasn't worried those self-made repairs would screw up the system. His checks also made sure the assembler remained in working condition. Damn, 6 days have gone by already. I only have 2 days to put my mech together. He could produce the entire Mark Antony inside Iron Spirit with that much time. Hopefully, once he got more familiar with his equipment, he'd speed up his production process to match his capabilities in the game. For now, slow and steady was the way to go. From a haphazard pile of components, the mech slowly came to life. VS started putting together its internal frame, which formed its skeleton. This was the simplest part of the assembly process as the internal frame components were built as puzzle pieces that snapped into place with each other with natural ease. Once the skeleton was fixed into place, VS started to add the essential organs to the frame. The engines, power reactor, energy cells, sensors, and most importantly the cockpit were put into place one by one. They fit into their assigned places like obedient soldiers falling into parade. The trickiest segment of the assembly process came when VS installed the cabling. Though not as difficult as doing it for the Caesar Augustus, he sometimes had to resort to pushing or hammering certain sections in place. This is not supposed to happen at all. I guess it was wishful thinking for my 3D printer to produce all of the parts within tolerance. It might not be a big deal if part A came out of the printer half a millimeter thicker or so, but when parts C, F, J, Y, and more all exhibited variations in their dimensions, then they could cause a chain reaction of misalignment when he assembled them all together into one machine. Fortunately for VS, the deviations were within an acceptable range. Besides some squirming, he managed to fit the components decently together. Maybe it's not a bad thing this mech is not a carbon copy of its blueprint. The variations makes it unique. Just like each and every human is different from each other. Heartless fabricators detested deviations like this, but in the perspective of life, VS thought it was not a completely bad thing to keep some eccentricities. Naturally, it was one thing to be a little strange, but if you were born full of defects then VS would never be able to sell the mech. After making sure the components still worked at peak efficiency, VS moved on to the final touches. He placed the many pieces of armor in their designated positions. Countless robotic arms picked up pieces of plating and carefully aligned them before placing them together. Special screws and adhesives kept them in place. He also put together the mech's default armament, the mace, and heavy tower shield. Assembling the latter was a tiresome ordeal due to the sheer amount of plates stacked into one single hole. All the components came into place near the end of his 2-day marathon. VS sighed in relief as he hit the button to let the painter module of the assembler go to work. He was way too tired to coat and paint the mech's outer layer by himself. Screwing up the coating mattered very little to him anyway. Once a few hours passed by, the advanced coating dried out rapidly, leaving the dark, intimidating form of a mech. VS had spent many hours imagining its appearance. Having spent more than 8 days pouring his heart, focus and even love into its production, VS felt an unprecedented surge of pride and satisfaction well up deep inside of him. His dreams had come true. He fabricated a mech of his own design with his own 2 hands. His eyes welled up in tears as he admired the tall and armored mech's domineering contours. He refused to believe no one would remain unaffected when they came close to this mech for the first time. Since you're my firstborn son, you deserve a name that fits with your pedigree. I will call you Phoenix Cry. Naming the mech was a spur-of-the-moment decision from the upswell of emotions. He broke a taboo by giving it a personal name as a mech designer. Usually, the pilots named their mechs after a period of getting accustomed to each other. He hoped the client wouldn't mind too much and keep the name. Though the mech was technically complete and fully functional in its operations, VS wished to gift the mech one additional part. This extra addition was already in the blueprint, but he used a fake to substitute for the real deal. He used the assembler's mobile lift to reach to the mech's chest and opened up its cockpit. Lucky, who had been watching VS closely during his work these days, also followed him up. Plain curiosity sparkled within his lively eyes. The fresh and sterile interior of the cockpit unfolded in his sights. With a hop, he entered the cramped area and sat down on its specially designed synthetic cushion seat. For a moment, VS imagined piloting the Phoenix Cry himself. With his head connected to the neural interface, he visualized screens coming to life around him as he piloted the mech through a fierce battle. He snapped out of it after a minute. I'm not a potentate. I'm never fated to battle in the front lines. The sorrow in his heart threatened to overcome his jubilation, but he managed to keep his negative emotions in check. His lack of piloting aptitude was an old regret. Instead, he put a hand in his pocket and retrieved a dark red carnelian. The gemstone's subtle gradient alluded to a lifelike drop of blood. It inspired a sense of vitality and passion. He could think of no better gem to crown his first creation. Lucky me out at the sight of its old excretion, pawing at it with the playfulness of a child stirring around his plate of food. Do you recognize it? You crapped this out while you stayed in the hotel. If the cleaning staff hadn't alerted me to its presence, I might have missed this out. VS accumulated a nice stockpile of gems, but most of them provided marginal benefits at a very obscure magnitude. The gem Lucky excreted in Bentheim clearly outshined his previous droppings for reasons he wasn't sure. He hadn't fed Lucky with any notable minerals except what the hotel provided as an additional service. Perhaps the crowded, tech-filled environment excited the gem cat. In any case, the gem's attributes stood out in more than one way, and the color also matched the mech. With a couple of hand-sized tools, VS extracted the generic red stone in the middle of the dashboard that represented the mech's power button and placed the carnelian in its place, making sure to affix it securely in its fitting. After he finished, VS leaned back in the chair and admired how the lustrous gem attracted the eye. He inspected it yet again. Carnelian of Focus. Increases the pilot's concentration by 0.1 when installed on a mech. The attribute was very special. Unlike the other gemstones Lucky dropped, this one improved the attributes of the pilot rather than the mech. How that worked, VS had no idea, but he knew the value of such a boost. Though not a game changer by any standard, it served to improve the pilot's impression of the Phoenix Cry while also giving him a minor edge which could prove useful in a tough battle. Furthermore, the gemstone's pilot-focused attribute also allowed VS to hide its benefits from the MTA. VS had no good way to explain how a mech was able to move 0.5% faster or could withstand lasers 1% better than the HRF plating was designed to take on. Before VS could acquire better skills that could camouflage such benefits, VS found it prudent to stick to subtle gemstones and keep the ones with material benefits for later use. Enough dreaming. It's time to ready this mech for sale. First up, I'll have to certify the Phoenix Cry. If anyone first heard the words Mech Trade Association, they'd assume it was a non-profit trade organization. They weren't wrong, but it deeply understates what a massive influence the transgalactic behemoth exerted in every corner of human space. They regulated the development, licensing, production, sale and disposal of mechs. Pretty much the entire life cycle of a mech was in their purview, and they sometimes came to blows in order to enforce their self-proclaimed rights. Even a small, tranquil planet like Cloudy Curtain possessed a local branch of the MTA, as even the Greater United Terran Confederation and the New Rubarth Empire acknowledged the powerful organization's supervisory powers. A small third-rate state like the Bright Republic had nothing to say about the MTA's forceful presence within its borders. The association founded branches wherever there was a sizable population of people. Lots of people meant that at least a handful of them piloted mechs. If left alone, they could get up to trouble, so the MTA always made it a policy to supervise potentates even if they didn't own a mech. Frankly, the idea that an organization outside the control of any government entity was allowed to meddle in the mech industry shouldn't have existed. Countless conspiracy theories flew around in the galactic net that purported to be the truth. One popular notion suggested that the divisions in human space was all a sham. Every nation, from the lowest third-rate backwater to the grandest first-rate superpower, were actually different branches from the same tree. A so-called Shadow Council ruled humanity from behind the throne, and the MTA was merely its most visible arm. Another less radical theory suggested that the MTA was not as independent as everyone thought. Instead, it began as a secret joint venture by both the Terrans and the Rubarthans. Despite their intense rivalry towards each other, they shared enough common interests to regulate the mech industry and founded the MTA to bend the military strength of other nations to their will. The MTA's existence and its stringent enforcement of its principles brought the Wild West of the mech trade to its heel. They prevented the incorporation of weapons of mass destruction into the arsenal of mechs. They curbed widespread corporate espionage and gave smaller mech businesses a chance to thrive by encouraging the practice of licensing out non-cutting-edge designs. They brought so many benefits that not many people thought badly of the organization. What mattered the most to VS right now was the MTA's strict standards of public mech sales. Any mech traded in an open transaction was required to be certified by the MTA before they received a stamp of approval. Without this approval, a mech designer was deprived of an independent, trustworthy assessment of their product, which meant that basically no one dared to buy his mech. Naturally, such a practice was voluntary, and companies were free to sell their mechs without involving the MTA if they made their transactions private. This most often happened with next-gen cutting-edge designs between top enterprises and government entities. VS was too small a player to engage in such a high-level transaction, so he meekly submitted his mech to the MTA for their standard certification. Bringing Lucky over his shoulder, VS exited the transit shuttle and landed his feet onto the paved landing pad next to the MTA. He met the local supervisor of Cloudy Curtain's branch of the association at the steps leading up to the complex. Ves Larkinson. Ryan Baldwin. A dark-skinned man with a robust posture returned his handshake. Welcome to the MTA. When I heard a designer wanted to submit a newly fabricated mech in our branch, I had to admit we were at a loss for a moment. VS chuckled amiably at the remark. I'm the only mech manufacturer on this planet, right? Yup. The most we do is bust heads and lend a hand against pirates. We hardly have any mech technicians on site that are qualified to certify your mech. My apologies for inconveniencing you. Can the certification process still proceed? I'm kind of pressed for time. No worries, son. As long as we're not in the middle of nowhere, we always have a senior technician on hand. They entered the quiet and spacious building complex and went down the halls to a large workshop area. A cranky-looking middle-aged lady in coveralls greeted them with a stinky eye. VS, let me introduce you to Gertrude Samuelson. The woman in question crossed her arms. So you're the brat messing up my maintenance schedule. I had a system in place, you know. Now I have to waste precious hours off my schedule in order to knock your little toy around. Well, you better not think it's a done deal, because I'll be doing my best to dig up its flaws. He could only smile awkwardly at that. Fortunately, VS spent an excessive amount of time building up the Phoenix Cry. He was confident his mech could pass all but the most stringent of tests. Those top-level tests would never be applied to a regular commercial mech, so VS should be in the clear. He hoped. The three entered the cavernous workshop where a handful of mechs underwent routine maintenance. At the end of the stables rested the Phoenix Cry, freshly transported from his workshop. A couple of junior technicians already crawled around its chassis with several handheld instruments. Seeing as you're as young as shit, this must be your first certification, right? Yes, but I'm familiar with the steps. Good, then you know that you'll just have to stand there and do squat while I pick apart its flaws. Gertrude stated as she stepped behind a console and activated a thick, mechanical arm. VS recognized the device as an advanced sensor that was capable of penetrating through almost any material. The woman gently operated the arm and brought it over to the bottom foot of the mech. The projection in front of her changed into a cutout image of the section along with multiple technical readouts that VS barely understood. Looks fine so far. You haven't screwed up the proportions when you made the HRF armor plating. Lots of newbies trip themselves over when they work with such a highly refined material. A deviance of 0.1% at the start could get amplified by as much as 10% by the time the HRF is off the fabricators. I didn't rush the process. I'm confident the rest of my mech is equally as sturdy. We'll see about that. Gertrude diligently scanned over the mech, from bottom to top and back to bottom. She also swiveled the sensor from the sides and the rear of the mech as well, but to no avail. VS understood enough from the readouts that none of the armor or internal components showed any significant deviations from the blueprint. All of the flaws she detected so far was within tolerance according to the MTA's official guidelines. Only the most nitpicky of technicians would choose to make an issue out of those tiny problems. To her credit, Gertrude said nothing even if her frown grew deeper. Well, let's see if your internals perform as advertised. This was an area VS was less confident in. It was fairly easy to spot damage, but harder to determine if the components he fabricated performed on spec. As the technicians crawled away from the chassis, a young pilot entered the cockpit. VS, Ryan, and Gertrude watched at a healthy distance as the pilot activated the mech. The neural interface is starting up without a hitch. No issues encountered so far, the pilot reported, and Gertrude confirmed his observations through the readings that scrolled down her terminal. Startup finished. The mech is in standby mode. The power reactor is spinning. No leaks detected. Temperature is normal. Do you hear any weird noises? It's quiet so far. Want me to engage the engines? Hold up, I still want to test out its power management. Go run some power through the wrist-mounted laser cannons. Charge up its capacitors. Make sure the weapons remain safe before you do that though. VS watched on with Lucky as they both witnesses Gertrude trying to dig up faults. No matter how much she stressed the power system, she failed to make the mech squeal. VS increasingly grinned wider as he realized he had nothing to fear in this aspect. His mech was mechanically sound. Despite spending 2 hours testing out the internals, the MTA came up empty with regards to things to complain about. The engines purred like a kitten while its sensors were able to capture objects from kilometers away with razor accuracy. Let's move on to the active tests. The senior technician grumbled. The pilot took out the mech outside to a large and spacious range and obstacle course. Both weren't much to look at since the cloudy curtain branch only included them as an afterthought. Still, the minimum certification only required some basic tests for the Phoenix Cry. The first test involved testing the mech's limbs, in particular its articulation. Under the watchful eyes of several hovering sensors, the pilot stretched the limbs of the mech to the maximum angles possible. Nothing broke even when the arms almost bent straight backwards, which was a good sign for VS. The MTA then tested the mech's carrying capacity by picking up and carrying a variety of weights, which also went without a hitch. With these tests done, the pilot put the mech through its paces by jogging and then full-on sprinting on a race course. The medium mech pushed to its maximum projected speed and maintained it with only minor difficulties. The pilot then repeated the same track but this time carrying the mace and tower shield. The mech ran a lot slower this time, but the extra weights failed to topple the mech over or cause any other catastrophes. They then moved on to the trickiest part, the ranged weapons testing. Gertrude grinned savagely as she rubbed her palms. While she held little hope in finding fault with the shoulder-mounted missiles, the lasers should be another story. Laser weapons contained plenty of tiny, delicate components, so they were also the weapons most prone to malfunction. They first tested the missile launchers, but everyone knew it was just a formality. The launchers were fairly low-tech to begin with as most of the advances in missile technology lay in the missiles themselves. The launchers only stored the missiles and kept them from exploding when they got bumped or something. Both the long-range and short-ranged missiles flew from the launchers without a hitch, and detonated against a cratered hill exactly as expected. The mech then moved on to a range, where it began to test out its wrist-mounted weapons at a variety of power levels. From the lowest setting, the pilot fired the weapon so rapidly that the beams appeared to be stuttering from an unstable power supply. Despite its shaky appearance, the lasers fired with the right amount of power and accuracy. The pilot then cranked up the power supply to the cannons. The lasers increased in size and intensity. The beams flickered less but their burn duration increased. The maximum setting practically turned the laser cannons into bringers of doom. Thick beams that looked like flowing suns escaped from the barrel and bore a set of holes right through the targets on the range. At the end of the round of testing, Gertrude came out of the process with a list full of passed criteria. Without more stringent stress testing, she could not find any other opportunity to disqualify the mech. The pilot exited from the mech and jumped straight down, relying on the anti-gravity boosters in his mech suit to land as light as a feather. When the pilot reached the trio, he removed his helmet, revealing a face and skin tone almost the same as Ryan's. "How's the mech?" "It's an incredible mech, and I'm not talking about first-timers," the pilot enthusiastically replied. "I feel like I'm piloting a giant instead of a machine. The mech responds so smoothly I can't even believe it's possible for mechs to move that way." Ryan snorted at that. "That's the advanced internals of the mech at work. You've never piloted anything other than standard budget models, so I specifically brought you here to experience this new mech. Even with the difference of a generation, an advanced mech is still in a different league compared to the cheaper current gen models. You should try to get a chance to pilot the base model. The Caesar Augustus is a real beauty besides its impracticalities. So Gertrude, do I get your stamp of approval?" VS asked while the father and son pair talked about the details. "It's kind of suspicious how this mech held up so well during testing. Did you even produce this mech yourself?" Gertrude asked suspiciously. As if already expecting the question, VS shook his head and activated his COMM. He sent over his logs. "You can look for yourself to see I worked on it with no one else around to assist." She didn't even look at the logs. If VS was confident enough to send them over without a problem, then they really hid nothing of note. "Very well. It is in my professional judgment that your Mark Antony variant mech has broken no rules and met all the criteria our organization has set for all publicly traded mechs. Your mech will be stamped with our seal of approval and you should receive the certificate in your mail in the next hour while I finalize my report. The resignation in the lady's tone barely registered to VS. He only felt an incredible amount of satisfaction and relief for surviving this ordeal. Now that the MTA officially certified his mech, no obstacle remained in the long road to selling his first mech. He immediately brought up his comm and called Marcella. Good news, M. My mech has just passed the MTA's certification. I'll send you the files as soon as they arrive. That's very good news. Marcella responded with a little more surprise than VS expected. Perhaps she hadn't been very confident in his first work. I'll arrange the express shipping on my end. The mech will arrive at Bentheim in 1.5 days. That's good. Can you transfer the payment over as soon as it's there? I feel as if the bank is already looming over my shoulder, ready to repossess all my assets. The credit transfer is already pending. As soon as my client receives the mech, the transfer will be approved. A heavy weight almost lifted off his shoulders. While the bank still gave him nightmares, VS at least breathed a little easier now that the deal was essentially done. So what's next on my plate? Have you found another client for the Mark Antony yet? Marcella shook her head. I've got a lot of other things on my plate, and I like to see if your first sale goes right before I find another buyer. I'd like to keep an eye on your current client for a couple of weeks to see if he has any complaints. If he finds no defects even after weeks of regular use, then I can confidently start pushing your product to my other clients. That's good. Still, after I pay my annual interest payment, I don't have enough capital left to produce another mech. I need another advance payment in order to start producing the next batch. That's not a bad thing for you, she said with a smile. You deserve a holiday, and more importantly, you need some time to get your books in order. I've seen way too many startups get into trouble with the tax office due to improper accounting. Don't rely on a random AI routine downloaded from the galactic net to do your numbers. Do it yourself or hire an accountant to do so. All right, I'll do it myself. My business is tiny and I only have one sale, so my books are very thin. Secondly, you should shore up your skills. I've seen what you did in Iron Spirit and I'm fairly impressed by the progression of your work. You've clearly improved in the short months since you first started designing mechs. Use some of the extra money you earn to get a bunch of virtual licenses and get to work expanding your repertoire. The only way a mech designer is able to advance is by pumping out new designs. I've never seen a mech designer improve by continuing to fabricate an old design. VS nodded in agreement. I already plan to sharpen my skills in the game when I'm not busy producing a real mech. It's a shame I won't be able to afford any production licenses. The Mark Antony will remain my sole product for quite some while. That's okay. You're still in your first year. Just by owning the licenses you already have, you're way ahead to almost any other mech designer without any backing. If your product pans out, you can expect plenty of sales from my end, more than enough to pay off your debts and upgrade your assets. That's the power of a good product. And what if the market doesn't catch on? Then go back to the drawing board. Don't get too attached to your first design. It's merely your first and most primitive work. If it's not a winner, then improve your skills and design a new mech that fulfills the demands of the market. Alright, I've got a good idea on my coming schedule. I'll be waiting for the money. They said goodbye to each other before terminating the COMMVS already felt liberating from his concerns. Once he received the money, he could pay off his debt and leave enough of a surplus to leave him swimming in cash. He could do so many things with such an amount of money. Should he go back to Iron Spirit and use the cash to buy some new licenses to play with? How much should he spend? VS already looked forward to playing with some new toys. VS personally watched on as the shipping company Marcella contracted brought the Phoenix Cry away. The loaders and bots carefully loaded the dark and red-coated mech into a sealed and padded mech container. They carried it back to the spaceport and loaded it onto the next transport out to Bentheim. With that out of the way, VS returned to his workshop with Lucky. The cat enjoyed the time out, but now appeared to laze away for the rest of the day. You're such a lazy bones. The cat drowsily meowed at him, not really paying attention to his words. VS scratched the gem cat's chin before sinking down into his couch. Before VS got back to work, he wanted to rest a bit and recover from his high-intensity fabrication spree. He found it exhausting to constantly pay attention to his emotional mood when he shaped the Phoenix Cry. While he thought his mech successfully radiated the kind of aura similar to the best mechs he saw in Bentheim, it still remained to be seen if it generated more sales. The X factor couldn't be measured after all, so on paper his mech appeared worse than it actually performed. I can still do it once in a while, but not if I'm fabricating mechs each and every day. Even with the system, VS remained immortal. Unless he spent a shipload of DP on his concentration and endurance attributes, he doubted the exhaustion would go away. It's more important to shore up my skills instead of spending them on my attributes. While VS recognized that both options had their merits, the skills provided immediate tangible benefits. In this early stage where he was still on the brink of bankruptcy after one bad spell, he needed. Oh well, I'll think about it tomorrow. He took the rest of the day off. He avoided all activities pertaining mechs. Considering that he spent most of his life with mechs one way or another, he found it difficult to find something else to do. He ended up watching broadcasts until he slept through the night. In the meantime, at a mech yard in the outskirts of Durham, Marcella stood by with another person as they watched a drone drop off a mech container. Both of them looked proper and energetic. While Marcella wore her customary green formal clothes, the man besides her dressed a bit more flamboyantly. There it is, Captain Carruthers. Your new mech. The Phoenix Cry, the very first model of its kind in production. The man grunted with anticipation. When you told me you were prepared to sell me a mech with my criteria, I couldn't believe it. There's not a lot of advanced mechs available in the local market that's viable at range and up close, especially within my price range. The wholesale armor replacement my boy has done to your mech is the reason why it's so affordable. Don't get carried away thinking you're piloting a real Caesar Augustus. I'm confident in my skills. I've taken the model out for a spin plenty of times in the simulations. I know how far I can push this mech. As long as I don't hunt after the most notorious pirates, I'll be fine. The alternative armor is also cheaper to replace. You won't be breaking the bank with this mech as long as you don't let its core be damaged. Some of Marcella's drones flew up to unseal the container and check if its contents matched the manifest. When everything checked out, the container opened to reveal a formidable-looking mech. The drones started removing the seals that kept the mech inert and its weapons cold. Wow. Playing around with virtual toys is one thing, seeing the real deal is another. Even Marcella looked impressed. Both of them spent hours poring over the spec sheet and the simulations of the Mark Antony. While recognizing the model's inherent flaws, they both admired its decent build quality and plethora of options. Marcella saw the potential in VS with this polished design, so she made sure to get her hooks in early before some other competitor got their claws on him. Despite her good impressions of VE's first work, she only regarded it as a transient design, something to get the mech designer's business running. Even Captain Carruthers reserved some of his judgment on his new purchase. His bounty hunting outfit needed a frontliner, but not something that was helpless at range. While durability was important, he valued greater choice in offensive options more as he cross-trained in both melee and ranged weaponry. Finding a model in the market that paid equal attention to both was not difficult, but finding one that could take a beating and not cost a fortune was a challenge. He only settled on the Mark Antony due to a lack of alternatives. When the pair both came closer, their awe increased. The mech managed to put out a pressure that was not inferior to the hand-built Caesar Augustus that Bosworth's proudly put on display. The dark tones of the mech darkened the bright day somehow. Its gold accents gave the mech a sense of class, while the red highlights along with its dark red tower shield gave it a martial presence. The mech practically exuded battle lust despite its deactivated state. I see what everyone means when they say that handmade mechs have their charm. I can see why the mech designer couldn't resist giving it a name. The Phoenix Cry, it's not bad, and it certainly fits. The mech designer won second place in this year's YTE. He might be young, but he has already shown he's a cut above the rest. You can't find a design with this much drive from an established mech manufacturer. The captain whistled in appreciation. The more he looked at the Phoenix Cry, the more he felt he lucked out. Before we arrived, I found myself doubting whether I should have bought a reliable mass-produced model instead, but not anymore. This doesn't look like it came from the hands of a new mech designer. Marcella brought up the mech's certificate and passed it to her client. The MTA agrees as well. They put in hardly any complaints, and what they did note is well within limits. The mech designer took his time, but he delivered a solid product. I'm itching to take this mech for a spin. Be my guest. Here's the keys and codes. The captain took a lifter that took him up to the cockpit. He pressed a button on his key device that signaled the cockpit's locking mechanism. After receiving a valid signal, the mech's chest parted just enough to allow the cockpit to open up a hatch. The captain squeezed through the tight fit and took a seat with practiced ease. He admired the cockpit for a moment, still giddy at the thought of owning such an impressive-looking mech. The interior of the cockpit matched the grandeur befitting of a Caesar Augustus, though instead of majestic white the interior was mostly dyed in dark gray and gold. The only splash of red in the cockpit was the prominent button that booted up the mech. Carruthers hovered a finger over the lustrous gem. He took in the luxury of it all. Impressed, the designer kept up the luxury even as he charged half the price of the authentic base model. It didn't quite fit, but that hardly mattered to him. It gave him some bragging rights when he showed the mech off to his friends. The sheen of a gold plate shone just beneath the front console. Carruthers bent down in order to read the engraved words. CA1C Mark Antony. Designed solely by Ves Larkinson. Hand fabricated solely by Ves Larkinson. Made in the Bright Republic. Production number 1. The plate added to the handmade feel of the mech. Carruthers chuckled at the sight. He got too used to seeing cheaply stamped plates recycled out of scrap in his previous mechs. The cheap mass-produced mechs he piloted so far all tried to cut whatever corners they could in order to save costs. Forget about gold, sometimes the plates were made out of the cheapest synthetics. Carruthers stopped fooling around and pressed his fingers softly at the matte but eye-catching gem. The mech hummed as its power reactor and engines came to life. The cockpit's illumination turned to life even as the neural interface engaged a connection with the occupant's brains. The transition from a human body to a mech's stature should be highly familiar to the bounty hunter. Yet as he felt his mind sink into the mech, he encountered a depth that was deeper than any other machine he connected to before. The Phoenix Cry eagerly sucked in his mental awareness and gave it access to its deepest corners. A wash of sensations flowed over his mind as he became accustomed to the new perspective. Piloting the mech in the virtual simulations only impressed him mildly. But from how deep and rich he established his connection just now, he became aware that the phoenix cry. It's almost as if I'm connecting with a kindred mind instead of a soulless machine. He discarded the notion as soon as it popped up. Mechs couldn't think, let alone influence his thoughts. The spec sheet clearly stated the mech hosted no ACE in its memory banks. The neural interface also passed the MTA's stringent tests, so his observations were not clouded by contamination. Carruthers threw away all superfluous thoughts and finished up the booting process. He then took his mech out of the container. Each step thundered the ground, enough that Marcella found herself forced back. The mech turned around and took up the mace and shield hanging on a rack. The heavy tower shield felt solid to him. It would serve him well as disposable protective cover. The mace on the other hand was clearly subpar. Made out of HRF, the only thing the weapon had going for it was its weighty head and its low cost if he broke it. Nevertheless, he decided to replace it with one of his spare swords as soon as possible. Marcella, you don't mind me using the yard for a bit, right? He asked over his COMM. Feel free to push your mech. Carruthers eagerly moved around with his mech. He tested the Phoenix Cry by running and testing out its weapons. The laser cannons worked like a charm, and though he hadn't filled his shoulder launchers with missiles, he was certain nothing could go wrong with them. As for the mace, it functioned fine as a blunt force weapon, but since he was going to discard it anyway, he spent most of his time elsewhere. What impressed him the most was the shield. Thick, heavy but incredibly solid and durable, wielding the tower shield gave him a sense of valor. He could already imagine himself wielding this shield on the battlefield, charging forward to meet the enemy head-on. While the HRF plating that made up the shield would peel fairly easily, he could easily commission a replacement if necessary. This is a mech made with the wallet in mind. The cost-effectiveness of the Mark Antony made it into one of the cheaper advanced mechs available on the market today. Though the mech's advanced components were decades old, they still performed competitively against the models out today. In any case, the bounty hunting business had a tendency to wreck mechs long before they got too old to remain viable on the battlefield. The bounty hunter exited the cockpit with a lingering desire to hang around longer. Still, he had some paperwork to go through before he could officially take up ownership of the mech. So how is it? Does it meet your expectations? Marcella asked him with a smile. That, and more. The only thing it misses is my coat of arms on its chest. I'm sure you will become the envy of your social circle when you show off your new purchase. We'll see. I'm itching to test this baby out in the field. As both sides noted no problems, they went through with the formalities. After signing a bunch of documents, Captain Carruthers officially owned the first mech produced by a young talent. He certainly knew that more than a couple of people might take interest in the mech's performance. Let them peek. I'll be sure to bring out the full strength of my Phoenix Cry. Just as Marcella sent out her approval for the money transfer, VS sat behind his terminal going over his numbers. His comm beeped loudly, interrupting him from filling out his ledger. He looked his comm and it stated that he received a notification from his bank. He stared at the message for a solid minute. His account gained about 19 million bright credits from the latest transfer. I'm rich. VS burst out as he laughed at the sky. Marcella actually did it. My mech sold for 28 million credits. He received an advance of 7 million credits when he contracted Marcella to be his broker, which he spent on buying the raw materials to fabricate his internals. As for the armor, VS used the stockpile gifted to him by the system for completing the 4th tutorial. This allowed him to skip the 11 million credits required to buy all the goods necessary to refine the HRF armor plating. His monetary gain therefore amounted to 19 million bright credits this time. For his subsequent productions, he had to put in 18 million credits to fabricate a new mech, which cut down on his profits. No more freebies from the system this time. In any case, as VS was already working on his accounting, he inputted his latest earnings and put his balance sheet in order. The mech cost 18 million to produce but sold for 28 million, which amounted to a gross profit of 10 million credits. Marcella schemed 2 million credits from that figure already, so that left VS with 19 million credits in cash. The first thing he did was to transfer away 5 million credits to the bank. With only little more than 2 days left for the deadline to pass, VS finally breathed easier once the enormous pressure from the bank disappeared. As soon as the bank returned a message to him that his obligations for the year had been met, he whooped again, waking Lucky from his nap. Haha, this is good news, Lucky. We're not going to be kicked out on the streets. Lucky meowed disinterestedly. I'll also be able to afford shinier minerals for you to snack on. That caught the gem cat's attention. Lucky immediately jumped from the couch and acted cute by rubbing its body against his legs. After a short hug, VS went back to his financial statement. Unfortunately, not all of the numbers he got resulted in good news. From the 14 million credits that remained, VS lacked the necessary funds required to produce another Mark Antony independently. He still remained dependent on Marcella's services, specifically her ability to demand a down payment from her buyers to fund the production of their new mechs. I hope she won't have too much trouble with this condition. Furthermore, if VS wanted to budget his money responsibly, he should reserve some of his cash and put it into his piggy bank for future needs. Considering his looming financial burden, paying back the 350 million credits he owed the bank was a minor priority. His perspectives already changed after his first transaction. Now that he showed off his ability to run a viable business, the bank should be easing off on him as well. The debt his father took on his behalf was not an entirely bad thing for the bank. They earned an easy amount of interest from his business each year, and as long as VS didn't screw up, the money loaned was put to good use in the bank's perspective. Considering that he could earn an average profit of 8 million credits each time Marcella sold his mech, the threat the annual interest payments posed to VS diminished greatly. The problem essentially changed from an angry elephant into a harmless mouse. He could squash the mouse whenever he wanted, but it was a bit troublesome to do so and required a bit of effort on his part. Rather than waste his time stomping the floor or setting up traps, he could let the mouse scurry around his pantry and steal a bit of his cheese from time to time. What VS was more concerned about was something that plagued every single business in the tech sector: planned obsolescence. The inevitable advance of science and technology rendered today's machines worthless and turned tomorrow's miracles into everyday goods. One of humanity's better characteristics was the race's insatiable curiosity of the unknown. Nothing better expressed the rise of humanity better than to track its technological advances. From fire and sticks, the race took a scant blink before it mastered more advanced technologies such as agriculture and forging. A few thousand years after that, humanity escaped the limits of their home planet and spread their presence into the greater galaxy. Each time humanity advanced, it was due to a new scientific breakthrough. This dynamic process of introducing new technologies to the market was not an entirely positive experience to everyone. To the people involved in the mech industry, many companies might lose all of their customers if they progressed one step slower than other firms. The earlier years of the mech renaissance was a wild west, with new inventions haphazardly being introduced into the market as soon as they turned economically viable. This led to bizarre situations where there was once just 9 years in between one generation to the next. All the businesses that invested heavily in designing and fabricating the mechs of the old generation were left with a huge pile of underperforming junk. Those who hadn't yet made the jump got lucky and invested in the new technologies, thereby massively gaining an edge over the producers burdened by old ballast. The financial crash that resulted from the imbalance was the largest since humanity spread out into the stars. So much wealth had been lost that some economists calculated that it set the humans back as much as 30 years. Losses valued in trillions of credits could potentially continue if this chaotic advance was left unchecked. Fortunately for everyone on the supply side of the industry, the MTA's restrictive certification and sales procedures imposed some semblance of order in this process of renewal and destruction. The mech industry now adhered to a semi-fixed schedule of grouping technological advances into generations, each lasting about 30 to 50 years. Commercial mechs that incorporated modern technologies available to be licensed in the open market were regarded as the era's so-called current generation, or current gen for short. The generation that preceded it was called the last generation, or last gen. Generally, the differences in performance between the two was distinct, but not overpowering. As an offhand rule, it took 4 last gen mechs to beat 3 current gen mechs. This left producers stuck with last-gen designs a period of time to accumulate savings in order to invest in new technologies. VS was currently in this boat, except he had much less time to renew his aging assets. Most analysts plying their opinion in the talk shows warned their audience that the current generation was going to be a short one. As about 20 years had passed since the first current-gen mechs were put on sale, that meant VS had 10 to 15 years to invest in a new production line. In practice, his time was shorter as at the last 3 years, hardly any pilot could be fooled into buying a last-gen mech on the verge of turning obsolete. From now until the generations shifted, the prices of last-gen mechs would continue to decline. First, he had to come up with a new design. If he chose to produce variants, then he'd have to license a decently good base model, and those often cost a fortune to license. At a minimum, VS expected to fork out 1 billion credits for a basic current-gen mech. If he wanted anything fancier, then the cost might rise to as much as 2 to 4 billion credits. Then he had to find replacements for his rusty 3D printer and assembler as well. If VS wanted to fully exercise his growing skills, then he'd have to acquire a more robust assembler system, which amounted to about 300 million credits. He also couldn't leave out the vital 3D printer. Without renewing his old model, it was impossible to fabricate all of the latest gadgets by himself. A small but premium model could set VS back by 700 million credits at a minimum. In total, VS had to accumulate 2 billion credits in savings in order to survive after 10 years. It was a daunting amount of money, and anything could happen within that time that could force VS to lose his savings or force him to spend it on something else. With such a colossal spending plan, VS felt the shadow over his shoulder returning with a vengeance. Though it loomed a bit further away, its shadow nonetheless dwarfed the previous worries in his mind when only his interest payment threatened his business. He'd have to churn out hundreds or even thousands of mechs to accumulate such a sum. Do I really have to save up 2 billion credits? VS asked himself as he scratched his head. Replacing the 3D printer and the assembler remained a priority. His current equipment limited his options too much. As for the licenses, VS thought up an alternative. I don't necessarily need to license a complete mech design. I already had a taste of designing an original mech when I cobbled up the Drake together out of spare parts in the qualifiers for the Fusion Cup. If VS was generous in his description, then mech design was simply a process whereby the designer puzzled different components together. Nowhere did it state that the mech designer had to reinvent the wheel and design all of the parts by himself. With the widespread availability of component licenses in the open market, the only thing a mech designer needed to do was to grab a couple of existing parts and stuff them together into a single frame, and voila, a new design emerged from his hands. The benefits of designing an original blueprint were numerous. First, he saved out on licensing costs. The money Ves coughed up to license a full set of components was as much as a quarter to half the amount required to license a complete design. If Ves picked his parts from the lower-end segment of the market, then his total costs would not amount more than 300 million credits. The system will also be happy at me for stepping up to original designs. This was the second benefit of choosing to go this route. The system considered designing variants of existing models to be a low-class occupation. It only offered grains of DP for each new design and sale of a variant mech. The system in fact awarded him with 28 DP for his first real mech sale. It seemed the system treated real mech sales differently, chopping off 6 digits from credit price of the sale to determine the amount of DP Ves earned. It sounded like a minor windfall, but considering that the prices of the items in the skill tree and store increased dramatically to purchase the better stuff, then 28 DP per sale might not sustain him for long. Ves already drooled at the potential amount of DP he could earn from selling his own designs. The system can't be that generous, right? Original designs also gave Ves an advantage in another way. If the quality of his design surpassed the average of the market, then Ves could potentially enjoy a final benefit. If his mech proved to be a radically popular product, then he could take the opportunity to license out his own design. Needless to say, the amount of money he could potentially earn from such an arrangement was astronomical, and the best thing about it was that he didn't even have to lift a finger. If others produce my design through a license, will the sale of their mech still earn me DP? The system unfortunately kept its mouth shut. This left Ves helpless in determining the answer. Still, from the way the system worked so far, Ves guessed it might not be too stingy. It treated virtual mech sales as a source of DP even if Ves left the production to the game operator's servers. Naturally, all of these possibilities were fanciful daydreams. Ves was nowhere close to designing and fabricating an original design, let alone come up with something that could win awards and attract licensing requests. He had to build up both his monetary reserves and his personal skills before he revisited the issue. Alright, at least I've set a long-term goal for myself. In 10 years' time, I want to replace my equipment and come up with at least one viable original design. It was a lofty goal that very few mech designers could fulfill if they stepped into his shoes. In order to create a viable or popular design, it needed to outperform the basic current GN models in the market while possessing a unique feature that Ves could tout as its main selling point. Take the Caesar Augustus for example. Despite its many detriments, the mech attracted a small but devoted fan base. The old design achieved this success by relying on its unique points, that being the merging of outstanding defense with flexible offense. Coming up with a design that performed marginally better than the mainstream models wasn't enough. If Ves wanted to stand out with a design just like Jason Kozlowski had all those years ago, then he had to incorporate something unique only to him in his work. He had to specialize. His consideration in this area excluded the X factor. Not only was such an elusive concept difficult to perceive, Ves also lacked the means to advance his skills in this area with his design points. Rather than throw himself against a wall trying to make something invisible as his selling point, he'd rather focus on improving something that his customer could touch and see. The question is, what will my specialization look like? Ves already considered this question once before. He chose to focus on developing his ability to design light and medium mechs, but that still included too much possibilities. He risked scattering his focus if he cast too wide a net. He had to narrow down his future aspirations in order to come up with a realistic spending plan for his DP. Looking at the massive skill tree wouldn't help due to the plethora of choices it offered. No, Ves had to decide from his heart. Only by pursuing a path he fully invested into could he take it to the end. Let's leave out the options that I won't be pursuing. First off, he flatly ruled out the exotic developments. He lacked the background to start messing around with building a mech from organic materials or experimenting with juggernauts. Next, he ruled out heavy mechs. While developing such a hugely expensive mech might offer great returns, the amount of investment required to master all of its systems took too long. Usually teams of mech designers pooled their respective specialties in order to develop a viable heavy mech design. Now that he was left with the basics, Ves further narrowed down his scope by leaving out weapon systems. The development of lasers, cannons, missiles, and sophisticated melee weapons was a discipline in itself. As the technologies behind these weapons were already quite mature, it took an exorbitant amount of effort to squeeze out a few drops of improvement. He risked neglecting his foundational skills if he diverted too much effort in improving his weapons development. It was better to leave this area to the professionals and rely on licensing. Only an extraordinary genius like the polymath could keep up with all the developments and even advance the field with her own efforts. People almost couldn't count how many patents Claire Gramza registered. Everyone was convinced she earned more money from licensing out her technology than selling her mechs. Ves took inspiration from another star designer instead. The armorer brilliantly carved a spot at the very top by developing the best armor for his mechs. Tons of enthusiastic mech pilots with a bit of money to spare flocked to his products. While his mechs might not excel too much in other areas, the mere fact that a mech designed by Raul Mendoza cut back on casualties by as much as 50% was a miracle in itself. Pilots always valued their lives. Focusing on just armor might not be good enough. His starting point was lower than anyone else. To achieve measurable success in the field, he had to develop his skills pretty deeply in order to compete against geniuses who specialized in armor at the start of their education. Ves already had a taste of the immense disparity when he competed against Edwin McKinney in the finals of the Fusion Cup. Instead, Ves took his idea on another track. Working with the Fantasia models and well as the Caesar Augustus allowed him to glean certain insights into the challenge of balancing protection with speed. His interests ignited when he considered the beautiful way Jason employed the armor on the Augustus. Ves already played around with the armor scheme when he redesigned the mech to be built with the HRF armor plating. I think I'd enjoy the process of developing my own armor schemes. Trying to achieve the greatest amount of protection without sacrificing speed is an eternal dilemma every mech designer faced. Instead of taking the route the armorer took and try to achieve the absolute best protection, Ves only needed to develop something good enough while allowing the mech to maintain most of its speed. This fit in the quintessential design scheme that underpinned medium mechs, so Ves decidedly left out light mechs in his future plans. Many designers with a better foundation than Ves have tried to make advanced in both speed and armor. Most of them failed miserably, while the rest eked out mediocre earnings with designs that marginally performed better than the competition. While he could also fall flat, he still possessed one thing many others lacked: the system. Only up to this moment did he open his skill tree. He first glanced at the skills involved with developing medium armor. It was a broad and intricate tree that offered paths that specialized in either weight reduction or maximum protection, along with many other choices such as signals absorption and self-repair alloys. Ves was spoiled for choice. It will scatter my focus a bit if I want to walk down multiple branches of this tree, but the benefits will be remarkable once I build up my basic competencies in my specialization. The first step in his plan started with producing a more faithful rendition of Caesar Augustus. The Mark Antony might be a good mech for its price, it nonetheless bastardized the original intentions of the mech. If he applied good quality armor instead of the cheap stuff, then he would be able to design more expensive mechs. I'll be able to charge a much higher price with my premium designs. The pilots that fall into this segment don't care as much about saving every penny. My profit margins will swell as a result. Higher profits resulted in higher investment. He'd be able to acquire new licenses and replace his old gear much faster as a result. Ves needed to work briskly in order to stay ahead of the transition into the next generation of mechs. Ves already formed a bold medium-term plan to make this dream into a reality. He could invest in a dedicated armor fabrication machine. While the 3D printer was an incredibly advanced piece of technology, it remained a product born out of compromises. It had to focus its capabilities on producing uniform slabs of armor plating as well as tiny, delicate parts. By acquiring a machine dedicated solely in producing armor, Ves could achieve much better results with much less effort. At a conservative estimate, such a machine could cost 600 million credits, but that could be halved as the next generation loomed closer. As such specialized machines were usually capable enough to produce most next-gen armor, Ves did not have to worry too much about acquiring something obsolete. With a modern armor fabricator, I can modernize the Caesar Augustus and earn some time and money for my next steps. The complexity of his 10-year plan grew deeper. Though diverting his attention into acquiring an armor fabricator might seem like a needless distraction, as long as it improved his earning potential within the next couple of years, then it could pay off very soon. After formulating his future direction, Ves quickly finished his financial report. Of the 14 million credits that remained of his profit, he reserved about 80% towards his taxes and the piggy bank. That left him with about 2.8 million credits in readily available cash for him to spend on whatever he liked. Any future earnings would of course be less extravagant. With an average profit of 8 million credits per sale, he'd have to reserve 6.4 million credits off that sum, leaving him with only 1.6 million credits as play money. While that might sound like an incredible amount of wealth to a commoner, a mech designer always had more things to spend his money on. The cost of virtual licenses in Iron Spirit ran up pretty fast as the star rating increased. Furthermore, Ves also had to keep his workshop's safety in mind. The security measures in place paled in comparison to what real manufacturers boasted. He'd cry until his eyes ran dry if some hooligan crashed his mech into his workshop one day. Ves also considered doing something unimaginable to him when he was still burdened by his debt. He wanted to hire an employee. Specifically, he wanted to employ a full-time fabricator that supplied the mechs to Marcella. But if I do so, how will I hide the system from my new hire? Ves considered hiring a fabricator in order to ease the pressure on his time. If he wanted to advance his skills, he had to keep pumping out designs. If he wanted to earn lots of money, then he had to fabricate lots of mechs for Marcella to sell. He lacked the time to invest in both activities if his sales volume grew to more than 3 mechs a month. The only problem with hiring someone was that keeping the system secret might be difficult. As much as the system appeared harmless, it was actually a miraculous invention that straight up defied the laws of reality as Ves knew it. Such a precious treasure attracted covetous intentions, many of whom had the power to squash him like a bug. Letting the system's existence leak to anyone else was just asking for trouble. Another problem which concerned Ves was that hiring someone else to do his fabrication would lead to substandard products. A full-time fabricator might be a wizard when it came to working with the 3D printer and assembler, but if he was ignorant of the X factor, then the mechs he made would be devoid of life. Selling cheap products under his name only dragged him down just when he wanted to build up his brand. As Ves couldn't figure out the solution to this dilemma, he called up Marcella. "Hey Ves, I'm kind of busy right now, so keep it short. I'm having a bit of an issue here," Ves said, then explained his thoughts regarding his potential hire. Marcella smiled at him as if the problem was trivial. "Well, it's too early to hire a mech technician, so you have plenty of time to think it over. If you want my opinion, why not do both? You can sell the mechs produced by your personnel at the standard price and charge a premium if the client wants a mech handmade by the designer. Just set the price point high enough so you don't get too burdened." That was actually a great idea. It kept Ves busy without leaving the fabricator with nothing to do. He'd essentially leave the grunt work to his employee and only come out and fabricate in person if the money was worth it. Still, it depended on whether the clients were willing to fork out the extra cash. "Don't worry about generating sales for your premium variant. I'll take care to pace you with such requests so you don't spend too much time on it. There are always at least some clients who make some requests to modify the design a bit. Sometimes they want the mech to be flashier. Other times they want the mech to bear a customized emblem in its armor pattern. I think the going rate for such customizations is 2 million credits. Earning an additional 2 million credits per sale was a generous amount. Naturally he'd charge more if the client requested more drastic changes. Marcella hung up in order to get back to her work. Before she left, she warned him to expect another prospective sale in about 4 weeks or so. That was enough time for their first client to provide feedback on the Phoenix Cry's performance in the field. Ves considered the issue of hiring a fabricator later when he got a good idea of how many sales Marcella achieved. Instead, he turned to a much more interesting activity. He was ready to go back to designing virtual mechs. He recalled the experience of designing different variants of the Fantasia and the Caesar Augustus and how much experience he gained in applying his growing skills. If Ves wanted to grow to the point of designing a viable original mech, then he'd have to become as good as the seasoned mech producers with a couple of successful designs under their belt. With 2.8 million credits in his spending account, his scope had widened. Though he could easily log into Iron Spirit's market and purchase a huge amount of 1-star designs, what would be the point? He'd earn only scraps of DP with each successful design and sale. "Hey system, can I ask you something? Since I can earn 1 DP when I design a 1-star mech and 50 DP when I design a 5-star mech, what are the rewards for designing 2, 3, and 4-star mechs?" The base rewards for designing a 2-star mech is 5 design points. The rewards go up to 10 design points for 3-star mechs. The reward further increases to 25 design points for 4-star mechs. Do note that these rewards are lower when selling a mech based on your designs. Please work diligently in improving your designs so that you may work proficiently with more advanced models. In other words, the system told him to get off his butt and start designing higher-starred mechs. Though he owned a pair of 5-star virtual licenses, his skills were too insufficient. The Mark Antony generated only a piddling amount of sales, and Ves doubted that would ever change since he hadn't really brought anything unique to the design other than the X factor. And even that last feature got diminished when Ves relied on the game server to produce new copies of his mechs. "I shouldn't bite off more than I can chew. Obsessing over the Caesar Augustus will just warp me into Kozlowski's design philosophy. I should keep an open mind and develop my own principles." Considering his generous budget, he felt it was a good idea to start upgrading to 2-star designs. To be honest, he could skip a grade and purchase a few ultra-discounted budget 3-star virtual licenses, but he still had plenty of time to reach this grade with a proper reserve of cash. For now, he preferred to make a gradual progression through the generations of mechs. By experiencing each major generational group, Ves could increase his insights into the history of mechs and their major developments. As soon as he made up his mind, Ves eagerly logged into the game for the first time in weeks. He happily sauntered over to the location in the virtual city where they sold the virtual licenses. As he stepped inside a shop featuring endless 2-star licenses of any kind, Ves felt as if he stepped into a candy store. The 2-star mechs represented the age where the most viable ideas from the previous generations got refined. The simple division of light, medium and heavy mechs solidified, and the designers of the time started to incorporate components that only worked in their weight class. For example, a laser rifle meant to be wielded by a heavy mech would burden a light mech excessively as both its weight and power draw were too much to handle. Since I'm only going to work on medium mechs from now on, I can filter out all the outer crap. The projection of mechs and components on sale lost much of its clutter. That's better. The crowded view thinned out again when he removed the variants. He wasn't going to produce a variant of a variant, that was just stupid. Ves started to browse the mech designs first. If he wanted to design a new variant, then the choice of the base model was of utmost importance. The previous times, he got handed out a model from the system. This was the first time he actually had a choice in determining his future direction. He considered getting his hands on an animal-shaped mechs. The bird and mammal-shaped mechs that started to feature in the 2-star generations incorporated design philosophies that largely extended to today. If he wanted to branch out his mech range to something other than bipedal mechs, then right now was the perfect opportunity to do so. Animal mechs are much less popular than their humanoid counterparts. While I don't face as much competition, my clientele also won't be as diverse. Going by the potential sales he could generate, then VS was not optimistic in excelling at designing animal mechs. The mech designers who worked with such abnormal mechs usually put their whole careers into optimizing such designs. As someone who only intended to dabble with the unusual designs, he could never make a living out of it by half-assing his efforts. Thus, VS filtered out anything other than humanoid mechs, leaving him with plenty of choices but without any distractions. What would be the best mech to work on first? If he wanted to work on balancing armor and speed, it was best to start with an extreme. Mechs that already featured a pretty good compromise between the two were hard to improve and easy to screw up. He'd rather get his hands on a medium mech that was fast but lightly armored or a mech that was well armored but slow. Since I already worked on the Caesar Augustus, I already have some experience working with heavier mechs. VS removed the mechs above a certain tonnage from his display. This finally produced a much more general overview of available designs. He guessed that he had a couple of hundred mechs to choose from, which was daunting but not too overwhelming. The choice of mechs didn't matter except for price. Most 1-star mech licenses cost about 100,000 credits to acquire. The virtual licenses for 2-star mechs jumped up to an average of 1 million credits already, and the 3-star mech licenses could only be acquired if you were prepared to cough up at least 5 million credits. The prices the game demanded for its virtual licenses reflected the actual value of acquiring them. If a mech designer possessed some talent, he could earn back the money from his designs. The low amount of upfront investment was ideal for impoverished mech designers to earn a decent living with their skills. As someone who already owned his own workshop and sold an actual mech, VS wasn't in it for the money. While the extra income might be nice, he was more interested in earning DP. By pricing his designs low, he could ensure a higher volume of sales compared to those who relied on their designs to earn a living. Why bother trying to milk some credits in-game when I can earn a couple of millions with each mech I sell? Discounting mechs worked best when the base price of the model was high. VS cut out the economy and mainstream models and was left with only the premium mech designs. The prices of these mechs were all fairly high, which made them less popular to the older teenagers and untrained potentates who muddled in the 2-star range. After browsing through the 50 or so models that were left, VS stopped narrowing his criteria and instead just looked at the images scrolling past his eyes. His attention caught a glimpse of a reflection. He zoomed in on the mech. A shiny chrome mech came into view. The Globelstar Corporation's Octagon 0225C. Its reflective surface caught the eye, but not in a good way. Such a metallic surface offered no additional protection against any damage types and only influenced enemies to target the mechs first. Perhaps aware of this tendency, the original designer of the mech focused on making the mech as agile as possible. Though he cut down on a lot of armor near the joints and other weak points, it made the mech exceptionally limber and could even perform some acrobatic stunts pilots would never even dare on a regular medium mech. Interesting. It's going to be fairly tough to upgrade this mech's armor without negatively influencing its range of motion. The challenge of designing an improved variant of this base model intrigued VS. While he always focused a bit on speed in his other models, he applied it mainly on movement speed. How fast a mech could get from point A to point B. Agility was a different concept entirely. It involved combining wide range of motion with fast-moving limb reactions to turn a mech into a dodging champion. Thinly armored simian mechs often specialized in these kinds of designs. The hunched-over posture and their strengthened arms afforded these ape-like mechs exceptional stability even when they jumped and crawled around forests and complex urban environments. As for agility-focused humanoid mechs, they relied on sophisticated internals instead of mechanical design in order to stay upright. The Octagon featured the most advanced gyroscope of its generation to maintain its balance even as it dodged left and right. That was the main reason the mech got such a high price tag. As for its other specs, the mech performed fairly average. Its speed was respectable, but not as good as dedicated sprinters. The armor was nothing to get excited for, but it did the job except when it came to the joints. The Octagon came with a standard loadout of 2 heated knives and a spear that could also be thrown in an emergency. Most pilots who bought this mech also added in a pistol or a submachine gun in order to turn the mech into a good close-ranged skirmisher. All in all, the Octagon possessed plenty of character. VS liked whoever designed this mech, as he was not afraid to break some rules in order to achieve a unique result. He added the virtual license of this mech to his shopping cart. That's 650,000 credits down the drain. Now I should add some components to complement this design. The shiny chrome job defined this base model. While it did not entirely fit with modern aesthetics, VS preferred to keep its shiny exterior. That didn't mean his choice of replacement armor was restricted. He merely had to add an extra step to his production process by painting his mechs with a reflective coating. His choice of armor had to meet certain criteria. First, it had to offer more protection at the same amount of weight. Second, it should be effective without stacking too many layers. Some armor systems only worked properly if they surpassed a minimum amount of thickness. The Octagon's main feature was its agility, and putting on too much weight negated that advantage. His search turned up some intriguing results. First up was the Grayson Incorporated FlexiPlate Alpha Mark III. He found one experimental armor composite that featured a certain amount of flexibility in its plating. It was as bendable as a thick piece of rubber and excelled in absorbing shocks from kinetic impacts. It sounded perfect for developing better armor around vulnerable joints, and was in fact often employed in such a manner. To complement the other portions of armor, he looked up the Grayson Incorporated Squareplate Mark I, a modular armor system of the same company. These types of armors were often employed on lighter mechs, but the system he looked at was specifically designed for medium mechs. It was a pain to mold such an armor system on a mech due to the demands it imposed on the positioning of its plating. However, it gave a significant advantage to a mech if well designed. Conventional armor plating used form-fitting plates to cover up a mech's internal frame. If implemented well, they offered close to the maximum theoretical amount of protection to that section for its weight and thickness. However, if a piece of plating suffered damage, it may still be adhered to the mech while turning out to be functionally useless. If a mech suffered moderate damage throughout its entire frame, such dead weight only slowed the mech down while leaving its internals vulnerable. Modular armor systems aimed to counteract this situation by designing their plating around uniform shapes of squares or hexagons. It made the mech look a little angular or bumpy, but offered a great amount of freedom in shedding its damaged layers. The more damage a mech sustained, the more plates it shed, thus the less weight it had to haul everywhere. This provided mechs with modular armor a distinct advantage in the later stages of a battle. Naturally, such a system came with its own trade-offs, or else it would have been much more popular today. The fixed shapes of its plating were only partially variable in size. The square plate only featured 3 different sizes. One big plate for chest armor and the like, one medium plate for arms and limbs, and one smaller plate for tricky angles and fingers. Working with these 3 shapes made any mech variant lose their most optimal armor scheme. That and other factors caused modular armor systems to be able to absorb less damage than their conventional equivalent. It has a pretty good performance anyway despite that point. VS concluded. He hadn't worked with modular armor before, but was highly intrigued by its possibilities. Modular armor was one of the best solutions out today that attempted to marry together armor with speed. If VS was serious about developing his specialization in this area, then he couldn't avoid working with this nifty invention. Adding both the flexi plate and the square plate to his shopping list increased his bill by 150,000 credits. VS had enough for one session now. He wanted to exercise his mind right away and was unwilling to consider replacing other components before he learned more about the Octagon mech. A total of 800,000 credits disappeared from his bank account by the time VS acquired the 3 virtual licenses. The difference in costs compared to 1-star mechs daunted any novice mech designer. He was working in a whole other stage now, and the consequences of screw-ups rose by a significant fraction. Luckily, he already possessed real experience working with the equivalent of a 5-star mech, so VS maintained his confidence. Working with modular armor posed unique challenges to the mech designer. To visualize the problems the designer faced, imagine being handed a square or rectangular piece of paper. If you were told to make a cylinder out of the paper, you could easily bend it in a way so that one end of the paper touched the other end. What resulted was a pretty good cylinder with a cutout in the same of a circle. What if instead of a big piece of paper, you got handed some cardboard instead? And not just one piece, but many smaller pieces that you weren't allowed to bend. With a bit of tape, you could approach the shape of a cylinder with square pieces of cardboard, but the cross-section wouldn't look as smooth as a circle anymore. It would look like a many-sided shape that only approximated a circle. The same concept applied to working with modular armor as opposed to conventional armor. Modern 3D printers and armor fabricators could miraculously produce armor plates in virtually any complex shape. It could mold something as thick as an entire chest plate to something as delicate as the armor around a mech's fingers. A lot of this flexibility was lost when working with modular armor. Even the most masterful designs always left out gaps and other inefficiencies. Having purchased the Octagon medium mech together with the flexi plate and the square plate, VS left the game and loaded the designs into the Mech Designer System. Though Iron Spirit or his own terminal's design interface featured plenty of tools and aids, the system offered the best assistance by far. If VS had to guess, the designer module of the system was at least 200 years ahead of the most advanced design software on the market. He possessed a devastating advantage against his competitors, and he'd be a fool to neglect its many tools. Oh wait, before I start designing, it's best if I spend all my remaining DP. VS reminded himself as he remembered he still possessed around 900 DP. What he found perplexing was that he earned more DP from selling his virtual mechs than his real mechs. The virtual version of his Mark Antony rewarded him with a fixed amount of 25 DP, while the real version was dependent on the total sales volume, which meant an average of 28 DP. However, it was a lot easier to sell a virtual mech than a real mech. VS foresaw that he would be selling a lot more virtual mechs while his real mech sales volume remained in the double digits. Did the system burp when it calculated the DP rewards for his virtual mechs? Whatever was the case, VS eagerly planned to make use of its generosity. He opened the skill tree again with glee. As he could expect an uptick of DP once he put up a couple of new designs for sale, he wasn't stingy with his current reserve. He looked down the list and found a subskill he had been eyeing for a while. Medium weight armor optimization 2, 600 DP. As he bought it, the influx of knowledge he received blacked him out for a moment. This time the knowledge dealt more with details and nuances, which caused VS to forcefully memorize a whole bag of new tricks. It definitely paid off already, as by the time he woke up he became a lot more confident in working with his new armor licenses. Curious about his current state, VS called up his status again. Status. Name, Ves Larkinson. Profession, novice mech designer. Specializations, none. Design points, 304. Attributes. Strength, 0.7. Dexterity, 0.7. Endurance, 0.7. Intelligence, 1.2. Creativity, 1. Concentration, 1.2. Neural aptitude, F. Skills. Assembly, Apprentice, 3D Printer Proficiency 2 Assembler Proficiency 2. Business, Apprentice. Computer Science, Incompetent. Electrical Engineering, Novice. Mathematics, Incompetent. Mechanics, Apprentice, Jury Rigging 2 Speed Tuning I. Metallurgy, Apprentice. Metaphysics, Incompetent. Physics, Novice. Lightweight Armor Optimization I. Medium Weight Armor Optimization 2. Evaluation, an ugly carp about to leap the retarded dragon gate. Despite the system's harsh standards, VS recognized he was approaching the upper limit of a novice mech designer. The system hadn't told him the criteria for promotion, but from his own knowledge of how mech designers were ranked, he'd probably break through if he raised a main skill from apprentice to journeyman level. It's a bit too early for me to advance my rank, VS remarked as he still planned to allocate his upcoming DP on other skills. Picking up speed tuning 2 was inexpensive at 400 DP. Apprentice level physics was a bit more expensive at 1000 DP, but it shored up his foundation nicely and could help him out a lot when designing armor schemes. After that, he'd have saved 2000 DP and pick a main skill to upgrade. VS leaned towards mechanics as that was his main strength, but considering his recent shift in focus, perhaps physics or metallurgy might be a better choice. In any case, VS could revisit the decision later when he actually had DP to spend. VS missed the systems designer suite. When VS worked on the Mechs in the Young Tigers exhibition, he was forced to use regular software to design the Drake in the qualifiers. He felt cramped and handicapped and felt certain he made far more mistakes than he ought to. The system's interface provided many more advantages. Perhaps too much. I'm getting dependent on the system, VS admitted to himself in a tone that spoke of no regrets. I'm short on time and even more lacking in money. I'd rather hug this thick thigh than to crawl in the mud trying to find the exit to hell on my own. With the manner in which he upgraded his many skills, it wasn't easy for him to forget what the system forced in his mind. If VS somehow got separated from the system, he still had his upgraded skills to rely on. He'd get the hang of designing mechs without the extra aids. In any case, VS shoved away all distractions and focused on his upcoming design. He loaded the quirky mech designed by the Globelstar Corporation and sat back to view its intricate design before doing anything else. He wanted to get into the head of the original designer and figure out why he designed this risky model. This mech excels in urban combat. The denser the streets, the better it's able to run circles around its opponent. VS looked up the history of the Globelstar Corporation and guessed right. When the company was still in operation, its headquarters was based in one of the Greater United Terran Confederation's major port systems. Designing a mech suited for urban combat was an acute priority at the time. Though the historical files was short on details regarding the developers of the Octagon, VS nonetheless inferred that the mech was a job commissioned directly by the Terrans as part of a broad push to develop new specialized mechs. The Octagon enjoyed limited success but never really caught on. The concept was too radical and few mech pilots accepted the innovation. Agility-focused mechs started to really gain their stride in later generations, in part because the Octagon and a few other models paved the way beforehand. VS then looked at the mech's combat footage in both historical recordings and replays from the game. The pilots in the historical recordings piloted the mech conservatively, making calculated risks only after they meticulously positioned themselves. As for the players who chose this particular 2-star mech to enter the arena, they behaved much more aggressively, leveraging their superior mobility to actively seek out enemies to hunt as long as the map featured complex environmental obstacles. The Octagon is a hunter, he concluded after several hours of spectating. The mech fared better when being jumped on than others, but it excelled when it took the initiative. Pilots who cared about their lives behaved like ambush predators, while pilots who had nothing to lose acted as pursuit predators. The pilots could switch between the two whenever the situation called for a change. As a pioneering urban combat mech, the Octagon distinguished itself in several ways. Besides its amazing agility and flexibility, it possessed outstanding endurance. Urban combat was grueling, and could drag on for weeks if the commanders in the field avoided collateral damage. The mech cleverly incorporated a bevy of fuel-type energy cells on its back that fed the mech's robust power reactor that in turn spun the over-engineered engines. These engines provided plenty of power to the Octagon's limbs with minimal latency. That meant that the usual sluggishness and delays inherent in any other mech movements were minimized to the point of being non-existent. At the time, that was fairly impressive and not that easy to achieve. However, the experimental engine was also sensitive to shock damage, which made the mech easy to disable if it endured excessive force in its waist area. That should be the main reason why this mech hadn't caught on. It kind of negates the point of making a mech for urban combat if it can't last the whole campaign. The other major downside to the Octagon was that its carrying capacity was light and limited. Balance and weight issues limited the mech from wielding most two-handed weapons. Even a shield affected the mech in a dramatic fashion. This forced the mech to choose from one-handed weapons like knives, pistols, and submachine guns. Laser rifles might provide a viable alternative if it wasn't for one thing. Though certain laser rifle models kept down their weight, the energy these rifles guzzled in a short amount of time surpassed the Octagon's power reactor's output. This highlighted the disadvantage of incorporating fuel-injected power reactors. They provided a lot more energy over a longer period, but were incapable of generating high amounts of power at a snapshot. The Octagon's weapon loadout is already pretty thin. I have to be careful not to pile on too much weight. With the information at hand, VS developed a pretty good picture of the Octagon. Now was the point where he came up with his own vision of the mech. VS pictured a ruined city. Smoke rose from the tallest wrecks while fires burned from the hulks of fallen mechs. With streets chock full of debris from vehicles and nearby buildings, the darkened silhouette of the Octagon straggled between two molten piles of slag that used to be a pair of mechs. It scrambled behind a pile of garbage and waited for its pursuers to arrive. A light skirmisher passed by the Octagon's hiding spot, oblivious of the dangers nearby in its haste. The Octagon jumped forward and thrust its spear at the unprotected back of the skirmisher. The incredible momentum behind the blow shattered through the thin armor and pierced the cockpit. After brutally pulling out the blooded spear, the Octagon swept sideways as it dodged a couple of rapid ballistic rifle shots. The Octagon spun like a top and used the terrain to its advantage. Though it received plenty of hits, only a couple of square armor plating fell of its frame. Even though the exhausted Octagon's armor looked half-empty with lots of square holes in it, the speed in which it burst through the bullet barrage allowed the nimble mech to stab its spear against the rifle, destroying it with one firm blow. The rifleman mech didn't panic and let go, drawing a short sword from its hips with its other hand. The Octagon, having put most of its forward momentum in that spear thrust, let go of its weapon as well and entered the rifleman's reach without even withdrawing its own backup weapons. Instead, in a feat of amazing piloting, it ducked when the sword swiped at it and reached the rifleman's side. With the flank wide open, the rifleman could only allow the Octagon to kick to the side, dealing critical damage to its knee joint. The loss of balance that resulted from the blow left it unable to leverage its sword. This gave the Octagon enough time to retrieve a heated knife who stabbed it in the back. The two mechs fell, both pilots downed within a minute. The Octagon left the battlefield without a word and dived deeper into the fallen city, hunting and seeking more prey to devour. VS emerged from the vision with a bright light in his eyes. With the information he gathered so far, he envisioned an idea how to shape his own variant. His first spin on the Octagon would be an overall enhancement of the base model. He wanted to retain the savage nature of the Octagon and preserve its hunting instincts. While the mech excellent in energy efficiency, its armor could not keep up. Therefore VS needed to redesign the Octagon's armor scheme and somehow make a comprehensive improvement while not impacting the mech's speed and agility too much. VS stripped the Octagon's standard armor and started from scratch. The mech's internals looked skinny and lighter than a normal medium mech. It bordered the weight class of a light mech. With his upgraded medium armor optimization too, VS developed several prospective armor schemes in which to clad the naked Octagon frame. If he maximized the number of larger plates, VS was able to offer a great amount of protection. However, use of too many oversized plates also increased the gaps in the armor as he was forced to make it less form-fitting. Using smaller plates allowed VS to conform the armor closer to the internal frame. While this increased the variant's mobility, a bunch of smaller plates plainly offered less overall protection than a single large plate. He therefore spent roughly a day to draft an armor scheme that fell in between. Using his enhanced skill, he cleverly employed the square plate at subtle angles, never letting a single surface lay completely flat. This introduced a slightly disorienting pattern to the mech. The different angles allowed the mech to ablate incoming damage a little better. However, it risked pooling damage towards the troughs of the armor surface. To solve this hidden problem, VS added extra armor underneath the square plate layers. He enhanced critical portions of the square-like wire frame that held the plates together with flexi plate. The bendable armor could be formed in such a way to squeeze between any contours, making it trivially easy to design airtight fits that added a layer of protection between the top armor and the internals. The flexi plate's amazing shock absorption also gave the new variant more resistance to damage that resulted from employing tight turns and risky falls. The system's tools helped ease the delicate design work, but since it involved making on-the-spot judgments, VS had his share of heavy lifting. It took 2 days to come up with a 2-layered structure where thin layers of flexi plate cushioned the heavier layers of square plate. It took longer than he thought due to the added challenge in maintaining a single vision for his new variant. Without enhancing his concentration and endurance, it remained a chore for him to keep his intent sharp. As the X Factor was his only real specialty so far, VS could not skip such a small but useful advantage. He wanted to improve his ability to impart the X Factor in his mechs. What would a mech look like if it achieved an A+ rating for the X Factor? The galaxy will shift when that happens, VS jokingly thought. It would be the birth of a god. Still, VS thought it was unlikely for such a fantasy to come to life. Despite being half convinced that mechs do possess the capability to exhibit signs of life, he doubted it reached the extent imagined in apocalyptic scenarios. His best result achieved a C score. The budding designer hoped he could break past his record with his new Octagon variant. After affirming his motivation, VS dove into his work once more and refined the armor scheme again. The armor he produced so far was a little on the heavy side and he hadn't even designed the fittings for the joints. Step by step, the shape of a prowler came into existence. VS looked at the 5th iteration of the Octagon's radically redesigned armor scheme. He spent a week to come this far. The main changes he made involved setting plates in certain oblique angles that made it easier to deflect damage instead of taking it head-on. The use of subtle angles and a ribbed pattern made the mech appear as if it wore a crocodile's skin. Incorporating such an unusual armor scheme came with a major disadvantage. By stacking the armor plates at an angle, Ves needed to incorporate more armor in the same surface area than if he stacked the plates at a flat angle. It was like using a pack of cards to make a house of cards instead of just placing them side by side. One method maximized the surface area, while the other method increased the density. In order to keep down the octagon's weight, Ves was required to shave off the amount of square plate armor layers and skimp down on the flexi plate. After all this work, I don't think the mech's armor has improved very much. Ves sighed. The dramatic improvements he anticipated hadn't come true. Physical limitations simply couldn't be bypassed no matter how many tricks he employed. Still, it's impressive enough that its ability to absorb damage is improved by 5% or so without impacting its agility. It came at a significant cost. The square plate armor that he liberally used was more expensive than the octagon's stock armor while actually providing a slightly lesser amount of protection. If Ves wasn't insistent on using a modular armor system, he could have made much higher gains with alternative armoring. Through his work, Ves felt he was missing an ingredient to make his ideas work. An invisible wall stopped his efforts in completely harmonizing the armor with improved protection while avoiding too many speed reductions. This is a more complex problem than I thought, he concluded, and admitted that he underestimated the difficulties in conjuring up a magical solution that no one had ever thought about. I'm too burned out to work any further on this design. He noticed a difference when he worked on the octagon. When he worked on his two best products, the Fantasia 2R Seraphim and the CAC 1 Mark Anthony, he worked on them with a great amount of passion to the point of ignoring difficult-to-solve defects in their design. That was especially the case concerning the Seraphim, which he whipped up in record time very early in his career. If Ves revisited the Seraphim, he might just die from embarrassment from all the faults he left in the design. Yet Ves felt none of his pride for the design diminishing. The Seraphim was a successful product, and a handful of young Bronze League players enjoyed their time with it. The design possessed a spark of life. Could he say the same for his latest project? Ves estimated if he forcefully grinded out a new variant off the octagon, he'd end up with a pile of junk. He learned something new today. No matter how much you focus your mind on a single intent, it didn't replace real capability. His skills needed to keep up with the image in his mind. He revisited the image he kept in his mind. He wanted to design a hunter, a predator of the streets, one that could match the range of motion of apes while being able to fight like a human. He eluded all pursuit and instead chose to pursue his enemies. None could survive a blow they couldn't see coming. It's missing a stealth option, Ves realized, then scratched his head. The 2-star generation of mechs offered more mature options for stealth, but they still had their flaws. It cost a lot of credits to purchase a license that was only effective in a very small range. He couldn't justify the expenditure in a pure cost-to-benefit judgment. But my feelings say it needs this option. The original octagon made do without stealth. In highly urbanized environments, metal was everywhere, from the structures to the vehicles and even the pipes running underneath the streets. All these obstacles severely hindered certain sensors but not all of them. If an octagon managed its heat and footsteps well, it could sneak up behind its prey or let them pass its hiding spot without detection. It's too slow though. Ves noticed the hole in such a tactic. There's no way the octagon can jump on an alert opponent. In real-life situations, mech pilots never knew how many opponents were on the battlefield. That wasn't the case with arena-style matches, as the game always gave a team an equal amount of opponents. With such information in hand, the pilots would never let their guard down if they haven't killed the expected number of adversaries. There's no way I am getting out of this without buying a stealth module. Ves let out a resigned sigh and followed his instincts. It kept nagging at him to plug this hole. He exited the designer and turned to his desk terminal. He booted up Iron Spirit and visited the 2-star section of the market. He skipped all of the other goodies in his site and focused solely on the stealth components. When it came to hiding mechs from the senses of others, the market offered many options. None of them were perfect but all of them cost a fortune. The particle ejector was the cheapest option. It worked by throwing a bunch of specialized particles in the air and let it spread wide in order to overwhelm his opponents with false readings. Specialized anchoring incorporated in the minute particles allowed them to hover in the air for an extended amount of time. The problem with such an approach was that it did not distinguish between friend or foe. You were likely to blind yourself and your allies if you pumped a lot of junk in the air. It also pretty much announced to the enemy that you lurked nearby and wished to come close and jump at them. Furthermore, the particles followed the wind and could be blown away easily in certain situations despite their anchoring. Another option involved employing active sensor countermeasures such as ECM. They came in many flavors and sometimes could do a lot of things at once. They could pump out noise that disabled certain long-ranged sensors. They could project a fake mech a distance away, or they could produce many identical mechs in a small area to make it seem a single mech came in a big group. Ves wasn't entirely unfamiliar with ECM systems. He used such a thing before in the Seraphim and the Phantasm, and it supplemented the evasion of those mechs. It could benefit the Octagon as well, as this model relied heavily on evasion when under fire. ECM came with its own downsides though. The more powerful module slurped plenty of energy, could not fool all types of sensors, and the act of turning it on full blast already radiated signals that could alert an unsuspecting opponent. It also couldn't fool exotic sensors such as those that measured ground vibration. Lastly, the enemy pilot could simply cease relying on his machine and used his human senses to observe the battlefield. The last type of stealth measure was the use of specialized coating or armor. By cladding the mech with an outer layer that suppressed signals from bouncing back to the opponent's sensors, it could quietly sneak around without getting detected by the enemy. However, same as the other options, such a trick was unable to suppress other signals such as sound and vibration. Opting for stealth coating or armor also meant missing out on more damage-resistant options. For example, a popular add-on mech pilots like to buy was a special reflective coating that slightly negated incoming damage from lasers. The three options of chaff, ECM, and stealth coating represented the limited progress of stealth technology at the time. More sophisticated solutions started to pop up in the following decades, but VS had no access to them due to their higher star ratings. The Octagon isn't a saboteur, even though it can work as one. There was an important distinction in role. Saboteurs generally avoided seeking out conflicts and operated mainly behind enemy lines to attack critical infrastructure nodes. The Octagon on the other hand specialized in pure combat in dense, complex environments. What it needed was an aid to help it kill its enemies better, not a way to elude detection entirely. Seems like the particle ejector is the most appropriate out of the bunch. The particle ejector might be limited in the amount of particles a single mech could carry, but the ejector was relatively low-tech and could be mounted pretty much anywhere. Besides the payload canisters, it weighed very little and drew very little energy as well, allowing for minimal disruption to the performance of the mech. Much like missile launchers, the real technology was in its payload and not its launching method. The particles one could launch varied in their density, longevity, wind sensitivity, and more. Out of all the choices VS had available, he picked a module that didn't last very long but was highly effective in a larger area. His spending account shrank by 300,000 credits once he acquired the famed Relix Systems Valhalla Particle Ejection Module First Edition. Many other virtual mechs who sought out battlefield disruption methods chose the same particle ejectors. Its features were tailor-made for short-duration but high-intensity arena matches. With a new goodie in hand, VS read the manual and familiarized himself as best he could with the new technology. The main issue he faced was to decide where to mount it and how many canisters he added to the mech. At least the good thing about the canisters is that they can be ejected once they're used up, much like the modular armor. VS decided to be generous and added 4 refills alongside the canister in the ejector's chambers. While such an amount was excessive for 1v1s, the pilot could always change his loadout beforehand in the lobby or discard the canisters at the start of the match. He went to work adding the ejector and canisters to the back of the mech. Adding them there disrupted the balance of the mech but preserved its full range of motion. Still, VS found the addition to be troublesome. It was like adding a backpack to an athlete. No matter how little stuff was put in the pack, it still dragged down the person's peak performance. Wait a minute. The particle ejector isn't very complicated. Why do I even need to make a fixed attachment? There was nothing stopping him from improvising an external shell around the module. The component drew little power and only required a single data cable to communicate with the mech's processors. Using the designer, VS rapidly constructed a cage that held the projector and 4 additional canisters. He then added a couple of fixtures that attached the cage to the back of the mech who carried the contraption. He then turned back to his unfinished mech and modified the back to accommodate these fixtures. It was a little tricky designing slots that allowed mechs to attach and detach something from behind, but the Octagon's impressive range of motion for its arm helped make it viable. It actually took a day of tweaking to refine the design. After accomplishing all that work, VS smiled at his work. The variant's capabilities had increased without negatively impacting its mobility. If the mech was on the hunt, it could engage its particle ejector beforehand and detach it from its back once it did its job. After stowing it in a corner, the mech could fight to its heart's content. It could return to reattach the particle ejector if it successfully survived the battle. The only problem emerges if the mech is attacked from behind. In order to accommodate the attaching system, VS was forced to poke some holes in the rear armor. While not very large, these gaps provided enemy sharpshooters a small chance to disable the modified Octagon in one shot depending on its damage type and caliber. Everything had its trade-offs. VS chose to go down this path because it fit his variant's hunter mentality. Let's add to the flair. As VS had incorporated the festive cloud generator in pretty much all his mechs, the new Octagon was no exception. He added a high-capacity version of the module to the particle ejector cage. VS set its color profile to be a psychedelic mishmash of bright colors, though he also added in the usual white, gray, or black presets to its settings so that pilots could pick whatever they preferred. VS programmed the cloud generator to go off just as the particle ejector launched its own payload. The colorful mist and the disruptive particles would then mix together and drown the local area with both sensor-dampening particles and disorienting rainbow mist. Naturally, mechs possessed alternative sensor modes to make the latter useless, but it was a nice psychological trick to force enemies to switch anyway. He even tweaked the Octagon's viewing mode to switch automatically once it activated the particle ejector. The Octagon's sensors aren't very exceptional either. The main problem with throwing crap in the air was that it affected everyone indiscriminately, including the Octagon. With the level of technology back then, VS had no good solutions to mitigate this problem. Incorporating high-powered sensors not only drew more energy than he was comfortable with, they also acted as a lighthouse in the middle of the dark, practically exposing the mech's location. It's up to the pilot to make the best out of the equipment. I can't do anything else to help. Ves refined the mech's armor scheme once again in order to properly accommodate the cage on its back. With its spear and knives, the mech looked more menacing than the base model. He spent 2 more days on refining its angles and perfecting its balance so that the mech wouldn't lean too forward or backwards whether it carried the cage or not. After a final polishment, the variant came near to its final form. The last step involved adding the coating. Ves chose to mimic the base model and gave the mech in a highly reflective chrome exterior. Such a choice made the mech difficult to hide from optical sensors, but it might provide an interesting appearance when it fought in the middle of its particle cloud. Once he fully completed his design, Ves gave the mech a name. Let's call you the Mist Prowler. Well system, how did I do? Design evaluation, Mist Prowler. Variant name, 0225cm Mist Prowler. Base model, Octagon 0225C. Original manufacturer, Globelstar Corporation. Weight classification, medium light. Recommended role, Guerrilla Fighter. Armor, C+. Carrying capacity, E. Aesthetics, B. Endurance, B+. Energy efficiency, A. Flexibility, A. Firepower, F+. Integrity, C. Mobility, B+. Spotting, D+. X factor, E. Deviance, 37%. Performance improvement, 14%. Cost efficiency, -50%. Overall evaluation, the Mist Prowler is a reimagining of the base model that performs slightly better at a much higher cost. The mech features a redesigned armor scheme that has marginally improved its damage absorption capacity but provides increased mobility in battles of attrition. The added particle ejection system gives the mech an advantage in shorter battles if the pilot is skilled enough to make the best out of the opportunity. You have received 75 design points for completing an original design with a performance improvement of over 10%. You have received 100 design points for designing a mech with a trace of X factor.